This dude is Jinung, a level 93 player. Today, Jinung was out monster hunting like usual. He quickly took down a huge goblin he was planning on, looting for about 100,000 gold before bouncing, when another monster suddenly appeared in front of him. This time, though, it was a two-headed goblin. The little bro's head was bald, while the big bro was rocking an 8-inch horn. The giant monster attacked Jinung, and he only managed to dodge the last attack by using his haste skill. Right now, Jinung only had one H skill left that he could use for 1 minute and a single stun trap. Without a second thought, Jinung lured the monster into the trap. The monster was now paralyzed for about 5 seconds and weakened. Jinung seized the opportunity, activated his focus shot skill, and fired a critical arrow straight through the monster's chest. After defeating the two-headed goblin, Jinung received 98,500 experience points and the goblin warrior's boots. As soon as he got them, Jinung exclaimed, "Holy crap, getting just one piece of the goblin warrior set is as rare as winning the lottery. But I got 2 pieces. I must have just used up a whole month's worth of luck." And that's not all. Jinung also got a crystal. This was a super valuable item that could unlock a hidden class for a player from the class change NPC. The problem was, it was only for players under level 10 who hadn't gone through their first class change. This dude was already level 93, so getting it made him the luckiest guy alive. But Jinung had a bit of a headache because this item couldn't be sold, so it could only be used to reroll his character. But he was currently at the top of the server, so going back to level 1 would suck big time. Only kids need to think it over. A grown-up like Jinung just headed straight back to town. He went to see an old man who sold items and asked him if he had an item called a Potion of Rebirth. The old guy was like, "You came to the right place, bro. I just got one in." As he spoke, he handed Jinung a red potion and didn't forget to warn him. "Once you chug this, all the power you have now will disappear, and there's no going back." It seemed like the old man's warning was unnecessary, because that was exactly what he wanted. "All right, let's do this." After saying that, Jinung downed it with relish. Instantly, his level and stats were reset. The scene changes to the newbie training area, where other players were surprised and gossiping about Jinung. He had been training for over a day, and some people said they'd never seen such an intense training session, like an adventurer searching for true power. The next day, the first thing Jinung did was look for the Summoners Guild. He quickly found a building. This was the Summoner Class Change Center. When he entered, the place was dead silent. It seemed Jinung was the first one here. He went upstairs to meet the guild master, Ken. He immediately stated his request to change his class to a summoner. The guild master pondered. The path of a summoner is not easy. Taming ferocious monsters is not something just anyone can do." Jinung replied, "It's because it's hard that I think it's an amazing class." The guild master was just saying that, though. He knew full well that Jinung met the qualifications for the class change, so he asked one last time to be sure if he really wanted to change his current class to a summoner. "Yes, I'm absolutely sure." Then, Jinung handed the crystal to guild master Ken. He took it gleefully and praised Jinung for being more incredible than he thought. Jinung thought to himself, "Now hurry up and give me the hidden class." Just then, Ken said he wanted to ask Jinung for a favor. A blue-eyed wolf was currently appearing in the Ramu Plains. "My son has recently changed his class to a summoner, and he says he wants a blue-eyed wolf as his summoned beast. I want you to go catch it." Jinung was surprised when he heard this. Isn't the blue-eyed wolf a rare monster that's over level 40? Why was such a strong monster being mentioned? In a class change quest for a level 10 beginner? Ken then continued, "Right now, I'm really busy with work here, so I can't go catch it myself. Also, it's embarrassing to say this, but my son isn't strong enough to face it. I'll give you 5 magic binding scrolls. Weaken the wolf and then tie it up with a magic scroll. The wolf that appears in the Ramu Plains is still young, so it's not that strong." As soon as he finished speaking, the system announced the quest for Jinung. The reward for completing the quest was the summoner class, Monster Tamer. Seeing this, Jinung immediately accepted the quest. Ken said that if he failed, he could come see him again. He would give him some other support items. This meant the quest wouldn't disappear after just one failure. After figuring it out, Jinung quickly set out. He was pretty confident because even though he was only level 10, his stats were almost on par with a level 30, so this should be a piece of cake. Before long, the blue-eyed wolf came into Jinung's sight, and after checking its info, Jinung learned its level was 20. Even though his stats were pretty solid, being just a level 10 facing off against a level 20 monster was still intimidating as hell. Jinung didn't think quests for a hidden class were usually this hard. He took out his bow, knocked an arrow, drew back the string, and aimed carefully. The first arrow flew out, striking the monster in the back. Even though it was still just a pup, the blue-eyed wolf's aggressive nature was already on full display. The wolf whipped its head around, locking its hateful gaze right on Jinung. Then it charged at him at breakneck speed. Jinung drew another arrow, but he had a bad feeling. If he shot it again, the monster would probably kick the bucket, which would fail the quest requirement to capture it alive. So he went with a different plan, deciding to take the monster down with his bare fists. As the blue-eyed wolf charged in, it caught a punch from Jinung straight to the face. Its whole body started to shake, probably from a mix of pain and humiliation. Across from it, after landing that first hit, Jinung got even more pumped up and decided he was going to beat this monster to a pulp. And just like that, Jinung got serious about using his fists to get the blue-eyed wolf's health bar down to the required level for the quest. But when he tried to use the magic scroll to bind it, it failed. Jinung was totally confused. He was pretty sure that if he hit it one more time, the wolf would be a goner. So, he had no choice but to pull out a pork leg and let it eat to heal up so it wouldn't die, and then he went right back to laying the smackdown on it. The wolf was completely helpless, but what could it do? When you're the weaker one, you just have to submit to the strong. This went on for a while longer, with Jinung beating the wolf to a pulp and then healing it several times, until he finally managed to capture it in the magic scroll Ken gave him. The only downside was that he had wasted a ton of time, and by now, a lot of other players had probably already changed their class to Summoner. Thinking about this, Jinung was anxious to head back. Ken seemed super hyped to see that Jinung had succeeded on his first attempt. Usually, the first quest for the Tamer class ends in failure, but he had succeeded right off the bat, which was unbelievable. So, can I become a Tamer now? Jinung asked impatiently. In response, Ken shook his head hard. No, the Tamer class really isn't the right fit for you. At first, Jinung thought he was trying to go back on his word, but then Ken eagerly asked, "Do you want to become a master?" Jinung got a new notification that said, Guildmaster Ken was impressed by his potential and wanted him to embark on the path of a master. Jinung was completely stunned. He had never heard of a class quest changing like this before, and if he accepted Ken's offer, Jinung would be on the path to becoming a Taming Master. There was no doubt about it, this was a class that was even more advanced than a regular Tamer. And of course, Jinung had zero reason to say no. After he agreed, the class change process began immediately. Jinung received 500 reputation points and became the first player to acquire this hidden class. After changing his class, Jinung could feel overwhelming power coursing through his body. The first thing he needed to do now was to tame a summoned beast to get the hang of his new skills, and the first target Jinung aimed for was the red wolf mentioned in the guide. At that moment, Jinung was filled with the determination to become the #1 strongest player with this class. However, when Jinung arrived at the red wolf's location, a bunch of other summoners had already beaten him to it. From the looks of it, they were all trying to capture the monster. Jinung clicked his tongue, annoyed that this crowd had managed to get here even faster than he did. He figured he might as well hang back and see how they handled it, and their strategy was to team up and attack it all at once. Under their relentless assault, the monster's HP was quickly dropping to 0. But just when the crowd thought they were about to successfully bind it, the red wolf suddenly got back up, looking as powerful as if it hadn't taken any damage at all. It was a good thing Jinung got to watch them go first, realizing that it was incredibly difficult to capture a high-level monster like this, not to mention it took a long time just to track them down. This red wolf was already swarmed by too many people. Jinung figured it'd be better to catch a monster he found first, so he bounced from the crowded spot. Pretty soon, Jinung stumbled upon a pack of wolves, and he was genuinely curious about his current stats, and how many he could actually catch. Jinung picked a spot on a high cliff. From this vantage point, he had a major advantage, especially since his current weapon was a long-range bow. Wasting no time, Jinung immediately nocked an arrow, drew the bowstring taut, and he really caught the first wolf without breaking a sweat. Of course, Jinung aimed carefully so he wouldn't kill it, successfully capturing the wolf alive. It was a common grade level 12 monster with the following stats: 75 stamina, 23 attack, 12 defense, 19 speed, and 8 intelligence. But what really caught Jinung's attention was the wolf's personality trait, described as timid and unable to grow. He couldn't help but mutter, "What the hell? Timid? Monsters have personalities now? Whatever." He wasn't satisfied with just one anyway. And so, Jinung continued his quest to hunt for summons. After tons of tries, he finally hit a secret rare. Unlike the timid wolves from before, this time Jinung caught an agile wolf with an intelligent personality. On top of that, even though it was the same level as the rest of the pack, its stats were way higher. From this, Jinung could draw one conclusion: monsters of the same level could still have different stats. His gaze locked onto the pack of wolves casually strolling below. A question popped into his head. Jinung really wanted to know which wolf in this pack had the best stats. He decided to spend the entire day hunting wolves. Jinung planned to catch all of them and then release the weaker ones, keeping only those with the highest stats. After repeating this process dozens of times, Jinung's critical stat increased by 1 point. At the same time, he also earned the title Wolf Expert for catching so many of them. This title allowed him to identify high-level wolves without having to capture them first. Jinung was like, whoa. So this title was actually pretty useful, but it would be even better if it worked on all other monsters. Well, he was still in the early stages of his new class. He shouldn't be too greedy. Jinung immediately tested out the title's analytical power, and sure enough, he could see the levels of the entire pack. Among them, Jinung's eyes immediately locked onto one that looked way more aggressive, and it seemed to know it was being targeted, so it charged fiercely toward him. Too bad for it, with its level 11 stats, it was no match for him. Jinung didn't even bother with his bow, using his fists again to easily subdue his target. He then captured it in his summon space. This wolf was only level 11, but its stats were way higher than others of its kind, even higher than a level 13 wolf, and its personality was courageous, but most importantly, it had the potential to grow. Meanwhile, the personality trait for all the other wolves was unable to grow. That one detail was all Jinung needed to know. This was the one to focus on training. Without a second thought, he immediately released all the other wolves. This was his very first summon. Jinung named it Li. Li seemed to really dig the name its master gave it. Its loyalty immediately shot up by 5 points. Jinung couldn't help but chuckle. It looked like his start with his first summon was going pretty smoothly. After that, Jinung took it out hunting. Meanwhile, Yu Hyun was sighing up a storm thinking about his friend. The main reason was that their Lotus Guild had gotten noticeably weaker since the day Jinung left. Before that, he had told him he was going to class change to a summoner, but Yu Hyun had no idea how good that class actually was in a fight. So, in his spare time, he went online to look up some info on this new class. But all Yu Hyun found were articles with some seriously trashy headlines. For example, the summoner class is a total joke. And whatever you do, don't become a summoner. Yu Hyun scrolled for a bit and finally found an article that sounded a little more optimistic. That was the thought of a level 12 summoner after a hunt. This person said that as soon as the new server went live, he class changed to a summoner. At first, this class made him really happy, but it had one huge disadvantage. The player earns experience points at a very slow rate. Because the summon takes up most of the EXP, leveling up is slower than a snail's pace. The comments below were all negative. This made Yu Hyun even more worried, since his buddy had to remake his character just to switch classes. If he switched to a trash class, he'd be totally screwed. The slow leveling seems to be true. Huh? Then it'll probably be a long time before he hits level 20 and comes back to the guild. Yu Hyun muttered to himself. Meanwhile, inside the world of Ken, Jinung was still grinding hard with Li, and contrary to Yu Hyun's worries, he had already reached level 20. Li was an incredibly smart and obedient summon. Jinung told it to follow his arrows and not to attack first, and it would obey without question. On this draw of the bow, Jinung activated the Blessing of the Wind effect, increasing his speed by 37%. The arrow he fired hit a red fox right in the back, and Li, who was already waiting, quickly rushed in to deliver the finishing blow to the prey. By the time Jinung ran over, his Li already had the complete upper hand. He was extremely satisfied, because in reality, its level and stats were lower than the red fox's. Yet, just now, Li had charged him without any fear. Looks like that courageous personality assessment was totally legit. Just like that, the master and summon duo hunted together in perfect sync. Every time Jinung took down a monster, his summon would also get a share of the experience points. To be more precise, the EXP was split evenly between them. But Jinung wasn't impatient about it. In fact, he grinded even harder to get Li to at least level 15. Besides hunting, Jinung also activated the basic training skill, which had a 35-minute cooldown. With this skill, his summon's understanding of the summoner's commands was improved. The summon's potential would gradually increase based on training, and Li's current potential was a whopping level 65. After that, Jinung activated the first aid skill, which restored 45 HP to his summon upon use. And so, while hunting, he diligently used various training skills, and finally, his Li reached level 15. Jinung was quite pleased, even though the leveling was much slower than he thought. Even though he had to split EXP with Li, Jinung found training it to be really fun, especially since it got stronger with every level up. This gave Jinung a great sense of accomplishment, and to celebrate Li hitting level 15, Jinung took it to a new hunting ground. This time, their targets were a pack of black bears. Before the hunt, Jinung received 2 new notifications. First, his skill proficiency had increased. His basic summoning skill had reached level 2. He received a reward of 3 skill points. Second, Jinung had learned a new active skill, Blessing of the Wild Warrior, and a new passive skill, Basic Tactics. All that hard grinding really paid off. Jinung was eager to see what these new skills could do. He opened the info for Blessing of the Wild Warrior first. The energy required to activate this skill was 150 MP, and it could be applied to himself or party members for about 20 minutes, with the effect of increasing attack power by 30%, especially if this skill was applied. To a summon, the effect would be boosted to 100%. In short, it was a pretty sweet buff skill. Next, Jinung opened up basic tactics to check it out. Its effect was to increase the leadership and taming technique stats by 10%. Because of this, the summon would understand its master's commands more easily in battle. Jinung raised an eyebrow, looking intrigued. If his leadership skill increased by 10%, he could totally tame a bear, couldn't he? With that, Jinung scanned the pack of bears below, wondering if any of them were as strong as his Lai. After confirming a target, he immediately used the taming skill on one of them. Thanks to basic tactics, his leadership stat had indeed increased a lot. Jinung obtained all of the opponent's information. He opened the monster's status window, planning to compare its stats with Lai's. Then, Jinung was completely shocked when he discovered Lai's level 15 stats popped up, completely outclassing the level 38 bear. It's just that the bear was also noted to be evolvable, and Jinung was curious to see what it could evolve into. And so, he immediately summoned Lai. After getting enough rest, the wolf was especially fired up. Lai was responsible for drawing the bear's attention. Even though its level and size were much greater than Lai's, its stats were far inferior, so the bear was completely overwhelmed. Lai kept weaving back and forth in front of the black bear, driving it crazy. Jinung was extremely satisfied. The basic training skill was just too good. Lai completely understood the fighting style he wanted. Finally, when the bear had been toyed with to the point of exhaustion, he just had to fire an arrow from a distance, hitting a vital spot to easily finish off the prey. After hunting the bear, Lai leveled up to level 19. Jinung was overjoyed, constantly petting his first summoned beast. "Hurry up and get stronger, my good boy," he said. But there was another issue to worry about. Leveling up was starting to slow down. If they kept hunting like this, Jinung felt he should also do some quests to level up to 20. But he was pretty worn out now, so he decided to log out and get some rest. Jinung logged out of the game and took a shower, feeling much more refreshed. But before hitting the sack, he had to hop online and check the gamer community forums first. Without even looking, Jinung bet there were a ton of losers trash-talking online. Just as he predicted, the forums were flooded with complaints about the summoner class. Sure, the class levels up pretty slowly, but Jinung didn't think everyone besides him was having that much trouble. Jinung guessed the online reviews were all written by players who had reached level 15, since most of the summoner skills require that level or higher to be used. But after doing some serious digging, he found out that no one had even reached that level yet. Besides him, who was already at level 20, the highest level reviewer was only at level 10. He read the post carefully. The post mentioned a few skills like Taming, Wind's Blessing, and First Aid. Overall, they were pretty similar to his. But the thing that caught Jinung's attention was a skill called Possession, which he didn't have. This skill allowed the user to possess the soul of one of their tamed monsters. 30% of the possessed monster's stats would be added to the summoner's own, and that monster could no longer be summoned in battle. Jinung frowned, feeling salty that he didn't have this skill. It was actually pretty good. It was the only way for a summoner to survive. And because this skill didn't share experience points with the summoned beasts, the summoner themselves could still level up pretty quickly. But how could you even fight while in a beast's body? Jinung really wondered about this, especially since it wasn't a 100% stat conversion. Besides, if you did that, you couldn't level up your summoned beast, and that was the best part of being a summoner. So after weighing the pros and cons, he felt like he didn't really need this skill that much. Thinking it over, Jinung suddenly realized that a regular summoner's skills seemed different from his. If that was the case, the question now was to see what skills he had that normal summoners didn't. Thinking about it, normal summoners didn't have the basic training skill like Jinung did, although there wasn't much info from what he could find. His hidden class, Taming Master, had fewer combat skills than a normal summoner. But Jinung wasn't disappointed by that, because raising stronger summoned beasts gave him a much greater sense of accomplishment, which also meant that compared to most other summoners, he was the one on the right path. This made Jinung even more determined to catch a new, rare, and unique beast tomorrow. So he went to bed early and woke up very early. At 4 in the morning, he hopped into his gaming capsule, determined to get Lai to level 20 first. As soon as Jinung got to Ken, he summoned Lai. Their new day of hunting began. The target this time was still the pack of Asiatic black bears. After hitting level 19, Jinung's Lai was even stronger. Watching the way it mercilessly tore into its prey really saved Jinung a lot of effort. Jinung sighed at how fast time flew. He used to grind in this spot back when he was a level 35 archer, but now the pace was way faster, and his teamwork with Lai was getting super smooth. Mobs were dropping left and right from their attacks, and in the middle of it all, Jinung spotted a black bear that was way bigger than the others. After popping a skill to check the mob's info, Jinung discovered it was a unique rare beast. Alright, this was going to be his next summon. But there was a catch. His leadership stat was too low to tame it. When he read the system notification, Jinung couldn't help but curse out loud. Damn it, are you kidding me? My stats are still too low. Having no other choice, Jinung had to switch up his strategy. He grumbled that the next time he was back in town, he was definitely going to buy a ton of soul contract scrolls. Then Jinung got a running start, launching himself high into the air and firing an arrow straight at the shadow bear. Lai was right there, backing him up. Its combat stats were now almost on par with Jinung's own. So a level 38 beast wasn't that big of a problem, but since he couldn't make the bear his summon, Jinung had no choice but to take it down for 1,045 experience points. After they succeeded, Li officially hit level 20. Jinung was super stoked, because after hitting level 20, Lai could participate in everything in Kalen, like joining a guild or running dungeons and labyrinths. Plus, a ton of other quests required level 20. After that, he started checking out the loot he just got, which included Asian black bear meat, a bear hunter's warhammer, and the undying shadow necklace. Jinung had never seen this stuff before, so he decided to use an appraisal scroll to check it out, and that necklace turned out to be the real prize. It was a unique item with an unknown origin, but the system flagged it as super valuable. Its effect was a 15% boost to HP and a 20% reduction in skill cooldowns. Jinung had picked up a pretty decent necklace from the auction house before, but this one was way better, so he was ecstatic. With the loot sorted, he turned to check how much Lai's stats had gone up. And pretty much all of Lai's stats had gone up, which made a huge question mark pop up in Jinung's mind. He thought to himself, what the heck? Do monsters get a bigger power boost when they level up? No, that makes no sense. Lai's growth rate was totally abnormal. This couldn't be a coincidence, could it? Jinung racked his brain trying to figure out the reason for this. Finally, it hit him. It was Lai's potential stat. His basic training skill was what increased its potential. Thinking back, every time the potential stat went up by 10 points, the growth rate also got a boost. I knew it, Jinung cheered. He was right. Hidden classes have their own unique skills, and all monsters have their own potential stats too, and that determines their growth rate when they level up. In other words, a monster's class advances based on its potential, and his basic training skill is the thing that boosts it. So, Jinung decided to dump all his remaining skill points into training. After he leveled it up, the basic training skill shot straight to level 5 and became the intermediate training skill. Its cooldown was 25 minutes, and when activated, Jinung could put a pet into training mode for 15 minutes. While in that mode, the summon would understand its master's commands better, and its potential would increase each time this training was repeated. On top of that, the potential gain would also scale with the level of the intermediate training skill. Jinung felt damn lucky he'd saved his skill points instead of forcing the issue and trying to tame that bear. He also felt his RNG was insane for figuring out such a huge secret. So Lai's current potential was 94, and he was sure it would hit 100 soon enough. After getting that sorted, he and Lai went back to grinding. Jinung was so invested in Kalen that he figured if he put this much effort into school, he'd be a lawyer or a doctor by now. But for now, he was perfectly happy with his life. After logging out of the game, Jinung was scrolling through the forums while eating breakfast when he found a new video that had been posted about the Shadow Mage class. While he was watching the video, Jinung got a call from an unknown number. This kind of threw him for a loop because normally, besides Jihan and a bunch of spam calls, nobody ever hit him up. Jin Sung answered anyway. The guy on the other end said his name was Leo Lee, a TA from the virtual reality department at Korea University. Do you know Professor Lee Jin-guk? Leo Lee asked. Yeah, of course. He's the department head, Jin Sung answered. The professor wants you to get in touch with him, the guy added. This totally threw Jin Sung for a loop, and he shot back. Get in touch? Can you tell me why? I think it's about your grades, Leo replied. And that answer sent Jin Sung spiraling into despair. Don't tell me I'm on academic probation already. Later that night at Jin Sung's place, he continued the conversation with his advisor. Ma'am, what's going to happen if I don't call the professor? The advisor's voice came through the phone. He said he'll email your grades, and it's definitely not going to your personal email address. Jin Sung's face went pale. He could already picture his dad laying into him if he saw those grades. I'm so disappointed in you, son. Jin Sung freaked out, worried he'd get dragged back home right in the middle of his college prime. He buried his face in his hands and said, I'll call him. The advisor on the phone chuckled. Smart move. See you next semester. Jin Sung slumped into his chair, totally defeated, and picked up his phone, muttering that he'd better make the call. Now, Where's his number? Jin Sung made the call. A voice on the other end said, "Hello, Lee Jin Gook speaking." Jin Sung answered respectfully. "Hello, Professor. This is Park Jin Sung. I heard you were looking for me." Lee Jin Gook immediately recognized him, Park Jin Sung. "Ah, right. The freshman." He answered, a bit scared. "Yes, sir. What can I help you with?" The professor shot back, "You really don't know." Jin Sung's voice was low and shaky. "Is it about my grades?" Professor Lee replied, "That's right. Is everything okay? Why haven't you joined any department activities? And how did you land on academic probation your first semester?" Cut to Professor Lee's office. Jin Sung's voice crackles over the phone. "Academic probation? Don't you need 3 Fs for that? I only have 2. The professor was sitting at his computer and said, "Precisely. And I'm considering giving you that 3rd F right now." Jin Sung was stunned, thinking to himself, he's blackmailing me. What the hell does this guy want from me? He was pissed, but he kept his voice even. "What do I have to do, sir?" Professor Lee said. "First, tell me why you're skipping all the department activities." Jin Sung's mind raced. "I can't just say I've been busy gaming. What am I gonna say? Oh, I got it." An idea hit him and he said, "Professor, you know, the reason I chose the VR major is because I'm fascinated by its limitless potential." The professor just went, "Huh." Jin Sung pressed on. "One of the main reasons VR is getting so much global attention is because of gaming, right?" He imagined his in-game character. "Exactly, so I figured I had to dive deep into the belly of the beast by playing games." Professor Lee asked, "So you're saying you've been ditching class to play games all day?" Jin Sung shot back, "It's not just for fun, Professor." The man rested his temple on his hand, thinking, "You want to study the extraordinary nature of the virtual world through gaming, so what's your level?" Hearing that, Jin Sung froze, totally caught off guard by the question. "Excuse me." He was still reeling. "You're asking what my level is. If you're playing that much, you should at least be on the national leaderboards, right?" He cursed under his breath. "Damn it. If only I hadn't reset my character." Jin Sung hesitated. Well, here's the thing, Professor." The professor asked, "What thing?" He pictured himself back at level 20 and said, frustrated, "Level 20. I was originally level 93, but I just reset my character, so now I'm at level 20. On the other end, Professor Lee sounded skeptical, chuckling. "That's a good one." Jin Sung insisted. "But it's the truth, sir." The professor shot back. "Do you take me for a fool? You think I can't tell you're just making excuses to get out of this mess?" He thought to himself, well, he's not wrong. But Jin Sung quickly and confidently replied, "So, you want to make a bet, Professor?" Professor Lee sounded confused. "A bet?" Jin Sung replied, "Yeah, a bet on whether or not I'm telling the truth." Hearing this, the professor said, "I'm listening." After Jin Sung laid out his proposal, Professor Lee asked, "So you're going to hit level 93 before the new semester starts?" Jin Sung confirmed, "That's right." Jin Sung explained, "If I can get from level 20 to level 93 before the semester starts, doesn't that prove I was level 93 in the first place?" Hearing that, Professor Lee seemed to agree with his logic. "Yeah, you got it. I'm actually kind of curious about you, Ken. If you pull this off, I'll keep you off academic probation. But if you fail, you'll not only be on academic probation, but your parents will also get your grades for this semester and the next." Hearing this, Jin's face totally lit up. "All right, deal." The professor continued, "And you have to participate in our department's activities." He quickly agreed, "Yes." Professor Kim added, "Oh yeah, but if you win the bet, I'll give you an A+ in all of my classes, whether you even show up or not." But in his head, he was thinking, there's no way this kid's gonna pull it off. Jin looked like he hit the jackpot. His eyes lit up as he said, "Professor, you promise you'll keep your word, right?" On the other end, Professor Kim kept his word. Yeah, I promise." Jin felt like victory was in his grasp, pumping his fist like he'd just gotten a power-up. "Thank you, sir. I'll give it my all." He thought to himself, "This is sick." Immediately, without wasting a second, Jin got right back on the grind. He and Lai stood side by side, radiating a brilliant power. Jin turned, patting its head and said, "Let's go. We're gonna have to grind even harder." It growled in agreement. Jin looked up and said, "Whatever. The original plan was to get back to my old level before the break ends anyway. And I already dodged academic probation for the first semester. So this is perfect. I'll get A+ without even having to go to class. I've totally got this." He looked at the 3 buildings, scratching the back of his neck, a little hesitant. Okay, first up, Jin was now inside, standing in front of a beefy dude behind a counter, saying, "I'm here to join a guild." The guy asked, "You must have hit level 20. Which guild do you want to join?" Jin quickly answered, "The Lotus Guild." The man looked at him doubtfully and said, The Lotus Guild prioritizes level 60 players. Even if I send a join request for you, I don't think you'll get accepted. You still want to proceed?" Jin agreed. Yeah. He lowered his head, thinking to himself, I'm best friends with the guild master and I'm tight with the core members, so it's not a problem. The man continued. I sent the join request. You'll be automatically registered as soon as the guild master accepts. A screen popped up, and Jin stroked his chin, wondering, all right, should I just DM Rojin and have him approve it? He looked at the screen and said, he's offline. Well, I'm not in a hurry. He'll accept it anyway. Jin thought. Next up is the auction house. In a flash, he was there. Jin thought to himself, I'm going to change out my entire set of gear. This is the privilege of a rich new player. I'll switch to the best equipment that fits my current stats. Jin crossed his arms in front of his chest, looking at the racks of weapons and equipment, and said to himself, the bonus stat points for the summoner class don't add to melee combat but to stats that help with summoning, like taming, for example. I'll gradually become more dependent on my summoned beasts later on. He looked up at the rack holding other gear and continued, I wonder if there's anything that can increase my summoning stats, like something with a buff enchantment. Suddenly, Jin was startled. Looking a bit shocked as if he'd just seen something, a notification panel appeared. Item information. Headband of Mother Nature. Durability 224 out of 224. Defense 24. Vitality option plus 25%. Head accessory type. Hero grade. Item level requirement 25. Special ability. Summon beasts gain a 20% increase in vitality and a 15% increase in combat power. Summon beasts gain a 15% chance to dodge projectiles. He looked at it and happily decided, awesome, I'm buying this. After that, the screen. Chime with a notification. You have purchased the Headband of Mother Nature for 150 gold. Instantly, the headband appeared in front of him. Jin said, items for the summoner class are finally starting to be sold. Wait, maybe the other items labeled Mother Nature are all for summoners. He initiated a search command, Mother Nature. Jin was slightly surprised. Oh, there's more. The screen once again displayed a notification. Item information, Staff of Mother Nature. Combat power 150 to 165. Durability 201 out of 201. Intelligence option plus 21. Leadership plus 35. Weapon type, hero grade. Item level requirement 20. Strength 40. Charisma plus 20. Special ability. Summon beasts gain a 35% increase in combat power and a 15% increased chance to land a critical hit. He put his hand on his chin, hesitating. He was in a dilemma. A staff instead of my bow? In the end, he decided, I'll buy it. I can't use a bow forever. He reached out and touched the staff on the screen. The two items, the bow and the staff, appeared on the screen. He considered it. It's a bit early, but starting to get used to a different combat style isn't a bad idea. Jin picked up the staff and said, holding a staff feels a little weird. He gave the summon command and Lai appeared. It let out a howl as Jin Sung placed a hand on its back and said, the mid-level training is still active even in town, so I gotta stop it as soon as the cooldown is over. He looked up with a determined gaze. All right, time to find some quests. Meanwhile, in a city, ancient buildings were bathed in the golden sunlight, creating a dreamy scene. A voice spoke up. Look, that guy's a summoner. As Jin Sung walked down the street, everyone's eyes were on him, commenting, his summon is a wolf, so he's probably a pretty low level. Someone on the sidewalk said, I heard it's a real pain for summoners to level up. I've never even seen one above level 15. He thought about just doing the Goblin Camp quest. I can get double the experience for completing the Goblin Camp quest. Jin Sung continued to think, I'll take all the experience for myself. From a distance, Lapierre was standing there, and he said, found him, the quest NPC. Jin Sung walked closer and raised a hand to greet him. Lapierre, long time no see. Seeing him, he thought, this NPC will probably forget me even after I reset, huh? Lapierre recognized him and said, well, look who it is. Isn't that Yan? Jin Sung asked, how have you been? He was happy and thought to himself, looks like my friendship with the NPC didn't get reset. What a relief. Before he could answer, Jin Sung quickly asked again, Commander, have the goblins been causing any trouble lately? Lapierre replied with a troubled look, I'm having a hard time with the goblin camp they set up nearby. The subjugation unit doesn't have enough soldiers. Could you recommend some skilled mercenaries to me? He bowed slightly and said softly, I was planning to help out myself. He bowed a little awkwardly, rubbing the back of his neck as he replied, you? That's great, but I wish we had more people. A notification screen appeared in front of Jin Sung. On the notification board, the volunteer soldier commander in Lucan village, Lapierre, is calling for people to take on the Goblin Camp subjugation quest. Join the soldiers and raid the Goblin Camp. Difficulty E. Quest requirement: party of 2 or more. Gold reward based on contribution to the raid. Killing goblins during the quest will grant double experience points. Will you accept the quest? Yes. No? After reading it, he thought to himself, I remembered correctly. But then he realized and cursed inwardly. Right, this is a party quest, damn it. Who can I bring with me? I don't think there are any newbies in the guild around level 40. Jinung turned to Lapierre and asked, Commander, can you postpone the subjugation for a bit until I can form a party? He pointed up and replied, Of course, I can do that much at least. In that case, could you clear out some of the goblin scouts outside the camp beforehand? Notification screen: eliminate the goblin scouts. In the Sumer Valley. The volunteer soldier commander in Lucan village, Lapierre, is calling for mercenaries to eliminate some goblin scouts before the soldiers make their move. Kill at least 10 goblin scouts and return safely. Difficulty E. Reward: volunteer soldiers' leather armor. Will you accept the quest? Yes. No. Jinung turned his head back and said, I'll do it. Lapierre was pleased. Great, thanks. I'm counting on you. Jinung thought grimly. A round trip will take almost 30 minutes. This is so annoying, but I don't have any other choice. He crossed his arms, staring at the screen thoughtfully, and said, Let's see. I wonder if Johan and Harris are online. There they are. On the screen was a chat between Yan and Harris. Yan asked, Harris, can you accept my guild application? Harris replied, Huh? A guild application? You're level 20 already? Yan replied, Yeah, just hit it. Harris messaged back in surprise, That's insane. I accepted it. Yan said, Thanks. Harris messaged in shock, Hey, how'd you get to level 20 so fast? Even dark mages don't level up that fast. Yan messaged back, You know me. I'll catch up to you soon. Keep grinding, my dude. Harris continued, For sure. Level up fast. Without you, I've been struggling with a lot of stuff. Jinung was still staring intently at the screen. Yan continued, Hey, do you know anyone around level 40 in our guild? Harris asked, confused, Level 40? Nah, why? Yan replied, Yeah, well, it's nothing. I'll figure it out myself. He observed and thought, heading to the guild chat. Come on, it's better to ask a guild member for a recommendation first instead of partying up with a stranger. Just then, the screen updated again. Yan has joined the guild. Yan said, I'm back. How's everyone doing? Biolan was surprised. Ian, you're level 20 already? Glob, feeling pretty much the same, asked, What, Yan? You hit level 20 and joined the guild already? I heard it was a huge pain for summoners to level up. Was that all a lie? Yan replied, It's just level 20, no big deal. You better watch out. I'll be back at my old level in no time. Brian pushed. Please, level up already. The grind is way too slow without you. Ian smirked, then added, But yo, if any of you know a player around level 40, hook me up. He looked a little concerned. Harris, level 40. Why are you looking for a level 40? Jinung stroked his chin, thinking to himself they'd lose their minds if he told them he was planning to take the Goblin quest at level 20. On the screen, the chat continued. Ian said, Yeah, I'm planning to do the Goblin Camp subjugation quest and I need one more person, someone who can actually contribute. Before anyone could jump in, Ian clarified, Actually, it's cool if they can't contribute. They just need to join the party for the run. I'll carry them. Brian asked, Ian, aren't you level 20? How are you going to do a quest run at level 20? Talk about carrying? Juan was also confused. Carry who? Aren't you the one looking to get carried through the camp quest? I figured he only hit level 20 because he got carried. Globin snapped through gritted teeth. You moron. You really think a guy with his pride would ask for a carry? If he wanted a carry, he would have just asked us. Why? Look for a random level 40. Juan pressed on. What are you getting at? You can't even do that quest, run past level 60. We can't help him. Globin agreed. Oh, right. Ian continued. I'm level 20, but I got lucky and scored a summoned beast, so I can still handle the quest run. It's gonna carry me. Globin was shocked. How are you always so damn lucky? Brian was skeptical. There's gotta be a reason you hit level 20 that fast. Juan said, I do have a friend who's level 45, but Ian's eyes lit up. Oh, for real? Can you hook us up? Juan hesitated, but she's a crafting class main, so her close combat skills are probably. Ian waved it off. No problem. What's her class? Juan introduced her. Her combat class is priest, and her crafting class is chef, I believe. Ian repeated. A chef? Juan quickly replied, Yeah, She's a priest, but she's probably not much help in a melee fight. She's not that great at the game, either. Is that cool? Ian reassured him, totally fine. Can you have her hit us up when she gets online? Juan was still hesitant. Yeah, okay, but are you really sure about this? Jinsung thought to himself. As long as she fills the party slot, I don't care about her skills. Ian gave a small smile. Yeah, it's all good. Ian messaged, I gotta run some errands, so I'm bouncing from the chat. Hit me up once you get in touch with her. Juan happily agreed. Got it. He thought to himself, chatting with the guild members is pretty cool, but it's nothing compared to the thrill of hunting and leveling up out in the field. Jinsung clenched his fist, thinking with determination. I'm gonna finish this quest fast before I hear back from Juan. The scene shifts to a cliffside with a rushing stream, the whole area lush with green trees. Jinsung was watching from behind a tree. Ahead of him, several cougars were lounging by the stream's edge, the cougar mobs. He glanced over at Lai, thinking, it'd be so sick if I could tame one of these cougars. Lai didn't look particularly cool or strong. It pawed at the ground lightly. Jinsung was confused when he saw Lai start to walk away. He wondered, there's no way it can read my mind, right? Jinsung turned to it and said awkwardly, hey Lai, you know I love you a ton, right? It didn't react, just closing its eyes. He wondered, is it for real mad? Suddenly, it crouched down, unleashing a powerful aura. Jinsung yelled in shock, Lee! His eyes went wide as he said, what the hell is this? Lai's face was now ferocious, its eyes glowing intensely as power radiated from its body. It was evolving. Jinsung broke into a thrilled grin, laughing as he said, finally, you're finally evolving. Then a question popped into his head, but what triggered the evolution? What are the requirements? Jinsung thought excitedly. Potential. Its potential hit 100, so its appearance should change with the evolution, right? He looked over at Lai, full of hope that it would get big enough for him to ride. Just then, there was a burst of sound as light engulfed the area. The wolf had now evolved. The fur of its mane had turned a fiery reddish-orange. It stretched its neck, baring its teeth with a majestic air. A look of pure excitement was plastered on Jinsung's face. A notification popped up, Wolf Lai has evolved into a hybrid blood-mane wolf. The screen displayed another message. Due to the successful evolution of a summoned beast, your proficiency in the intermediate taming skill has increased. Intermediate taming has leveled up to level 2, 45.7% until the next level. You are the first player to successfully evolve a summoned beast. Fame has increased by 1,000. Charm and leadership have increased by 30. You are the first player to summon a red mane wolf. Fame has increased by 1,500. The wolf, now in its new form, bowed its head low before Jinsung. He threw his hands up in the air, laughing out loud. Jinsung playfully ruffled its head, and its face lit up with joy. He grinned and said, Lai, I love you so much, man. The screen displayed a notification again. Lai level 20, HP 790 out of 790, combat power 235, defense 97, dexterity 215, type beast, rank rare, nature brave, evolvable, critical 135, inherited ability converts 15% of damage taken into health, and if it deals a critical hit, it will convert 50% of the damage into health. If it lands a critical hit, the enemy will start to bleed. An enemy afflicted with the bleed status will take an additional 20% damage per second for 10 seconds. Jinsung read, the dire wolf has a mysterious red mane, with fierce and violent traits. Its rank changed from common to rare, and he thought in surprise, it can evolve even more? Jinsung wondered further, if it evolves again, will it become a unique rank? He covered his mouth with his hand, trembling slightly and chuckling to himself, the summoner class is so sick. Jinsung turned to Lai and said, forget those guys, we don't need them. Even if we had a whole crew, my wolf Lai is the best. Yeah. He asked it, Lai, you think you can carry me on your back while we move? Lai understood, immediately lowering its body and stretching its legs to sit on the ground. Jinsung got the hint and climbed onto its back. Lai then got up, ready to go. He looked down and urged, all right, Lai, run. The man and beast took off like the wind through the forest. Jinsung felt a huge thrill as they passed countless paths and thickets at a dizzying speed. By now, night had fallen over Sumer Valley. After a long, tiring day, he said, this is so relaxing. Jinsung looked over and remarked, the game makes these features so realistic. He climbed off Lai, stood beside it stroking its blood-red fur, and said, the mission is to kill 10 goblin scouts. Huh. Jinsung spread his hand, summoning his power and urging, Lai's evolution is so badass, I can't just let it go to waste. Lai, let's go all out. Immediately, the screen displayed a notification. Blessing of the Wind has been activated. Dexterity increased by 37%. The dexterity of the summoned beast, Lai, has increased by 37%. Berserker's Blessing has been activated. Combat power stat increased by 33%. The combat power stat of the summoned beast Lai has increased by 66%. Green monsters appeared in front of him and Lai. Jin Sung, holding the staff in his hand, pointed forward and said to Lai, "You see those 3 yellow goblins over there? Attack them first. I'll cover you from the back." The goblin monsters were scrawny but had big bellies. They stuck out their bright red tongues. Drool dripped down as they bared 2 sharp fangs. He looked at them and thought to himself, "With these buffs, Lai won't be weaker than any of these goblins." Lai was already growling, its paws kicking up dirt as it got into a battle stance. Jin Sung continued to think, Lai's close combat will be way stronger than those regular mobs. He thought again with more certainty, and it also has 2 inherited passive abilities. Immediately, Lai shot forward at top speed. Jin Sung was cautious in his mind, but we can't get too cocky, so. A notification bar appeared. Weakness detection activated, enemy's weak point has been discovered. Accuracy increased by 14.5%, critical hit chance increased by 22%, attacking the weak point adds 91% damage. It opened its mouth wide and roared, revealing ferocious, sharp teeth. The goblins heard the sound and turned around. The one in the lead said, "A wolf is attacking." The goblin with a tuft of hair on the back of its head shrieked, "Wolf! A red wolf!" The notification bar continued to display. Summoned beast, Lai deals critical damage to the goblin scout. Goblin scout loses 1,075 health points, total health remaining 89%. Now Lai charged in, continuously biting and tearing at the goblins. The ones bitten by Lai immediately lost health. Information about them appeared. Goblin Scout is bleeding and losing 215 health points per second. Goblin Scout died from bleeding. The notification bar displayed, "You have killed a Goblin Scout. You receive 1,210 experience points." Jin Sung couldn't believe it and thought in astonishment, "What the hell? How did a level 40 monster die in one hit?" After attacking, Lai stopped and looked up as if it were resting. The goblins seemed to be enraged to the extreme. They opened their mouths wide and roared, baring their crude, sharp teeth. Jin Sung was startled and amazed when he saw this. Quick as a flash, they took the opportunity while Lai's guard was down and rushed out to attack it. Lai, caught in the surprise attack, roared in pain, and a notification bar immediately appeared. Beast Lai was hit by a goblin scout and lost 294 health points. After being attacked, the wolf Lai quickly turned to look at the goblins, its face full of anger. Lai leaped up, unleashing powerful swipes to attack them. A notification appeared. Summoned beast, Lai deals 495 damage to a goblin scout, restoring 75 health points from 15% of the damage. Jin Sung clenched his fist and praised him happily. "That's more like it." A notification popped up again. With each of Lai's hits, 15% damage, 73 health points were restored. 15% damage, 76 health points were restored. Thanks to this recovery, Lai was back in action, landing powerful direct hits on the goblins. One by one, they were hit and taken down. The last goblin's face was filled with terror as cold sweat poured down its face. Lai glared at it, radiating bloodlust with a ferocious look like its rage was still boiling. The notification bar displayed 50% damage, 523 health points restored. It moved like a blur, finishing off the last goblin. Jin Sung was stunned and couldn't believe his eyes, saying, "Lai, you." It stood before him with its head bowed. Jin Sung patted its head encouragingly. "Thanks for the carry, my dude." He then moved in and gave Lai a loving hug. They both turned back, and Jin Sung raised his staff, saying, "All right, let's run it back." Just then, more goblins appeared in front of Jin Sung and Lai. He was just chilling under a tree, reading something and humming a tune. Meanwhile, Lai was quickly wiping out the monsters like it was nothing. A notification appeared on the screen. "A message from Yuhan. You online? Can you talk right now?" Jin Sung gestured for his beast to return. "Lai, that's enough. Come back here." The chat started, and Jin Sung replied, "Yeah, what's up?" Yuhan replied, "You probably guessed it. My friend got in touch. She's online now." Jin Sung was surprised. "Oh, so what'd she say? Is she down for it?" Yuhan laughed. "Yeah, she is," he replied. "Cool." Yuhan continued, "Her name's Heron. You should probably say hi first." Jin Sung agreed. Okay. Yuhan, still worried, asked again, "But is it really going to be okay? You should probably assume her close combat skills are at 0. Jin Sung chuckled softly. He really doesn't get me. Jin Sung music reassured him. "Hey, don't worry. I was just soloing in Sumer Valley. I'm heading out now." Yuhan asked, "Sumer Valley? Isn't that the goblin camp? You took them all down by yourself?" Jin-sung replied. Yeah. I was hunting scout goblins at the Vanguard camp. I just hit S rank. Yuhan asked, stunned. How'd you even do that? Are you cheating or using a bug? Be careful, dude. You're gonna get banned and be crying about it. Jin-sung denied it. It's not a bug. Don't worry. Yuhan was relieved. All right, if you say so, then it's cool. Jin-sung agreed. Yep. Yuhan chuckled. You're really gonna catch up to us in no time. He confidently thought to himself, I'll hit level 100 in 2 months. Jin-sung messaged back, just give me 2 months. He stood there thinking, I'll hit level 50 in 15 days, level 80 in the next 15, and level 100 in the last month. I'm gonna win this bet no matter what. Jin-sung looked at his status screen, thinking to himself, actually, the bet with the professor might be more my speed. Yuhen's friend's name was Heron. Jin-sung messaged, hey. You're Yuhen's friend, right? Heron replied, hi. Yeah, that's me. Nice to meet you. Jin-sung continued, where you at? Heron answered, Lucan Village. I'm getting my gear repaired at the blacksmith. Jin-sung smiled slightly. You're in Lucan. Cool. Stay put at the blacksmith. I'll be there in 10. Heron agreed. Sounds good. The scene shifts to a small town, where Jin-sung arrives and asks, is the blacksmith this way? He glanced around, and suddenly his eyes lit up. A girl leaning against a nearby wall was Heron. Jin-sung spoke up, hey, I'm Yihan. She turned with a smile and replied softly, hi, I'm Heron. Yuhan's told me a lot about you. He asked again, so you're Yuhan's friend? Heron shook her head, replying, nah, not really a friend. I'm more like his big sister. She continued, I'm all set, so we can start the quest whenever you're ready. How about you? Jin-sung, also known as Yihan, replied and then asked, awesome, I'm ready too. Is there any special reason you're doing this camp quest? Heron nodded, yeah, there's a quest I want to do, but I can only get it after completing this camp quest. It's from Duke Chepin's personal chef, but to get into the Duke's castle, I have to clear this one first. His face scrunched up in confusion as he asked, a chef? What kind of quest do you get from a chef? She placed a hand on her chest and said proudly, my crafting class is chef. Jin-sung followed up, Yuhan did mention your crafting class was chef. Heron turned and replied, yep, I'm a culinary arts major in the real world too. After hearing that, he remarked, I heard crafting classes are hard to manage, but since you're a culinary major, it must be a little easier for you. She replied cheerfully, exactly, and I really love it. Jin-sung was a little surprised, thinking to himself that in the game, real-world talents often influence crafting classes. The two of them began to walk. He turned to her and said appreciatively, you know, you're the first chef I've ever met. Jay then took a shot and asked, when I get a chance, could I try some of your cooking? Heron looked totally into it and agreed, for sure. After walking and talking for a while, they made it to Lapierre's spot. He looked at them surprised and asked, you found a new party member already? Lapierre held up 2 fingers and added, I thought it'd be a stretch for just 2 people. But I know what you can do, Yan, so I'm trusting you with this. He urged them to catch up with the Vanguard unit that just left. If you hurry, you'll be able to catch them. Go follow and back them up. A notification window appeared. It read, Conquer the Goblin Camp in Summer Valley. Lapierre, commander of the Lucan Village Volunteers, is recruiting help for the Goblin Camp Conquest quest. Join the Vanguard unit and raid the Goblin Camp. Difficulty E. Quest requirement. Party of 2 or more. Gold rewards are based on contribution to the raid. Killing goblins during the quest will grant double experience points. Will you accept this quest? Yes, no. Jay finished reading and thought with a sigh of relief. The quest changed a bit because we were late, but the reward's the same. That's a relief. He kept his eyes on the screen and asked Heron, did you get the quest yet? She turned to him and said, yeah, I already saw it. Jay then raised a hand to summon. So, shall we get going? A wolf appeared in a flash. Heron jumped back, totally shocked. He quickly calmed her down. It's okay. He's my summoned beast. He's not a monster. Heron, still stunned, replied, a summoned beast? Hearing that, Jay asked back, yeah, is there a problem? Heron said, totally impressed. If you can summon beasts, that means you're a summoner, but that class was just released a few days ago. How are you already doing the Goblin Camp quest? He turned back with an awkward laugh and replied, just got lucky, I guess. This wolf is seriously overpowered. I leveled up quick and can handle these goblins with ease. After saying that, Jay thought to himself, that's such a lame excuse, but if I tell her I'm level 25, she won't want to party up with me. Seeing that, Heron propped her chin on her hand, looking both impressed and a little jealous, and said, I get it. I'm so envious. I'm level 45 already, but I still have to run away if I come across even a single goblin scout. Hearing that, he thought to himself, what? This girl actually believed what I said. She really trusts me. Jay gave a small laugh and said, haha, well, you focus mostly on crafting. Cooking is a useful skill, but the game hasn't really developed enough to take full advantage of it yet. Then he thought to himself again. Even if she's focused on crafting, how did she get to level 45 when she can't even defeat a goblin scout? She waved her hand and said, thanks. I prefer cooking over hunting anyway, so I'm okay with it. This wolf is really cool. I've never seen this kind of wolf before. Jay pointed a finger with a grin and replied, that's probably because he's the only one on the entire server. Heron scratched her head and asked, does he have a name? He nodded. He does. You can call him Lai. After that, she looked at Lai, clasped her hands together, and bowed. What a cute name. Hello, Lai. Heron immediately rolled up her sleeves, turned around and asked, can I feed him something? Jay answered, sure, he loves any kind of meat. A moment later, she brought out a plate with a piece of beef, some asparagus, and potatoes. He looked at the dish and practically drooled, thinking, what's this? A steak covered in sauce. It looks so delicious. I want some too. Lai immediately chomped down on the meat without hesitation, and a notification window popped up. Summoned beast, Lai has eaten smoked steak. Health increased by 200 for 20 minutes. Seeing that, Jay was shocked and asked, what? What just happened? Yen? He looked down at the notification screen and blurted out, Lai's stats just went up. Was that an effect from your food? Heron immediately explained, my skill is at a high level, so it depends on the grade of the food, but it will buff whoever eats it for a certain period of time. Jay covered his mouth, hiding a grin. Lai's 1,400 health is a little low, so adding 200 is a massive buff. Staying on friendly terms with Heron is going to be super beneficial from now on. And just then, Lai finished his meal, looking incredibly satisfied. Seeing that, he got mad and scolded him. Was it fun eating all by yourself? Then, he turned to her, scratching his head and asking, do you have anything for me? Heron immediately replied, not right now. She held out the empty plate and said shyly, I'll cook something even more delicious after the quest, so don't be jealous. Jay immediately crouched down on the ground, drawing a few circles in the dirt. Hearing that, he jumped up, looking all pouty and said, you promise. At that moment in Summer Valley, a blond man standing with his arms crossed was the captain of the subjugation force, Hugo. A guard was kneeling in front of him, reporting, Captain, the new mercenaries have arrived. Hugo looked at Jinung and Heron and said gratefully, you're the new mercs, and you'll both be a huge help on this mission. He continued, thanks for making the long trip out here. Jinung replied confidently, just here to do my job, sir. Then he thought to himself, glad we weren't late. Jinung glanced at the others nearby, wondering, are those other players? Looks like they're having a rough day or something. They look totally on edge. Jinung looked away and thought, well, it's none of my business. We're all fighting our own battles anyway. Just then, a horde of monsters appeared in the distance, swarming toward them. They all looked terrifying, letting out roars as they prepared to attack. Hugo decisively pointed at the goblin mob and said grimly, today, we're wiping out every goblin in Sumer Valley. Soldiers, charge. And with that, the two of them dove in. The battle between humans and monsters erupted. Heron, seeing a fight like this for the first time, asked nervously, hey, Yen, are we going to be okay? Jinung noticed and turned to calm her down. Don't worry, just stick to the plan we made on the way here. She was still a bit shaky. Is that really going to work? That means you'll be the only one on the front lines. He glanced at her and chuckled. Not exactly. You'll be backing me up with buffs. Just your shield alone will help a ton. Jinung thought to himself, Heron's tendency to panic actually makes her a natural at creating shields. He continued, the plan is simple. Heron will protect herself with her shield. Whenever her skill is off cooldown, she'll cast a buff on me. Besides, Heron's level is higher than the goblins in this camp. Jinung's eyes lit up as he thought with certainty. Add her brilliant shield skill, which is around level 60, and there's no way Heron is going to die here. I'll use her as a tank. Watching her calculate with a finger on her lips, he continued thinking, if Heron blocks the attacks up front, Lai and I can just farm the experience points. Since I dragged her all the way out here, I'm going to make full use of her skills and maximize our efficiency. Jinung concluded to himself. Basically, she's going to be our meat shield. After thinking for a moment, Heron clasped her hands and looked at him with complete trust. Okay, I'll trust you, Yan. Jinung thought, if this plan fails, or if she's worse than I think, she could actually die. He replied to her, you can trust the plan instead of me. He thought decisively. As long as Heron doesn't die, she'll be able to rake in a massive amount of experience. Then he turned away and let out a sigh. I'm definitely not giving her a hard time just because she gave Lei the good snacks instead of me. Suddenly, A goblin charged toward them. Just as Jinung expected, Heron quickly threw up a protective barrier to block it. Seeing that, he immediately asked, Heron, how much mana you got left? The goblins relentlessly hammered away at her barrier. Hearing his question, Heron replied, I think I can keep this up for another 10 minutes, don't worry. He looked at her, completely surprised. She's better than I thought? Well, she is over level 40, so maybe I was just overthinking it. It looked like Heron wasn't having any trouble. Meanwhile, Lai was completely overwhelming the goblins. Jinung thought to himself, these goblins are way stronger than the scouts, but it looks like Lai is still dominating them. The system notifications kept popping up. You have slain a goblin warrior. Gain 910 experience points. You have slain a goblin warrior. Gain 910 experience points. He thought to himself, I'm splitting the EXP with Heron and Lai, and this is still a massive haul. Just then, a notification popped up right in front of him. Level up. You have reached level 26. Level up. You have reached level 27. He looked at the screen and grinned. That's what I'm talking about. Elsewhere in Sumer Valley, a guy with orange hair named Rukin appeared. He watched Jinung fighting the monsters and wondered to himself, what's this guy's deal? Rukin smirked disdainfully, thinking, looks like a summoner, but is his level really high enough to be here? He put a hand to his head and called over the two people behind him. Falcon, Mylan, get over here. The girl with orange hair was Mylan, and the guy beside her was Falcon. He walked up and asked, yeah, what's up? Rukin pointed to the chaotic battle and asked, what do you two make of this? They both answered at the same time. So? Milan said with a wink, he's a summoner. Falcon immediately shot back, no, that's not the point. If a summoner is grinding in this area, he's got to be at least level 40, but his melee skills look like he's over level 60. He wagged a finger. How could he be level 40 when the summoner class was just released? The highest ones out there only level 20 at most. New agreed. You're right. Seeing that, he continued, yeah, oh right, I saw it on the forums. The best summoners on there are only level 17 or 18 at most. Then looking over at the wolf, Rukin asked, so what kind of wolf does that summoner dude have? Falk rested his chin on his hand and guessed, could it be a summoned enchanted artifact? Rukin snapped his fingers. Exactly, just what I was thinking. He continued, from a quick look at how they fight, that cleric has no clue what she's doing. And that other dude is nothing without his wolf. She's fighting up close with a staff and doesn't seem to have any dangerous spells. Hearing that, I asked in shock, you mean we should PK them? Fen reminded her, keep your voice down. Mole said softly, okay, my bad. She continued to ask, but aren't you being a little reckless? If we don't get any good gear, it won't make up for the loss. The penalty for PKing is pretty harsh, and it's not easy to shake off that murderer status. Rukin clenched his fists, calculating, hey, think about it, if we sell a summoner's artifact, we get at least 20 million gold. Even split 3 ways, that's 6 or 7 mil each. Fen said, shocked, 20 million gold. If we cash that out for real money, that'd be 40 million bucks. He confirmed, exactly. If we do this now, we won't have to worry about gear until at least level 80. You two really want to pass up this chance. Rukin raised a finger, saying arrogantly, and I've got a solid plan. Now listen up. On the other side, Heron and Lai were going all out attacking the goblins. Jinung pulled up his screen and speculated, I should hit level 30 soon. I heard once you hit level 30, you get 2 special class skills. I wonder what skills I'll get. He tapped the screen, continuing his train of thought. The forums say the special class skills are 100% random, but that's actually wrong. When you hit level 30, you get a skill that's a follow-up to your most mastered skill. The screen showed connecting boxes, and Jinung confirmed, or at least one related skill, and then you get a random one. They aren't both random. He hesitated, thinking to himself, my most proficient skill right now is this one. The status window showed, intermediate training, active skill, skill level 3, 79% proficiency, cooldown 25 minutes. Select one summoned beast to receive a training status for 15 minutes. A summoned beast with a training status will understand its master's commands better. The summoned beast's potential will increase with continuous training. The potential increases according to the level of the intermediate training skill. Jinung wondered, intermediate training is basically a potential boosting skill, so does that mean I'll get a skill related to boosting potential? Suddenly, a goblin from below rushed to attack him, but he quickly pivoted. Then, without even looking, he swung his staff and cracked it on the head. He kept thinking, the other skill will be random, but I hope I get one related to capturing. Suddenly, Heron, from inside her protective barrier, yelled in a panic, Jinung, I'm down to 5% mana. Hearing that, Jinung waved his hand and shouted, Lai, go help Heron. And Heron, you need to fall back a bit. Like a flash, Lai shot forward. It unleashed a continuous barrage of attacks, taking down all the monsters attacking Haring. The screen kept flashing. Summon Beast, Lai deals critical damage to Goblin Scout. Goblin Warrior's health decreased by 1,675, 94% of total health. You have killed a Goblin Warrior. You have gained 921 experience points. Once she was safe, Harin reached out and gratefully pet Lai's head. Thanks, Lai. Jinung trembled with jealousy, thinking, that mud is all friendly with Harin? It's not even that friendly with me. Then, feeling salty, he turned his head away, swallowing his tears. Let's just finish this quest first. Lai saw this and was completely confused. The battle raged on, with earth-shattering attacks rocking the goblin village. An old goblin, leaning on a staff, stepped out. It was the goblin chieftain. The humans have made it this far, the old one said in a cold voice. Kill every last one of them. It raised its staff, and a powerful energy erupted, creating a devastating and shocking explosion. Everyone in the fight was thrown back, yelling, "Help me!" Someone screamed, "My armor's on fire." Seeing this, Hugo realized, is that the boss monster? He yelled out an order, "All soldiers, advance. This battle ends if we kill him." Just then, a notification popped up for Jinung. Allies' morale increased by 30%. The guards charged forward, screaming, and another notification appeared. All stats increased by 10% for 20 minutes. He commanded, "Go, Lai. Attack him." Right away, Fang went all out, tearing into the goblin mob. The chieftain was stunned. What the hell? Fang's savage face was locked on, charging straight at him. Seeing it coming for him, the old goblin yelled, "You're just a human's lapdog." But Fang wasn't about talk. It just slashed right across the goblin chieftain. Notifications started popping up like crazy. Summoned Beast Fang has dealt a critical hit to the goblin chieftain. The attack caught the chieftain completely off guard, sending blood flying everywhere. The status window popped up. Goblin chieftain's health has decreased by 1,215, 0.7% of total health. The goblin chieftain's health is now bleeding, losing 243 health per second for the next 10 seconds. Hugo decisively raised his hand and yelled, "Everyone, hit him now." Instantly, a storm of attacks rained down on the chieftain. All hell broke loose. The goblin chieftain got wrecked, completely mangled, and left speechless. A notification popped up. Goblin chieftain's health dropped by 20,071, 30% of its total health. But then it shot back up, screaming with pure rage. It slammed its staff on the ground, and the goblin chieftain's power surged back. The system window flashed again. The goblin chieftain has entered a berserk state. The chieftain was now totally pissed off, going more berserk than ever before. It opened its mouth and spewed blinding streams of fire. Everyone stared in shock. What the hell is going on? Someone recognized it and screamed, "It's Dreadfire. Get clear." Jace scrambled to get away too. Suddenly, a blinding flash erupted in front of him, and before Jace could react, the explosion sent him flying backward. His body slammed hard against the ground. The flames clung to him, searing into his skin. He gritted his teeth through the pain. Damn, this hurts. I gotta use an emergency heal. Suddenly, a stream of blue light enveloped him. Jace looked up, surprised to see a system window pop up. Haley from your party has used healing light, restoring 1,020 health. He saw the message and said, "Haley, a healing light." Looking over, he saw Haley was right beside him. "Haley," Jace called out. He looked at her gratefully and said, "Thanks a lot." She gave him a smile that seemed to boost his spirits, and his hand healed up in no time. Jace turned to Fang and gave the order, "All right, time for a comeback, Fang." Instantly, the magic staff in his hand vanished. Jace said, "You need to get the goblin chieftain's attention, but don't try to attack it, got it?" After saying that, he summoned a bow into his hands. Hearing the plan, Fang shot forward without a second thought. Jace raised his bow. A razor-sharp arrow knocked and ready. His eyes, reflecting the flames, were filled with resolve as he thought, "I just need one opening." The goblin chieftain cackled like a maniac, screaming, "Die. Just die already." Seeing this, Jace thought, the chieftain's gone wild. If I screw this up, we're all dead. The beast kept spewing fire, trying to torch everyone. Just as he thought that, Fang charged in from the side, moving fast, landing a hit that surprised the goblin and broke its concentration. That was the moment. Jace raised his bow and let the arrow fly with all his might. It spiraled through the air, rocketing forward. Meanwhile, Fang was still charging in. The chieftain stared, stunned, as Fang prepared to strike, but just then, the arrow was right on its tail, and in a flash, it slammed right into the goblin chieftain, erupting in a blinding light. The beast let out a blood-curdling scream that echoed everywhere as its power fizzled out, completely incinerated. The glowing arrow, pulsing with insane power, pinned it to the ground. The goblin chieftain lay motionless, dead. A blue pillar of light shot up, and Jace grinned. We got it. Witnessing that insane takedown, everyone was just like, what the? Hugo's soldiers couldn't believe their eyes, all of them totally confused. It's dead? Seriously. The system message appeared. Goblin chieftain has been defeated. Goblin camp quest complete. Everyone went wild, cheering and throwing their hands in the air. We did it. Quest complete. Over on Jace's side, his notification read, you have slain the goblin chieftain. You have gained 6,740 experience points. You have the highest contribution for the Goblin Camp quest. You have gained 124 reputation points. You have met the requirements for the Goblin Camp raid. He just stood there, staring at the screen as more messages popped up. Level up. You have reached level 30. The notifications kept coming. You have reached level 30 and unlocked your class's special skill. The windows displayed, special skill unlocked. Skill sharing for summoned beast. Special skill unlocked. Spatial swap. Jace was shocked, thinking, a special skill, spatial swap? Hugo suddenly spoke up. You're the one who took down the goblin chieftain. He offered his hand gratefully. That was some damn fine work. You're Jay, right? Jace shook his hand and said, yes, Captain. They shook hands, and Hugo added, the only reason we could hit that camp without getting wrecked was all thanks to you. I'm seriously grateful. He replied humbly, it was no big deal. It was all thanks to the brave volunteers who led the charge and got the job done. He turned away, adding, get back safe. Hugo then faced the crowd and praised them. Great work, soldiers. He raised a clenched fist in victory, announcing, we've completed the mission. Let's head back to the village. Everyone below raised their hands, cheering the outcome. Yan put his hand on Lai's head, ruffling its fur with a sigh of relief. It's finally over. He finally felt safe enough to sit down and rest, then said, all right, I guess I should check out that other skill I got. Huh. A screen popped up, skill share for summoned beast, active skill type, skill level 0, proficiency 0%, cooldown 24 hours, shares one random skill with your summoned beast. Using this skill costs 20 potential points, and if you use it on a summon that already has a skill, the new skill will replace the old one. The higher the skill's proficiency, the higher the summon's skill level will be. Yan figured it out right away. I knew it. I got a skill related to potential. He frowned, thinking, I can share a skill with my summon. I should give Lai a new skill too. First, I need to check Lai's potential level. Yen turned to Lai and said, Lai's potential is still at 6. Is 100 potential points for Lai's evolution really that much? Then he said firmly, once its potential hits 20, I'm definitely going to try sharing a skill with it. Yan continued, I wanted to help it evolve after getting another 100 points, but honestly, it's probably better to share a skill with it first. He looked at the screen to see the second skill. A notification popped up, spatial swap, active skill type, skill level 0, proficiency 0%, cooldown of 3 minutes. The summoner can swap places with one of their summons. The summoner has to be safe for about half a second to a full second to activate the skill, and increasing the skill's proficiency will lower the cooldown. After reading it, he said, a little annoyed, I'm kind of bummed I didn't unlock an attack or a trapping skill, but these skills are pretty useful for close quarters combat. They're actually awesome. I'm happy with them. From behind, Harren waved and called out, Yan. He turned around when he heard her. She bowed her head slightly and said, thank you, Yan. We were only able to finish the mission because of you. Yan waved his hand dismissively. It was nothing, Harren. You did way more than your fair share. Harren replied gratefully. But without you, we never would have pulled it off. Thank you. He reached out and petted Lai's head. To be honest, this little guy did more than I did. She totally agreed, saying, yeah, Lai was a real surprise. Its close combat skills are insane. Harren walked over, petting Lai as she added, thanks for everything today, Lai. Yan noticed some figures approaching from behind. It was Rukin, Mylan, and Falcon. He thought to himself, what's this about? Are they coming over to introduce themselves? Rukin held out his hand and said, it's good to meet you. I'm Rukin. I didn't get a chance to properly introduce myself during the mission. Yan shook his hand. You too. Good to meet you. I'm Yan. The guy asked, hey Yan, you interested in starting another quest with us? Hearing that, he stroked his chin thoughtfully. A quest? Rukin added, we know about a hidden quest that's connected to the camp raid. Hearing that, Yan thought, if it's a related quest, it must be the Goblin High Priest quest. He kept thinking, I was going to ditch that quest because it was too hard, but I've leveled up a ton since the camp raid. I was already thinking about doing it anyway. Yan sized up the three of them, still thinking, but these dudes look like they're over level 50, so why would they invite us to do the High Priest quest? The level gap is way too big for them to get anything out of it. He played dumb, acting surprised as he asked, there's a related hidden quest? Even as he said it, his guard was up. I've got a bad feeling about this. Should I press them for more info? The guy replied instantly, yeah, there's a Goblin High Priest quest in the tunnel behind the camp. All we gotta do is take him out to finish the quest. He's weaker than the Goblin Chief, but I think it'll still be a tough fight for us. Rukin gestured and continued, I saw you in close combat, and it looks like you've got a really powerful summoner's artifact, so if you guys join us, we can clear this quest in no time. Yan's expression soured as he repeated the word to himself, artifact. He turned his head with a slight smirk, thinking sarcastically, look at these clowns, do they really think I summoned my creature with some summoner's artifact? Jin smirked coldly, thinking to himself, artifacts are crazy expensive, they're probably planning to jump me and score big. I get it. Then he agreed like he didn't know a thing. I get it, alright, but inside he was getting hyped. Awesome. Alright then, let's see. Music. Jin wondered for a second, should I maybe make up an excuse? Right then, the Misty Valley was still filled with black smoke from the earlier explosions. The chat window popped up, he messaged. Hey Aaron, she replied. Huh? Aaron, looking a little confused, messaged back. Why are you sending a private message? Jin held up a hand to stop her. Hold on. He raised his hand and said with a look of great interest, I really like this offer, but I gotta check with my partner first. Can you wait a minute? Rook didn't hesitate. Sure, of course. Jin turned to Aaron and asked her, Aaron, you heard Rook's offer, right? What do you think? Aaron raised a hand to scratch her head, hesitatingly answering. I think. He immediately sent a message. Aaron, I think they're trying to PK us. She messaged back, a little confused. What? PK us? Jin confirmed in his message. Yeah, it looks like they're planning to kill us during the High Priest quest. He thought to himself, to be precise, they'll be trying to kill me more than us. Aaron asked nervously. So what should we do? Jin told her what to do. Just say yes to my question from a second ago. She immediately agreed. Oh, okay. Rook stood there watching the two of them discuss. Aaron said, for sure, you guys are sharing a hidden quest with us, so there's no reason to turn down the offer. Hearing that, he gave a thumbs up and exclaimed, awesome. But in his head, Rook was laughing mockingly. What a bunch of idiots. Jin turned to look at Aaron. She messaged, so what's the plan? He replied, don't worry, I've got a plan. His eyes lit up, not from the reflection of the fire like before, but with the light of determination, willpower, and sharp cunning. Jin pictured the three of them, Rook, Millen, and Falcon, thinking of a way to trap these morons all at once. Meanwhile, on a high rock, a man was sitting leisurely. It was Mr. Lee. He stretched with satisfaction and said, the air in Ken is always so fresh. Mr. Lee was impressed. He couldn't believe this was virtual reality. The scientists who created this are amazing. He looked down at the surrounding scenery and then said with conviction, I'm going to convince the members of the hiking club to hold our next meetup in Ken. Mr. Lee put his hand in his pocket, rummaging for something, and after a moment said, here it is. He pulled out a sushi roll. Mr. Lee popped it in his mouth, chewing heartily and exclaiming, it's not a real picnic without a good sushi roll. While eating, Mr. Lee seemed to remember something and paused. That's right, I almost forgot. Then he raised his hand to summon Guff. Instantly, a circle appeared. Then the wolf materialized next to him. It was a brown wolf, and it immediately let out a loud howl. It always does that when summoned. Mr. Lee pulled a big chicken leg out of nowhere and offered it to the wolf. Here you go, Guff, eat this. It didn't hesitate and snatched it up to eat. He kept complimenting, it's so comfortable sitting up here. Suddenly, Mr. Lee froze, and he looked up, speculating out loud, that kid is probably playing this game too, huh? Mr. Lee recalled the student who had called him and wondered. His name was Jin Park, right? He frowned, putting a hand to his chin as he thought, I should have asked what his class was. There's no way he's a summoner, right? At that moment, somewhere else, in some deep, dark cave, Jin's group was fighting a horde of goblins. Aaron said, Jin, defend this side. He replied, Aaron, heal me. Rook looked over at the two of them, thinking to himself, we're finally at the end of the quest. The hidden boss, the Goblin High Priest, is about to appear, so should I get ready for the real plan? He continued to plot, while these two are dealing with the Goblin High Priest. We'll pretend to be busy, and then we'll attack these two idiots and take everything. Rook imagined all the glorious things in his head. Soon, I'll have an artifact worth millions of gold in my hands. Seeing Rook smiling with satisfaction, practically drooling, Jin thought sarcastically, look at him grinning like that, he could at least try to play it cool. The message window appeared. He messaged Aaron. The boss is going to show up soon. She asked back, so what do we do? Jin turned back to communicate with her with just a look. He messaged again, you see that spot that looks like a jail cell? If anyone takes even one step inside, the boss will spawn in 5 seconds, and then the entrance will be blocked by iron bars. Jin texted while signaling. You keep texting, we'll stay on their tail. When I give the signal, jump back quick. Got it? Jin shouted the command. Lie. Attack. Lie immediately got into a charging stance. It opened its mouth and roared, then launched a barrage of attacks at the goblins. He turned to urge Rukin. Let's pick up the pace and head in. All right. Hearing that, he immediately agreed. Yeah, of course. Rukin turned away, thinking to himself, Harin, you heard Rukin's invitation, didn't you? What do you think? I think. Over here, Jin was also thinking to himself, probably the same thing he was. This snake. Harin, Yan, you see that over there? The High Priest and 2 berserkers will spawn there. Let's move in now. Let's move in now. He looked over at Lai. All right, Lai, you take the lead. The 5 of them watched the wolf count down. 5, 4, 3, 2. As he counted, he felt like something was off. When he hit 1, Harin got ready to move. Just then, Jin suddenly grabbed her hand and yanked her back hard. A steel gate suddenly slammed down into the ground, and he pulled her into an embrace, quickly dodging to the side. That steel gate crashed down, separating the 2 areas and creating a deafening boom as dust flew everywhere. Rukin stood on the other side, his hand on the gate, confused. Harin, Yan, what are you guys doing? Why didn't you come in? Turns out, he was the one who made the steel gate drop. Jin smirked. Why? You're seriously asking me why? He snapped his fingers and continued. I knew you guys were planning to PK us and steal my summoner's artifact. His face was a mask of shock. What? He thought in a panic. How did he know? Jin covered his mouth, speaking sarcastically. So I have 0 reason to go along with your little plan. You 3 have fun in there. Suddenly, Rukin's expression shifted, and he sneered. You idiot, you don't get it at all. You can't escape from here either. He stuck his tongue out to taunt him. The quest says returning outside is impossible, unless the boss monster is killed or all party members are wiped out. After we kill the High Priest and these bars lift, it's going to be your funeral, real soon. But Jin didn't seem to care at all, just bursting out laughing. Haha, thanks for the heads up. He shouted a command, Lai, get him. Lai immediately lunged forward, unleashing attacks on the 3 of them. A notification window popped up. Summoned Beast Lai inflicts a critical hit on Men. Men's health drops by 1,977, 32% of his total health. Rukin was stunned and immediately drew his sword. What the hell? It attacked relentlessly. The display kept updating. Maul is now bleeding and will take 215 damage per second for 10 seconds. He gritted his teeth and cursed, totally pissed. This damn mutt. That seemed to be enough, Jin said. Unsummon. Suddenly, goblins appeared behind Rukin. He said in shock. What? No way. Rukin was filled with fear and horror, gritting his teeth in fury. You bastard. The goblin chief was already dead, but now it was reappearing with 2 other giant goblins. They flashed savage grins at Rukin. Full of rage, he turned back to glare at Jin and declared, You son of a b times st. You think we can't kill the boss just because of this? After we kill the boss and the bars lift, you're next. Hearing that, he calmly sat down and casually replied, I don't think you guys can pull it off. Rukin, filled with resentment, gripped the steel bars and cursed, Damn you. Behind him, hordes of goblins kept appearing. A notification suddenly popped up. Quest boss has been summoned. Instantly, the goblins had fully spawned. Rukin ordered, Deal with these boss monsters first. We'll handle that bastard later. Fain agreed through the pain. Damn it. Fine. Meanwhile, Jin was just casually sitting there, whistling and cleaning out his ear. Rukin gritted his teeth and sneered at him. Let's see how calm you are in a little bit. Then he leaned on his knees and asked, Has any third-rate villain ever actually succeeded after dropping a line like that? Harin turned to Jin, a little worried, and asked, Are they going to be okay? He looked back at her and said, If you're so worried, you should go help them. Harin asked back, Help them? Inside, Rukin was relentlessly swinging his sword at the goblins. 2 axes clashed with a loud clang. Millen was also desperately fending off a goblin's non-stop attacks. They kept attacking, and Rukin used both his sword and shield to block. By now, he was seriously pissed, swinging his sword to counter the goblin attacking him. The goblin chief stood in the back, raising its staff and chanting something. The goblin that had just been hit in the chest snarled in rage, glaring daggers at him. Seizing the small opening, Rukin yelled to the others, We need to get the High Priest before he finishes that spell. Feyen replied, Leave it to me. Fen immediately threw his dart, which flew forward like the wind. It slammed directly into the goblin chief, making him scream in pain. Rukin rolled his eyes, a slight smirk on his face as he thought, This should be enough. Suddenly, a voice rang out, Berserker's Blessing. Now the 2 goblins that had just been hit stood straight up, a powerful energy radiating from them. The notification popped up again. Berserker's Blessing has been activated. The combat power of the downed goblins increased by 35%. It was Haran who cast it. Rukin was completely shocked. Ah, what is this? This is the blessing of the wind. She was holding her staff high in her hand. The staff radiated a powerful blue light. He snapped. You bitch, are you buffing the monsters? The notification windows kept popping up. Blessing of the wind has been activated. The dexterity of the downed goblins increased by 42%. When she was done, Haran turned to Jin Sung and asked, how's that? He replied, since you're at it, can you bless their strength too? Ditch the buffs, just heal the whole crew. Without hesitation, she raised her staff again, smiling slightly. Why not? Seeing this, Rukin, Milan, and Fen screamed in horror, no, for God's sake, don't. And just like that, the notification window popped up again. Mission failed. The three of them could only weep internally. Night fell, and the stars shone brightly in the sky. Haran sat on her mount while Jin Sung walked beside it, and they made their way back to the city. He looked at his screen and thought to himself, those idiots left behind some pretty sweet items. Jin Sung turned to her and said, all right, let's hit the auction house and sell this stuff. Haran, leaning against the mount, said a bit shyly, thanks, Yan. Because of you, I was able to complete the quest and get these valuable items. Jin Sung waved his hand humbly. It was nothing. You did great too, Haran. In his head, he thought, but who knew the High Priest would actually give us his expensive necklace? The necklace appeared in his thoughts as Jin Sung continued, splitting, it stings a little, but I got plenty of other items, so it's not really a loss. He then pictured an excited Haran in his mind, raising her hand and shouting, more, hit them harder. Jin Sung scratched his head and chuckled to himself. Man, I had no idea Haran could get that hyped. Well, all's well that ends well. He turned to her and said, hey, let's get going to the auction house. In a flash, they were at the auction house, where the buyer handed over a bag of money, saying, here's the payment. He happily took it, thinking, I knew it. Scored a huge haul. The screen displayed, received 660,000 gold. Jin Sung held up a gold coin and calculated. After subtracting the auction house fees, the total comes to 660,000 gold. He then turned around, remembering something. Jin Sung held up a stone in his hand and asked, what's this stone? It's one of the items those PKers dropped. He fiddled with it in his hand. It's kind of warm, so maybe it's a hand warmer for the winter. The item description just says unknown, and it seems like a waste to just toss it. As he was talking, Haran called out from behind him, waving, Yan, I got enough groceries for dinner. Jin Sung called back, Haran. He held out his hand cheerfully and said, all right then, let's go finish this quest. She immediately agreed. Okay. The night scene was beautiful, with the bright moonlight shining down on the city's houses. Seeing the two of them enter, Lapierre greeted them, Yan, welcome back. Your contribution was incredible. Jin Sung replied, thanks. Notification windows popped up. Quest complete. You were the highest contributor for this quest. Completion rank, SS. Received 56,700 gold. Received 144,200 experience points. Level up. You have reached level 32. Level up. You have reached level 33. Level up. You have reached level 34. He looked at the notifications and couldn't help but celebrate internally. That's a ton of experience points, and the gold reward is pretty hefty too. Haran saw her results too and winked boastfully, hey Yan, I leveled up to 46. Jin Sung immediately praised her. Oh, congratulations. As if remembering something, he lightly touched his lips and said, oh right, by the way, Commander. The man replied, what is it? Jin Sung held up the necklace and continued, actually, I ran into the Goblin High Priest behind the barracks. Lapierre immediately praised him. Well, look at that, you even managed to kill the Goblin High Priest. Oh, fantastic. The notification window popped up again. Quest complete. Completion rank, B+. Received 674,200 experience points. Level up. You have reached level 35. Seeing this, Jin Sung was thrilled, thinking to himself, sweet, another level up. He turned and said, I'm impressed. The Guard Corps has been searching for the Goblin High Priest for a few months now. How did you find him? He laughed and waved his hand humbly. I just got lucky. Hearing that, Lapierre immediately disagreed. No, it couldn't have been just luck. Then, a rolled-up scroll appeared in his hand. Lapierre continued, you've earned this. Ian looked at it, surprised, and asked, what's this, a letter? As he opened it, a brilliant golden light flashed in his eyes, startling him. A notification window popped up. You have received a letter of recommendation for the Kingdom of Lucipon's mercenary qualification test. Ian realized it was the quest completion reward. Lapierre handed it to him and said, with this, you can take the mercenary qualification test for the Kingdom of Lucipon. You have to take the test in Muran. I can see you have great potential. Taking the letter, he replied cheerfully. Thanks a lot, Commander. I'll definitely be there. Then he thought to himself, I should take the test when I need to go to Muran. He took out another letter and offered it to Harin. I'm giving you one of these too. Please use your strength to forge a future for the kingdom of Lucipan. She took it and agreed. You got it. Harin then turned to ask him, but Ian, do you know what this recommendation letter is? Ian replied, yeah. If you take this to the mercenary guild in Muran, you can take the mercenary qualification test. She asked curiously. Muran, he explained. There are 5 continents in Sen. The ones currently open are Kalinaru, where we are now, and a recently opened place called Melika. In a grand hall, soldiers stood around while a king sat in the middle. Guards stood on both sides. Ian continued. On the continent of Kalinaru, there are 2 major kingdoms, one of which is the kingdom of Lucipan with its capital, Moran, named after the kingdom's heroes. Oh, I get it now, Harin replied. Thanks for letting me know. He stroked his chin, thinking to himself, I don't have a reason to go to Muran before level 50. She added, Can I ask one more thing? Harin asked, What's the benefit of taking the mercenary qualification test? Ian answered, If you pass the test and get the mercenary title, you can get quests from NPCs more easily. You also get a lot of benefits from the mercenary guild. He raised his hand and continued, Depending on your melee skills, you get different ranks for your title, which sounds pretty sweet. After hearing that, she exclaimed, Wow, I'm just going to be cooking for a while, so I don't think I'll need it. Ian asked, Cooking. In her head, she imagined herself bustling around, happily cooking with cutting boards and pans all around her. Just cooking, and this too. After thinking, she raised her hand decisively and said, That's right, I plan to go back and train my cooking skills until I get stuck on the main cooking quest again. Hearing this, Ian silently confirmed that cooking seemed to be the most important thing in the world to Harin. I don't know about other things, but Harin's cooking level is definitely top tier. He looked helplessly at Lai and continued to think. Just the fact that Harin's food boosts Lai's stats is proof enough. Ian remembered being in the real world, eating a sandwich and thinking, even looking through all the community forums, I've never heard of anyone getting a stat buff from eating. He acknowledged in his head that her food must be really special. Ian shyly scratched the back of his head and asked, Hey Harin, can I ask you something about your proficiency in the chef class? Who knows how many dishes she's sold, she replied cheerfully. Sure, though I was planning on keeping it a secret. My proficiency level? Harin held up one finger and said confidently, It's high grade level 1. She continued, I need to learn more high-tier skills quickly. Ian was shocked and thought, even for the most popular crafting classes like blacksmith, the highest proficiency I've ever heard of is high grade level 3. He continued thinking, to reach such a high level in the cooking class, Harin must be one of the best. Ian raised his hand proudly and said, I'll be rooting for you. I heard it's really hard to raise proficiency in crafting classes. Harin, you're seriously amazing. He added, if you need any help, just let me know. Hearing Ian's support and praise, she said shyly, Thanks a lot. Ian, you promise, right? Ian tapped his head lightly, smiled brightly, and replied, Of course. Then he thought, Did I say something? A notification window appeared. Harin has sent you a friend request. He looked at it with great interest. As Ian hit accept, he said, I'll add you as a friend right now. Harin replied, Thanks, Ian. She then pulled out a gift box from somewhere, her eyes filled with gratitude. Ian, this is a gift for you. Ian took it and asked, What's this? Harin replied shyly, I made this while I was waiting for you. Lapierre, standing to the side, saw this and turned away with a smile. He opened it, and inside were some incredibly delicious-looking slices of beef. Ian said joyfully, Thank you. Then he thought, Harin is a total angel. She saw that and beamed, thinking, I hope he doesn't get the wrong idea. Jinsung couldn't hide his happiness and added, I'm gonna enjoy this. Harin waved her hand dismissively. It's nothing compared to how you helped me. Then Harin said goodbye to him. Well, I gotta bounce. I've been logged on for way too long, so I got some stuff to handle. Jinsung replied, Catch you later, Harin. After saying goodbye, she slowly faded away, and Jinsung smiled and waved. Then, he pulled up his screen and said, All right, let's see. I've got another 5 hours before I have to crash. I leveled up way faster than I expected today. Should I grab a bite and then hop back on? Jinsung debated, wondering if he should order some chicken to treat himself. The next morning arrived. He was riding on Lai's back, tearing forward at full speed. Jinsung looked rushed, urging, Let's go, faster. We're running out of time. Jinsung thought to himself, Man, Lai is slower than I remember. Looking out from up high, he spotted a boat docked nearby. Jinsung pointed. Over there, Lai. he yelled. Get to the port. I'll show you the way. Jin Sung quickly thought, I've been here before, but it's been a while, so I don't really remember the route. He confirmed his plan, thinking, if I want to catch an ice golem, I have to get to the Abyssal Island. The two of them quickly reached the port. Jin Sung pointed again. That way, Lai, just head straight for it. But by the time they got there, the boat was already leaving the dock, and he panicked. Oh, no. The ship. No, I have to get on it. Jin Sung tensed up, gritting his teeth as he stared at the ship. He kept pushing. Go, Lai. We can't let it get too far. The wolf gathered its power and launched itself off the ground, its shadow soaring into the sky. Everyone on the boat stared in amazement, but the ship was suddenly too far away. Lai wasn't going to make it. Jin Sung yelled in panic. It's too far. Without a second thought, he stood up and leaped off Lai's back. Since there was still a small gap, Jin Sung pushed off. The wolf panicked, looking like it was about to fall into the ocean. He immediately unsummoned it, and Lai was safely recalled without getting hurt. After landing safely on the boat, Jin Sung straightened his clothes and breathed a sigh of relief. Just in time. What a beautiful day. Everyone on the ship was staring, completely dumbfounded. He turned and scratched his head, unsure of what to say. Jin Sung thought, I'm not used to this kind of ship. Couldn't they have gotten a better one? Suddenly, a voice said, Hey there. A man was walking up behind him. You wouldn't happen to be a summoner, would you? Hearing that, he turned around and was a little surprised to see 4 people staring at him. Jin Sung answered cautiously, Yeah, why are you asking? The man chuckled, I knew it. Then it dawned on him, and he thought, Hold on, now that I look, they're the only other party on this ship. One of them started to say, Well, it's just. He immediately thought, Are they about to PK me? Jin Sung instantly went on guard, summoning his staff. Music. The person continued, It's just. Suddenly, his eyes widened as the group rushed toward him, all talking over each other. That dog you were riding. No, that wolf. What kind was it? They bombarded him with questions. You're a summoner, right? How did you get such a sick wolf? It's huge and looks so cool. Can I pet it? Can you summon it again? Jin Sung quickly hid his staff behind his back, thinking, I totally got the wrong idea. He let out a sigh of relief. Looks like these guys are just fans of Lai. I was on edge for no reason. The ship continued to sail across the ocean. Jin Sung asked, Are you guys heading to the Abyssal Island for a quest? Turns out the man who greeted him was named H. The girl next to him in the big hat was L, and there was a hooded woman standing with them. He held out his hand and said, Yeah, those two are mages, and we're helping them with their ice magic quest. H asked, Are you heading there for a quest too? L added, Is there some kind of summoner quest on the Abyssal Island? After the barrage of questions, he bowed his head slightly and said, Sorry, I'm just really curious. Jin Sung chuckled and waved it off. It's cool. H continued, Honestly, I'm super interested in the summoner class. One of my buddies, a guy named Lauren, is also a summoner. He hesitated for a moment before continuing. But that friend of mine just found a summoned beast egg. Do you know anything about them? Then, an egg appeared in H's hand. A summoned beast egg. He stared at it, thinking, A summoned beast egg? Jin Sung saw it and asked, What is that? H replied, You don't know about these? They said they found it in the nest of some golden beast, but it hasn't hatched yet. That's all I know. Jin Sung replied, I get it. He crossed his arms, thinking about the different monsters. The golden beast's turf shows up in the latter half of level 20, so this Lauren dude hasn't even hit level 30 yet. A summon's egg, so a thing like that actually exists? I gotta look into this more later. Even for boss-level monsters you can't tame. If I could just snatch one of their eggs, I could use it as a summon. Huh. Jin Sung stroked his chin, thinking to himself, Sounds dope. I better watch my back. The boat sliced through wave after wave. Waves smashed against the hull, kicking up white spray. Up ahead, an island emerged from the thick mist, and floating icebergs appeared in the water. Jin Sung stared, his eyes wide, and said, We've arrived at the Abyssal Island. The boat quickly pulled up to the island, nudging against an iceberg before stopping. Everyone disembarked. Lucky shivered and said, This is my first time on the Abyssal Island, but something about this place gives me the creeps, and it's covered in ice, so it's crazy cold. The guy next to him, chattering his teeth, replied, I feel you, man. I'm about to freeze my butt off. Jin Sung wasn't having a much better time either. He wrapped his arms around himself, shivering and thinking, I've been here before, but it's still a pretty mysterious place. Jin Sung glanced over, wondering, should I have layered up more? They waved. We're heading this way. If we run into each other again, let's team up. He waved back. Good luck on your quest. They all agreed to meet up later at the wolf's den. Then Jin Sung turned and said, Should we get a move on? He and Lai stood on a high vantage point, scouting the area below, which was crawling with rugged, fierce-looking ice monsters. Jin Sung saw them and said, "Sweet, looks like we found a good grinding spot." He sat down, leaning against Lai, and added, "Time to get to work, huh? Let's get ready." Jin Sung dug through his bag, looking for the lunch Heron packed for him. He pulled out a meatball and held it up, asking, "Lai, you want a piece of this?" Lai looked up excitedly and immediately snatched it from Jin Sung's hand. A notification popped up. Summon Lai has consumed 1 meatball. For 40 minutes, health is up by 100 and dexterity is up by 20. He saw that and cheered, "Whoa, you got a full 20 points in dexterity? I didn't even know you could get a dexterity buff. Is the duration doubled, too?" Jin Sung held out another meatball in his palm, wondering if he should try one. Before he could even finish the thought, he quickly pinched his nose, recoiling from the smell of raw meat. Jin Sung remembered how she had gestured that he couldn't eat it, warning him, "That's for Lai, it's only for summons." He figured that's why she told him to give it to Lai. Then Jin Sung opened the lunchbox Haran had packed for him, and the meat inside looked amazing. He said, "Guess I'll eat this instead." He couldn't stop saying how good it was while he ate. In a flash, Jin Sung had devoured everything, lying back with a hand on his belly and a look of pure satisfaction. That was insane. So freaking good. A notification popped up. "You have eaten premium lean meat. For 1 hour, your health increases by 500 and your defense increases by 30. Seeing that, he remarked, "Damn, the buff is way better than the meatballs." Another notification appeared. "You have consumed a high-grade food item for the first time. All stats will permanently increase by 3. Jin Sung was shocked. What the hell? He stared at the message and muttered, "A permanent stat increase?" Jin Sung instantly commanded his status window to open, and the screens popped up. Player info, Ian, level 35. Experience, 179,540 out of 700,000. That's 25.64%. Race, human. Class, summoner. Taming Master. Title, Master Hunter. HP, 2,955. Strength, 67 plus 15. Dexterity, 100, 2 plus 12. Intellect, 52 plus 25. Stamina, 70 plus 40. Charisma, 67. Taming, 100, 8. Leadership, 105. Mana, 1,750. Fame, 75,336. If fame drops below 0, you become an outlaw. He did the math in his head. A total of 7 different stats all went up by 3. That means I gained 21 stat points. If you convert that to levels, that's like leveling up 4 times. Jin Sung thought of Haran. He gave a grateful thumbs up. Haran is awesome, but his expression quickly shifted to a sly grin. I should totally hit Haran up for more food. With that thought, Jin Sung got up and called to Lai. "All right, Lai, let's go hunt some big ice monsters." Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Lucipeo, the figures of 3 people materialized. Onlookers started whispering, "Why are those dudes just sitting in the street? Are they homeless or something? You lose all your gear and items when you die. They must have gotten wiped and had to wait 24 hours to log back in. Looks like they failed a quest." It was Rukin, Milan, and Falson's crew. Rukin hung his head in humiliation as he listened to the jeers. All 3 of them looked grim, stewing in their regret. "My Lizard Raider armor. That stuff was expensive as hell. My Halios necklace was a tier 3 rare item." Rukin cried out in frustration. "At least you guys had some items you could keep. I'm left with jack squat. I couldn't unequip any gear and lost everything." He remembered Gino and Haran cursing. "Those 2 bastards that PK'd us, they've got to be weak. If we hadn't fallen for their trap, they'd be the ones taking the L." He stood up, pointing his finger and declaring fiercely, "I'll show you what happens when you mess with our crew. You won't be able to do a damn thing. Starting today, I'm not letting you set foot in this place ever again." Meanwhile, with Jin, after he and Lai fought the ice monsters, Jin let out a sigh, feeling pretty wiped. After grinding for 10 hours, he turned and said, "Let's take a break. What do you say, Lai?" The 2 of them found a spot nearby to sit down and rest. Jin pulled out another meatball, asking Lai if he wanted it. Its eyes lit up with hunger, so he tossed it up. "Here you go." Lai quickly snatched it out of the air. It looked up in satisfaction, making a sound like it was humming a tune. He chuckled softly, "You're something else." Then Jin pulled out another one and said, "You're a big guy, but this thing is tiny. You probably need another one, right?" It stared, drooling a river. But instead of eating it, it pushed it back towards him with its paw. Jin looked at it, surprised. "What? You're full already." Lai immediately shook its head, as if to say that wasn't it. He realized what was happening and patted its head. "Oh, you want me to have it? You're too kind, Lai, thinking of me too." It's okay. This one's yours. I'll eat something else. Jin brought up the screen, speaking. Let's see the stats on these ice golems. The screen showed Lai and 2 ice monsters. He continued. These 2 are both level 37. I should capture 1 more to make use of my command points. Jin looked on and added, these 2 are pretty big compared to the rest, but I still feel like something's missing. He looked up and turned to Lai, realizing he needed another one that could evolve like Lai. Jin stood up and instructed, all right, let's rest a bit more, Lai. We've already spent a lot of time here. There's no way we can't catch a better one, right? On the ice island, countless monsters were roaming around. Jin and Lai hid behind an iceberg, watching. Suddenly, his face filled with astonishment as he looked up. He spotted one with a golden name, a golden ice golem. It was definitely bigger than the rest of them. He exclaimed, looks like Lady Luck is on my side today. Jin waved his hand and commanded, Lai, go get it. Before he could finish, a green turtle suddenly rushed out from nowhere. He asked, full of curiosity, what's that? Jin commanded an information check. The info panel appeared. Abyss Turtle, level 30, unique rank. He thought, an Abyss Turtle? Never heard of it before. Jin looked again and thought, wait, unique rank? He put a hand to his mouth, pondering. This turtle looks pretty useless, but it's kinda cute with that big head. I wonder if it has any combat skills. Quickly dismissing the thought, Jin summoned his divine staff and decided, whatever, I'll just catch it. I have a feeling it's something special and rare. It's an unknown species with a unique title. I can't let you get away. Then he saw something that made him hesitate. But what's that? Jin thought. It looks like if I hit it just once, it'll keel over and die. How does it even fit that big head into its shell? He raised his staff and said, let's see. Jin lightly tapped the turtle's shell. It was immediately startled and stood up, and in less than a second, it zipped right into its shell. He looked on, completely baffled. Jin wondered, can I just capture it now? He raised his hand to cast, capture. Bright red notification bars popped up. Capture failed, capture failed. He pulled his hand back in surprise and said, what the hell? It can't be captured. Jin raised his staff, deciding he had to lower its health first. He hit it with the staff. A notification panel displayed. You attacked the Abyss Turtle. HP decreased by 1. Seeing that, he said, that was a pretty light hit. Then Jin swung his staff high for a stronger blow, and the notification panel appeared again. You attacked the Abyss Turtle. Damage dealt. 1. The notification bar kept showing the same message. By now, he was getting tired, wondering in confusion. Even though I'm hitting it pretty hard, it's only losing 1 HP. What the hell is this? Out of options, Jin turned to Lai and said, Lai, bite it. Receiving the command, Lai immediately lunged forward. It held the turtle down with its paws and opened its mouth to bite it. The notification panel appeared again. You attacked the Abyss Turtle. Damage dealt. 1. He was stunned, wondering, damn, what's its defense stat? Jin knelt down, looking at it and thinking, what should I do now? Suddenly, his eyes lit up. I've got it. Jin then took out the meatball to try and lure it out. He said in a soft voice, hey little turtle, this is really tasty. You'll regret it if you don't come out. It then slowly poked its big head out. Jin exclaimed, nice, it's working. He put the piece of meat down, saying, if you want to eat, then crawl over here. The turtle immediately crawled over without a second thought. Seeing that, he said, that's right, good boy. It got there in a flash, opening its mouth to grab the meat, its face full of excitement. But then Jax snatched the meat back, and the turtle's anger was obvious. He said, you want this, then follow me. Jax kept tempting it. Follow me, and I'll give you even better stuff to eat. Don't you want that? As he spoke, he opened his other hand to show a few more pieces of meat and said, this stuff ain't cheap. But with a sly look in his eyes, Jax said, if you make a deal with me, all of this will be yours. The turtle saw the meat and its face lit up. A flash of light burst out as Jax gave the capture command, clenching his fist. All right. The notification window popped up. You have successfully captured an Abyss Turtle. Jax looked at the screen and teased, man. Catching this goofy turtle was harder than trying to pick up a supermodel. Then he was suddenly surprised, his eyes widening as he said, what is this? Jax thought to himself, it can evolve. The status window appeared. Abyss Turtle, level 30. HP 3520. Mana 1005. Attack 15. Defense 725. Dexterity 5. Intelligence 55. Grade, unique. Trait, naive. Evolvable, default skill. Water Absorb, absorbs all damage from water-type skills and recovers HP equal to the damage taken. Each time it absorbs an attack with its shell, its defense increases by 5 points. It's a resident of the Abyssal Island and only appears once every few hundred years. Because of its big head, it moves pretty slow. Jax looked at it, his face beaming with joy. I knew I'd find something sick. He couldn't stop gushing. This is amazing. Then he suddenly noticed something and said in alarm, "Hold on, what is this?" he said, startled. "Why are its stats so weird? Only its defense is high, and its special skill adds another 5 points of armor." Jax put his hands on his hips and added, "Its armor is higher than a level 100 monster's. No wonder I was hitting it forever and only did 1 point of damage." He kept looking at the screen to check its hidden potential stats. What the hell? 5 points in dexterity. Jax was totally confused. What? Its hidden potential stat is 0, and it has 10 points in charm, which makes no sense. Jax turned away and sighed. I guess my only hope is that this thing can evolve later on. But then his confidence returned and he said, "Yeah, who knows what it'll turn into after it evolves." Then, he raised his hand to summon it. The turtle slowly materialized. A notification popped up. AB's turtle has been summoned for the first time. Please set a name. Jax stroked his chin thoughtfully. A name, huh? After a moment, he smiled and pointed at it. Oh, I know. Your name will be Pookie. The turtle immediately got angry, clearly not liking the name. The notification updated. Pookie does not like its name. He was a little flustered. What do you mean? Pookie is a cute name. But then he got a little offended and snapped at the turtle. What? You don't like it? You've got to be kidding me. Your name is Pookie from now on. After some bickering, Jax and Lycan were back on the huge iceberg, watching. He turned and commanded, Lycan, it's hunting time. Instantly, Lycan shot down, attacking the monster with a golden nameplate. Seeing Lycan dive in, the monster swung its fist straight down, but Lycan dodged it. The punch slammed into the ground, creating a massive impact. As if provoked, Lycan opened its mouth to reveal its sharp fangs and let out a huge roar. After the roar, Lycan lunged forward, striking the monster's head. The ice golem gritted its teeth in pain, staggering from each of Lycan's blows. Jax narrowed his eyes and praised, That's it, you're doing great. Just keep wearing it down. The monster, as if provoked, turned around and shot a fierce glare at Lycan. Jax thought, I have a bad feeling about this. It clenched its jaw, its eyes full of rage, and then it smirked. It stood up straight and raised one leg in front of Lycan. Jax realized, it's Ice Wave. It's trying to cast that skill. He yelled, Lycan, dodge it. Get away from there. The ice monster slammed its foot down hard, crushing everything and creating intense waves of ice. Luckily, Lycan managed to dodge the stomp just in time. Jax yelled again, Lycan, jump up. He glanced at the monster and thought, since it just used that skill, it'll be on cooldown for a bit. Jax seized the opportunity, bending his knees and launching himself high into the air, thinking, this is my chance. A victorious smirk appeared on his face. In the next moment, his powerful jump carried him right over the monster's head. Jax looked down, diving straight towards its eye. The mystic rod in his hand immediately lit up, radiating an insane amount of power. The monster was caught off guard and distracted by the light. Seeing his opening, he slammed the rod straight into the monster's head. Its eye exploded, and the monster roared in agony. Jin and Lai landed safely, watching it reel from his blow. Jin yelled, Now Lai, attack. With killer looks in their eyes, they both rushed in, launching a critical strike against it. Jin gave the capture command. A notification popped up, you have successfully captured an ice golem. After it was done, he sat down, propping his hands on the ground and letting out a sigh of relief. It took forever to finally catch a good one. The info panel appeared, Ice Golem level 38, HP 5450, Mana 1275, Attack 205, Defense 315, Dexterity 66, Intelligence 12,525. A common grade golem, docile nature, can evolve. Default skill. Ice Wave, it stomps its foot, creating a freezing wave within a 50-foot radius. All targets hit will take 50% of its attack power as damage and have their speed reduced by 30% for 10 days. Frozen Body. When in a snow or ice region, all stats are increased by 30%. However, it takes double damage from fire-type attacks. A creature from the deep. Jin looked at the screen. Its hidden potential was already 75. Totally worth the effort. He turned to Lai and said, Okay, we're all set now. Then he suddenly asked, where's that turtle? After searching for a bit, Jin found it. There you are. He picked it up. The turtle was still munching on a fish. Jin thought to himself, it took me almost 2 days to catch this golem. I should probably head back, he thought. That's right. Next up is Cropia Snow Mountain. The scene changes to the Cropia Forge. Inside the castle, Haran was busy cooking, humming a tune to herself. She wiped the sweat from her forehead. Phew, did it work this time? A delicious-looking dish appeared. A notification popped up. You have successfully made creamy lobster. A very appetizing plate of creamy lobster appeared. Haran cheered. I did it. She held up the lobster dish, smiling from ear to ear. If I had been a little more careful, this could probably sell for almost 10,000 gold. Feeling a bit tired, Haran scratched her head and said, I should probably take a break, huh? But her idea of a break was to taste the food. Haran took a bite and exclaimed to herself, Whoa, this is better than I expected. My proficiency has been shooting up ever since I started cooking in the forge's kitchen. Then she wondered, I wonder what Ian is doing right now. Haran pulled up her message screen and typed, Ian. She sent another message, I'm cooking in the Forge Palace. I just finished up. Jin messaged back, You mean the Turpin Forge Palace? Haran replied, That's right, I'm at Turpin. He responded, Got it, Haran. She sensed something was off and asked, What's up? Did something happen? Jin chuckled lightly. Well, could you actually do me a favor? She was a little suspicious, thinking to herself, Ian needs my help? Ian messaged again, I'm about to head to the northern region and was hoping to get some of your food. Haran, relieved it wasn't anything serious, replied, Oh, that's easy. I just made a ton of food anyway. Where should we meet? After a moment, Haran messaged back, All right, got it. We'll meet there. She put a hand to her chin and thought, It's a good thing, Ian asked. There's no way I could eat all this food by myself. I'll be seeing him soon. Suddenly, Haran blushed and covered her face. It's not like I wanted to see him or anything. It's just because he asked for a favor. Back in reality, Jin sat in front of his computer and said, Let's see if there's any good intel today. A notification popped up on his computer screen, catching him by surprise. What's this? New info about summoners has been discovered. Jin clicked to check it out. The screen showed a news report featuring a reporter and a girl holding an orange fox. The interviewer's voice came on. Is this the wolf that's been attracting so many summoners to Calipus Hill? Yes, that's right. I call him Coco. The reporter commented, That's a really cute name. I hear that Coco is different from others of his kind. Is that right? She replied, That's correct. If you look at his info, you can see a line that says he can evolve. Hearing that, he spat out the water he was drinking. Jin was stunned. What? The info about evolvable summons has finally been leaked. He rested his chin on his hand, thinking out loud. Well, it was only a matter of time. And I'm actually glad they're just finding out now. Jin pictured the main town, thinking, There are countless summoner players now. It was only a matter of time before they figured out that summons could evolve. He chewed on his spoon and continued, But without the training skill, it's damn hard to evolve them. There's probably no other summon like Lai anyway. Jin waited a bit, but nothing else came up. Guess there's no other info, huh? Suddenly, he said, A unique rank monster. A brown bear appeared on the screen. It was baring its fangs and growling like crazy. The first unique grade beast ever captured. Jinung put his arms behind his back, still chewing on something, and said, The Shadow Syndicate already got one of these. He let out a sigh and added, Catching it at level 23 means he most likely got help from his guild or some friends. Jinung stretched his arms and said, All right, time to go check on Pipaji. Back in town, Jinung ran into Haley, who was hugging a bag almost as big as her. Jinung looked on, a bit concerned. Isn't this a little much, Haley? And you're only charging me for the ingredients? Are you sure this isn't too much trouble? She clasped her hands together, her eyes filled with sincere gratitude. Don't worry about it. Compared to the quest you helped me with and that necklace, this is nothing. He peeked inside the bag and blurted out, Whoa, it looks like there's some super expensive stuff in here too. I want to dig in right now. Jinung added with a slight smile, Thanks a lot. I don't know how I can ever repay you, Haley. Haley hesitated for a moment, then her eyes lit up with a mischievous smile. Actually, could you help me with two things? Jinung glanced over and replied, Sure, name it. Haley said shyly, The first favor is, when you're hunting in the northern region, if you see any of the ingredients on this list, could you please grab them for me? Jinung agreed right away. Oh, yeah, I can do that. Haley continued, And the second favor is, he looked at her, thinking to himself, What's up? She's acting kind of weird. I wonder what she's going to ask for. Jinung stroked his chin, waiting to hear the rest. I hope it's not something that'll take away from my grinding time, Haley said. Help me with an upcoming class project. He heard that and was a little confused. She continued. When I asked Evan, he told me you go to Westwood University. Jinung replied, Yeah, that's right. I'm a freshman there. He thought to himself, Something for school. Does she mean she needs my help in real life? Haley explained, I'm a sophomore in the culinary arts program at Westwood University. Jinung replied, I get it. He thought to himself. Same university, and she's an upperclassman. Haley shyly touched her neck and said, You like good food, right? I was really hoping you could try all of my dishes and tell me which one is the best. The class I'm taking is about creating original recipes. So, before she could finish, he put a hand to his mouth and said, "Oh, so I just have to eat it and tell you if it's good or not." Haley replied, her expression full of sincerity and trust. "Exactly. You'll definitely help me, right?" Jinung's face was still bright red with embarrassment. After they parted ways, he went off to the side, thinking with his hand on his chin. What's this all about? Why would Haley ask me of all people? Doesn't she have any friends? Jinung pictured her fighting the goblins and thought, I guess it's because her playstyle is so out there that people don't really hang with her. The town looked beautiful under the bright sunlight. He thought with determination. All right, from now on, I'm focusing on getting gear. Jinung pulled up all his status windows and said, this next regional quest is pretty dangerous and there's not a lot of intel on it. I gotta make sure I have the best gear possible before I go. He kept going back and forth, unable to decide. Ooh, this one's sick. I'll just buy it. Nah, not this one. Jinung grinned happily. I bought everything I need. Now I just need a weapon. He brought his hand back to the screen and kept looking. I wonder if there are any bows like that wild type one I bought before. Just as I expected, there aren't any high damage bows available at my level. Jinung continued. There aren't any bows that can buff my summons. Should I broaden my search? He looked at one particular item with curiosity. The screen displayed Iron Gauntlets of the Ancient Summoner. Jinung was stunned. This skill reminded him of that frozen island. Biting, desolate winds howled. A golem stomped its foot, and a wave of ice shot out. Jinung and Leifi moved past it. He gave the order, I'll take the front, you get its back. At that moment, large goblins appeared up ahead, furiously swinging their fists. A massive punch came crashing down, right where he stood, but Jinung dodged it just in time. A notification popped up. Weak point detection has been activated. A discovered weak point will increase accuracy by 198 and critical hit rate by 23.5% when attacking the weak point. You deal an additional 97% damage. The iron gauntlets immediately materialized on his hands. Jinung muttered with anticipation, I'm counting on you. I dropped 900,000 gold for you. His gaze was firm and resolute. Let's go. Jinung leaped high into the air with his new iron gauntlets. The system announced a weakness detected, and the goblin looked stunned as he rushed in. A critical punch slammed right into the goblin's body. It screamed out in agony. The power of the iron gauntlets was insane, radiating astonishing strength. Jinung looked at the gauntlets in admiration, thinking they were worth every penny, and it was a damn good thing he bought them. The display showed the ancient summoner's gauntlets, with combat power from 225 to 2,305, durability of 314, and a plus 20 to health, plus 15% dexterity. Level 40, bare fist classification, hero rank, and a minimum required level of 38. Its inherent abilities increase all summoned beasts' health by 10%, combat power by 25%, and critical damage by 55%. When the player takes a critical hit, an inherent ability from a summoned beast will activate, though physical abilities are not triggered. A weapon used by the second ancient summon, capable of affecting other summoned beasts. Jinung said, looking at it again, I still love this thing. Its passive skills are awesome. If it's random, does that include PPG too? So that means if it activates, I'll also. A notification popped up, shell retreat, defense multiplied by 5. A golem suddenly appeared behind Jinung, who looked around and said, good thing there's that restriction on physical traits. Seriously, he wondered if he should use the new skill he just got. Just then, the goblin opened its mouth and let out a vicious roar. Jinung then used Space Swap, instantly dodging the goblin's attack. The goblin's club smashed right into the golem's head, making blood spurt out as a notification window appeared. The summoned beast's slap took 1,375 damage from the ice goblin. Watching them go at it from the side, he remarked, it worked. Jinung said, damn, even slap took over 1,000 damage. A level 60 ice goblin is really something else. He then summoned his iron gauntlets, adding, I gotta take it down before it has a chance to heal. A critical punch landed square on the goblin's body. Swirls of energy erupted. The notification bar displayed, you have dealt critical damage to the ice goblin. The ice goblin took 596 damage. As he attacked, Jinung thought, I have to keep the pressure on. The notifications kept coming. The effect of the ancient summoner's gauntlets has been successfully activated. A new notification opened. You have borrowed Tai's berserk ability. Instantly, Jinung wasn't himself anymore. His eyes filled with bloodlust and went wild. His gaze was fiery, and he gritted his teeth with immense power. The goblin across from him also let out a ground-shaking roar. Instantly, a notification bar appeared. For the next 15 minutes, your combat power and dexterity are increased by 30%. Not to be outdone, the goblin swung its fist right at him. For 15 minutes, your defenses decreased by 30%, but Jinung swiftly dodged the blow. He couldn't help but be amazed. My body is so much faster. I'm overflowing with power, but he also thought cautiously. However, in this state, I'll die if I take even a single hit, losing 30% of my defense. Jinung confirmed in his head that monsters with wide-range attacks always leave an opening right after. With that thought, he decided now was the time. He immediately unleashed a powerful attack on the goblin. Its health dropped from 876 to 621. The notification bar displayed, "You just landed a critical hit on the ice goblin." It continued, "Thanks to the critical hit on the ice goblin, your combat power will increase for the next 5 seconds. Without wasting a moment, Jinung landed another iron fist right on its chin, giving it no time to fight back. These iron gauntlets were seriously powerful. They began to glow, as streams of power radiated out nonstop. Once again, he brought a heavy punch down on it. The goblin was killed instantly, falling backward without another move. The notification bar displayed, "You have killed an ice goblin and received 1,060 experience points." Meanwhile, deep in the freezing forest, a warm fire was burning for Johan's group, which included Phelan and 2 others. Johan said, "I've set up the barrier, because eventually, those level 100 plus ice snails are going to show up." Phelan looked over and complimented him. "Nice work." She continued, "The northern region is no place to be messing around. It's a good thing we came on this expedition. It'll let us build a foundation for the guild." He handed Phelan a cup as she spoke. "Here, drink this." She took it. "Thanks." Johan then replied to her earlier comment, "That's the plan, right?" He raised his own steaming cup and continued, "Even though the real reason we're here is because there isn't much territory left in the northern region. The question is whether we can even protect the territory we managed to take." Phelan answered decisively, "We have to. We've got 3 months to make it happen. We need to use every crew member to lock down this spot. As soon as this run is over, we gotta get the whole guild here." He took a sip of water, watching her intently. Phelan added, "And we need to grind in the surrounding area too." Johan raised a finger, jumping in. "Everyone's gonna show up except for one person." She asked, puzzled. "One person? Who?" He looked up and shot back, "Who do you think?" "It's obviously Yan. He's gotta grind hard in the southern region to level up. I wonder if Yan's even made it to the northern region yet." Phelan chimed in. "He actually just hit me up for some info on the northern region. He said he was gonna go grind in the Gropia Snow Mountains and was digging for any intel." Johan asked, shocked, What level is he now?" She replied, "I'm not really sure. Anyway, it's a good thing he's leveling up so fast, right?" Hearing that, he thought to himself, confused. What the hell is that dude up to? This psycho returned to the ice island. Jinsung let out a sigh. The EXP gain wasn't that great. He thought about his 3 pets, the golem turtle and the hybrid wolf, and continued, "Now that I'm splitting EXP with 4 of them instead of 2, I can really feel how much harder it is to level up, and I just barely passed level 40. Slap, Pipaji, and Lai are probably going to be laid up for a week." Jinsung looked at his status screen and said, "Let's see. It's about time for Slap's potential to hit 100, right?" He asked, a bit shocked. What's going on?" "Slap's potential already hit 100, so why hasn't it evolved yet?" Jinsung went on. "Isn't it supposed to evolve once it hits 100 potential?" He crossed his arms, staring off into the distance. "I know one of the conditions for evolution is 100 potential points, so are there other requirements besides potential? Level maybe, but I remember Lai was only level 20 when it evolved." Jinsung was still confused, rubbing his chin as he wondered, does every monster need a different level to evolve? Whatever, it's not like I can do anything about it now. He glanced down at the turtle by his feet and decided to move on. Guess I should use the taming skill on Pipaji now, but it was gone. He asked, exasperated, "Where the heck did that Pipaji disappear to?" "Pipaji." Jinsung started looking for it, calling out, "The system would have told me if it was under attack. Pipaji, where are you? Come on out, I've got a meatball for you." A moment later, he saw it. He found it. The turtle was busy with something. Jinsung asked, "What are you doing way over here?" As he got closer, he saw it was munching on something. "What are you eating?" A notification popped up. "Your summoned beast Pipaji has consumed a mandrake root. Pipaji's potential has increased by 10. All of Pipaji's stats have increased by 5. Jinsung furiously scooped it up, shouting, "What? You ate a mandrake root?" He slammed his hands on the ground, crying on the inside. "That's a rare herb that permanently boosts all stats by 5 points. I was supposed to eat that." Then, he turned back to it and said, "Next time you find anything like this, you bring it to me first, you hear me? I'll even give you a meatball." The turtle said nothing and just started walking away. Jinsung asked, "Where are you going?" He quickly followed it. Jinsung saw what was ahead and was stunned. In front of them was an entrance leading into a cave. He couldn't believe his eyes. No way. This might be. Jinsung's eyes lit up as he spoke with excitement. A system message appeared. "You are the first to discover this labyrinth." Seeing that, Jinsung shouted with glee. "Hell yeah! I'm the first person to discover this labyrinth." Another notification popped up. "For the next 5 days, the item drop rate will be doubled," he exclaimed, "totally worth the long trek up to the northern region." The system then asked, "Will you register this labyrinth? Once registered, you will receive 500 fame points. Yes or no?" Jinsung immediately said, "No. Why the hell would I do that? If I do, every player in this region will come swarming over here. Why should I do someone else a favor?" He thought with a wicked grin. "There's no way I'm sharing the double EXP and drop rate with anyone else, even if 500 fame points is a lot." Then Jinsung picked up the turtle and praised it. "Nice work, Pipaji. You finally did something useful for once." He started walking, thinking, "All right, guess it's time to head into the labyrinth." And so, they all entered the labyrinth together. Jinsung commented, "I dig simple labyrinths like this," but he added warily, "Small, complex ones are just asking for an ambush or a trap." Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine as he thought, "But something about this place is giving me the creeps. What is this? I feel like a ghost or something is about to jump out." All of a sudden, there was a huge explosion, sending rubble flying everywhere. After the smoke cleared, massive beasts appeared. They were ghost dragons. His instincts were dead on. Jinsung was stunned by the ambush. He immediately commanded, "Slap, ice wave." Instantly, the golem stomped its foot, unleashing powerful waves of ice. The ghost dragons took a hit from the icy blast. A notification popped up. "Ghost Dragon has taken 235 damage. Ghost Dragon has taken 227 damage. Ghost Dragon's movement speed is slowed by 30% for 10 seconds. The Ghost Dragons roared in pain and fury. Since it had just used its ice wave, the golem could only stand by and watch. The enraged Ghost Dragons roared, ready to attack. Jinsung worriedly thought, "How the hell am I going to fight these things? It's going to be a minute before I can use Berserk again." He turned and immediately barked out an order, saying, "Lie, you take the one on the left. I don't give a damn if you can even land a hit on it, just stall for time." A notification popped up. The effect of the ancient summoner's iron fists has been activated. Instantly, 2 iron gauntlets materialized on his hands. Jinsung leaped up, feeling his luck turn, thinking, "Hell yeah, talk about a lucky break." The iron gauntlets began to glow with a blinding blue light. The notification continued. "Ice wave has been borrowed from the armored summon." Jinsung's punch unleashed a blinding stream of blue light, the intense chilling energy of the ice wave radiating outwards. The air itself seemed to split, leaving a long trail of ice littered with splatters of black blood. Stung by the blow, the ghost dragon let out an agonized roar. Its cries mingled with the system alerts. Ghost Dragon has taken 635 damage. Ghost Dragon's movement speed has been reduced by 30% for 10 seconds. Seizing the moment, Jinsung yelled, "Lie. Get over here now and hit it before it recovers." He and his 2 summons closed in, ready to swarm the Ghost Dragon. Jinsung gritted his teeth, thinking, "I see now. They're glass cannons. Their attack power is off the charts, but their defense and HP are low." As he unleashed a barrage of attacks, he told himself, "I gotta take them out quick, one by one." The Ghost Dragons, now bleeding out, let loose a series of ear-splitting shrieks. The 2 Ghost Dragons roared and swung their long tails in unison. He glanced over at Lai, who was still rushing in to attack the other Ghost Dragon. Jinsung yelled, "Dodge." He and Lai instantly leaped high into the air, clearing the attack. As soon as they landed, they both charged back toward the Ghost Dragons. He gritted his teeth. "This ain't gonna be easy." Jinsung sized up the situation, thinking, "If we keep going like this fight is gonna drag on forever." He glanced back and noticed something. It was the turtle, just chilling with its legs crossed, leaning against the wall, and yawning. Jinsung was totally confused, thinking, "What the hell is he doing?" He immediately ordered, "Pipaji, go attack those 2 freaks and get their attention. Don't just sit there slacking off." It instantly obeyed and sprang to its feet. Pipaji stomped its foot hard on the ground, its power flaring as it moved to the front line. Jinsung thought in disbelief, "Is he for real?" Even the Ghost Dragons glanced at each other in confusion, but he praised it anyway. "That's it. You're brave as hell. That's my Pipaji." Then the 2 Ghost Dragons lashed out to attack Pipaji, who quickly ducked its head into its shell. The 2 monsters just kept wailing on Pipaji. A notification popped up. Pipaji has taken a critical hit. Seeing this, Jinsung yelled, "Pipaji, He could only watch helplessly as notifications kept popping up. Pipaji has taken 1 damage, he said, completely floored. 1 damage. Then Jinung pumped his fist, shouting, "Hell yeah, nice one, Pipaji. I believe in you. I believe in that insane defense of yours." Seeing the ghost dragons were completely distracted, focusing all their attacks on Pipaji, he said with confidence, "We can win this." He pointed and commanded, "Everyone, attack." And just as he planned, after a tough fight, Jinsung's side came out on top, leaving a total mess behind. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Jinsung let out a sigh of relief. "Whew, that was a close call," he added. "I've made it all the way down to the basement, but why does the vibe feel so off?" As he said this, Jinsung glanced back curiously. A blinding light suddenly appeared behind him, making him jump. Jinsung spun around and yelled, "Lie, slap, get ready to attack." But the light flared, becoming intensely blinding. Suddenly, an old man emerged from within the brilliant golden glow. He wondered to himself, the ghost of some old dude? It was Ak. Ak appeared out of nowhere and chuckled, "I see you're a summoner." Jinsung flinched slightly at the sight of him. He was a little thrown off, thinking, he can't be a monster, right? Jinsung took a few seconds to compose himself before asking, "Yeah, I am. But who are you?" He thought, "I should be respectful. He's an old man." Ak gently stroked his beard and calmly replied, "I never expected the first person to challenge Ak's trial would be a summoner. I was wondering if this was fate." Hearing the old man, Jinung was completely floored. He asked hesitantly, "Yo, old man, is your name really Ak?" Ak nodded. "That's right, the name's Ak." "Music," Jinung hesitated, asking, "All right, I get it. So why are you here, Ak?" Ak's voice dropped a little. "I can't tell you that just yet." Jinung was kinda surprised. "What?" The old man gave a mysterious smirk, then Ak suddenly raised his magic staff high. He boomed, "Challenger, if you can pass my test, you'll learn all the secrets of this labyrinth." Seeing how things were going down, Jinung immediately got on guard, looking around as the space around him started to shake violently. Jinung muttered in a panic, "What the hell is this?" Across from him, Ak kept shouting, summoning something. "Answer my call, Chaos Dragon." The orb on his staff suddenly lit up like a flare. Jinung whipped his head around in a panic. Behind him, a massive explosion went off. Through the smoke and dust, a pair of powerful wings emerged. A giant tail appeared, followed by a terrifying, ear-splitting screech. The beast stepped out into the open. The thing he summoned was a level 75 Chaos Dragon. Jinung saw it and stammered in pure terror. A Chaos Dragon. The Chaos Dragon closed in on him fast. Jinung scrambled backward, thinking to himself, "This thing is twice the size of those phantom dragons, as tall as a single-story building." Jinung yelled in fear. More importantly, it's level 75, that's hero class. "This is insane. How am I supposed to beat this thing? My summons are only in the low 40s. He scrambled away from the Chaos Dragon, trying to figure out a plan. "If it looks like I'm about to get wiped, I gotta unsummon my crew first." Just then, the Chaos Dragon let out a threatening roar. Jinung's system lit up with a notification. "Due to fear, your body has been weakened." The system continued. All stats decreased by 5% for 10 minutes. Jinung thought, pissed off. "Even if I get wrecked, I'm not going down without a fight." On the other side, Ak flew over to the Chaos Dragon to command it. "Chaos Dragon, attack that kid." The Chaos Dragon instantly obeyed. It opened its mouth, getting ready to spew fire. Seeing that, Jinung's face filled with dread. "That thing has a breath attack too?" He grabbed Pipaji and dodged, quickly signaling for Lei to scatter. The very next second, the Chaos Dragon's fire breath shot right at them. The flames scorched the targeted spot. A moment later, the fire erupted into a massive explosion. From inside the flames, a strange silhouette appeared. Jinung had managed to use Pipaji's defensive skill to block the hit. He whispered in fear, "That was way too close. I can't believe that thing broke through Pipaji's insane defense and took out 1/3 of its HP." Jinung peeked out to check the situation and made a guess. "It's probably like the Phantom Dragons, a glass cannon with low defense and HP, right?" With that thought, he started moving and gave the order, "Ice Wave Armor." Jinung quickly had his summon lag go in for a savage attack from behind. He thought with resolve, "Even if I end up having to bail, I'm not going down without throwing some hands." Jinung activated his weak point detection skill, and he caught a glimpse of something under the ground. "What's this?" Before he had time to think, the Chaos Dragon attacked again with its tail. Jinung yelled out an order, "Everyone, get out of the way." From behind, Slap raised its hands to block, and the Chaos Dragon's tail slammed right into its face. Jinung watched anxiously as Slap got knocked back. Slap. Right after, the system chimed in. "Summon Slap has taken a critical hit." The system warned, Slap has lost 4,728 HP. Jinung blurted out in shock. That's insane. Even for a level 70 boss, that's way too much damage. He immediately gave the order, unsummon Slap. At the same time, a loud crash got Jinung's attention. Across the way, Lai was fighting the Chaos Dragon head-on. Its hands were a blur, landing a ton of vicious hits. Vicious hits on the Chaos Dragon, making the system notifications pop off non-stop. Summon Lai has landed a critical hit on the Chaos Dragon. The Chaos Dragon's HP has decreased by 1,776. The Chaos Dragon is now bleeding, taking 335 damage per second for 10 seconds. Summon Lai landed a critical hit on the Chaos Dragon, so Lai's attack power is boosted for 5 seconds. Jinung thought, hyped, sweet. Lai is hitting the boss's weak points, perfectly in sync with my detection skill. Nice one, he commanded. Lai, keep up the attack now. Lai rushed forward, hammering the Chaos Dragon's weak spots. The Chaos Dragon lost 1,353 HP. The Chaos Dragon lost 2,087 HP. The Chaos Dragon lost 1,007 HP. After taking hit after hit, the Chaos Dragon roared in fury. It whipped its tail hard at Lai. The tail grazed past Lai's body before sending it flying. Jax crept forward nervously. Lycan, swap. He yelled the command, switching their positions. Jax's body was lifted right off the ground. He quickly held out Pip to use its defensive skill. A second later, Jax, holding Pip's defensive shell, took Lycan's place. The Chaos Dragon's tail immediately whipped around and slammed right into them. After the blow, Jax and Pip were sent flying back. A system notification popped up. Pip lost 118 HP. Jax was horrified. Why is every single attack a critical hit? This stupid dragon. But Pip is still a beast. I can't believe it only lost around 100 HP. A second later, Jax quickly composed himself and ordered his summon to attack the Chaos Dragon. Lycan, maul it. Lycan immediately leaped forward to attack. The summoned Lycan landed a critical hit on the Chaos Dragon. The Chaos Dragon lost 2,576 HP. Seeing that, Jax grinned and praised him. Awesome job, Lycan. He watched the situation, running the numbers in his head. Even though the Chaos Dragon just took a critical hit, it looked like it still had over half its HP left. Just then, the Chaos Dragon's tail suddenly swung right at Jax. He flinched and tried to dodge, but it was too late. The Chaos Dragon's tail smashed into him in the blink of an eye. He was instantly thrown back, slamming into the wall. Jax quickly checked the system message. You have lost 521 HP from the impact with the wall. He anxiously thought to himself, can I even win this? I don't want to die. A level 75 heroic grade monster is just too OP. Jax gritted his teeth in frustration. All my precious EXP will be gone with a game over screen and a 24-hour login ban. The penalty is way too high, he thought, then said with resolve, still, I have to make sure Lycan survives. I can't lose him, no matter what. As Jax looked around, he suddenly realized, where's Lycan? I gotta unsummon him, fast. Just then, he saw Lycan behind him, pinned to the ground by the Chaos Dragon. The monster roared and dove at Lycan to finish him off, but he managed to break free. Seeing that, Jax yelled out in a panic, Lycan. Then Lycan went back on the offensive against the Chaos Dragon. The summoned Lycan landed another critical hit on the Chaos Dragon, striking a previously wounded area. With a 36% damage bonus, the Chaos Dragon lost 3,269 HP. Jax stared at the system message in shock. Wait, you get bonus damage for hitting wounded areas? He rested his chin on his hand, thinking. So if I keep hitting the same wounded spots, the damage stacks. Oh, Lycan has been targeting that weak spot on its neck this whole time. How am I just figuring this out now? I don't remember that being a thing before. A second later, Jax snapped back to the present, looking anxiously toward Lycan. Whatever, I'll figure it out later. After a barrage of attacks on the Chaos Dragon, Lycan retreated, letting out a low, threatening growl. Suddenly, the Chaos Dragon roared, its entire body now riddled with wounds. Seeing this, Jax quickly realized the level 75 Chaos Dragon's nameplate was flashing, meaning its HP had dropped below half. He mulled over a plan. Is this my chance? But looking at it another way, it means it took all that time just to get it down to half HP. Jax thought, a little scared, this thing is a real monster. He was torn. I have to make a realistic call here. Can we actually win in our current condition? Then Jax sighed, defeated, and turned to call him. Jax quickly gave the command. Lycan, thanks for the hard fight. Dismiss summon. With that done, he worried. There's no time to use emergency first aid to heal up. If this battle keeps going, my body's gonna get heavy. If that happens, I won't be able to dodge the dragon's attacks anymore. I can't win with just Lycan alone. Jax tried to calm himself, telling himself he had to minimize his losses for now. The Chaos Dragon saw him and let out a huge roar. Jax held up Pip and spoke calmly. That's right. Come on over here. The Chaos Dragon rapidly closed the distance to him. Jax's mind raced. I'm gonna lose a level and get a 24-hour login ban. The Chaos Dragon closed in on Jax, opening its massive jaws to roar. Right at that moment, Oakley suddenly appeared. The old man chuckled and said, "You're just full of surprises." Oakley gently raised his staff and commanded, "You may return now." The Chaos Dragon's body instantly froze in place, turning transparent. Jax was completely stunned. Next to him, the system chimed again. You have conquered the Chaos Labyrinth. You have received 174,320 experience points. Level up. You have reached level 43. He thought, stunned, cleared it. Jax was confused, so it was impossible to kill that dragon from the start. The EXP is pretty low, too. After that, he collapsed from exhaustion and asked, "What the hell?" Shell walked over to him, saying, "A surprise, a real surprise. I didn't think you could handle the Chaos Dragon that well." Yan scoffed. "What's so surprising? I still lost in the end and almost got myself killed." Shell shook his head. "You're missing the point. That was a summoned beast that you can't beat with your current skills. Congratulations, you passed the test." Hearing that, Yan was confused. "What? You're telling me this now? Are you messing with me? What do you mean a test?" Shell asked in his deep, raspy voice. "What's your name?" He hesitated. "Jin-sung." "No, it's Yan." Shell nodded. "I get it. Yan, huh?" The old man asked again. "Are you interested in inheriting my legacy?" A second later, a quest notification for the Path of a Dragon Tamer popped up. Yan was a bit shocked. A Dragon Tamer? He let out a small laugh, thinking, hold on, is this a hidden class? He couldn't quite believe it, resting his chin on his hand. "I had no idea you could get a hidden class like this. This isn't some kind of scam, right?" Seeing him hesitate, Shell pressed, "So what do you say? Do you want to inherit my legacy and become a legendary Dragon Tamer?" Yan thought to himself, Dragon Tamer? Even the name sounds badass, but I wonder which is better, Master Tamer or Dragon Tamer. He quickly ran the numbers. He had already unlocked the Master Tamer class easily at the start of the game. Yan was a bit torn. He had to go through if that's the case. After making up his mind, he said decisively, "Okay, I want to change my class to Dragon Tamer." A flash of joy appeared on Shell's face as he said, "Excellent. Dragon Tamer is a magnificent class. I guarantee you won't regret it." The old man quickly cast his spell, blessed the birth of this new Dragon Tamer. At the same time, a purple magic circle appeared in front of Yan. A moment later, Shell looked at the purple glow on his hand in shock. "No way," Yan asked curiously. "What is it? What's wrong?" A game notification popped up. "You cannot switch to a lower tier class. Class change to Dragon Tamer has failed." Yan was also surprised, thinking, the class change failed? After a moment, Shell looked at the system window and chuckled. "I see now. You're already on the path to becoming a master." "No wonder," the old man continued. "I knew you weren't just some regular summoner because of that red-maned wolf, but I never imagined you were already a master." Hearing that, Yan was stunned. So Master Tamer is a higher rank than Dragon Tamer? He was a little disappointed, but then, he suddenly asked, "Is my lie really that special?" Yan schemed, "I'll try to squeeze some more info out of him. Maybe I'll find out something useful." Shell looked slightly surprised and muttered, "Lie. That must be the wolf's name." Then, the old man explained, "Your lie is a rare grade, red-maned wolf, but its power seems to go beyond that. That's only possible if a tamer raises their summon using a special method." Hearing this, Yan was even more surprised. He can accurately gauge Lie's rank and power. That's pretty impressive, even for an NPC. I guess that legendary Dragon Tamer title isn't just for show. Yan had a question. "Can I ask why you were waiting for a challenger like me?" Shell answered, "Of course. I almost forgot the most important part. I got distracted by your summoning arts." Yan forced a smile. "The most important part?" He thought to himself. "I knew it. There's got to be a reward for clearing this ridiculous trial." Yan cursed under his breath, almost walked away with nothing thanks to this damn old geezer. Shell quickly motioned, "That's right, follow me." Elsewhere, an ice golem let out a pained roar. Jo-hun zipped in from behind and finished it off. He let out a sigh of relief. Finally got it. Nearby, Cloven walked over and praised him. "Nice work. So we've met the minimum requirement to upgrade to a village now, right?" Jo-hun nodded. "Yeah, Cloven. We've hit 1,000 territory points." Cloven urged. "All right, let's go." Suddenly, a game notification rang out. Territory upgrade. The Lotus base has been upgraded to the Lotus Village. The title of Lotus Village Chief has been automatically granted to Guild Master. Huh. Cloven burst out laughing. What's this? You're a village chief now. Huh? Johun laughed along. I'll admit, I do look a little old for my age. But Phelan also chimed in with a chuckle. Our guild master does look a bit on the mature side. A moment later, Johun quickly got serious again. The guild base upgrade is complete. Phelan teased. And to think, Cloven's reputation is the highest among us. Suddenly, Johun said thoughtfully, I wonder if Yan, is doing okay. Meanwhile, Jin let out a huge yawn and then complained warily. Sleeping only 2 hours a day for 5 days straight is making me feel sleepy even in the game. I'm dead tired. My vision is starting to blur. He wondered why he even agreed to this. Jin said with a forced smile, I'm starting to regret this. Flashing back to earlier, Jin was asking a question. A mandatory quest? Oakley nodded and replied, exactly. Those who pass the test receive a reward along with a quest that cannot be refused, a quest they had to complete. Oakley said, you won't have any other choice. Jin thought to himself, damn, the risk is too high. If he failed or gave up after accepting the quest, he would lose reputation equivalent to the quest's rank. Then, Jin asked curiously, you can't tell me what the quest is beforehand, can you? Oakley shook his head, I can't, not until you've made your decision. Jin paused to think it over, but backing down now wasn't his style. With that, he said decisively, all right, I'll take the quest. Oakley said softly, I knew you would accept. The game system immediately announced, you have accepted Oakley's offer. Quest. Traces of the Forgotten Ancient Monster. Tame the Legendary Dragon. Darkly has been sealed underground at Mount Gropia for over 1,000 years. Receive the Divine Dragon's Spirit Stone from him and find the Space Mage. Difficulty. Requirement. A summoner whose skills are recognized by Darkly. Party formation is disabled for this quest. Time limit, none. Reward, unknown. You cannot refuse this quest. You have accepted the quest, Traces of the Forgotten Ancient Monster. Seeing this, Jin wondered in surprise, a B rank. I'm not even level 50 yet. Who is this Space Mage? Isn't this way out of my league? Well, at least there's no time limit. He thought worriedly, but if I can't form a party for the quest, even though I like playing solo, it means I can't party up with anyone until this is done. Right now, there's no way I can do this quest by myself, but it should be doable once I level up and get stronger. Just then, Oakley suddenly pulled something from his robes. He held out a purple stone and said, take this. The game system announced, you have obtained the Divine Dragon's Spirit Stone. Jin asked curiously, what is this? Oakley began to recount an old story. The truth is, I was a summoner from 1,000 years ago, he explained softly. In my time, there were legendary monsters that no longer exist, like the summoned beast, who was with me for a long time, and my best friend, the war dragon Kuss. 1,000 years ago, I was the leader of the Dragon Tamers, who have long since vanished. And Kuss was one of the 5 divine dragons, Oakley said, reminiscing. 1,000 years ago, the home of the Dragon Tamers on the northern continent, Prania Valley, was attacked by evil dragons. Countless dragons and tamers died, there were too many evil dragons, and their lord Calipa was overwhelmingly powerful. I had to flee and hide here in Mount Gropia. He explained his past situation with a touch of sadness, because I had a duty to protect my companion, Kuss. The evil dragons wouldn't have just let us go, so I had no choice but to seal myself and Kuss deep underground. Oakley continued, that's why I've endured 1,000 years in this place, where not a single ray of sunlight can reach, all to be able to revive Kuss, and if possible, the Dragon Tamers too. Jin looked at the stone in his hand and asked, and I can do that just by taking this to the Space Mage. Oakley quickly answered, the Space Mage will tell you how to bring the War Dragon's soul back to this world. Initially, I planned for you to inherit the Dragon Tamer's legacy, and to give you the soul of Kuss. That way, I could finally leave this world in peace, and the War Dragon would become your summon. His voice grew somber. However, I never expected someone with a class even higher than Dragon Tamer to show up. I'm still stunned that your class is superior, which means you can't switch over. Jin stammered, I understand. Then he asked, so only a Dragon Tamer can restore Kuss's Spirit Stone? Oakley shook his head, no. However, only the innate skill of a Dragon Tamer can resurrect Kuss as a new War Dragon. Jin was confused. But aren't you a Dragon Tamer too? Why can't you do it yourself? Oakley explained quietly, I'm sealed, so I'm unable to use my skills. Jin sighed, thinking if it was a divine dragon, it must have been an incredible summon. Man, what a shame. But that means the Tamer Master class is even more impressive. Oak spoke up again, but if you take this Spirit Stone to a spatial mage, they'll find another way to revive the battle dragon. And take this is your reward. A notification popped up. You've received a decorative feather of the Dragon Tamer. Oak gently explained from the side. It's an artifact passed down to the leaders of the Dragon Tamers. However, you have to find a spatial mage to break its seal. Only then will its true power shine. Jin nodded and said, "Thanks. I'll find a spatial mage no matter what." He thought to himself, this thing looks pretty good. It's not strong enough yet, but I'm gonna do the quest anyway. At the same time, Oak's body suddenly glowed and disintegrated. The old man gently reminded him, to find the spatial mage, you must head to the eastern edge of the southern continent. You'll find the spatial magic tower there. Finally, I have no more regrets and can rest in peace. His voice came out with a hint of urgency. Please revive the descendants of the divine dragons in this world. Jin let out a soft breath, feeling like he'd just accepted an extraordinary quest. This quest definitely has more to it than its B-rank difficulty. And he also said to ask the spatial mage for help, so there must be related quests. He clenched the feather in his hand and said with determination, I'm going to see this through to the end. Then he opened the system to check it out. He said this item is sealed, but let's check it anyway. A moment later, Jin shouted in shock, What? Legendary grade. The item's information panel appeared. Feather of the Dragon Tamer, Defense, 36. Item type, Head. Durability, 150 out of 150. Legendary rank, Locked. Features, Leadership plus 150, Locked. Affinity plus 200, Locked. All attack stats plus 15%. Item is bound to the player. Cannot be traded or sold, not dropped upon death. Default stats, all summoner stats increase by 20% and critical hit rate increase by 25%. When equipped, you can tame an unlimited number of monsters due to the leadership stat. However, you will not be able to summon your tamed beasts if you exceed the leadership limit, Locked. When equipped, the leadership points required to summon a dragon are reduced by 50%, Locked. When equipped, affinity with dragon tamers is increased, Locked. Jin was a bit surprised. This item is really weird. He looked at the two items in his hand with astonishment. The personal stat boosts are insane, and on top of that, it can only be used by my account. With this, I'll be unbeatable if it gets unlocked. Jin analyzed for a moment, then concluded, these parts are pretty tricky and kinda sketchy. He thought deeply, figuring that the number of monsters you can catch doesn't really mean anything. But if your summon runs out of health in a fight, you can just swap in another one, kinda like subbing players in a soccer game. Jin happily predicted, and taming a dragon is every summoner's dream. I'm definitely gonna catch one in the future, so the stat reduction from this feather is pretty damn useful. With that thought, he clenched the feather, determined to complete the quest no matter the cost. Back in the present, Jin was tiredly muttering, I need to be at least level 70 to solo a B-rank quest, so I guess I gotta level up first. His eyes were wide and bloodshot. Despite the exhaustion, he kept mumbling, but staying up for 5 days straight like this is brutal. Across from him, Lai was constantly moving and fighting. It let out a loud growl. Then Lai and Slap charged forward to attack the beast at the same time. A huge explosion followed, along with a notification sound. You have leveled up to 50. Jin smiled slightly and praised them. Hey, you guys look like you're having fun. Good job. You have acquired the magic power summoning stat. You have acquired the soul magic power stat. A moment later, he plopped down, saying tiredly, I'm starving. Good thing I hit level 50 before my buff ran out. Jin quickly opened the notification screen to check and wondered. If something is theoretically possible, then there's nothing to be afraid of except the grind. It was totally worth not sleeping for the past few days. But what is this soul power summoning thing? Is it even related to the summoner class? With that, he stood up, stretched, and yawned widely. Whatever. I don't think I have time to look into it right now. I should probably crash for a day. The game system notifications kept popping up. You are the first summoner to reach level 50, receiving 1,500 fame points. A level 50 summoner has appeared in the Luciferian Kingdom on the continent of Kelowna. A summoner's tower will be constructed in Mullen, the capital of the Lucin Kingdom, contributing 5,000 points to the summoner's tower. Summoners of the Luin Kingdom can now receive class-related quests at the summoner's tower, Gino said, slightly surprised. I'm the first one to hit level 50 in this class. What did I just do? The system chimed again, activating the summoner's prophecy quest. He curiously tapped the notification screen. What's this quest? The quest information immediately appeared. National quest, Summoner's Prophecy. You are a prophet of the summoners. You are the forerunner among all summoners in the Luin Kingdom. Your reputation has spread throughout the land, so Emperor Sias wishes to meet you. Find Emperor Sias within 3 days. Quest requirement. Be the first summoner to reach level 50. Time limit, 3 days. Reward, unknown. If you decline the quest, your affinity with Emperor Sias will decrease. If you have no affinity, your hostility will increase. Do you accept the quest? Yes, no. Gino was briefly surprised, then said confidently, "A national quest, this is a special mission that could get me a ton of fame and rewards. A huge contribution, I might even get a noble title." He cheered excitedly. "I knew this game gave out tons of good loot for players who level up high. This was definitely the right call." With that done, Gino quickly teleported to rest. "Man, I'm so sleepy now. I gotta get some shut-eye, and then head to Mullen as soon as I log back in. Alright, time to sleep." The capital city of Mullen, Flyer Braz, Luciferan Kingdom. The space around them suddenly began to shake violently. Everyone screamed in fear. "What's that? An earthquake?" They asked each other in confusion. "An earthquake in a game. Look!" Suddenly, a speck of fire appeared from above, startling everyone who shouted. Something appearing. From within the flames, a tall tower emerged, and everyone gasped in surprise. "A tower? It's a new tower. Is it a quest tower for a new class? But which one could it be?" The crowd wondered curiously. At that same moment, a game notification popped up for everyone. A high-level summoner has appeared in the Luciferan Kingdom on the continent of Colorona. A summoner's tower has been created in Muland, the capital of the Luan Kingdom, contributing 5,000 points to the summoner's tower. All summoners of the Luciferan Kingdom will now be able to receive class quests at the summoner's tower. Seeing this, everyone muttered in shock. The summoner's tower? It appeared first out of all the new classes. Are you kidding me? The first person to reach level 50. Who the hell is this summoner? In the real world, it was now the next morning. Gino stirred, waking from his sleep. He opened his bedroom door and said, refreshed, "Haven't slept that well in a long time." Gino quickly made a bowl of ramen and said, "Gotta eat breakfast first. Then I'll check the forums for any news before logging in." He looked at his computer and wondered, why are there so many posts today? The comments in all the threads were freaking out about something. What's this summoner's tower? Holy crap. I wonder who it is. That's insane. Level 50 for a new class already? Did the tower really appear in Mullen? Gino was a little surprised. Dozens of pages of posts from just last night? After understanding what was happening, he chuckled proudly. The summoner's tower? Looks like everyone's shocked by my achievement. The more he thought about it, the goofier his smile became. They're all losing their minds. Suddenly, a comment popped up that caught his eye. What's this? The comment confidently stated, "I know who the level 50 summoner everyone's curious about is." Gino wondered to himself while eating his ramen. "They know it's me?" he said dismissively. These kinds of posts are always just clickbait. But Gino was a little curious. I can't stop myself from clicking on it. This one seems legit. Compared to Jangia's post, as soon as he clicked the comment, Gino was completely stunned. He quickly recognized the image in the post. That's me. A little later, Gino logged back into the game. He was still grumbling under his breath. So annoying. Gino recalled the comments he just read. This summoner soloed the ice boss on Gropia Snow Mountain. I'm sure he's the one who hit level 50. Yeah, right, this looks so fake. You're trying to fool us with this fake pic. What the hell kind of wolf is that big anyway? It's definitely photoshopped. If you're gonna fake a picture, at least do a decent job. Thinking back on it just made Jaden even more pissed. Are these clowns for real? He quickly summoned Lai. Summon? Jaden petted it and praised it. Good boy, Lai. It'd be great if that goofy turtle was as strong as you. Let me summon it too. Jaden continued to use the summoning skill. Summon. Pudgy quickly appeared. Jaden asked worriedly, "Do you remember me?" Pudgy angrily glared at him and turned away. Jaden asked gently, "Are you mad, 'cause I always make you ride on my back?" He silently confirmed that must be it. Jaden said gently, "I wouldn't have to be scared of anything if you were by my side." "Pudgy, will you protect me?" While petting Pudgy, he said, "Pudgy, if you keep protecting me, I'll give you 3 treats in the morning and 4 at night. How about 4 in the morning and 3 at night?" Seeing that Pudgy had calmed down, Jaden praised it. "You're a smart little turtle." He chuckled to himself, thinking it was so cute. Suddenly, a notification appeared. "You have received a message." Jaden wondered and turned to check the message. "Who is it, John?" On the screen, a message from John appeared. "Hey, Jaden Yan." His face darkened as he quickly typed back. "What the hell are you on about?" John frantically messaged. "Jaden, are you the summoner who hit level 50? Jaden smirked, thinking, so John is the only one who knows it's me. He curiously looked at the notification above John's message. Did someone else besides John message me? The message popped up. "Jaden, how have you been? When did you hit level 50? Seeing this, Jaden felt touched. "Aaron." She knew I was the summoner who reached level 50 and messaged me right away. He hummed happily. Even John was just suspicious. Aaron is a true angel. She's a real godsend. I'll help her out more during the upcoming summer break. Jaden quickly replied, "I hit level 50 yesterday and went straight to sleep, so I couldn't reply. I just got on now." A few minutes later, with no reply, Jaden sadly reassured himself. I guess she's not online. I'll just talk to John then. In the message notifications, John had repeatedly asked, "Did you really hit level 50, you monster?" That's right, our guild recently claimed a dungeon in the northern region. The area is called the Rockle Snow Wall. Hurry up and come carry us. It's pretty big and special. Jaden messaged back, "Nice, that's good." John replied humbly, "We just got lucky. How about you come help us when you hit level 70? The monsters here are pretty high level." Jaden messaged again, "I'll try to level up as fast as I can, but is there anything else?" John replied, "Wait, I almost forgot. Can you stop training for a week?" Jaden was confused. "Why?" John explained, "The Empire Arena is starting next week. You need to be level 50 or below to enter the tournament." At that moment, Jaden suddenly remembered. That's right, why didn't I think of that? The winner gets 20,000 fame points. He quickly messaged back, "All right, a week is actually pretty long. I guess I'll do something else instead of training." John also replied, "Okay, good luck. See you later." Jaden let out a small sigh. In that case, he turned to look at Pudgy for a moment, then Jaden picked it up and said, "Pudgy, what should we do this week?" "That's right, let's do the Oracle quest. I have to do it sooner or later anyway." A few minutes later, at the Summoner's Tower, Jaden looked at the tall tower before him, slightly amazed. "This thing was created for my achievement?" He chuckled to himself. "It makes me pretty proud to see it. I like how they designed the entrance like this." With that, he quickly entered the tower. "All right, I still have plenty of time to check out what's in here." Jaden looked around and praised, "This place is pretty nice, similar to the Archer's Tower." He went up the stairs to head to the next floor. So the Artifact Exchange Center must be on the 5th floor. They trade items and skill books using contribution points. Jaden walked for a bit, then stopped. This is it. Anne saw him enter and immediately came forward to greet him. "Hello, adventurer. This is the Artifact Exchange Center. How may we help you?" Jaden replied softly, "I'd like to browse the artifact shop." Anne asked gently, "May I have your name, so I can look up your contribution points?" Jaden quickly answered, "I'm Yan." Anne summoned an information orb and said politely, "Thank you. Mr. Yan, please wait a moment." A second later, she suddenly exclaimed, "You're him." Jaden thought to himself, "Yeah, I am, but why does she look so happy?" Anne joyfully grabbed his hand and said, "This way, Mr. Yan. We have many artifacts and spellbooks that can be exchanged with contribution points." Jaden replied shyly, "Okay, thank you." Anne continued, "By the way, your current contribution points are at 5,000. She led Jin to the artifacts section. "Take a look and let me know if you need to exchange for anything." He thought to himself, "All right, let's see what they've got." Jin looked at each item, thinking he'd have to check the stats to really know what's what. He picked up an item to check it out. This has similar stats to the gauntlets I bought at the auction house. Iron Sword of the Ancient Summoner. Jin calculated seriously, 350 points. So that's the price. A tier 3 quest gives me about 200 to 400 points, so it's not really that expensive. He thought curiously, I wonder if there's anything I can buy with contribution points that's as strong as the feather? Nah, that thing's legendary grade, so it'd definitely require at least level 80. After thinking, "Music," Jin said softly. "Probably not gonna happen." Anne approached him and asked, "Didn't find anything that suits you?" Jin replied, "Yeah, nothing really catches my eye." He thought to himself, I should probably just save my contribution points. Something better might show up later. Anne continued her pitch. "In that case, why don't you check out the skill books and see if there's anything cool?" Jin asked curiously, "Skill books?" Anne nodded and replied, "Yeah, I'm sure there's something in there that'll be a perfect fit for you." Anne suddenly flashed a sly smirk. Seeing this, Jin was a bit confused, but he still politely said, "All right then." Meanwhile, on the peak of Mount Cropia, Liam was facing off against an ice troll. He raised his weapon, ready to fight. Liam channeled energy into his weapon and quickly closed in on the ice troll. With a cold look, he charged forward. Liam struck hard, inflicting multiple wounds on the ice troll. A notification about the monster's status popped up. The ice troll received an armor reduction debuff. Seeing this, Liam was a bit surprised. "You're still alive?" He once again leaped from his current position. Liam charged at the ice troll again, shouting, "Die." He agilely moved behind the ice troll. Liam channeled energy into the two weapons in his hands. The ice troll quickly turned towards Liam. He had already moved to another spot. Liam slightly raised the weapon in his hand, then he precisely struck the ice troll. After finishing it off, Liam let out a sigh and said, "This monster is way too tanky, just as you'd expect from a level 65 troll." He guessed in a cold tone, "I guess it'll take another half a day to reach level 50. Liam pulled down his face, covering, and said, "That means I'm still level 49. But it seems some summoner already hit level 50 a few days ago." He chuckled and muttered, I'm kinda looking forward to a one-on-one with him, Liam said to himself and quickly started moving again. Registration for the arena opens in 4 days. I should save some time. He lightly jumped off the cliff. Liam spread his arms and let himself freefall. His body plummeted downwards. From the ravine below where Liam was falling, a light suddenly flashed. From below, a giant bird appeared out of nowhere. It then carried Liam and soared high into the sky. At the same time, back with Jin, a dazzling golden light was appearing on his hand. Jin frowned slightly, annoyed by the brilliant light. He said in amazement, "This skill book is..." Outside, the streets were bustling with crowds of people. Jin looked at the book, hesitating. I went in, checked them out, and bought these two, costing me 1,700 contribution points. The system explained, item information, firewall, active skill type, skill level, level 0, skill tier, rare, proficiency 0%, skill costs 20 spirit mana, cooldown 3 minutes, summons a fire spirit, temporarily creating a firewall. Blocking an enemy's attack with the firewall will absorb damage equivalent to 350% of the summoner's magic power and reflect fire damage equivalent to 200% of the summoner's magic power. Skill acquisition condition can only be acquired after learning the passive skill Summon Fire Spirit. Detailed status window, item information, electrokinesis, active skill type, skill level, level 0, skill tier, heroic, proficiency 0%, skill costs 15 spirit mana. Cooldown 1 minute, summons a lightning spirit to create lightning orbs in both hands. Throwing a lightning orb at an enemy will deal damage equivalent to 250% of the summoner's magic power. The orb will then split into 4 and shoot out at high speed. If the split orbs hit an enemy or an obstacle, they will ricochet one more time before disappearing after 5 seconds. Enemies hit by electrokinesis have a 15% chance to be paralyzed for 20 seconds. The paralysis status will reduce the target's speed by 30% of the target and increase damage from electrical attacks by 50%. Skill acquisition condition can only be acquired after learning the passive skill Summon Lightning Spirit. The skill could only be activated when the Lightning Spirit was summoned. After a moment of hesitation, he decided he was a big fan of this supercharged skill. Its attack power was pretty low for a hero-grade skill, but the added effect like paralysis was awesome. The system displayed a rare-grade skill, 0% mastery, skill cost of 20 mana, a 3-minute cooldown, and it summons a temporary fire spirit that creates a firewall, an active skill type. The skill costs 15 mana. Jin Sung exclaimed, "This must be how you use summoning magic and spirits. I'll learn these skills first." He then quickly absorbed it, using the skill book. System. You've acquired the Summon Lightning Spirit skill through a skill book. You have acquired the Electrokinesis skill through a skill book. Jin Sung looked at the bright object in his hand in surprise. What is this? Suddenly, a small bird slowly appeared in the sky. It had a bright white appearance with sparks of lightning around its body. He exclaimed, "A lightning spirit." System. You have summoned a lightning spirit for the first time. You can name the spirit. Jin Sung wondered. I have to name it. He started to ask its opinion. Your name will be. But before he could finish, Jin Sung was viciously attacked by it. He heard its sounds, which seemed like it was introducing itself as Chai. Jin Sung pointed and declared, Your name will be Chibi. The system confirmed the lightning spirit has been named Chibi. He said smugly, Chibi, huh, it sounds fitting and cute. Jin Sung waved his hand. Come here, Chibi. He requested the information window to check its stats. System, Lightning Spirit Chibi. Spirit power 0 out of 1000. Electric attribute. Summon duration 375 minutes. Low-grade spirit. Resummon cooldown 500 minutes. It will evolve into a greater spirit when its spirit power is maxed out, and the higher the summoner's magic power, the longer the summon duration. Jin Sung sighed. So I can't use it for combat? No wonder it doesn't require a leadership stat, he said confidently. I guess I can only see Chibi as a medium to use electric-type summoning spells. Jin Sung said goodbye to the bird. Getting something strong right from the start would be great, but raising one from scratch is fun too. He resolved, all right, time to go meet this Emperor Cass guy. A while later, Jin Sung strode towards the palace, but unfortunately, he was stopped by the soldiers. They asked coldly, what's your business here? Jin Sung was annoyed. What's this? Before I reset my character, I could come and go freely. Do I need to show them some kind of permit? He gave a faint smile. Oh, right, the Pioneer Quest. I'll tell them about that. Jin Sung introduced himself. I am Yan, the Pioneer Summoner. I'm here because the Emperor wishes to see me. The soldier immediately became respectful. Please wait a moment, I will ask the captain. Jin Sung agreed. All right, I'll wait here. After a while, someone called out, "Sir Pioneer." The man introduced himself. "Welcome, Sir Pioneer. I am Mal Lin, captain of the guard. I failed to inform the soldiers in advance, making you wait. My apologies." He thought, "What's this? Is he being polite because this is the Emperor's quest?" Jin Sung introduced himself. "It's no problem. I'm Yan." Mal Lin gestured. "I will escort you inside. Please follow me." The two of them then headed to the Emperor's location. Jin Sung looked around. "I wonder what level the captain of the guard is." He recalled Raphael, the commander of the civil defense, was around the mid-90s. Jin Sung silently operated the system, checking the information. Looking at the details, he exclaimed, "Are you kidding me?" Jin Sung analyzed. The captain of the guard is level 115. The top-ranked player hasn't even reached level 120. Jin Sung glanced around. "What about those other guards?" he assessed. "Even the guards are level 104 and 107. The Empire is seriously powerful. That must be why the top guilds can't set up their base on the Corona continent." Jin Sung imagined that if they picked a fight with the Empire, their entire guild would be wiped out. He mused, "My guild choosing to build its base in the northern region instead of here was a good call." Jin Sung walked on. "I need to level up quickly and help the guild too. I have to help them secure the land around the base." A moment later, the lavish doors were slowly pushed open. Inside, the Emperor spoke with curiosity. "So you are Yan?" He sat down politely and replied, "Yes, that is correct." Jin Sung thought, "I was expecting some old guy with gray hair." He looked at the Emperor, "But he's really young, and all his information is hidden so I can't even see his level." He continued politely, "I heard you wished to see me." "That's right. When I heard that an outstanding individual like you had appeared in the Lucipel Empire, I had to find you." Dion nodded. "I see. You met the Emperor within the time limit. You've completed the Pioneer Summoner quest. Your reputation has increased by 1,250. He processed the fact that he got 1,250 reputation points just for meeting the guy. Imperial quests were on a whole other level. The man took a sip of his tea and continued, "I was very excited to hear about you. Do you know why?" His voice was gentle. "I have long wished to find a skilled summoner such as yourself." "Why?" Hylam suddenly yelled. "How dare you be so disrespectful?" Jae-sung cut in. "Hylam, it's all right. He's an adventurer who doesn't understand royal etiquette." Jin Sung let out a terrified sigh, thinking he almost died, but he kept observing. "If that guy hit me with that great sword, I'd probably die in one hit." His eyes fell on Hylam's golden sword. Looking closely, it seemed to be a very valuable high-grade item. "I could have been toast." Jae-sung continued, "Jin Sung, you know of the legendary creature that symbolizes our Lucifel Empire, don't you?" His face scrunched up. "What the heck is a legendary creature?" He started to connect the dots. "Isn't it a griffin?" "That's right. Many people don't know that, but it seems you do." Jin Sung thought awkwardly. "They have it on display right here. Of course I'd know." Jae-sung began to explain in detail. "About half a year ago, the Empire found a griffin's nest in the Sikar Desert and acquired an egg." "What? Griffins actually exist? And they defeated them?" His face turned serious. "However, the problem is that we haven't been able to make the egg hatch, even after half a year." Jae-sung said with a smile, "I want you to find a way to make this griffin egg hatch." System notification, Imperial Quest. The Griffin's Egg. Half a year ago, Emperor Celia's knights discovered a griffin egg in the middle of the Sikar Desert. The knights brought the egg back, and the Emperor wishes to raise it as it is the legendary creature that symbolizes the Empire. However, no one knows how to make the griffin egg hatch. Therefore, Emperor Celias has requested you, a skilled summoner, to make the egg hatch. Quest difficulty, none. Time limit, unknown. Reward, 1 summoning skill book from the Royal Library. If you refuse the quest, your affinity with Emperor Celias will decrease. If you have no affinity points, hostility points will increase. Will you accept the quest? His expression turned a bit sour. How the hell am I supposed to know? Make a griffin egg hatch? Above the white wall hung the golden painting of a griffin. I'm not its mom, you know. How am I supposed to hatch this egg? Jin Sung was lost in worried thought, and the quest's time limit wasn't displayed. What does that mean? How should I even start? In front of him were Jae-sung and his subordinate, Hylam. I can't just lose my reputation by ditching this quest. I understand. Let me see what I can do. Jin Sung walked out with a very heavy heart. Things were just getting worse and worse. I've gotten 2 huge quests that haven't given me anything yet. A sparkling stone lay in his palm. At least I know where to get support for the Forgotten Ancient Monster quest. Take this. What is it? Jae-sung looked at the stone with a sinister smile. But as for the Griffin Egg quest, I'm completely clueless about it. What should I do now? He had to figure out how to hatch this Griffin Egg. Jin Sung was still thinking about his conversation with the Emperor. Man, this is exhausting. Looks like I can't do both quests right now. I should check out that Yuhyun arena they mentioned first. Just then, the system window gradually appeared before his eyes. The arena's been open for 5 days, so I should probably level up my new skills. I need to find a place to grind. Jin Sung's finger moved, tapping on the blue screen. Oh, right, there's an ant temple here. Suddenly, a notification sound came from the screen. Huh? Is that a message? A girl with gray hair appeared. It was from Heron. A text conversation between them. Heron. Hello, what are you up to? Jin Sung. Oh, I'm getting ready to grind. I'm gonna try to get my EXP up to 99%. In a bustling city cafe, Heron was glued to her phone, texting him. I'm at a coffee shop near campus discussing my vacation assignment with a friend. Her face was turning red. I'd be really happy if we could grab a meal together if you're free. You're around here too, right? On his end, Jin Sung also blushed. A meal with Heron, that sounds like it could be fun. Jin Sung thought to himself, on the verge of tears. I need to use the rising electric wave skill first. Suddenly, he got a ping. I'm sorry, Heron, let's eat together next time. I'm already in the hunting zone, so it's kinda inconvenient to leave right now, even though he was actually still in town. Heron chuckled when she got his message. I get it. Just hit me up when you're done grinding, okay? I might reply slow, so I'll send you my number. Jinung, on the other hand, was lost in his own world, skipping a meal to go grind. I'm like a sun rising from behind a massive cliff. Jinung, Slap, and Lai stood before the pitch-black spiders. Look at this. This is exactly what we were hoping for. All 3 of them were brimming with confidence. Jin Sung raised his hand high. All right, get ready. Slap and Lai started to rush in. Let's get this started. Both of them looked fierce. Big, attack first. Slap's eyes lit up. Summon Big G received 2011 damage from the giant ant. Summon Big G received 376 damage from the giant ant. A powerful torrent of water burst forth. Big's icy rock wave blew the spiders to bits. They shrieked in pain from the attack. Lai was running at full tilt, and at that moment, he lunged forward. He was intensely focused on the fierce battle. He growled and leaped high into the air. Lai's claws were incredibly sharp. Awesome, perfect form, my guy. Jin Sung glanced back and saw Pipaji yawning soundly asleep. He tensed up, focusing to prepare for action. Pipaji's eyes suddenly shot wide open. It closed its eyes and took a deep breath, concentrating its inner energy. Its body was enveloped by a brightly glowing layer of power. It returned to its original form and jumped onto Jinung's shoulder. Now I don't have to tell you what to do. Good job, Pippi. Lightning crackled in his palm. All right, let's test this new skill. His body was channeling a massive amount of power. Rising electric wave. I guess I just need to throw it at the mob of ants. The bolt of lightning flew towards the black spiders. The lightning bolt was moving at an extremely slow speed. He gritted his teeth, slightly panicked. Why is it moving so damn slow? The bolt of lightning just lazily floated around the spiders. It's way too slow, so how is it supposed to hit the ants? It had absolutely no effect on the spiders. Jin Sung focused on channeling his power again. Wait a minute. First, he clenched his hand into a fist. I guess I'm supposed to do it like this. His feet began to move forward. This time, there's no way it's gonna miss. Jin Sung rushed toward the black spiders with both arms channeling energy. He focused with all his might, and a tremendously powerful force struck the black spiders. He successfully defeated the first spider. You have activated the skill, Rising Electric Wave. You have dealt 1,179 damage to the giant ant. One after another, the spiders were split in half. The paralysis effect didn't activate. That whole 15% chance thing, they were completely destroyed by his lightning power. A blue system panel appeared before Jinung's eyes. That's right, that's what I'm talking about. Rising Electric Wave dealt an additional 359 damage to the giant ant. The giant ant has entered a paralyzed state. The giant ant will be 30% slower and receive 50% more damage from electric-based attacks. Rising Electric Wave is now on cooldown. This skill is best suited for mobbing. Pipuji's turtle shell was stuck to his back. All right, time for the next fun part. Jinung let out a confident laugh. Mobbing is the absolute best. His finger moved across the screen. My EXP bar is now at 99.9%. I might hit level 51 if I grind just a little more. I won't be able to enter the arena if that happens. Behind Jin Exung stood Slap and Lai. All right, guys, prepare to withdraw. Where'd you go, Pipuji? Pipuji was sitting in a corner. Pipuji, what are you doing? It was continuously eating something. Wait, stop. That was the sound of Pipuji chewing on something. He held out his hand and commanded, Pipuji, recall. Pipuji completely disappeared after Jinung gave the order. A system notification panel appeared again. You have destroyed a giant ant's egg. You receive 36 EXP. A bright light began to shine around Jinung's body. You have leveled up to level 51. His knees slowly gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. Suddenly, he screamed out loud, "I've reached level 51. He was agitated, shutting his eyes in frustration. "I'm level 51 now?" Jinung's expression turned ugly. "I was too greedy. I should have stopped at 98%. I feel like summoning Pipaji back just to give it a beating." He sighed wearily and asked Lai, "What should I do now?" He raised his arm to give an order. "Well, you guys go take a rest." Jaden thought to himself again, if he wanted to de-level, the only way was to off himself. Jaden grimaced as he reached into the glowing circle. "I'll stash all the items that could drop on death." In his hand was an ice sword. This item was droppable, so he figured he'd use it. Jaden awkwardly pointed the sword at himself. Now he had to actually stab himself. He was a little scared and hesitant, feeling kinda awkward staring at the sword. The system announced, "You will lose experience upon death. You have de-leveled to 50. You will be unable to connect for 24 hours. In the middle of the bustling city, Jaden was walking and wondering what he should say when he met Haley. "I have a feeling it's going to be super awkward." In front of him was Haley. She said, "We're meeting at the coffee shop by the school's back gate, right?" She looked absolutely beautiful. "I didn't know there was someone this gorgeous at our school." He walked over, smiling at her. "How can someone be so pretty? Is she famous or something?" She smiled cheerfully and asked him, "Jaden, is that you?" "Yeah. Are you Haley?" Haley was wearing a light pink outfit. "Yep, it's me. You look exactly like you do in the game. I guess you didn't mess with your character's appearance during setup, huh?" Jaden replied politely. "I don't really care about looks." She looked way prettier than her in-game character. She continued gently, "I wanted to be prettier, so I edited mine a lot. That's probably why you didn't recognize me, right? You must be disappointed, huh? I don't look as pretty as I do in the game, do I?" Jaden thought. "I think she's prettier in real life." He gave an awkward little laugh. "Should we grab a bite first? I haven't had breakfast yet, so I'm starving." They were at a spicy rice cake spot. "Sure, I know a great place. Let's go there." "Okay." Haley was totally focused on enjoying the rice cakes. She was really digging into her food. Meanwhile, Jaden was finding the rice cakes incredibly spicy. The two of them happily said their goodbyes and left. A sigh was heard from the small house late at night. So tired. Jaden was completely drained. "Man, I'm totally out of energy. Girls are terrifying creatures." He suddenly let out a shy laugh. "But if it wasn't for Haley, when would I ever get to eat with a girl?" A spaceship appeared next to him. "Time to get back in the game." "Oh wait, I can't connect." Jaden was sitting inside, wearing his VR headset, but in here, he felt like he could think more freely, somehow. Jaden slowly drifted off to sleep inside the pod. Meanwhile, a battle was raging in a massive arena. The crowd in the stands was roaring with excitement. "Hello, viewers. This is ETBC, America's premier gaming network." Lucia and H shouted their introduction. "It's great to see you all. I'm your commentator, H, and I'm commentator Lucia." They were standing in the center of the arena in front of a huge crowd. "We've got a full house today." "Huh. You're right, Lucia. The whole arena seems way more hyped than a month ago, even though this is just the rookie league and not the main tournament." H continued, "A lot of new classes have been added. Which class do you think will show the most combat power in the arena?" H announced clearly. "For one-on-one matches, it's got to be the assassin class. That's a class with way higher attack power compared to warlocks and summoners." Jaden was sitting in the stands, listening. It looked like the first preliminary match was finally starting. Lim was set to face off against Prio. It's the assassin, Lim, a new class right from the first match. His opponent is the warrior, Prio. Lim's eyes were filled with killing intent. What an exciting matchup. "Everyone, please pay attention," the system announced. "The match will begin in 5 seconds. Jaden was deep in thought about the upcoming fight. He focused his gaze on the assassin, wondering how he would fight. Everyone was screaming, cheering for Lim and Prio as the match began. Prio started swinging his weapon, a massive sword. Lim kept his eyes on Prio's incoming attack. He swiftly dodged Prio's blow, jumping backward. The force from Prio's weapon was immense. Lim moved with incredible speed to evade the strike, an invisible skill. He must be planning a surprise attack. Just as a glint appeared in his eyes, he attacked Prio from behind. Jaden, sitting in the stands, looked impressed. Damn, he's good. A powerful energy radiated from Lim. I'll keep an eye on that assassin. Prio was in a tough spot as the fight went on. He started panting. You kidding me? I've lost almost half my health. His expression changed as he stood up and gripped his sword. But I can't give up. Die, you bastard. Prio was determined to counterattack Lim, Shockwave. He skillfully used a shuriken throwing technique. Prio's eyes widened as follow-up technique. He started to drop to his knees, screaming. His pupils rolled back in agony. Lim Long successfully took down Pio with that final blow. The entire stadium roared in unison. He won. Lim Long wins. Assassin East Tibet. Lim Long won the match. He'll get double the points for a flawless victory. The system window popped up, announcing the winner of the last battle. Jin Sung focused on analyzing the fight. For it to be this awesome, and it's only the first preliminary match. His expression turned a bit worried. That assassin is the real deal. Suddenly, he saw Lim Long looking down from the stage, a terrifying glint appearing in his eyes. His body suddenly trembled as he looked at him. That guy, Lim Long, was staring him down fiercely with a purple energy crackling in his hand. Jin Sung started to get nervous. Am I just seeing things? Lim Long was giving him a sharp look. They were super close to each other now. Lim Long turned and headed inside. I knew Ken would have a lot of strong players hiding in the shadows. I gotta stay on my toes. Jin Sung was in his room, looking at the blue screen, thinking, which one should I bring? He was watching the matches on the screen, but the other fights were a total joke and not even worth watching. Jin Sung focused on analyzing the match. Honestly, I'd rather watch the rookie preliminaries. No way I'm paying for this. He swiped through the screen. Why do they suck so bad? Even for players under level 50, this is just pathetic. His weapons appeared in front of him. I feel bad for making fun of Harry's and Cloven's control skills now. Compared to these clowns, those two are practically gods. Let's see. The next preliminary match is between Yan and Himin. Jin Sung stood up from his chair. It's my turn. The players whose names were called, please proceed to the waiting room immediately. Slap and Lie slowly materialized behind him. Jin Sung was standing in the center of the arena to the sound of loud cheers. Himin. His face was completely focused on his opponent, the greatest dark horse. Himin was flashing a very confident smile in front of him. Slap and Lie appeared beside him, with Chai on his shoulder. I have to save Slap as my ace in the hole. Himin beamed and waved to the audience in the stands. Himin is looking at me. No, he's looking at me. The blushing girls sat in the stands. Himini will take us to heaven, dark horse. Destroy that summoner. Everyone shouted in unison. The number one warlock Himin, formerly the Shadow Witch. That chick is getting on my nerves. He thought to himself with a mischievous grin. Number one warlock? Huh. Then I guess that makes me the number one summoner. I don't know much about assassins, but I know a thing or two about warlocks. His gaze suddenly shifted to Lie with a sinister smile. I just need to watch out for Bone Prison and his wide area debuff skills. And that dude's HP is even lower than a mage's or an archer's. How about we start this match with a bang? Himini spoke up to greet him. So you're Yan. It's a pleasure to meet you. His expression wasn't exactly pleasant. How can a guy look so fake? Jin Sung politely shook his hand. Himini hoped they would have a good fight. The match will begin in 5 seconds. He gave Lai a stern order. Lai, as soon as the match starts, go for the warlock. He's definitely going to unleash everything. His firepower on me once the match begins. Jin Sung put on his gloves, getting into a fighting stance. Summoners are easy to defeat if they're caught before their summons can use their power. He walked with a cool swagger. But I've got a few more aces up my sleeve. Jin Sung and Lai moved forward together. Himin was a little freaked out by the situation. What? I thought this was going to be a battle between his summons and my undead at the start. He's just charging straight at me? He began to summon his power. Bone Prison. His feet nimbly stepped on the bone tendrils. Knew it. He was completely unaffected by his power. Himini's face was more panicked than ever. No way. How is that a summoner? He's more like an assassin. Jin Sung was skilled with his evasion techniques. If you can predict where the skill will land, dodging isn't hard. Besides, I've dumped all my stats into agility. A glint appeared in his eyes as he spotted a weak point. A spark appeared in his eyes, one target, activating weak point detection. Lai ran towards him, growling angrily. The system announced, Summon Lai is using the skill Berserk. Meanwhile, Himin was chanting the spell Summon Skeleton. He ordered the skeletons to advance on him, block him. The skeleton's pupils were glowing, stop him. These boneheads, they're being controlled by a dark power. He just smirked back, totally confident. Everything was going according to his plan. This dude was so predictable. Jin Sung suddenly unleashed his power, commanding this summon of Slap. The crowd in the stands went wild when Slap appeared. What is that? It's a golem, a stone golem. This summoner is so sick. Himin's face twisted into an ugly scowl. What is that? No way. Jin Sung just laughed as he controlled the lightning power from his chi. No way, you say? What do you mean no way? Suddenly, the skeletons exploded from an insanely powerful force. Ice wave. The 3 elements of fire, ice, and lightning were merging into one. That power was slowly incinerating the skeletons. The people in the stands were hyped, shouting praises. That's incredible. What was that? It was like something out of an action movie. This fight is insane. It hasn't even been 30 seconds. Lai charged in again, attacking with blinding speed, and Hyman scrambled back from its ferocity. He was getting circled by Lai. The summoned beast Lai landed a critical hit on Hyman. Hyman lost 3,157 health. Hyman was inflicted with a bleed effect and will take a total of 515 damage over 10 seconds. Hyman lost 2,576 health. A thought raced through his mind. How the hell did this crazy dog deal 3,000 damage to me? It's not even a level 70 or 80 Shadow Wolf, and its summoner isn't even past level 50. Jinung appeared out of nowhere. It was too late. He swung a fist crackling with fire and lightning, backed by immense inner power. With just one punch to his face, Jinung managed to take down Hyman in an instant. Everyone watching the match stared with wide, terrified eyes. The system announced, player Hyman's health has dropped below 5% and he has been removed from the arena. Player Yan wins. Everyone screamed, praising him as the best. Ha and Lucia were also stunned by the match. Amazing. Is the summoner class always this OP? Yeah, maybe he has a hidden legendary class or something. They couldn't stop praising him. It was an incredible fight, especially that giant wolf. It completely wrecked Hyman in just a few attacks. Looking down at the ring, they praised Jinung's crew. The summoned beast is skilled, but the player himself is also amazing. He must be an agility-based summoner, which is just insane. Hyman wiped the blood from his nose, grinding his teeth as he thought, I let my guard down because he was a summoner. Damn it. I thought he was a total noob since he was only using iron fists as a weapon. He gritted his teeth in anger, refusing to accept the loss. I can't believe the number 1 Dark Horse got eliminated in the prelims. If I had just focused, I would have won. Damn it. Jinung glanced over at him. That must be what he's thinking. He thought to himself, silently dissing the guy. How is the number 1 Necromancer this week? His mechanics are trash. He couldn't dodge a single hit. Anyway, Jinung, Slap, Lai, and Pipaji walked off together. No one would ever underestimate a summoner in this game again. Lucia watched them, wondering, don't you think this rookie alliance is something else? Yeah, they are. Explained seriously to her. Especially the summoner Yan and the assassin Lin Long. Those two seem like they've trained using their own unique methods, he continued confidently. Now that I think about it, I think I remember seeing that summoner guy and that red-maned wolf somewhere before. Suddenly, he remembered something. I remember now. I've seen them before. They were the players I met on the ghost ship during the mage quest. Lucia squealed with admiration. For real? That's so epic. Yeah, I guess I just got lucky. They both started to hear an announcement from outside. The next match will begin in a few minutes. Okay, yeah, we're coming. Lin Long was pulling the thin cloth from his face. In a private room, the system window appeared before him. A sinister smile started to spread across Lin Long's face. Jinung continued into the next round, feeling completely confident. What's this? The round of 64, just for fun. Winning is everything. He slowly stepped onto the stage. If I keep winning like this, I can earn 100,000 reputation points and get the full level 50 summoner gear set. It's all rare heroic grade stuff too. Who's gonna stop me? Alright, let's win this tournament and get back to the grind. The crowd was getting hyped up again for the upcoming match. Let's go. Summoner Yan. The cheers kept coming. Go red mane wolf. Is that an ice golem? That turtle is so cute. Men glared at him with disgust, gritting her teeth in anger. Jinung was worried by her attitude. What's up? That archer looks familiar. Why is she giving me the side eye? He suddenly recalled an old memory of meeting men. I remember. She's the player killer from the cleric quest. Were those archers really only level 5? Jack smirked and pointed at her. She looked like she was at least level 50. Why is she here? Did she intentionally de-level just like me? Millen's face was still twisted with rage. Yan, you Peking bastard, you still have my halo necklace? You're a damn shameless piece of work, he replied with a wicked grin. I have no idea what you're talking about. Why are you asking me about it? Of course, I already auctioned it off for a sweet profit. She was holding a bow in her hands. You son of a bee. You played me last time, but not today. I'm gonna beat you to a pulp with my own 2 hands. Only losers run their mouths like that. The people in the stands were wondering, do they know each other? It looks like they've fought before. For real. This match is gonna be a total joke. Millen pointed and taunted him. You won't be so cocky today. I know your secret. He looked confused, wondering, I have a secret I don't even know about. What secret? She continued. That wolf you summon. It's not a tamed beast. You're using a binding artifact to control it. You're nothing without your items. He still didn't really get it. A binding artifact? What are you talking about? Hannah and Lucy were getting super excited. Oh my god, If that's true, this is a huge deal, right? It's true he's way too strong for a level 50 summoner. They focused on analyzing the situation. If he really has a summoning artifact, then winning this rookie league will be a piece of cake. I wonder if that's against the rules? It seems like the rich get richer and the poor get poorer in this game. Jax frowned and thought to himself, seriously, she really thinks Lai is a summoning artifact? Me? Relying on items? I'm starting to get pissed. Everyone was looking at him with suspicion, and those idiots actually believed her. Melon shouted, enough talk, let's go. I don't care about the wolf, I'll kill you first. He let out a weary sigh. The match will begin in 5 seconds. His gaze turned sharp. This idiot. I'm gonna wipe you off the map in 30 seconds. The battle between them finally began. Start. Jax gave Lai the command. Lai burst forward with energy. She drew her bow. I knew you'd use that move. Die. The arrow shot forward at an incredible speed. He and Lai dodged the arrow. That homing arrow is a high-level skill. I wonder how she found this skill book to learn this. I used to be an archer class player myself. His body moved with expertise. Even if I get hit, it won't do much damage. But Millen flashed a wicked smile. It's changing direction. You think you can dodge a homing arrow? He used Pipaji's shell to block the blow. Her eyes were fierce with confidence. Nice. But her arrow snapped in two. What? The system announced that the homing arrow skill was struck by Summoner Yan's summoned beast Pipaji, dealing 1 point of damage. Millen's face showed a hint of panic. What? 1 point of damage? What the hell is a Pipaji? He said with a confident smile. I've got a little bulletproof vest called Pipaji, so I can take a few hits. Only then did she realize he was getting dangerously close. When did he get so close? Millen started to panic as the situation became critical. His face was now filled with determination for this fight. I've been waiting for this. Jackson Lai leaped into the air, just as she was about to fire another arrow. Lightning energy crackled in his palm, successfully taking her down in a single blow. Everyone in the stands roared. Contestant Yan wins. Jax raised his arm in celebration of his victory. It'd be great if I could keep fighting people like that. He and his summons started heading back to the arena for the semifinals. Jax stared intently at the system window that appeared. The matches so far have been way too easy, but maybe the semifinals will be a real challenge. He suddenly saw a small figure stepping out. It was the kid, Honi, holding a magic staff. A kid, and he's a dark magician too. Jax quickly shook his head. No, I can't underestimate my opponent. He smiled cheerfully and introduced himself. I'm Yan, let's have a good fight. Suddenly, Huni sighed, not bothering to introduce himself back. The kid began to speak confidently. Finally, I meet someone with actual skill. This match won't be easy, but a lot of people would be sad if I, the greatest magician on the continent, lost in this round. A savage smile appeared on his face. Evil summoner of darkness, your lucky streak ends here, and you will fall before me. Prepare yourself. Jack started to grit his teeth in annoyance. What is this kid's deal? Is he some kind of clout chaser? He thought with disgust as he looked at his opponent. He's a dark magician himself. Who gives him the right to call me a shadow summoner? Talk about a god complex. And the greatest wizard on the continent? Seriously. Huey announced loud and clear. The name's Ganja Huey. You better remember it, not that it'll matter when you're 6 feet under. Jax just face-palmed. Totally done. What the hell? Is this kid for real? A moment later, an announcement echoed across the sky. The match will begin in 5 seconds. Instantly, the kid started channeling his power. Awaken from the sealed abyss. My servants, bring me a glorious victory. He glanced at the monsters that appeared, sizing them up. Not a huge crowd, but these weren't your average skeletons. Jax took a closer look. The first thing he noticed was that they were black. He pursed his lips, recognizing a hidden class. That kid has a hidden class. That's how he can summon skeletons I've never seen before. Jax then looked up, thinking, I actually have no idea what skills he's going to use. I should have watched a few matches with dark mages. Why didn't I watch a single one? Suddenly, the whole arena was flooded with immense power and a shout. Boom. Instantly, the skeleton army charged forward. System voice, Dark Abyss. You have been hit by Ganja Huey's skill, Dark Abyss. While under this skill's effect, your speed is reduced by 20%. Jax got pissed. Slowed by 20%? What a drag. He braced himself, planning his counter, which means I can't just steamroll this fight like the others. Guess I'll have to play it straight. Jax commanded. Lie, hit him from the flank. Then he activated the skill Ice Wave Slap. Instantly, his beast appeared with an intimidating aura. Jax fused his power with the beast's and ordered, pressure up. And just like that, the skeletons were smashed to bits. System, Ganja Huey's summon, the Shadow Skeleton Warrior, has been paralyzed. Its speed is now reduced by 30%. Jax was hyped, his eyes flashing. Hell yeah. On the other side, Huey was just as pumped, pointing and saying, "Not bad." But then, Jax's face suddenly fell. "What is that?" The kid launched a blast of magic, gloating, "Your lucky streak ends here." Shadow Judgment. Jax's mind went blank. Shadow Judgment is a basic attack skill for dark mages. It's fast, but you can track its path by watching the caster's hands. Huey taunted. "You're pretty good, but too bad you ran into me." Jax sighed, guessed that God Complex is terminal. After that, the skeletons were blasted by a massive wave of ice. His eyes sharpened. "This is my chance," Jax quickly ordered. Slap, straight punch. But something weird happened. The kid sneered, "It's not punching anything." In response, Jax just smirked and said, "That's what you think." Jax yelled, "This is the real attack." He quickly commanded his beast, "Go, lie." It instantly appeared, its eyes hungry for prey as it lunged. Huey watched in shock as his summoned monsters were wiped out. What? They were being shattered, their skulls cracking, pieces flying everywhere. The kid rushed over to the scene, letting out angry snarls. Sweat dripped down Huey's face. But this was all part of my plan. Kid switched to another skill, Dead Man's Revenge. System, Summoned Beast Lie has dealt critical damage to Ganja Huey. Ganja Huey loses 2,272 health. Jax wasn't scared at all. In fact, he was feeling confident. Gotcha. But then, he froze. What? The system explained. Player Ganja Huey's skill, Dead Man's Revenge, has activated, reflecting 276% of the damage. Summoned Beast Lie takes 6,270 damage. Jax gritted his teeth, furious. Are you kidding me? That much damage? No way. Lie doesn't even have 8,000 HP. At this rate, Lie is gonna. System report. Summoned Beast Lie takes 759 damage. He yelled out, feeling helpless. No. Jax quickly recalled his beast, Lie unsummon. He's going to die, he thought. Across the field, Huey flashed a twisted grin. Just as I calculated, that pathetic wolf has a high attack, but its vitality is trash. Nothing escapes these eyes that see through all evil. Jax's mind was a mess. I never thought I'd have to fight without Lie. I should have played it safe and just taken out the skeletons first. He was on edge, but Huey must have taken a serious hit too. And that Dead Man's Revenge skill can't last forever, so I still have a shot. Hunter guessed. Should I take a crack at what you're thinking, with this brilliant mind of mine? The kid said with a scornful tone. You're probably thinking I've lost a ton of blood, right? That has to be it. Don't even try to deny it. Hunter then used his next skill, Soul Siphon. The kid was unbelievably tough. With this, my health is all filled up again. Hunter declared, how are you going to beat me now without that wolf of yours? Jackson felt uneasy, so that's what he was getting at. If I'm not careful, I could totally lose this. He looked at Hunter's confidence and felt torn. What am I supposed to do now? Hank exclaimed while watching. This is insane. What a nail-biter. Lucia agreed. For real, this fight is intense. He then asked, who do you think is going to take this one? Lucia. She answered, I'm not sure. It's way too early to call a winner. Hank agreed. You're right, that's what makes this whole thing so exciting. Suddenly, they were shocked. What is going on? The arena stands echoed with stunned shouts. No way. Down in the ring, he was unsummoning his creature. It looks like he just dismissed his own summon. What is he doing? Lucia realized that wasn't his only summoned beast, but it seemed to be his best offensive one. They were super curious. What's his game plan? The entire arena erupted with excitement. The crowd was roaring and cheering like crazy, making the whole place electric. Suddenly, Jackson gave a cryptic smile, covering one eye with his hand, putting on a mysterious act that got everyone wondering. Player Jaden, the arena was buzzing like crazy. Everyone was looking at each other asking, what is he thinking? Even the cocky and confident Hunter looked confused, wondering to himself. He recalled his summon instead of bringing out another one. After a moment of confusion, the kid convinced himself he was right and started trash talking. So you finally realize how awesome I am and decided to give up? I'll accept your surrender. I'm just that generous. Jackson just sighed. He really couldn't be bothered to argue with the kid, just wondering to himself, what's this brat up to? But he couldn't resist throwing a few warning shots at Hunter. Hey kid, you keep running your mouth like that and I'm gonna have to teach you a lesson. That last comment totally set the kid off, and he fired back. You little punk, you good-for-nothing bum, and I was actually going to let you surrender. Hunter ground his teeth, hissing the words out. But I can't let it slide that you called me a little punk. The kid's out-of-control rage was exactly what Jackson had been hoping for. A dangerous smirk spread across his face. I got him rattled, now I just need to. He suddenly thought of his ride-or-die partner. Just then, Jackson glanced over at Pip, the little turtle sleeping peacefully on his shoulder, looking like he didn't have a care in the world. The little turtle, once awake, didn't even wait for his master's orders. It was like he was already programmed to charge straight at the enemy. Hunter was totally stunned to see this thing charge him head-on. His eyebrows shot up as he wondered, what is this big-headed turtle? The kid's expression went from dazed to shocked. You have another summon. Jackson suddenly put on a teary-eyed, emotional face, thinking to himself, Pip, my little dude, I always thought. You only follow me around for the snacks, but you bravely stood up to protect me. At that moment, Hunter pointed his magic staff at the little turtle. Hunter resolved, I'm taking out this big-headed turtle. Once again, the magic staff in the kid's hand glowed with limitless power. Judgment of Darkness. As Hunter unleashed the attack, the system immediately announced, the skill, Judgment of Darkness, has been cast on player Jaden's summon, Pip. Pip quickly pulled his head back into his shell. A spell was cast on him, and a magic circle appeared on his shell. The system voice chimed repeatedly, 1 damage received. Hunter finally realized what was happening and yelled, a shield. But the kid probably figured it out too late, after wasting a chunk of his energy. After spamming a barrage of skills on its tough shell, Pip was totally fine, continuing to close the distance on the kid like a challenge, as if to say, is that all you got? This made Hunter's shock turn into rage, and he instantly wanted to punish it. The kid summoned a swarm of skulls with teeth as sharp as knives. Surprisingly, these skeleton warriors didn't attack Pip but just passed him by coldly as if he wasn't even there. Worried the kid wouldn't get it, Huni condescendingly spoke up like he was doing him a favor. You got guts, turtle. I'll deal with you later. The little punk was now commanding his warriors to advance with a scheme in mind. First, I gotta execute that punk. The skeleton warriors, following their master's command, charged forward aggressively, radiating dark energy. Right away, Zung bolted. No way he was dumb enough to just stand there and let this bone crew take him out. From a distance, Huni frantically screamed his orders, get him, don't let him escape. Suddenly, Jin Zung stopped running and turned back, his sharp gaze confirming his thoughts. Just as I predicted, I've got this kid's number. While running, Jin Zung weaved through the skeleton crew in a zigzag pattern. This just made Huni even cockier, who started taunting, what's this? You think running away is going to do anything? Are you some kind of monkey? At the same time, Jin Zung completely ignored what the kid was saying and affirmed, now's my chance. In a flash, Jin Zung was right next to Pipaji, and the little turtle's eyes lit up. In a split second, Jin Zung unleashed his ultimate move, stunning Huni, who could no longer pinpoint his location. Spatial swap. In a move Huni never saw coming, Jin Zung suddenly appeared right behind the kid. Huni was so surprised he yelled out, breaking into a cold sweat. What the hell? Before the kid could even process it, Jin Zung blasted him from behind with everything he had. That one hit sent the kid flipping across the arena floor, landing headfirst on the ground, his staff flying out of his grip and clattering to the side. Scrambling up from the ground, Huni lied to himself. I'm still totally fine. Jin Zung walked over and squatted in front of the kid, a huge question mark in his mind, seriously wondering, is this kid really okay? Right after that, he gave Huni a hard flick right on his wide forehead, making the kid scream in pain. Man, poor kid. He was in so much pain that his face was a mess of tears and snot, looking completely defeated. At the same time, the system announced, player Ganji Hunya has left the arena. Instantly, the arena erupted with non-stop applause. Everyone cheered in unison, followed by the system's announcement. According to the arena's rules, elimination by ring out is in effect. Player Yan is the winner. The only one left on the stage was Jin Zung, raising his arm high to celebrate his victory. Down below, the audience roared in unison. The summoner won. That was awesome. Taking advantage of the break to prepare for the next match, the two commentators started chatting again. This time, Lucia kicked it off. That was a truly unexpected comeback. HB jumped in right after. For real, did you see that? That was insane. How did he use his skills so perfectly? Hearing their commentary, Jin Zung's face went dark, wanting to see who these clueless commentators were. Those two kept on talking like they knew everything, acting all surprised. He won without even needing his summoned wolf thanks to an artifact. What a pro. Right then, Jin Zung seriously wanted to storm the booth, grab the mic, and set everyone straight. It's not an artifact. That's some damn bull. For real. Huni still couldn't accept the fact that he was a loser, even while crumpled on the ground. He was still thinking, that should have been my win. I was so close to winning. Jin Zung kindly came over to comfort the kid with a few words that were like rubbing salt in the wound. Don't cry, little man. That's how you grow up. With tears streaming down his face, Huni wailed like a baby. It doesn't count. Let's fight again right now. Jin Zung just smirked and shot back. If you want a rematch next time, I'll take you on. At this time, back in the real world, the call center for Channel Y was constantly ringing with greetings like, yes, this is the Channel Y support center. The operators' phones were ringing off the hook. Every caller was demanding a live broadcast of the ongoing rookie tournament right now. All the operators could do was give the same robotic response. Yes, hello. I'm sorry. The rookie tournament? The rookie tournament, you say. You want to watch it live right now. After taking non-stop calls, one of the girls was so wiped she was gasping for air, leaning back in her chair to enjoy a few moments of peace. Someone couldn't help but wonder, are they asking for that rookie tournament again? Her coworker next to her chimed in. I don't even know how many times it's been. Why are they so hyped to watch a tournament that isn't even over yet? The person next to her didn't have an answer and just added, yeah, for real. The forums are going crazy too. The girl then leaned in, ready for some gossip, and asked, so what's going down in the rookie tournament? Back in the arena, Jin Sung and his crew were stepping out, heads held high. The crowd below was roaring nonstop, and his expression suddenly turned serious, just as expected. As Liam Long stepped into the arena, his sharp gaze locked onto him, lost in his own thoughts. This player made it to the finals, and now his fans were cheering wildly. You're the man, assassin. That assassin is sick. Looking at his opponent, Gino remembered watching Liam Long fight against other players. He won so effortlessly, and a sense of unease washed over Gino as he thought, I can't believe he made it this far using only basic assassin skills. Meanwhile, I've already shown all my cards. Even though Liam Long knew he was strong, he didn't underestimate his opponent, thinking this match really wasn't going to be a walk in the park. He suddenly made a friendly gesture. Hey Ian, I'm a big fan of your matches. Gino politely stepped forward to shake Liam Long's hand. Nice to meet you too, let's have a great fight. Just then, something unusual glinted in Liam Long's eyes, and no one had a clue what he was thinking. At the same time, the announcer's voice boomed over the speakers. The final match of the rookie tournament between player Liam Long and player Ian will begin shortly. The arena was more hyped than ever. The crowd below cheered relentlessly, not even caring who won. Many excited fans kept chanting their idol Liam Long's name, show us what you've got. Gino's fans also started shouting his title, Summoner. As Gino stretched and got ready to fight, the announcer declared the match would begin in 5 seconds. Facing a formidable assassin like Liam Long, Gino thought to himself, no matter how I slice it, this is a bad matchup for a summoner. He remembered how Liam Long could blitz his opponents, taking them down in the blink of an eye. Gino, in his fighting stance, realized, if I can't figure out how to counter that invisibility skill, I don't stand a chance. The final countdown began to echo through the arena. Liam Long was already poised for battle, a protective aura glowing around him. Gino was still silently mapping out his strategy. I need to max out my senses and dodge the first blow on pure reflex. The second, the announcer yelled, begin. Gino instantly summoned the energy for a steel fist attack. He launched it at his foe, but was still deep in thought, reminding himself, then I have to win before his invisibility skill comes off cooldown. At the same time, Liam Long stared down his opponent with a determined look, the dagger in his hand glowing. His eyes held a murderous glint, like he could end his opponent in a split second. Seeing his opponent's opening move, Gino was a little stunned, wondering, what the hell? He's not using his invisibility skill. Gino stood there, analyzing the situation. I thought for sure he'd use his stealth ability and attack right away. Meanwhile, his eyes were glued on Liam Long rushing towards him. The long cooldown on his stealth skill is a major drawback. He must be saving it for later. If I were him, I'd save it for when things get dicey. If I mess this up, the stakes are too high. He closed in, his hand crackling with immense power. Gino smirked. Look at that pinpoint accuracy. Does he know we're on the same level? Gino gauged Liam Long's speed. He's closing in. The scene erupted into chaos as someone screamed, everyone, get back. Gino looked at the beast he'd just summoned beside him and thought, that's it. He then roared a command to his summon. Slap. Instantly, a massive, freezing beam of light shot out. Ice wave. Gino assessed the situation. He's caught. Meanwhile, Liam Long's face was a mask of cold anticipation. He lunged forward using his skill, Shadow Step. Seeing this, Gino's mind went blank. What the? He vanished. Suddenly, Gino spotted his silhouette in the darkness, and his eyes narrowed. Shadows. Of course, his hidden class has to be shadow-related. That's why he used that skill. While Gino was still processing, Liam Long was already on him, but that didn't mean he was just going to take it. Two immense powers clashed. The whole area was engulfed in light as piercing screams rang out. Another explosion, he realized. That move again? Why does this dude keep getting on my nerves? Excited screams echoed all around the arena. Gino attacked while analyzing the situation, but he can't dodge while he's airborne. He clenched his fist, gathering his energy to launch another attack. The second Gino unleashed his skill, his opponent dodged it. No way, he actually dodged that. The sword in Liam's hand was raised high, and then he unleashed a ground-shattering strike. Jax's mind went blank. He just stood there watching the power coming at him. What the hell? Did he just cancel that skill? Jax summoned energy into his hand, a smug grin spreading across his face. There's no way just falling like that would let him dodge it. Liam's eyes flashed with anticipation, and then tens of thousands of blades rushed forward. Shadow combination. Jax stood below, looking up completely stunned. No. A shadow? His jaw dropped as he read the system report. Shadow combination has dealt critical damage to the target. You have taken 4,560 damage. Jax's body was covered in red threads. I took that much damage from a single hit? System, you have taken 1,075 damage. Liam's gaze was cold and calculating. Jax grew worried. If it was just a shadow, how could it deal so much damage? System, you have taken 954 damage. Jax ordered his beast, Lie, to hit him with an electric orb. It immediately shot forward, rushing toward its prey. Liam quickly cast a spell to block the attack. The point of impact created a blinding flash of light. System, summoned beast, Lie has dealt damage to Liam. Player Liam's HP has decreased by 1,795, and then came piercing screams along with the notification sound. The electric orb's skill has hit the target. Player Liam's HP has decreased by 1,085. Player Liam is afflicted with paralysis, speed reduced by 30%. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Getting hit like this wasn't his style. Jax's hands clenched into fists. Thank God the paralysis worked, even though I can't take a fatal hit. Good. The playing field is level again. Liam was stunned by the move Jax used. Jax got both hands ready, thinking to himself, I'll just act as bait and let Lie attack. He shot forward like the wind, time to break a few of that guy's bones. His eyes lit up as the assassin's HP dropped to the level of a warlock. Meanwhile, Liam silently sized up his opponent's move. Again, Jax charged forward with intense killing intent, yelling, not a chance. Suddenly, he froze. Where's the shadow? Is it an invisibility skill? Jax frantically scanned the area, searching for him. Where did he go? Jax's mind was a mess. Could it be? Instantly, Jax raised his fist high, his determination locked onto Liam. Then he launched a direct punch straight into his gut. System. Player Liam has been hit with the pressure boost skill, causing player Liam to lose 1,217 HP. Player Liam is suffering from partial body paralysis, reducing his movement speed by 30%. He struggled, his eyes narrowing as he thought to himself, Gotcha. Liam's hand powerfully grabbed Jax's blade. The two of them stared each other down, creating a tense atmosphere. The system announced, Summon Pipaji has been attacked. Pipaji loses 27 HP. Jax glanced at his opponent's block and praised him. Not bad. Then Jax tried to pour more power into his fist. At the same time, both of them threw a punch. He gritted his teeth as he looked at the status window. You have been attacked. Lost 1,749 HP. Lost 1,577 HP. You have been poisoned. You will lose 315 HP per second. Jax clutched his wound, grimacing as he cursed, Damn it. System, you are losing 315 HP. You have been healed and gain an additional 843 HP. Across from him, Liam smirked. He's not half bad, is he? Using the skills he has at his disposal, it's a perfect execution. Jax assessed the situation. My HP is way too low now. He charged forward with a confident smile, but I'm never gonna give up. Jax's eyes were filled with determination. I'm putting everything into this final attack. He boldly declared to Liam, Give it up. Meanwhile, Liam just smiled, his mask slowly coming off. The two of them slowly closed the distance between them, and Lie instantly appeared at its master's side. A heavy stomp on the ground kicked up a cloud of dust, their fluid, storm-like steps swapping their positions. Liam didn't stop. He threw his dagger, but suddenly, Liam's eyes froze in disbelief. He didn't know when, but Jax was already standing right beside him. His wolf let out a continuous, savage growl. It opened its massive jaws, baring its fangs. It lunged in to bite him. Summon Lie attacks Liam. The system warnings were non-stop. Player Liam loses 3,150 HP. Player Liam has sustained severe bodily injury and will lose 630 HP per second. Liam had fallen into a disadvantageous situation. His body was slowly losing its strength. On the other side, Jax was extremely smug. Just as I planned. He rushed forward thinking, if I just keep this up, if I keep stalling and let Rai attack non-stop, he'll definitely bleed out from Rai's hits. Jax glanced at Liam long, feeling confident. I'm pretty sure I can block his dark attacks from before. So right now, the best move is just to keep my distance from him. He rushed in, attacking like the wind. This dude is a real pain. Jax's eyes glinted with a plan. I just gotta stall. If I can keep this up, he'll slowly bleed out until he's below 5% health and this match will be over. and then he quickly unleashed his weapon, Dark Blade. Instantly, swords of darkness appeared in midair, but Jax's body was incredibly agile, so he dodged them all. He gave the command, Rai and Slap, go in, thinking to himself, this is the final blow. Getting jumped by both pets put him at a disadvantage. Liam Long tried to counter Dark Blade's skill. Instantly, he regained the upper hand with countless blades at his side. Instantly, Jax was thrown into a panic. Wait, what? His body froze as he watched the magic blades rush toward him. The system notifications kept popping up. You are being attacked by player Liam Long's Dark Blade. Player Jax has lost 1,375 health. Match over. Player Jax loses. Because player Jax's health is below 5%, he covered his eyes. Did I really lose? And then the whole arena erupted, congratulating player Liam Long on his victory. Everyone in the crowd was cheering for Liam Long. Jax let out a sigh. If only I had been a little faster then. I wouldn't have lost. I was so careless. Liam Long stood there, looking at Jax with a winner's smirk. The two congratulated each other. Good game, that was a hell of a match. Back in the room, he was bummed, so I only got second place. Jax sighed. I really got swept up in his rhythm at that critical moment. He recalled with disappointment, I should have researched him more thoroughly before deciding to attack head-on. I was too reckless and relied way too much on my summons. And then Jax shook it off, sitting down to look at the system. Whatever, it's over now. He told himself, that's enough self-pity for one day. All right, let's see what rewards I got. Jax's mood was now super hyped. Man, this is intense. He sat there, wondering between the two boxes, which one should I open first? And then Jax made a decision. Screw it, I'll just pick this one. He immediately commanded the system to open it. The info quickly popped up. Attack rating 205 to 235. Uses 255. Heroic grade. Costs 100 mana per use. Requirement to use level 50 plus. Spirit mana plus 30. Charisma plus 50. Leadership quality plus 15%. Passive. When equipped, regenerates 1 spirit mana per second. Increases the maximum charisma and loyalty stats of summoned beasts by 5%. Item belongs to player Jax and cannot be used by others or traded, and will be lost upon death. Jax smirked. A special ring just for a summoner? The effects and passive on this ring are totally perfect for me. Although it's a bit of a bummer that it can't be traded or lent to others. Jax analyzed. My soul energy isn't enough for the electric fluctuation skill, so getting this is pretty sweet. He turned to the remaining box, now for the weapon box. After the box opened, inside was a new item, a bow. I got a bow. You have obtained the item Summoner's Blinding Bow. The system explained the item information, Summoner's Blinding Bow, attack 205 to 235, durability 600 out of 6000, agility option plus 65, summoning energy plus 30, critical hit chance plus 15%, critical hit damage plus 70%, bow type, heroic grade, requires level 50 plus, attack 209 to 395, plus innate ability. All agility and attack stats of summoned units are increased by 20% and 30% respectively. If you deal critical damage to an opponent, you recover 3 soul energy and leave a blinding mark on the enemy. The mark lasts for 5 seconds. Dealing damage to a marked target reduces the cooldown of all skills by 5 seconds. The item belongs to the player, cannot be lent or exchanged, and is not dropped upon death. A noble bow gifted to the summoner for an excellent performance in the arena. Jax rubbed his chin, analyzing, I got a better item than I expected, but this is a little awkward. He imagined, if I switch weapons, I won't be able to use the Link skill. I'll lose the critical damage buff for my summons and the leadership skill buff for my fist weapon. Jax's mind was curious, but he snapped back to reality. Soul energy and a slowing debuff. She's pretty tempting. What should I do? And then he got hyped. I'll use the bow, but I'll stick with my fists until I find a weapon with a Link skill. Jinung reached out and touched the item. Now if I go hunting, the cooldown on my training skill will be way lower, since it cuts the cooldown by a whole 5 seconds. He happily felt the bow. Speaking of which, let me check out Lai's stats. Jinung's face lit up with excitement. The training skill is up to intermediate level 8, and Lai's potential is over 50. Sweet, he started getting cocky, feeling himself. Now if I get another new summon, I can raise it real good. I can't use a Link skill once I switch weapons, but once I catch a special or hero grade summon and evolve it, it's going to be totally OP. Suddenly, he remembered something. Right. I feel like I'm forgetting something. What was it? Beads of sweat started rolling down Jinung's face. The bet to reach level 93 before the break ends. He remembered what he heard. So you'll try and hit level 93 before the new semester starts again? That's right, but if you win the bet. I'll give you an A+ in the classes I teach, regardless of whether you show up or not. Back then, Jinung was feeling super smug. No way he'll pull it off right. Jinung started to panic. There's 1 month and 10 days before the semester starts, and the first week is the add-drop period, so that probably doesn't count. Professor Lee Jinuk's first class is on a Thursday, so his hand trembled as he came to a conclusion. All in all, I have exactly 50 days left. Jinung grabbed his hair, wanting to cry a river. I'm so screwed. A while later, deep in the majestic mountains, his monster sidekicks were training non-stop. The system announced, "You have reached level 62. He got pumped, making a fist to celebrate. All right, Jinung stretched lazily. I hit level 62 in 1 week. Not bad, but I gotta pick up the pace. When am I ever gonna reach level 93? He glanced at the system. At least the class-specific skill I got at level 60 makes grinding a little faster. Let's see how much of a boost it is. Status window, potential burst. Direct skill type, skill level 1. Effectiveness, 5%. Cooldown time, 20 minutes. Duration, 1 minute and 20 seconds. Requirement can only be used on a summon. Enhances the summon's combat skills by bursting its potential. All combat stats of the designated summon will increase by 100% of its potential units. The skill's level and effectiveness will increase the duration. Jinung was pretty satisfied with his potential burst skill. The summon's combat ability doubles. That's pretty good. His mind raced. Let's see. Pipaji is now level 61. Lai is 63 and Big Guy is 64. Nice. Jinung glanced into the distance, looking for a suitable spot. This spot is getting a little too easy now. I should probably find another place. A grinding spot is supposed to be treacherous and full of challenges, right? Where should I go? Should I head to the Foco Mountains? I still have to do that. B-rank quest from Oakley. Oakley once said. That's right. Those who pass the test will receive a reward, along with a quest they cannot refuse. The old man held up the feather and instructed, anyway, if the person brings this soul stone to the space mage, they will find a way to resurrect the war dragon somehow. And take this. This is your reward. And so Jinung came to a conclusion. I'll go to the tower of the space mage as soon as I hit level 70. He climbed onto the spirit beast's back and gave the order. Lie. Let's go. To the Foco Mountains. A complaint echoed from inside the house. How is the cereal all gone? Jinung sadly looked at the empty food box. Did I eat it all already? I logged out to get lunch, right? He pulled out his phone to make a call. Whatever. I'll just order delivery. I can't go out right now. With one hand, he was looking up info on his computer. Let's see if there's any info on new monsters around the Foco Mountains. Yeah. I'd like to order some fast food. New monster information. Magma Witch. Found in the underground dungeon of the Blazing Plateau. Jinung was surprised. A Magma Witch. The system explained. Magma Witch. Level 72 to 75. Elemental type. Vitality around 12,000. Rare grade. Attack. Unknown. Estimated around 200. Defense. Unknown. Estimated around 200. Traits unknown. Skills unidentified. Intelligence estimated between 1,000 and 1,100. Energy unidentified. Fire zone continuously deals isotropic heat damage in a wide area. Estimated around 3 square kilometers. Burn chance is fixed. Predicted to have high damage resistance when taking a hit. The more he looked, the more pleased he was. I like these graphics. Suddenly, Jinung was startled. Its inherent ability is an AoE attack, and its stats are insane. I'm not totally sure, I'm just guessing based on its moves. This is an area of effect fire skill. Jinung noted that this move deals a crazy amount of damage even with its wide range. A sinister grin spread across his face. All right, I'm catching this one. Magma Sorcerer, you're gonna be mine. Jinung's excitement quickly faded, but it's a rare grade. He analyzed the system interface. I've already evolved a bunch of normal grade units, so I want to catch a rare one and evolve it. But the issue is time. Jinung started to realize the drawbacks. How long would it take to catch a rare grade that can evolve? Man, I'm on the fence. His mind was racing, but if I can catch it, it'll double my leveling speed. After a moment, Jinung shut his laptop. All right, that's enough recon for now. Time to grab some food and then I'll log back on. At the Foco Mountains, he looked around and sighed. It's been a minute since I've been here. I scored a ton of loot from this place before I reset. Jinung tapped his system screen. The outlaw's hideout in the Foco Mountains has got to be somewhere around here. He pieced together the information. Their average level is around 68 to 72, so this is a decent spot to grind. Jinung looked off into the distance and directed Lai. that way. He stood on the cliff, looking down into the canyon, wider than I remember. But my plan should still work. And then Jinung yelled at the top of his lungs, "Big guy, I summon you." He turned and commanded, "Big guy, move those boulders over here." At his command, Jinung's spirit beast got to work. It effortlessly pushed the massive boulder in the direction he wanted. Jinung mused, "I was worried we couldn't move them because they were too big, but it looks like we pulled it off. Can you hide over there?" "Big guy," he raised an eyebrow. "Lie, you see those guards over there?" Lai let out a low growl in response. Then, Jinung gave the order, "Get close to them without making a sound. Don't get seen, and then wait for my signal." And then he let out a loud battle cry, "Go." Jinung immediately dashed forward. He slid forward aggressively, kicking up clouds of dust, his gaze locked and determined. "This time, I'm using an arrow." Surrounded by a brilliant blue aura, his bare hand reached out, touching the stream of pure energy. The bow in his hand wasn't just a weapon, it was a legendary item. The rocky battlefield turned into a wasteland, as Jinung's eyes blazed with a brilliant blue mana. A high-level skill had been activated, and he held the bow firmly. Ahead of them was a gate with 2 guards. Jinung and Lai watched in silence. Jinung drew his bow, and a blue mana light erupted from the arrow. He thought to himself, "The overcharged skill will be imbued into the arrow since I'm using a bow. So convenient, it has a paralysis effect too." The sudden threat made the gate guards look around, on high alert. Jinung let out a defiant smirk, drawing the bowstring back as far as it would go, pouring all of his mana into the arrowhead. He had to drop them instantly, giving them no chance to fight back. The paralysis was just insurance. The arrow was loosed, flying forward with unimaginable speed. Jinung thought to himself, "This is my shot." The mana-infused arrow pierced through one guard's head, dropping him instantly. The guard let out a final cry of pain as system notifications popped up. The Mountain Outlaw Guard has been paralyzed. The Mountain Outlaw Guard's speed is decreased by 30%, and it will take an additional 50% damage from electric-type attacks. The cooldown for overcharge has been reduced. Victory came so easily. Jinung smirked, then shouted for his spirit beast. "Lai." The system displayed the results. "You have successfully landed overcharge. You have dealt 1,479 damage to the Mountain Outlaw Guard. Overcharge dealt an additional 527 damage to the Mountain Outlaw Guard." Jinung commanded, "Get the other one." Lai lunged forward, its jaws open wide and its eyes blazing with blue mana, preparing a devastating bite that sent the remaining guard running for his life. Jinung watched from a distance with a satisfied smirk as Lai landed a critical blow, sinking its teeth straight into the guard's shoulder. Blood sprayed through the beast's magical aura, the guard's face a mask of pure terror before he was torn apart. Another guard on the watchtower frantically spotted the commotion. He screamed, "Intruder! We have an intruder!" The guard on the watchtower yelled, "Everyone, to the gate now." The alarm bell at the top began to ring non-stop, signaling an enemy attack. Jinung was secretly thrilled. Perfect. He scanned the surrounding area, then turned to signal his summon. "Lai, this way." The guards scrambled to deal with the intruder and his beast, bracing for the incoming attack. The enemy reacted just as predicted, gathering at one point. He looked back with a smug grin. Perfect. They took the bait. The group quickly chased after Jinung. The leader with the large mace appeared, yelling like a maniac. "That bastard is on the run." The sky was strangely clear, and the angry clang of steel and the order to kill echoed through the air. "Get him! After him!" Jinung and Lai shot forward like lightning. His face showed a mix of defiance and excitement. "Let's see if you can keep up." They rushed towards a rocky slope. The guards charged with weapons raised, furious and aggressive, yelling to stop and kill him, to make him suffer. Seeing the large number of soldiers chasing him, Jinung eagerly calculated, "They must have all come out now." He dashed into the canyon where Slap was waiting in ambush. Jinung thought to himself, "Good, everything is going according to plan," then gave the order, "Lai, head back there." He glanced up at Slap behind the large boulder, inwardly praising it for hiding so well. Suddenly, Jinung slowed down, as Chai started sparking and chirping nonstop. Pipaji then appeared too. It let out a series of shrill noises from his shoulder. He wondered, what's wrong with them? Chai and Pipaji both got into a fighting stance. Jinung suddenly realized, "You guys want to do something cool too, huh?" Seeing the two of them all puffed up, he could only smile helplessly and reassure them. "All right, but save it for next time. There's always another chance. Stop complaining and get on my back." The atmosphere grew tense as the soldiers caught up in the middle of the vast canyon. The leader growled with extreme anger. "Who dares to challenge us, the outlaws of Foko Mountain?" Jinung laughed, silently judging him. Is he trying to act all tough? In the end, he's just another monster. Finally, the loud call rang out, slap, jump. Receiving the command, it immediately leaped from its ambush spot and dove down. The terrified leader looked up, his expression desperate as he screamed, "Up there, look, what is that?" Right above them, a muscular slap was bringing down a terrifying stomp. Its eyes flashed and it gritted its teeth in fury. The surrounding guards screamed in pain as they were hit by the icy shockwave from the golem. Cold mana enveloped them, causing area of effect damage and a chain of debuffs. The leader collapsed, his whole body paralyzed and critically injured. The system displayed a notification, Summoned Beast. Slap has dealt 2,340 damage to the Outlaw of Foko Mountain. Jinsung gloated inwardly. Gotcha. This is why you gotta use your head. Another notification appeared. Summoned Beast. Slap lost 2,892 HP from the high jump. He smirked with a hint of regret. So the ambush was pointless. Oh well, the surrounding landscape was crushed by the force. Slap channeled all its elemental power into a punch, its ultimate skill, Ice Wave. A series of massive explosions erupted and desperate screams of terror echoed across the battlefield. The remaining soldiers fled in a frenzy. The bald guy gripped his weapon tightly, his face strained and beaded with cold sweat as he unconsciously cursed. Damn it, music. Witnessing his comrades being crushed by Slap's rage, the bald guy tucked tail and ran for his life. What the hell are you guys doing? Kill this fat golem first, hurry. The bald guy seemed to shrink, his face twisted in a cry. He ran for dear life, wondering, why is it only chasing me? Lai was summoned, appearing in a pouncing stance, its body coiled gracefully, ferociously lunging at the frenzied enemy. Without a moment's hesitation, Lai and Slap charged in to attack the soldiers. Bright red blood sprayed out, and the terrified bald guy screamed, "What are you doing with them? Come save me." As the summoned beasts attacked, the system interface announced, Summoned Beast Lai has dealt critical damage to the Outlaw of Foko Mountain. The Outlaw of Foko Mountain lost 5,475 HP. The Outlaw of Foko Mountain will take 1,095 damage per second from the bleeding status for 10 seconds. The Outlaw of Foko Mountain has died from bleeding. Jin Sung looked satisfyingly at his hunt's results. The experience points are pretty high too. Damn, even the bleed damage is in the thousands. They all died within 4 seconds of being bitten by Lai. Good, very good. Jin Sung was surprised to receive a system notification about his skill. Radiant Mark, huh? A radiant mark has been left on the Outlaws of Foko Mountain. Jin Sung looked at the group running for their lives and wondered, is it them? The system chimed, all cooldown times will be reduced by 5 seconds. Jin Sung raised his bow, smiling as he said, a 5-second cooldown reduction. Sweet. All right, let's get wild. The soldiers and the bald dude were on the back foot, immediately retreating into the ravine. One of them looked back as he ran, shouting, "Run for it." Jin Sung wondered, where are they headed? He stood on high ground watching the enemies flee, muttering to himself as he calculated his next move. Come to think of it, are there really this few outlaws here? I'm positive there were more before. The panicking bald guy was suddenly stopped in his tracks by a massive figure. He furiously screamed, "What the hell? Move it." Without a single word, the man struck decisively, his giant battle axe slicing through the air with overwhelming killing intent. Simon was engulfed in rage, a fierce red aura surrounding him. He powered up like a madman. Who the hell do you think you're talking to? The fatal blow landed in the blink of an eye, splattering red blood all over Simon's armor. The nearby soldiers yelled, "Boss?" Jin Sung was confused. Hold on. What? The sight of that muscular man with his cold eyes and massive axe suddenly sent a chill down his spine. Why is that dude here? The level 70 mountain outlaw sorcerer, his eyes suddenly blazed with a fierce red light, radiating pure savagery. His expression darkened, his eyes narrowing with anger and vigilance. No wonder things were going way too easy, but I don't have to bail. In the middle of the desolate canyon, Jin Sung and his summon faced off against the entire outlaw force. He flashed a cocky grin, tightening his grip on his bow, ready as he thought, but I don't mean to run. Simon roared an order, "Get that big guy first. All of you, attack." His minions immediately conjured a magic circle in front of them, then they formed a line and connected the circles. Instantly, a barrage of fireballs shot out from the linked magic circles. Jin Sung quickly commanded Slap, "Get in there, Slap." It stood its ground, tanking all the damage from the fireballs. Slap's body began to show signs of melting from the intense heat. He got a little worried. Those damn sorcerers must be fire element. Jin Sung thought with a start. Should I fall back? Slap can't take much more of this. This can't be happening. Looking at Slap shielding him from the front, he wondered, no use crying over spilled milk. If it dies here, I'll have to fight without it for a whole week. Should I just recall it before it kicks the bucket? Looking at its experience bar, he let out a relieved smile. Slap is at 99.7%. This is my chance. I can get it to level up. Jin-sung commanded, Lai, go berserk, target that guy and fire. And Slap, soak up a little more damage. Suddenly his eyes locked on, his focus intensifying. Jin-sung was alarmed when he saw a massive attack being charged from multiple magic circles, about to be fired. He carefully assessed the situation, thinking, is that a high-tier fire spell? If it gets hit by that before leveling up, it's toast. Having locked onto his target, Jin-sung quickly gave the command, Lai, take that guy out first. At the same moment, the mages launched the massive fireball at Slap. After taking the hit, its body looked pretty messed up. The summoned beast Slap has taken damage from the ultimate fireball skill of the Fok Mountain Outlaw Sorcerers. The summoned beast Slap will lose 745 HP per second. Meanwhile, on the other side, Laya closed in on the two targets. It roared and attacked them with its sharp fangs. A notification immediately appeared, you have defeated a Mountain Outlaw Sorcerer. You have received 307 FB. At the same time, Slap began to radiate swirling mana. The summoned beast, Slap, has reached level 60. Jin-sung smiled, satisfied. Sweet. Slap's fully healed. Now, it's time to wipe these guys out. The timing was perfect. Noticing that Slap was still motionless and the light hadn't faded, he got a little curious. What's going on? Why is it still glowing? In the middle of the canyon, a blinding pillar of light shot up right where Slap was standing. Jin-sung exclaimed in shock, is it evolving? Slap clenched its jaw, its eyes glowing a brilliant gold. It released a massive wave of golden energy, blasting away the outlaws in front of it. Terrified screams and cries for help filled the air. A helmet appeared on Slap's head, and the color of its body changed too. Its entire form was now a deep brown, along with a notification. The ice golem Slap has evolved into the abyssal golem. Jin-sung exclaimed happily, abyssal golem, that sounds super familiar. Don't all the monsters on the abyssal islands become abyssal type when they reach a special rank? Lipuji is an abyssal turtle too. Another notification popped up. Intermediate training effectiveness increased due to successful summon evolution. Intermediate training upgraded to advanced training. D-rank advanced training needs 98.7% to reach the next level. Jinung whined. Advanced training even. Jumped straight from intermediate to advanced. That intermediate training was a real grind. This has got to be a rare grade skill. Over here, Simon kept barking orders. What are you all standing around for? Attack. He sighed to himself. Come on. They won't even let me check Slap's status window. Jinung's gaze froze with a look of confusion. Slap. Slap let out a roar, its hand clenching into a fist that glowed with fiery red energy. Then it threw a devastating punch straight at the outlaws. They were instantly sent flying by the raw energy, with no time to defend themselves. He could only stand there, amazed at Slap's power after its level up. Seeing it continue to gather energy into a sphere in its hand, Jinung was surprised. You're not done yet? The energy sphere in Slap's hand glowed a deep purple. The entire area grew hazy, and all that could be heard were the outlaws' screams. What is that? They were being incinerated by purple flames, their shouts and cries echoing endlessly. Help me. Jinung's voice was full of admiration as he watched Slap's epic display. So sick. You're a total beast, Slap. This evolution is way better than I imagined. Is this the power of an abyssal golem? The tables have turned in my favor now. All right, time to finish the job. Simon realized in despair, how am I the only one left? After that, it seemed like everything was over, and the canyon fell silent. He sat down on a rock, letting out a sigh of relief. Man, I'm beat, but I'm glad Slap evolved. Jinung muttered as he looked at the screen. It must have evolved because it leveled up, right? Is the requirement level 65? Let's check it out. He was a little confused. But Lai evolved at level 20. Are they different? Taming information. Slap level 65 is a special golem. Honest nature cannot evolve further. Possesses HP of 31,456, mana of 4,765, attack of 625, defense of 1,464, agility of 113, critical rate of 154, and has inherent abilities that will be updated when clicked. An ancient guardian of the abyss, possessing a massive body and destructive power. Jinung looked disappointed. That's a bummer. You can't evolve anymore. Lai can still evolve again, even after evolving once. He quickly shrugged it off. Whatever. The other stats are still sick. It jumps straight to the special grade, completely skipping the rare grade. Its defense is crazy high too. Jinung smiled. Just looking at its grade, it's a whole different league from Lai, even though Lai's attack and agility are still higher. He reached for the screen and muttered, let's see these inherent abilities. Jinung wondered, Ice Wave was replaced with Abyss. Is that the move it just used a minute ago? Abyss skill details. Extends both hands forward and creates a cone-shaped shockwave within a 20-meter range. After the shockwave, a vortex forms for 10 seconds. All opponents are pulled into the vortex. Enemies caught in the vortex take damage equal to 35% of the summon's attack stat every 0.4 seconds, and the vortex explodes when its time is up, dealing damage equal to 150% of its defense stat to all enemies within 10 meters. Cooldown is 5 minutes. He muttered, the cooldown isn't too long either. This will be super useful. Abyssal Protection skill details. Defense increases in proportion to lost HP. When HP drops below 10%, a shield equivalent to 50% of the summon's max HP is created for 10 seconds. After reading it, Jinung remarked, this Abyssal Protection passive is pretty sweet too. He rolled his shoulders and sighed. Okay, I'm done checking out Slap's evolution info, and there's still plenty left to do. Then, Jinung flashed a scheming, calculating smile. Time to find the outlaw's base. You guys in? The scene shifts to a luxurious mansion late at night, the area completely silent. Inside, in the kitchen, there was a soft clattering sound. Haran stood there with a plate of freshly baked cookies, smiling as she said, all done. She sat down, admiring her handiwork on the table. Steam rose from the fragrant cookies. Haran smiled, satisfied. These look delicious. She rested her chin on her hand and mumbled, Yan must be out of meatballs by now. I should make meatballs next time. Then, Haran blushed a little, wondering to herself, I wonder what Yan is doing right now. The scene cuts back to Jinung, where the canyon is filled with loud noises, smoke, and flying debris. Slap stood on high ground, holding massive boulders and preparing to hurl them down. Below, the outlaws were running for their lives, letting out blood-curdling screams. Lai and Jinung joined Slap in the onslaught. The outlaws screamed non-stop, no, somebody help me. Afterwards, he sat down to catch his breath. I'm beat. I need to rest and heal up, and I still gotta find the loot anyway. As Jinung was casting a healing spell, he was startled by the sudden appearance of Pipaji below him. He pulls out a meatball, and the creature immediately looks excited and thrilled. Jinung smirks and says, making that face won't do you any good. Pip, you know this is the last meatball. Seeing its disappointed face, he thinks to himself, so cute. Next time I see Haley, I gotta ask her to make some more good food. Jinung looks at the screen and says, my top priority right now is hitting level 70. Just then, a message comes in from John, asking, what are you up to? Jinung replies, busy grinding out leftover quests. I gotta hit level 93 before school starts again. John sounds skeptical. You think you can do that before school starts? He answers with determination, I have to make it happen. He asks again, good luck. So what's the plan? Where are you at? Jinung replies, don't worry about it. I'll be back when I'm done. Just wait. Then he grumbles in annoyance, I'm swamped right now. Why does he keep texting? Seeing Pip nudge him, Jinung turns and asks, you want to know why I'm so busy but I'm just chilling here? He squints, his voice trailing off, that's because. Before he can finish, Jinung grabs the bow and arrow next to him and looks into the distance. Then he yells, because of this. As he speaks, the arrow flies forward. The powerful arrow cuts through the wind at high speed. It pierces through the forest ahead, and a cry is heard immediately after. Jinung smiles in satisfaction, snapping his fingers, bullseye. Over there, the faint silhouette of a beast appears, its eyes flashing as it cries out in pain. Its feet appear with sharp talons, along with a pair of messy, feathered wings, a sharp hooked beak, and cunning eyes. It jumps up and flaps its wings, creating a huge gust of wind. A white bird appears before them, looking much weaker than its cool appearance from a moment ago. It's a Gloria. Jinung and his crew look at it with greedy eyes. What a treasure trove of items. Then, from the middle of the forest, comes the cry and weak resistance of the Gloria. The system announces, you have successfully captured the Clofia. The status window pops up with information. Clofia level 72 is a rare bird of prey, shy personality, cannot evolve. It has 15,760 health, 7,950 mana, 467 attack, 275 defense, 1,052 agility, and 347 intelligence. It has the inherent ability Wind Rider, which allows it to sense wind currents and take no damage for 5 seconds, increases flight speed by 70%. It's a rare bird that lives in the old Foko Mountains and possesses beautiful white plumage. Jinung smiles in satisfaction. Just as I thought, its agility is so high. I had to boost my own agility with a skill I already had. I'm only going to use it for a short time, so there's no need to name it. He continues to mumble, damn, this little guy takes up too much leadership skill. I don't have any more points for that stat. I need to clear this place out fast and raise my leadership stat. After that, Jinung walks off with Lai. Alright, back to the hunt. Today's haul is awesome. Scene change to the center of the Foko mountain range. In front of the barracks gate, a bunch of outlaws are gathering under their leader's command. The moment he sees Jinung, fear is written all over his face. Look, Jinung appears with both fists glowing, his beasts beside him, staring them down. Then he shouts a command, slap, abyss. Slap immediately roars, summoning its death fire skill. It shoves the ball of energy directly at them. Confused shouts ring out. What is that? Caught off guard, all they can do is scream. Help me. I'm being sucked in. Jinung also gathers his energy, thinking. The effect of my fists becomes more useful when Abyss is activated, and what's even better is I get 2 electric orbs. He launches his attack right after. Jinung smashes his fist into the ground, creating an electric shockwave that sends them flying into the air. Their terrified screams echo and then fade. Help me. He walks forward with a cold smile. Wiping out mobs is the most satisfying part of grinding. Then Jinung takes out his bow and arrow, smiling contentedly. Alright, back to the bow. Picking them off one by one is better than mass killing. Just then, his gaze freezes, and he stammers. What? Jinung and Lai look towards them, thinking, there he is. Another leader appears, standing on high ground and looking down. He's the bandit chief from the center of the Foko Mountains. Level 80. Eric holds a bow, pointing his other hand at Jinung and asking his men, is that him? They reply, yeah, that's him, boss. While the man smirks triumphantly, Jinung thinks worriedly, wait, what? Level 80. I was only around level 75 before the reset. On top of that, he realizes the guy's weapon has turned into a crossbow. Jinung squints, calculating. I can probably escape since my agility increased after the capture. But what am I supposed to do? He gripped the bow in his hand, thinking, nah, I can handle this. The guys on the mountain have low HP, so a quick blitz should be enough. Then, Jin called out to Slap. Its armor now glowed with a faint blue mana. He yelled another command for the Abyss skill to form. Jin also drew his bow, charging up an electric wave. Both attacks launched at the same time, as he commanded, Lai, get the leader. The beast immediately leaped forward. From within the Abyss, Jin's arrow shot out. The bandit chieftain gritted his teeth, cursing, you punks. He clenched his fist and screamed, you dare underestimate me? With that, Eric summoned an unusually large magic circle. Jin instantly recognized it as an AoE buff, a move usually reserved for major bosses. Instantly, a blood-red barrier appeared, shielding his minions. Jin gritted his teeth, his resolve hardening. I have to take him down. As fast as possible, who knows what other tricks he's got up his sleeve. Jin raised his hand and commanded, exploit weakness. Lai, go berserk. After activating the skill, it roared and lunged forward. A faint blue mana flared in Lai's eyes, its roar echoing as it bared its sharp fangs. Meanwhile, the 2 underlings below got buffed. Their bodies glowed red as they charged ahead. At the same time, Lai dove straight into the mob in front of it. They screamed in terror, we're screwed. The massive impact lit up the area and kicked up a huge cloud of dust. The 2 minions struggled to fend off the attack. A moment later, Lai tore them apart with its sharp claws and fangs. Its raw power left the chieftain above both surprised and worried. He gritted his teeth and drew his crossbow with grim determination. Eric aimed his crossbow down at the chaos. Noticing this, Jin quickly fired an arrow, yelling, don't even think about it, punk. The arrow zipped past his arm, causing Eric's eyes to go wide. Seizing the opportunity, Lai vaulted up towards the chieftain. Seeing the beast right in his face, he screamed in terror. You monstrous mutt. A lightning-fast, powerful swipe sent him flying. The attack left a deep gash across his shoulder, knocking the bone helmet right off his head. A system notification popped up. Summoned Beast Lai has dealt a critical hit to the bandit chieftain of Central Mount Foko. The bandit chieftain of Central Mount Foko's HP has dropped to 6,018. The bandit chieftain of Central Mount Foko is now afflicted with bleed, taking an additional 1,203 damage per second. Jin read the notification and smiled. Sweet, we took out more than half his HP in just 2 hits. He was calculating that they just needed one more push when suddenly, Eric's eyes flashed with a deadly red glow. The hand holding his crossbow lashed out with an incredibly powerful blow, striking Lai. Jin cried out its name in alarm. A notification appeared. Summoned Beast Lai has taken damage from the bandit chieftain of Central Mount Foko. Summoned Beast Lai's HP has dropped to 5,956. He stared at the numbers and muttered, almost 6,000 damage in a single hit. And he didn't even use his crossbow. Even with Lai's defense debuff from its rage skill, this shouldn't be possible. Jin's mind raced back, wondering if that buff also boosted his attack power. That cheating bastard, he cursed. He then commanded, lie, fall back, Slap, launch me over there. Slap hesitated, looking confused. Jin unsummoned his bow and explained, I know it's risky, but just do it. On the other side, Eric raised his crossbow, firing a deadly, blazing red arrow. Meanwhile, Jin was launched by Slap. He merged with a stream of blue light, ready to clash head-on. Jin declared with confidence, I'll finish him off first. In stark contrast, the chieftain's face was filled with worry. The red and blue energy streams collided, but the power of the blue one was overwhelming. Eric's red arrow grazed Jin's back, but in exchange, Jin's blue arrow shot straight toward his opponent's vital point. Jin hit the ground, skidding to a stop with a grunt of pain. A notification appeared. You have taken 2,352 damage from the fall. The Iron Fist of the Ancient Summoner's ability has been activated. He wondered, did I go a little overboard? Jin raised his hand with a satisfied look, but it was totally worth it. You have borrowed the power of the summoned beast Slap, ultimate skill, Abyss. Slap's skill, with its immense gravitational pull, manifested in his hand. Jin hurled it forward, yelling, Eat this. The dark purple orb flew from his hand, speeding towards the chieftain. Seeing the orb right in his face, the chieftain's eyes widened in alarm. Instantly, a massive explosion erupted in a blinding flash of light. Jin called for Lai, and it charged forward, roaring. Eric's eyes were wide with terror, still reeling from the blow to his chest, when Jin appeared before him and made a confident declaration. This is the end. The words barely left his mouth when the man and the wolf lunged in unison. A flash of light sliced through the chief's log cabin, followed by a piercing scream. Watching the guy go down, Jace let out a satisfied grunt. We got him. A notification popped up. You've defeated the bandit leader in the heart of Foxtail Mountain. You've gained 18,500 experience points. He whistled. Damn, he was worth a ton of EXP. That's a final boss for you. Staring at the chest in front of him, Jace was hyped. Can't forget the loot drop. Hell yeah. But another alert blared the second he touched the chest. Ambition of the Foxtail Mountain bandit leader. His goons were rushing in, surrounding them. That punk iced our boss. Don't let him get away, Jace muttered. With my HP this low, I'm not getting out of here in one piece if I fight this mob. Right? Pushing my luck now would be a one-way ticket to the graveyard. Why's this chump boss got such a loyal crew anyway? He immediately summoned his beast, Clofia. Link up. Instantly, they fused. Huge gusts of wind kicked up as Jace, with invisible wings, shot into the sky. My body feels light as a feather. He grinned, satisfied. With Clofia, my agility is off the charts. He just took off, leaving a snarky message for the goons below. Later, losers, they just stood there, looking completely dumbfounded. Jace suddenly remembered something. Oh, right, lie, Slap, let me unsummon you guys so you can get out of there. The scene shifts to the next morning in a rugged, high-altitude mountain range. Jace looked relaxed, saying, even though I didn't hit level 70, I still made some decent bank. He muttered to himself while jogging. I should probably hit up Haley and get some more grub for my summons. The scene cuts to the Muron auction house, a massive building on a beautiful morning. On the street out front, crowds of people were walking around and heading inside. Just then, Jace's figure appeared in the crowd. He looked around, saying, I think Haley said she was somewhere around here. She said she was picking up some supplies from the auction house. As soon as he spotted him, his buddy called out, Yo, look who it is. It's Yan. Jace shot back, Gabe. Long time no see. What's good? Just then, Haley's gentle voice chimed in, Hey Yan. It's been a while since we last saw each other in-game. Huh. He looked at her, a little flustered, and replied, Yeah, it has. Haley added, I got swamped with homework, so I couldn't get online. I missed you in the rookie tournament. I'm sorry. Jace smiled back, It's no big deal. Haley, it's a good thing you weren't there. If you were, I wouldn't have been able to focus. I probably would have lost anyway. She blushed, encouraging him. Getting second place is still amazing. Congrats, Yan. The friend behind them watched them get all chummy, looking seriously annoyed. Gabe, trailing behind, thought to himself, what is this feeling? It's like I'm invisible or something. Jace, walking up front, said, It's kinda embarrassing. Thanks, though. Jace then asked, Oh yeah, you said everyone in the guild hit level 95 or higher, right? That's insane. They must have been grinding hard. Gabe replied, You know it. I bet Piolan is already over level 100. He paused for a second, thinking. So the top rankers are at least level 120. I gotta step up my game. Gabe continued, It's all because we've been putting in the work. Our controlled territory has expanded, so dealing with the nearby mobs is getting tougher. Having you around would have been a huge help, but then you had to go and reset your character. Jace replied confidently, Just you wait. I'll be back to my old self before you know it. I'm already level 69 and I'll get put on academic probation if I don't hurry. Gabe frowned, confused. Is this dude pulling all-nighters to play the game or what? Haley smiled, teasing him. Yan, you're gonna burn yourself out. Jace rubbed the back of his head and replied, I've got my reasons for needing to level up super fast. She turned to him and asked, Oh yeah, can I see that new friend you mentioned? The one who likes my meatballs? Jace answered, You mean Pipuji? Haley asked. Its name is Pipuji, Jace said as he started the summon. You'll see why I named it that in a second. A moment later, Pipuji appeared in the middle of the summoning circle. The second she saw it, Haley's eyes lit up as she gushed. It's so adorable. She knelt down, smiling at it. Hello, Pipuji. But it didn't seem too thrilled. Pipuji looked annoyed, which made Haley a little nervous. It got closer to her, sizing her up with its eyes, making Haley jump back a bit in worry. She looked like she was about to cry and said to him, Yan, I don't think Pipuji likes me very much. Why? Jace thought to himself. Seriously, Pipuji, you little snob. Then, Jace sighed and asked, Haley, you don't happen to have any meatballs on you, do you? Her voice replied, Meatballs? Hold on, I think I have a few I made while grinding my cooking proficiency. All right, let's see. Then she pulled out a meatball. This is made with my new and improved recipe. Jinsung chimed in, Yo, let me see that for a sec. The second Pipuji saw the meatball, its whole vibe changed, getting super hyped. In just a flash, Pipuji scarfed down the massive meatball in one bite and chewed on it like it was the best thing ever. After that, it started warming up to Heron. She smiled, all pleased. I think Pipuji's a big fan. Jinsung shot it a tired look, thinking to himself, Of course, it'd act like this. Harin pulled out her container, saying, I'll give it some more. Jinsung put up a hand to stop her. Don't give it any more. You're gonna spoil it. But he still casually took the container. But if you give them to me, I'll give Pipuji one when it gets hungry. Harin replied, All right, no problem. I'm sure you'll take great care of Pipuji. Seeing its food get jacked right in front of its face, the little guy just froze and started bawling. Kabuli asked, It's gonna keep crying like that. Why not just give it one more? Jinsung shot back, Nah. One piece turns into two, then three, and it'll never end. He thought to himself, But I should probably try to calm it down. So Jinsung spoke up, Hey Pipuji, you know something? He crouched down and whispered, There's this turtle named Pipaji up on the northern continent. Apparently, it's famous for being the greatest turtle in the entire world. Jinsung added, And honestly, that really ticks me off. Hearing this, Kabuli wondered, There's a turtle that great on the northern continent? Heron asked, confused. For real? Jinsung kept going. From what I've seen, no turtle can even touch how cool and awesome you are. He put on a look of regret. So I've been thinking about it, and I realize maybe the only reason you're losing to Pipaji is because you're putting on weight. You've been eating way too many meatballs. Jinsung patted its head to cheer it up. That's why I can't give you any more meatballs. Pipuji, you feel me on this, right? Right there in the middle of the street, his web of lies continued. So just hang in there a little longer, Pipuji, and I'll help you become the baddest turtle in the world. The scene then cuts to a desert wasteland, with Jinsung riding on Lai's back, staring into the distance. Just a little bit further, and we should be out of the old city limits. Sweating bullets, he continued, the air's getting way hotter. Looks like we're getting close to the scorched lands. Jinsung wondered if Heron's meatballs would even work on the lava patrols. I don't even know if those things eat regular food. Just looking at that place makes me not want to go in, but I don't really have a choice. So he and his beast charged forward. I need to capture a monster. And I gotta hit level 90 as soon as possible. The warm-up fights that followed were over in a flash. A giant scorpion monster got taken down quick and clean by him and his summons. After that, Jinsung led the way into the underground dungeon, the scorched lands, lighting a torch with a red flame. Stepping inside, he just stood there and remarked, Damn, it's even hotter in here. Jinsung looked around, sizing the place up. Is it because of all these lava spawns? Information floated above their heads. Lava spawn, level 72, and next to them, a lava watcher, level 73, he noted. There's even a lava patrol over there. Jinsung raised his bow and knocked an arrow. But I can't get careless. If I screw this up and more than 10 of them rush me, I'm toast. I need to get to the lowest floor of this dungeon fast to capture a lava patrol. The monsters are more spread out on the lower floors. He looked at them and added, Hopefully, this time I'll find a special grade one. Jinsung commanded, Slap, stick close behind me. If you go ahead, you'll pull aggro from all the lava mobs. At the same time, he prepped Lai. After I take my shot, you attack the one I hit first. It let out a cry, showing it understood. After giving out orders to each of his summons, Jinsung focused his gaze straight ahead. He smirked, squinting as he raised his bow and activated his overdrive skill. Jin Sung then yelled out from the back line. Potential burst. Instantly, Slap and Lai charged in. Lai let out a savage roar, then wasted no time and started tearing into the monsters with its razor-sharp claws. Seeing that, he pumped his fist and yelled, "Yes." Then he turned and said, "At this rate, we'll make it to the bottom floor in no time. Let's move." Right then, Jin Sung, Slap, and Lai were pushing deeper into the dungeon. But suddenly, he froze, his eyes widening as he realized something, thinking to himself, something's not right. Jin Sung looked up at the monsters on a higher ledge and continued his thought. Did the color of these mobs change? They started showing up on the 5th floor, but now there are way more of them. He spotted the freaky chick and sized her up. Corrupted, huh? Is this nasty smell part of the quest or something? Then he just bounced, turning to run while shouting he'd be back. Then Jin froze, his eyes darting to the side, wondering what was up. What the hell? In front of him was an iron-framed door with a demonic sigil carved into it. He wondered to himself, isn't the 10th floor the lowest one? Despite his confusion, he still pushed the door open and went in, saying, "Guess I'll check it out for now." Inside was a blazing river of lava, burning endlessly. The three of them stepped in and stared in complete shock, beads of sweat already trickling down Jin's face. He looked on worriedly and blurted out, "What do you even call this place? A lava tower?" A notification window popped up. You are the first to discover the source of the lava. Burning lava tower. Fire attribute affinity increased by 5%. Fire resistance increased by 10. Affinity with fire attribute monsters will not be lower than 30. Then Jin continued, "I've never heard of a place like this existing, and I'm the first one to find it." As he was talking, he sensed something behind him and whipped his head around. Streams of scorching lava were erupting behind him, and Jin figured that behind that curtain of fire, a massive figure suddenly emerged. The monster, with its razor-sharp horns, appeared and growled. At last, someone who meets the standard has arrived. He lowered his head slightly, gritting his teeth against the intense heat from the lava as he thought, the entry standard, huh? Is that what this quest is about? Not attacking right away was the right move. Then Jin remembered the way into the museum and kept thinking, this has to be a hidden area that only summoners can get into, which is why I'm the first one to discover it. That monster then leaned down to look at him and said, "I am Helen, the guardian of this place, the source of the lava." "What is your name?" He answered immediately. "I'm Yan." After hearing Jin introduce himself, Helen spoke again. "All right, Yan, I'll get straight to the point. Can you cleanse the source of the lava and deal with the problems it's causing?" Hearing that, the kid down below started thinking, so it really is a hidden quest. There's no way I'm turning this down. He then answered with determination, "Yes, Helen, sir. I'd be glad to help if it's something I can do." Helen chuckled at his response, his eyes filled with gratitude as he said, "I appreciate your willingness to help." He then continued, giving an instruction. "All right then, first things first." Jin looked a little confused by that, taking a small step back and stammering. "First?" Helen just smirked and added, "I need you to capture at least 20 of the corrupted lava patrols." At this, he couldn't hide the shock on his face as he looked up. A notification window appeared. "Cleanse the source of the lava. The lava guardian Helen has requested that you capture at least 20 corrupted lava patrols to cleanse the area. Please accept the lava sealing stone from him and capture as many lava patrols as you can. The lava sealing stone can be used just like a monster sealing scroll. You can capture more than one corrupted lava patrol with one sealing stone. Quest difficulty B. Quest requirement summoner, level 50+. Reward 42,500 experience points for each corrupted lava patrol captured. Do you wish to accept the quest? Yes. No. Jin read this and thought, 42,500 experience points for each corrupted lava patrol captured. He gritted his teeth and stared down, realizing that's worth the same as 12 regular lava patrols in the dungeon. He looked down at Jin, his body beginning to fade away as he spoke. "You can catch as many as you can within the time limit? Think you're up for it?" Then he held out a stone, saying, "Take this sealing stone." Jin took it and stared deep into the stone, thinking, "So this is the sealing stone, huh?" He immediately turned back and answered, "I can do it, just leave it to me." Hearing that, the guardian replied with confidence, "All right, I'm counting on you." A notification popped up. "You have accepted the quest. Time remaining 2 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Reading it, he looked at the stone and complained a bit. The time limit is only 3 hours. Meanwhile, Helen raised a hand to cheer him on. "Good luck. I'll be rooting for you." Jin, on the other hand, was pretty ticked off and grumbled, "You could have given me a heads up, you know?" The notification window popped up again. Time remaining 2 hours and 2 seconds. Right then, Lai was charging in, fighting nonstop as the timer appeared again. Time remaining 1 hour, 4 minutes, and 37 seconds. On his end, Jin was also raising his bow, taking aim at the monster and letting an arrow fly. The timer flashed on screen again. 18 minutes and 59 seconds left on the clock. Over on the other side, Slap was summoning a pitch-black abyss to attack the monsters. Helen was still cheering them on, yelling that time was almost up. Just then, Jin Egg Sung bolted over at lightning speed, shouting, "I'm here." As he ran up, the old man turned around and said, "Just in time. So, how many did you catch?" Hearing that, Jin Sung thought to himself, "I knew this guy was shady." He bent over, gasping for air, as he held out the stone and said breathlessly, "Yeah, Helen, I caught a total of 31. Helen looked ecstatic and exclaimed, "Awesome, you did great." At that, Jin Sung laughed loudly. "Didn't I tell you I was confident?" But thought to himself, "Man, I was catching those things like a maniac." A notification window popped up, "Quest complete." The old man looked a little surprised and replied, "Well, that's unexpected. I underestimated you. My apologies." Another notification appeared. "You have captured a total of 31 contaminated lava patrollers. You've received 1,317,500 experience points." Seeing that, Jin Sung was totally stoked, thinking to himself, 1.3 million EXP. It usually takes half a day to grind that much, but I did it in just 3 hours. I'm about to hit level 71. Then he added, "Thanks, Helen. Is there anything else you need me to do?" Helen nodded slightly, a small smile on his face as he replied, "Of course, there's plenty more." Seeing that shady look, Jin Sung got a little wary, thinking, "What's this? Why am I getting such a bad vibe?" Meanwhile, back in the capital, King Jason was sitting on his throne talking with Hale. The king asked, "Is there any news about that Vanguard summoner?" Hale immediately replied, "Not yet, Your Majesty. If you feel it's taking too long, I can bring him to you." Hearing that, King Jason waved his hand dismissively. "There's no need. Scholars have struggled for centuries to find a solution. I can't expect the kid to figure it out in just 1 month." He added, "If I recall correctly, we still have 4 months before Foundation Day, correct?" Hale replied, "Yes, that's exactly right, Your Majesty." King Jason recalled the image of the great bird appearing on the tower and said, "The royal family's power will be solidified if the empire's symbol, a griffin, appears." Then he raised his teacup and added, "I'll wait another 2 months. If there's still no news by then." King Jason then rested his hand on his temple as he gave his orders. "Hale, I'll have you bring him here." After hearing this, Hale replied, "Yes, sir." The scene cuts to a massive mountain range, where Jin Sung is climbing up from the bottom, cursing his head off. "Damn it, what the hell am I even doing?" He looked back down and said, "When is this stupid gathering quest going to be over? I've been at this for 24 hours straight." Then he glanced up and continued, "If the reward for this sucks, I swear I'm gonna kill that so-called lava guardian and wipe out everything else in this place." After saying his piece, Jin Sung continued to use his axe to climb up the mountain face. By now, the pouch at his hip was filled with several round, red orbs that gave off a faint glow. He gritted his teeth, full of resentment but still determined, and swung his axe down hard, muttering again that he would kill that lava guardian and wreck everything else. A system message popped up. "You have successfully collected a red moss core. Quest: collect red moss cores, 35 out of 35. You have met the conditions for quest completion." Jin Sung was completely exhausted and out of breath, hoping out loud, "Please let this be the last quest." Then, his shout echoed through the vast mountain cave. Time to hurry up and get this to him. He quickly made his way back to Helen. Jin Sung held up the bulging bag of red moss cores and said confidently, "Here, I brought him." Seeing the bag, the old man raised a hand in praise. "Excellent work, just a moment." Finally able to rest, Jin Sung plopped down on the ground, wondering if he should just ditch the quest chain. If this guy gives him another gathering quest. This was already the 5th time he had to collect some kind of herb. Jin Sung then put his hands together and prayed silently. "I don't mind another quest, just please, no more gathering quests. Please, God." Suddenly, a terrifying tremor shook the entire area. Rivers of lava started pouring down from above. He watched in total shock. Jin Sung gritted his teeth, his brow furrowed as he thought, "What's happening? Am I about to be the only player in the game to die in a collapsing dungeon? Should I log out?" The scorching lava flows poured down like waterfalls, and chunks of rock rained from the ceiling. But then, suddenly, the lava stopped in its tracks, hovering in mid-air against the cliff face. Seeing this, he thought, the lava flow has stopped. Does that mean it's over? Jin Sung pushed himself up and looked down below. The blazing red glow was gone. Instead of burning everything, it was a pleasant blue-white light. He looked on wondering, the color changed. Then from within it, an incredibly powerful beam of light shot upwards. Rays of light also burst out all around. Hellion appeared in a new form and shouted loudly, startling Jin Sung and making him step back. He said joyfully, "You finally succeeded in cleansing the source of the magma. All thanks to your hard work, now I can rest easy." "Thank you so much," Hellion said. Seeing this, Jin Sung replied modestly, "No problem. I'm glad I could help you. So fork over the reward, it better be something good." Hellion continued to praise him. "Thank you for your hard work." A notification window popped up. "You have completed the source of the magma quest chain." He added, "It's not much, but this is a gift I want to give you." The notifications kept appearing. "You have received 12,935,000 experience points. Your level has increased. You are now level 71. Seeing this, he rested his chin on his hand and thought, "I feel like I could have leveled up more if I'd gone grinding in the middle of it." A little disappointed. Another notification appeared. "You have received a magma sealing stone." Seeing this, Jin Sung wondered with some curiosity. "A magma sealing stone?" Hellion said, "It contains one of the guardians of the magma core. I was going to reward you with something else, but since you helped me so much, I'm giving you my best item." He looked at the screen and wondered, "A guardian? Item pouch?" A notification window then appeared, displaying the information for the level 80 Magma Dragon King. Jin Sung's eyes widened in amazement, thinking to himself, "A heroic grade monster." He kept asking himself, "Its combat power is almost 2,000. Its basic attack is Magma Breath and its wide area attack, Lord of Magma, is a passive skill. Even though it's limited, since it can't evolve, for now, it's the best summon I can get. Because I need to level up fast." He looked at the screen, selected something, and said with a serious expression, "I want to form a summoning contract and try it out right away, but I'm lacking the leadership stat. I'll have to go back to the village and find an item that boosts my leadership stat. Otherwise, I'll have to cancel my contract with Clofia." After figuring that out, he turned to Hellion to express his gratitude. "Thank you so much, Hellion. I'll make the most of this dragon." Seeing this, he held out his hand in gratitude. "No, I'm the one who's grateful. Because of you, the source of the magma area has returned to normal." Hearing that, Jin Sung turned, smiled slightly, and raised his hand to wave. "Well then, I'm off." Then he also gradually faded away, saying, "Farewell." Hellion watched him leave and added hopefully, "I hope that child will be a great help on your journey." Back at school, a phone started ringing. "You have reached voicemail. Please leave a message after the beep." Jo-hun, furious, held his phone and said, "Why isn't this dude picking up? He should at least show up to class. It's the first day of school." Then he thought of Jin Sung pulling an all-nighter gaming and suspected, could he have passed out in the gaming capsule? "I think he's been in there for 50 straight hours until this morning, logged in for 50 hours. Thinking that, Jo-hun stood up and decided, "How many weeks has he been like this? I should probably check on him if he doesn't pick up after class." Then he headed out of the classroom, walking down the hallway and wondering, "I wonder what level he is now." Scene changed to a frozen mountain. Pipaji was now sitting on Jin Sung's shoulder, shivering from the cold. The two of them were currently riding on Rai's back, flying over the ice mountains. He wasn't doing much better, crossing his arms over his chest to keep warm. Suddenly, monsters started flying towards them in swarms. Jin Sung then shouted, "Slap." Hearing the command, it roared, swinging a powerful fist as it prepared to attack. He shouted, "Abyss Hole." And immediately a deep, dark pit appeared, exerting a powerful force towards the monster. Meanwhile, Jin Sung was steering Rai in another direction. Instantly, Rai spewed blazing flames that incinerated everything. The fire raged on, burning the monsters caught within it. On the other side, Jin Sung shouted, "Lai, go after the ones that are running away." Receiving the order, Lai shot forward like a flash, chasing after the monsters that were trying to escape. It quickly attacked again and again, but since these monsters could fly, Lai often missed its grabs. They flew high up arrogantly, looking down at Lai as if to taunt it. Seeing this, he jumped off Rai's back and gave an order, "Rai, you go after them too." A massive shadow now covered both of those monsters. "It's the vine." It was snarling, its maw gaping as it prepared to launch another attack, and then it swiftly annihilated all of them. A notification popped up, "Your level has increased. You are now level 90. Seeing this, Jackson exclaimed happily, "Finally, level 90. He cupped his face with both hands, unable to hide his joy as he yelled, "I did it! I finally got my class-specific skill." But his expression quickly changed. He clasped his hands together to pray, "Please, please let it be a skill that helps me level up." Then Jackson remembered his talk with the professor and added, "I have to hit level 93 within a limited time. Even though today is the first day back at school, if I factor in the time for ad drop week and the days before the professor's first lecture," he said, counting on his fingers, his face filled with anxiety and panic as he exclaimed, "That leaves me with less than 10 days." He then collapsed at the feet of the dead monsters and whined, "I'm gonna burn out from all this grinding and sleep deprivation." Then he looked back at the screen, his eyes full of hope as he pleaded, "So please, just give me a skill to help me level up faster. I'm not asking for something crazy like a potential burst or anything." Jackson reached for the screen, his face tense, hoping silently, "Please." A notification appeared. "You have acquired the skill, Synchronization. You have acquired the skill, Link." After reading it, Jackson stroked his chin, wondering, Synchronization and Link, what are those? A window popped up with the skill information. Type active, skill level 0, hero rank proficiency 0%. The duration is persistent with a cooldown of 180 minutes. The Link target is variable, and the skill can be used on the player or a summon within a 10-meter radius. After the Link skill is used, it won't deactivate if the target moves outside the 10-meter radius, but the skill's effects won't apply unless the target re-enters the radius. It cannot be used on other players or their summons. It links the targets and allows them to share damage. The user takes 70% of the damage inflicted on the linked target, while the target itself takes the rest. When the Link skill is activated, the health of both targets will be balanced. As skill proficiency increases, the cooldown will decrease and the skill's range will increase. Seeing this, he sized it up. Not bad. Yeah, I've seen this kind of skill on the Hama Sorcerer online forums before. Jackson glanced aside, a bit puzzled, wondering, but what does it mean that the health of the two targets will be balanced? He then gave the command, Link. Immediately, both of them were engulfed in a brilliant red light. The health bars for both of them appeared. Duke was at 40% and Lyre was at 90%. After seeing this, Jackson understood. Oh, so that's what it means. Regardless of their individual health, their health percentages are averaged out and equalized. He crossed his arms, his eyes slightly closed, and looked up, saying, "It could be useful depending on how it's used, but it's a double-edged sword if I'm not careful. I need to remember that, especially when using it on a target with low health." After speaking, he brought a fist to his mouth, his face tense as he looked at the screen and asked, "Next, what is the synchronization skill?" A notification window appeared. Skill information. Type active. Skill level 0. Hero rank proficiency 0%. Duration 30 minutes. Cooldown 60 minutes. Skill conditions can only be used on a currently active summon, and the skill is cancelled if the summon is recalled. The summoner synchronizes with the summoned beast, and once synchronization is activated, the summoner's combat stats will become equal to those of the summon. Additionally, the summoner will gain 20% of the summon's highest stat. As skill proficiency increases, the cooldown will decrease and the experience gain will increase. After reading it all, Jackson's expression didn't change as he commented, "My stats will become the same as my summon's, huh? That's interesting." Then, curious, he reached for the screen. "I gotta try this out." Jackson rested his chin on his hand, looking down at Pip playing beside him and called out, "Since Pip has the most unusual stats, I'll test it on him. Pip, Samir." He picked the creature up, looking at it fondly as he said, "All right, Pip, just hang on a second. Let me test this skill on you." As he finished speaking, he yelled, "Synchronize." Immediately, the turtle's whole body started to glow. The light was so bright that Jackson had to squint and grit his teeth. Then a brilliant flash illuminated the whole mountainside. Jackson looked down at his hands, turning them over and over, and said, "I don't feel any different physically. Guess I should check my stats." Right away, he pulled up his own stats. After reading the stats, Jinung said, 1,500 defense. My attack power and dexterity took a huge hit, but doesn't this defense put me almost on par with Slap? Suddenly, Pipaji started grinning from ear to ear, its eyes crinkling shut. He glanced over and asked, "What's up with you, Pipaji?" Then it looked at the screen, and Jinung looked over too, exclaiming in shock, "What is this?" He saw a super cute image, a turtle but with his own head on it. Jinung thought in surprise, "I've turned into Pipaji." He then quickly cancelled the skill, thinking it was tainting his handsome looks. After that, Jinung told himself he probably shouldn't use that skill on Pipaji. He crossed his arms, saying with a tired look on his face, "But at least I hit my target level. I'm suddenly so beat. I'm gonna rest for a bit before grinding more levels. I'll sleep for about 5 hours." The scene changes to Korea University, where Johan is walking and looking at his phone, saying, "Is Jinung not even checking my texts?" While he was wondering about Jinung, with his hands stuffed in his pockets, a girl walked up and called out, "Yuhyun." She continued, "You're Yuhyun, right?" Hearing his name, he turned around to look. He saw an incredibly cute and beautiful girl behind him. Johan asked, "Who are you?" Then he thought to himself, "Has there always been someone this beautiful in our department? Is she in the theater department?" or a celebrity in training. But he quickly realized and added, "Wait, are you Harren?" Hearing that, she replied, a bit surprised, "You Hyun, you recognize me right away." Harren clenched her fist and thought, "I made my character look just like my real self, so Eden must be the weird one for not recognizing me immediately." Then she asked, "So Yoo Hyun, where's Jinung?" Johan replied, "I don't think he came to campus today." Hearing that, she said with some annoyance, "Since it's still the ad drop period, he's probably at home playing games." Harren frowned in irritation. "That's not cool. Next time I see him, I'm definitely going to give him a piece of my mind." Seeing this, he furrowed his brow and gave her a heads up. "Jinu's going to have some words for you when you get back to school." The scene changes to inside a dungeon, where a voice shouts, "Judgment of Darkness." A giant monster was getting hit hard on its body, causing it to let out a ferocious roar of pain. But the monster was just too massive, so the blow to its body did nothing. And it was even advancing to counterattack. Huni was standing in the ranks with his brown-headed minions. The kid put a hand to his forehead, looked at the monster, and said, "March forward, my minions of darkness." Then he turned his head back and added playfully, "Nice. At this rate, I'm gonna level up again for sure. I'm already level 85, so he must be around 80. Huni thought of Jinu and cried out in frustration, "Ian, that coward. Just thinking about him makes me furious, and that weird big-headed turtle too." Then the kid reached into his shirt, searching for something as he spoke. "It's not because he's a cowardly summoner. He probably used some cheap trick to get to level 85 or higher." Huni pulled out a mini-figurine of Jinu that was emitting streams of dark energy. Then the kid channeled power into his hand, saying with a sinister smile, "Take this, you coward Ian." After saying that, Huni thrust his hand forward. Curse of the Dead. Streams of purple magic energy flew out, but absolutely nothing happened. There was just an awkward silence that made the kid's face darken. A notification window popped up. Because the skill cannot be used on the intended target, it will not be activated. After reading it, Huni lowered his head slightly, silent with embarrassment. Right after, the kid placed a hand over one eye and said with determination, "If I want to defeat that Ian, I need to get stronger. If only this school break wasn't holding me back." Huni was now filled with the determination to defeat Jinu, standing behind his minions as his killing intent flared up. The kid thought to himself, "I have to try harder." Back at school, Huni was being punished, forced to kneel while holding a chair above his head. He had swollen lumps on his head and was crying. "Otherwise, I won't be able to hold back my anger from getting yelled at for playing games instead of doing my homework over the break." In the large school building, the sound of a lecturer taking attendance could be heard. Sunlight shone across the campus, streaming in through the windows. "Hoku, here." The roll call continued. "Gang, here." "Yuki Park, here." Inside the classroom, a professor stood at the podium with a long lecture written out behind him. Jin Guk continued with roll call. "Yu Hun, here." Jin Sung. When he called that name, he must have remembered Jin Sung, right? He just now recalled that the kid hadn't shown up for the entire first week of the semester. Jin Guk's face darkened, looking stressed as he thought, since the first week was just for the syllabus, it wouldn't affect his attendance grade. But since it's rare for anyone to switch major courses, most students show up for the first day. Down below, Jo Hun saw the look on his face, crossed his arms, and wondered to himself, "What's up with the professor?" Then he looked around, worriedly asking, "Yo, why isn't Jin Sung here yet? He has to be at class today." Jin Guk called out one more time in a low voice, "Is Park Jin Sung not here?" Hearing no answer, he then stood up straight and raised his hand, introducing himself even though sweat was pouring down his face. "I'm Park Jin Sung. I just got here." Professor Jin Guk saw this and gestured. "All right, just find a seat." Jin Sung made his way to Jo Hun's row and let out an exhausted sigh of relief. Just in time, Jo Hun, looking a little annoyed, asked, "Hey, where have you been all this time? You haven't been answering my texts or picking up my calls either." Hearing that, he gave a slight smirk and replied, "I had my reasons." "Reasons?" Then he held out a phone and continued, "It was all because of this." Seeing it, Jo Hun furrowed his brows, a little confused. He took the phone to look, and on the screen was a picture of Jin Sung at level 93. Jo Hun exclaimed in shock, "Wait, you're already level 93. Jin Sung snatched the phone back and gave a gentle reminder, "Keep it down." He glanced at the other students who were turning around annoyed and said quietly, "Sorry." Then Jo Hun picked up the phone and continued, "You just reset your character, and you're already at level 93. You're a total monster." Jin Sung replied, "Just figuring that out now. That's how good I am." He even turned to tease him some more, looking amused. "You can just admit you're jealous if you're jealous of me." He didn't deny it and replied, "I am jealous, but what are you doing?" As he finished speaking, Jin Sung held up his phone and said, Okay, done. A notification appeared on the phone. Message sent successfully. Recipient: Professor Lee Jin-guk. Seeing that, Johan exclaimed in shock again. The professor? His face was now filled with worry as he scolded, "You idiot! Are you nuts? Why would you send that to the professor?" But Jin Sung just gave a knowing smile and replied, "I have my reasons." Over on his side, Jin Guk was in the middle of his lecture when he saw a message and glanced over. He looked at his phone, a little surprised by the message that had just arrived. After that, Jin Guk looked up in his direction. As if he knew it was coming, Jin Sung looked up at him too. Their eyes met, and Jin Sung's gaze was incredibly confident. Then, another message was sent back to Jin Sung's phone. The message read, "Come to my office after class." Below that was another line. "However, your deadline has passed." Reading this, he raised a hand to lightly stroke his chin, a look of confusion in his eyes. The scene changes to Professor Lee Jin-guk's office. He and Jin Sung were sitting next to each other in silence. Jin Sung spoke up first. "So, Professor, you wanted to." Before he could finish, Jin Guk said in a low voice, "The picture you sent me, explain that first." Jin Sung now looked pretty tense, his hands gripping his thighs as he stammered in reply, "That." Then he regained his confidence and said, "That's my game character's status window, Professor. Didn't you recognize it right away? You said you were a long-time player." Hearing that, the professor seemed lost in thought. Seeing this, Jin Sung thought, "Wait a minute, why does the professor have that look on his face? Don't tell me." Then, Jin Sung quickly added, "You haven't forgotten about the bet between us, have you? I reached the level, just like I promised." Jin Guk replied in the same cold tone, "But that bet, I remember it was only valid before the semester started, right? That's why I said the deadline had passed." Hearing that, Jin Sung had to tell the truth. Turning his head slightly, he explained awkwardly, "Professor, I actually hit level 93 before school started, but because I played for 50 hours straight, my body was completely wrecked, so I had to stay in bed to recover until yesterday, and I've only just started to feel better." Hearing this, Jin Guk asked disbelievingly, "Do you really expect me to believe that? Even a kid from elementary school wouldn't buy that story." Jin Sung didn't know how else to explain, holding out his hands awkwardly as he tried again. "But I'm telling the truth, I promise, I swear to God. Professor, just this once, please believe me." Jin Sung looked at the professor, who was still silent, and thought to himself, "We don't have a contract or anything, so he could easily just call off the bet, and there's not much I could do about it." Meanwhile, he was still completely stunned. His face was tense as he thought, "I can't believe he actually hit level 93. Isn't the highest level summoner, according to the official game news, supposed to be level 78? He then glanced over at Gino, who was begging with his hands clasped, and thought, even though he was a little late, I can't just ignore this, I'll have to roll the dice. Professor Jin thought about the image of the kid in the game, also begging, and considered, if he's telling the truth, I can use him for my data collection. Then he asked softly, "So are you free this Sunday?" The scene cuts to the game, in the Scorched Lands, where both Lai and Gino have spawned. He put his hands on his hips and sighed in relief. Finally free. Gino thought back to Professor Jin and said, "The professor must have barely let me off the hook." The professor had asked him, "What are you so surprised about? Meet me in the game in Lobo's village at 2 p.m. this Sunday." Then Gino put a hand to his chin, full of questions. But why would he want to meet me on a Sunday? Maybe he thinks I photoshopped my status window, but regardless, he felt incredibly relieved. He smiled slightly and said, "Anyway, it's a huge relief to be done with the level grind. I should probably start finishing my pending quests. So which one first?" As Gino walked, he thought about the space tower and said to himself, "The quests I'm most interested in are the space magic tower and hatching the Griffin egg. I don't have enough info for the Griffin egg quest, so I'll do the other one first." He then climbed onto Lai's back and commanded, "Let's go, Lai, to the space magic tower." The two of them quickly arrived at the space magic tower. Gino slowly headed inside, looking at the enormous, sparkling tower and said, "This is my first time actually being here." He gradually moved deeper inside, saying as he walked, "This place seems way too empty." Makes sense though, since most players have no reason to come here. Suddenly, Gino noticed something and stopped in his tracks, puzzled. In front of him was a massive circular platform. It was emitting swirling streams of powerful energy that spiraled inward. Gino realized, a teleportation gate. A notification popped up. "Do you wish to ascend to the higher floors of the magic tower?" Seeing it, he replied, "Yeah, I do." Then he slowly walked into the brilliant circular gate. After passing through it, Gino emerged onto another pathway, but the sight before him was still confusing. Ahead, a path of light floated in mid-air, with another gate at the very end. Seeing this, Gino wondered, "Another teleportation gate?" He then walked along the path of light, suspicious. Do I just keep climbing using these gates? Isn't this a little too easy? The moment the words left his mouth, the area ahead flashed brightly, and a shocking explosion went off, startling Gino. What was that? Then, from within the light, giant monsters appeared, staring at him with killing intent. Gino was completely astonished, thinking, damn, why are ogres showing up here? He looked at the monsters lined up and thought, is this a barrier? Gino then glanced at the teleportation gate behind them. He figured it out, thinking, do I have to defeat all the monsters that appear on each floor? This is going to be a pain. Just then, they craned their necks and let out terrifying growls. They stared at him like they wanted to eat him alive. Gino thought with disgust. Look at these things, then shouted, summon all. Instantly, all his summoned beasts appeared behind him. With determined eyes, Gino shouted again, wipe them out. Immediately, Lion Slap charged forward, radiating killing intent toward the giant monsters. Seeing this, the monsters opened their mouths wide and roared, readying for a fight. Not to be outdone, Lai also opened its mouth wide, revealing its sharp fangs as it let out a sky-shattering howl. They both charged in, and a bloody brawl erupted. Over on the side, Slap also opened its mouth ferociously, its hand clenched into a fist, ready to unleash a powerful punch. In the blink of an eye, the mighty punch flew out, brimming with killing intent, and slammed right into the monster. Blood sprayed everywhere. Meanwhile, Lai relentlessly unleashed its sharp claws, attacking the giant monsters with terrifying force. Elsewhere, a bird was chirping nonstop. Gino, who was working on his computer, glanced over and grumbled, so noisy, how many more boosts do I have to use to make it evolve? He rested his chin on his hand, looking at JJ on the screen, and said, it hit 950 spirit mana points a long time ago, but it's still stuck at 975. It was going up fast at first, but now the stats have slowed down a lot. Then he raised his hand to cast a spell, smiled a little, and added, but it's only 25 more points, so it won't take too long. Then he confidently swung his arm back and said, all right, let's keep it moving. The scene changes to the top floor of the spatial magic tower, where Jin Sung is slowly heading inside. He spotted a girl sitting with her back to him. He got closer, thinking, someone's here? She suddenly turned around and said, well now, a visitor. Seeing her, Jin Sung thought, could she be the spatial witch? Is this Grepper? She laughed and continued, I don't know how long it's been since I last saw a visitor. You made it all the way up here, so you must be a skilled adventurer. He replied, yeah, but thought to himself, she seems kind of cold, but she's pretty nice. A notification popped up, you have completed the quest, The Lost Trail of the Ancient Monster. You have received 567,500 experience points. Seeing this, Jin Sung thought, sweet. Then he rested his chin on his hand and thought, this quest didn't give a lot of EXP, but it's better than nothing, I guess. Jin Sung then spoke up, my name is Yan. I'm a summoner, and I came here at the request of Dragon Master Ak. Grepper was pretty surprised and asked, Ak? You mean the legendary Dragon Master Ak? I never thought I'd hear about him again. Then she gestured towards the table and continued, please, have a seat. I have a feeling we're going to be talking for a long time. At this point, he was holding a sparkling stone in his hand. Jin Sung asked, a little confused. So you're saying you have to finish your current research to awaken the spirit stone? Grepper replied, that's right. Hearing that, he looked up and thought, maybe this is how I'll learn about the dragon god. Suddenly, she added, that reminds me. Grepper put a finger to her lips and said with some sincerity, I have a request for you, and you can't refuse it. He questioned her. A notification window appeared, ancient relic to awaken the dragon god's spirit stone. Grepper, the spatial witch, must activate a magical device. To do so, she needs a few materials, and you must enter the spatial magic tower created by Grepper and bring back the pieces of the ancient relic. There are a total of 6 pieces, and you must collect all 6 of them. Quest difficulty. A. Music. Quest condition, cannot form a party for this quest. Time limit, 3 days. Reward, unknown. You cannot refuse this quest. After reading it, Jin Sung thought, what is this? I can't party up for the quest and I can't even refuse it. He got a little tense and put his hand on the screen, thinking, is it because it's part of a bigger chain quest? The difficulty also jumped to rank A. It's not like I was going to refuse anyway, but even if I wanted to do it, it's still annoying that I don't have a choice. Then Jin Sung raised his hand to accept and said, all right, fine. So I just need to bring back the pieces of the relic, right? Hearing that, she replied, exactly. Then he added, I guess I'll get going now. Where do I need to go? Grepper stopped him and added, please wait a moment, you probably don't know what the relic looks like, so you'll need something. She took out a magnifying glass and exclaimed, found it. Jin Sung took it. looking a bit baffled, and asked, "What's this?" Grepper answered, "It's a piece of magical equipment that allows you to distinguish the ancient relics. The 6 types of pieces you need to find are quite similar, so you'll need this to tell one from another." She gestured towards the portal and continued, "This portal leads to the underground dungeon of the ancient Anaban Empire's ruins." Grepper imagined the spirits of thieves as she warned him, and there you must hunt the spirits of tomb raiders. You'll be able to get the relic pieces from them. Jin Sung understood and replied, "So the spirits of the tomb raiders are holding the relic pieces. I get it." He then turned and headed into the portal, as she called out from behind him, "And whenever you get a piece of the ancient relic, please use the equipment on it, and you must return within 4 days after collecting all 6 types of relic pieces." Jin Sung glanced back slightly and said, "You can count on me." Then he stepped into the portal, arriving in another place, an underground dungeon. The place was dark, only dimly lit by burning torches. Seeing it, he observed, "This must be the underground ruin dungeon of the ancient Anaban Empire. This place is kinda creepy." Come to think of it, the Anaban Empire was the predecessor to the Sea Empire, which is now one of the 2 superpowers on the continent of Kalarona. Then Jin Sung hid behind a pillar and started planning. "Alright, let's see. What level are these mobs? Anything under level 90 is perfect for me to farm. But where's that Tomb Raider spirit? I don't see a single one around here." A notification pops up. "You are the first to discover this dungeon. For the next 5 days, experience gained from this dungeon will be doubled, and the item drop rate is also doubled." He saw it and said in shock, "Double EXP and double drop rate, huh?" Jin looked at the spirits and whined a bit. "Man, I'm only here for 4 days. If they just set the time limit to 5 days, I'm gonna miss out." Then, he turned and held out his hand, summoning Lai. Lai appeared instantly, and he urged it on. "Let's go, Lai. We'll hunt while we look for the Tomb Raider's spirit." Hearing the command, Lai opened its jaws wide and let out a ferocious roar. Meanwhile, Jin raised his bow, firing off sharp arrows and shouting confidently, "You're not getting away." On the other side, Lai was relentlessly chasing down the fleeing spirits, terrifying them. Instantly, Lai launched a powerful attack at it. Over here, Jin was using both hands to cast the Gloria Link spell, then crouched down and powerfully lunged forward. Jin yelled, "There you are." Quick as a flash, he unleashed a storm of powerful attacks down on that spirit. Seeing this, its pitch-black eyes glowed brightly, its face a mask of pure panic. The powerful blow shattered everything, and waves of energy erupted all around. A shield fragment fell to the ground, and seeing it, he said, "Nice." A piece dropped. Jin picked up the fragment, smiled, and added, "Got my hands a little dusty." He used the monocle Creeper gave him to appraise it, pleading under his breath, "Come on, please be number 4, don't be a duplicate." A notification popped up. Item name, Ancient Relic Fragment number 5. Seeing this, Jin scratched his head in disappointment, saying, "You've got to be kidding me. I already have this one. Is the game rigged or something? How many times have I gotten number 5 now?" Then he flopped over and continued to complain. "I've been at this for 2 days and I only have 5 different kinds. This quest is such a grind, and why are the spawn and drop rates so damn low?" Jin said, frustrated and annoyed. "And I couldn't find anything on the online forums either." Then he remembered sitting in front of his computer, totally lost, before his eyes hardened with determination as he continued, "The only useful thing I found was that the drop rate increases if I don't attack the thief's backpack. Without that piece of info, I'd be screwed. I'd seriously be losing my mind. I probably don't have much time left either." Just then, a notification appeared. Time remaining, 3 hours, 39 minutes, and 21 seconds. Seeing that, Jin's face went slack. Not even 4 hours left? He rested his chin on his hand, calculating. "Based on my progress so far, I can probably only get 1 or 2 more fragments before time's up. And there's no guarantee I'll even get number 4. I've already failed the last 5 times. Looking at the situation, his brow furrowed as Jin cursed himself. "Am I screwed or what? This really sucks. If I'd known on day 1, I would have just gone straight for the Tomb Raiders instead of farming mobs." Then he held out his hand to summon Clofia, adding, "No other choice. I've just got to go all out." Instantly, Clofia appeared, and Jin urged it on while running alongside Lai. "Clofia, scout the area for me, and if you find any Tomb Raiders, give me a heads up. At least it's lucky none of the mobs in this dungeon have ranged attacks. That makes things easier." Suddenly, he stopped short. Looking to the side in surprise, "What's that?" A sorceress appeared over there. Jin thought in shock. "That's not a Tomb Raider, it's a mob I've never seen before." The information window read, "Spirit of an Ancient Summoner, level 95. He wondered to himself, "And it's a hero-grade monster? I haven't even seen a special-grade mob in this dungeon yet. Should I just walk past it or what?" Jin thought to himself, hiding behind a pillar to observe it. Since it's an undead and a level 90 hero grade mob, it'll take at least 30 minutes to beat it, and all that precious time I have left for my quest will be wasted. But no way. I ran into a hero grade mob, and on top of that, the EXP and drop rates are doubled. Then, he yelled, "Lie, let's hunt." The spirit of the ancient summoner saw this and sighed. Then it raised a hand to summon. Instantly, ferocious beasts appeared. They were massive, their mouths open and growling as they prepared to fight. Jin's eyes widened in shock, his eyebrows knitting together. The beasts started charging like a damn hurricane, gunning for Lai. Seeing the danger, Jin Sung yelled, "Lai, get back." At that moment, the beasts had Lai surrounded. The summoner spirit's eyes lit up with a wicked gleam. He stared in disbelief, thinking to himself, "Summon beasts? That low-level ghost is a summoner." He glanced over at the monsters and had to admit, a hero-grade beast was no joke. But his eyes were firm and resolute. He thought to himself, "But that doesn't mean I'm going to back down easy." Jin Sung took a stance and yelled, "All units, attack." He urged Lai on. "Go, Lai." Hearing the command, Lai instantly got ready to fight. Lai crouched and sprang forward, lunging at the beast. The monster roared back fiercely. They both charged into a brutal, bloody clash. They traded blows, attack for attack. Lai and the beast were perfectly matched, neither one backing down. Jin Sung cursed under his breath. Damn it, it knows the summoner is the weak point. He quickly directed Lai. Lai dodged to one side, then Jin Sung issued a command. Zap, Ray, push forward. At his command, both of them instantly charged ahead. On the other side, two other Salan beasts weren't about to be shown up, and they rushed in to fight too. Slap summoned its power, and a purple orb materialized. He kept giving orders, slap, at the abyss. The beast instantly fired a powerful attack, a massive ring of light blasting out. Slap refused to back down, raising a hand to block the attack, but it looked like the other beasts had powered up significantly. The monster's attack instantly shattered the shield's power. Slap was thrown back, completely stunned. Seeing this, Jin Sung screamed. He turned with a horrified look. No. Lai was now enraged, baring its fangs and roaring. It charged the Salan without a second thought. Jin Sung immediately dodged out of the line of fire. He yelled, "Whoa!" The Salan's tail whipped back hard, shattering a nearby boulder. Jin Sung was caught in the blast and thrown aside. He hit the ground hard, still looking stunned, and glanced over at Lai and the Salan brawling. Suddenly, another Salan rushed him from behind, letting out a massive roar that made him flinch. But actually, Jin Sung had a trick up his sleeve, and he smirked. "Knew you'd pull something like that." Just then, the turtle behind him manifested its massive shell, completely shielding Jin Sung. The Salan didn't hesitate, sinking its sharp fangs right into the shell. But of course, the shell was perfectly fine, while the Salan's teeth shattered, leaving it trembling. Jin Sung smirked smugly. "That's the power of my Pipaji for you." Seizing the chance, he turned. "And if you're this close," Jin Sung thought as he raised his bow, drawing an arrow and pointing it at the beast, "then I don't even need to aim." He let go in an instant, and in the blink of an eye, the empowered arrow shot out. It flew like a bolt of lightning, piercing straight through the Salan's body. It roared as drool poured from its mouth in disbelief. In an instant, the Salan was dead, blood spraying everywhere as it let out a final, agonizing roar and its body erupted in light. Jin Sung smirked and said, "You know what?" He held up his bow with a triumphant grin. "I won this round." Then Jin Sung yelled out a command. Lai heard it and charged forward, ignoring the blood pouring from its wounds. The summoner spirit watched in shock, its eyes wide as it stared at Lai closing in fast. Its eyes blazed with killing intent, its maw gaping open as if to swallow its prey whole. In a flash, it was there, spraying blood with every step. Without hesitation, it swung its claws in a powerful, glowing arc. The summoner spirit was terrified by the attack and couldn't dodge in time. It took the full force of the blow and was weakened, but it managed to get back up. Jin Sung let out a sigh. "You're a hero grade, so you can take a punch? Huh. Well, I guess I'll just have to keep killing you until you stay dead." But wait, aren't you already dead? The summoner spirit was now being assaulted by a blinding light of power. Its eyes went white as it screamed in utter disbelief. Jin Sung watched with a winning smile and said, "This is exactly why I play the game." A notification popped up. "You have obtained the item, Staff of the Ancient Summoner. You have obtained the Encyclopedia of the Ancient Summoner." The info panel appeared. Item info, Staff of the Ancient Summoner. Attack 407 to 605. Hero grade. Option, Intelligence plus 124. Equipment requirement. Level 91 or higher. Leadership plus 30. Summoning mana plus 42. Spirit mana plus 20. Innate ability, the attack power of all summoned beasts increases by 32% and critical hit rate increases by 46%, consumes only 5 spirit mana, and can fire a mana orb forward. The mana orb has 250% destructive power, which scales with summoning mana, and if an opponent lands a hit, depleted spirit mana will be restored. If you use the staff, your aggro with ancient monsters won't drop below 30. This is a staff used by a legendary summoner. The stronger the summoner, the greater the power they can wield. Jinung looked at the screen and said, "Sweet, a hero-grade item is pretty dope. Basically, I've got another damage skill that scales with my summoning mana. Even though the monster encyclopedia is kinda useless, since it converts flat power to mana based on a ratio, I'll be able to seriously boost my damage output." He continued, "Good thing I didn't skip this hero-grade monster." Suddenly, Lai nudged against Jinung. Seeing this, he asked, "What's up, Lai?" A moment later, he figured it out and said, "Why the bag?" Jinung looked at the screen and recognized the artifact piece quest. Then a notification popped up. "Time left 3 minutes, 11.8 seconds. He exclaimed in shock. "Did I just blow 30 minutes? Jinung and Lai quickly started searching. He asked while running, "Where is it? Where is it hiding?" "Tomb Raider. Find the Tomb Raider's soul. This stupid quest item." Suddenly, a light flashed nearby, and Jinung immediately looked toward it. After a moment, Jinung finally got the item, slid down onto the steps, and panted. That was a real close call. Just then, the notification bar appeared, showing 2 minutes and 54 seconds remaining. He was still exhausted, looking up with weary eyes and thinking, not even 3 minutes left. If my luck was any worse, I would have failed that quest. Creeper appeared out of nowhere and asked, "Have you collected all the artifact pieces?" Jinung was completely out of breath. He replied, "Yeah, I've got them all right here." She continued, "You really didn't disappoint me. I was getting worried since you took so long." A notification appeared, "You have completed the artifact quest. Completion rank C. You have received 8,757,500 experience points." He looked at the screen and said, "A C rank completion. I still haven't gotten a single B rank. This stupid luck-based quest." Creeper was hugging the bag of items, walking and humming a tune, while Jinung looked over with a deadpan expression and said, "The quest is over. I'm so tired, and now I'm depressed. Was I too focused? I think I'm going to take a break for a bit." Now, Jinung was sitting at his desk, his head nodding with sleepiness. He whined, "I'm so tired, but I'll get logged out if I fall asleep." Meanwhile, she was joyfully hugging the item in her hands and said, "Look at this. I finally completed the magical artifact. It's all thanks to you, adventurer. Thank you so much." He stretched and thought, "Thank God, the crafting didn't take long." Then he said modestly, "It was nothing. I'm just glad your experiment was a success." Jinung sobered up and continued, "Now that the magical artifact is complete, can we use this to revive the dragon god's soul stone?" Then he thought to himself, "I doubt it's that easy, but maybe." She put a finger to her lips, glanced at him, and said, "No, because we don't know if this thing is stable. Using it right away is too dangerous. This thing could backfire and make the soul stone explode." Hearing that, he immediately agreed. "You're right." Jinung thought about the dragon god. The dragon god has got to be a summoned beast with totally OP combat stats, and probably legendary grade 2. If that soul stone blows up, I'll be having nightmares for weeks. She then turned to him cheerfully and continued, "So, I think we should test it on the soul stones of other ancient monsters first, and we'll test the magical artifact on your dragon god's soul stone later." He asked, "A test?" The notification window popped up again. "Revive ancient monster. The Space Witch, Creeper, suggests testing the magical artifact on the soul stone of another monster before using it on the dragon god's soul stone. If you collect the soul stone of the ancient monster that Creeper wants, she will use the magical artifact to revive it. You must enter the space gate opened by Creeper and collect the soul stone fragments of the required ancient monster. There are a total of 10 soul stone fragments, and you must collect all 10 of them. Quest difficulty A. Quest requirement: you cannot form a party during this quest. Time limit: none. Reward: you can obtain an ancient monster with a grade matching your completion rank. You cannot refuse this quest. Jinung grabbed his head and yelled, "Another collection quest? And I can't even refuse it?" He dropped to his knees, bawling. "This game just won't let me catch a break." Creeper said, "Are you sad? Don't be sad. Cheer up." Then Jinung reassured himself, "But it's probably fine, since there's no time limit this time." The view of the town at that moment was beautiful. The sun was shining down, sparkling, looking real dreamy. Jinung remembered his professor said to meet near the gate. He quickly headed towards the gate to leave town. Jin Sung thought to himself as he walked. Now that I think about it, I totally forgot to ask for the professor's player ID. He leaned against a wall, closed his eyes, and sighed. This is kinda annoying. Suddenly, Jin Guk spoke up. You made it. Jin Sung looked at him, totally shocked, thinking, he's the professor? The more he looked, the more familiar the guy seemed, and he thought, let me get a look at who this is. After checking, Jin Sung frowned and wondered. His ID is Jin Guk Lai. Is he seriously just using his real name? He called out to the professor. The man replied, yes, so you must be part Jin Sung. Jin Guk continued, why can't I see your ID and level? Jin Sung gave a slight smile, tapped on his screen, and said, hold on a sec, professor. Let me switch my profile from private to public. But in his head, he thought, does he not believe the screenshot I sent him the other day? After seeing Jin Sung's info, the man praised him. Oh, level 94 already? So you've leveled up since then. Hearing that, he said proudly, yeah, professor, that's my summer break grind for you. Then he got cocky, his nose stretching out as he praised himself. I'm just that good. Jin Guk acknowledged. That's definitely impressive. Music, Jin Sung continued, Professor, can we go now? Since you've confirmed my level, I won the bet. Suddenly, the man said, hold on. He asked, what for? Jin Guk continued, I think you should come with me first. Jin Sung hesitated a bit, scratching his head. Right now? The man replied in a stern voice, I'm not taking no for an answer. The two of them arrived at some kind of dream town. The place looked strange to him, so he asked, Professor, where are we? I've never seen this place before. Jin Guk answered, I heard you're a summoner. Hearing this, Jin Sung turned his head and said, yeah, that's right. The man took a step forward and said, come take a look. Jin Guk glanced over and continued, you'll know where we are as soon as you see it. He was a little confused by that, I'll know just by looking. Jin Sung went ahead and opened the door, and then they both walked in. Jin Guk turned back to look at him with a smirk. Jin Sung looked around, genuinely confused. The professor just walked straight ahead, while he looked all around the place. Just then, a white fox and a white bear appeared in front of them. Jin Sung asked, Professor, what is this place? Jin Guk looked up and said, this is a monster breeding center. He asked again, a breeding center? A place like this actually exists? The man replied, I got lucky and met a manager NPC at the Summoner's Tower. That NPC told me about this place. If I remember correctly, its name is RF. Jin Guk recounted. When I first found this place, it was still under construction, and then they gave me a quest to capture wolves, apples, bears, and other monsters. Jin Sung stroked his chin thoughtfully, thinking to himself. Come to think of it, I heard that if you complete a facility construction quest, you can manage the place you built, so quests like this must be hidden quests. The man walked over to the panda, patting its leg as he continued. Anyway, after I completed the quest, the monster breeding center was completed, and I'm currently working at this center. He immediately asked, Professor, did you get a system message about building the monster breeding center after you finished the quest? Hearing that, Jin Guk turned back and asked, how did you know? Jin Sung replied, that's what happens for players with production-type quests who get a license to manage a facility. The man gave a slight smile and continued, since you already know, this conversation will be much easier. Like you said, I have to get a license to build the monster breeding center, but I still haven't met the condition. He immediately asked curiously, what condition is that? Instantly, an item appeared in Jin Guk's hand. He looked at it and said, this item is a monster appendix that RF gave me. I can only meet the condition to get the license to manage the monster breeding center if and only if I register a total of 50 monsters. Jin Sung looked on in amazement and thought to himself, didn't I get something similar after completing the Magic Tower quest? A dazzling, glowing blue book appeared in Jin Guk's hands. Seeing it, he thought, it looks way different. Jin Sung glanced back at the book on the screen on his chest, a little disappointed, thinking that his didn't have a monster registration function. The man spoke up. To add more monsters to this appendix, I have to capture them, but with my current abilities, I can only catch about 30 monsters. Then Jin Guk handed the book to him and continued, so I want you to take this item and register the remaining monsters. Jin Sung took it and thought, so the professor wants me to do this. A display popped up. Item check, item information, monster appendix, synthesis type, normal grade. You can register the monsters you've caught. Capturing a monster will grant you at least 100 reputation points, and the rarer the monster, the more reputation you'll receive. Then he added, and one more thing before you start your quest. He held out his hand, and the form of a wolf appeared. Jin Guk said summon, and Jin Sung saw the wolf he was talking about, thinking, damn, that thing is huge. The wolf had now fully materialized, standing as tall as Jin Sung himself. It bared its sharp fangs at Jin Sung. He thought to himself, I know there are black wolves among the common grade ones, but I've never seen one this massive. It was almost as big as Lai. Seeing him just standing there stunned, the professor smirked arrogantly and said, Why don't you summon yours? Hearing that, Jin Sung pointed to himself and asked, Me? Then suddenly, his expression shifted. Jin Guk's face turned dangerous as he growled. Or you won't be able to defend yourself. Shocked, Jin Sung exclaimed, What? Without another word, the professor flashed a sinister grin and began to cast a spell. Caught by surprise, Jin Sung yelled, Professor! Realizing things were getting hairy, he quickly summoned Lai. Lai appeared in an instant, startling Guffy. Lai was now fully materialized, and the two beasts stared each other down with murderous intent. Guffy let out a low growl, while Jin Guk stood beside his beast, a smug smirk plastered on his face. Jin Sung was still totally lost and bewildered. He asked, Professor, what are you doing? He chuckled lightly and said, Looks like you've evolved your summon too. Outside, the scenery was still peaceful and dreamlike, but who knew that inside the log cabin, a brawl was about to go down. Jin Guk continued, Sorry for scaring you, I just wanted to check out your summon. Jin Sung heard this and asked suspiciously, You wanted to see my summon? He looked Jin Sung dead in the eye, his voice low and serious. But we are going to have a talk about why you skipped my lecture during the ad drop period. Hearing that, Jin Sung's face fell as he thought, He's still holding on to that. Then he said, I guess it was unavoidable. Jin Guk glanced at Guffy and continued, This monster breeding center trains summons to build trust with their players. When I trained him here, he evolved into a black claw wolf. I'm not exactly sure why he evolved, to be honest. Jin Sung put a hand to his chin, thinking, I get it. So your wolf is an evolved form too. Then he glanced at Lai and added, My Lai is an evolved summon too, a red mane wolf. Jin Sung thought, It's just like my own training skill. This place must train summons to awaken their potential, leading to evolution. After hearing that, Jin Guk extended his hand and said casually, If you help me, I'll let you use this monster breeding center as much as you want. How about it? Hearing the offer, Jin Sung looked up and thought it over. I'm not sure if training at the breeding center is as fast as my own skill, but since my skill has a cooldown, I figure I could benefit from raising the trust of the monsters I'm not actively using, and there might be other perks once this breeding center levels up. Then, with a sly grin, he agreed. All right, Professor, I'll help you. The professor was taken aback. You will? Excellent. But what's with that look on his face? Seizing the opportunity, Jin Sung's eyes lit up as he added, Could I ask you for a favor? A little surprised, Jin Guk asked. A favor? After striking their deal, the two of them left the breeding center. Later, on another side of the castle, he stood at an entrance. Jin Sung stretched his arms, cracked his knuckles, and let out a sigh. Man, am I not sleeping well or something? My back is killing me and I feel so stiff. He remembered back at the breeding center when he asked Jin Guk a favor. If you build the summoned breeding center near my base, I'll give it my all to help you. The professor had replied instantly. That's not a difficult request at all. I can make that happen. Jin Sung thought. He must really trust me to agree to my proposal that easily. Back in the present, Jin Sung pulled up the book Jin Guk had given him and said, Before I start the quest, maybe I should register the summons I got recently. The book displayed a prompt, Register my recent summons. A notification immediately popped up. You've registered the Red Mane Wolf. Your reputation has increased by 1,200. You have registered the Abyss Turtle. Your rep went up by 53,700. You've registered the Abyssal Golem. Your rep went up by another 5,600. He glanced at the turtle still sleeping on his shoulder, thinking in disbelief. What the hell? Registering Pipaji gave me the most rep points. Compared to Slap, who's also a rare grade, this little guy gave me 10 times the rep. Jin put a hand to his chin, wondering if it was because Pipaji had the potential to evolve into some epic monster, or if it was just a system glitch. After that, he closed the window and said, All right, registration's done. I'm moving on to the next quest. In a flash, Lai slowly appeared. Jin hopped on Lai's back and said, Today's going to be a perfect day for us if we can snag that. First to discover the dungeon title inside the portal. What do you say, Lai? It barked once as if agreeing, woof. Then they both entered the portal. As he walked, he thought to himself, Man, I really want that first discovery title for the dungeon. Stepping out of the portal, they arrived in a new place. A notification popped up. You have arrived at the Anobili Plateau. You are the first to discover this land. Your reputation has increased by 100,000. The notification continued. For 10 days, experience points gained in this land will be doubled. For 10 days, the item drop rate in this land will be doubled. You have earned the title Time Traveler. Jin looked at it and said excitedly, Awesome. Gotta have a reward like this every once in a while, especially since I couldn't turn down this quest. He reached out and tapped the screen, saying, "It says here the reward for this quest will vary in this land, and it'll be different based on the grade of the monster I take down. So that means the grade of the Soul Stone monster is tied to the grade of the monsters I defeat and the reward I'll get." Jin's eyes filled with determination as he continued, "I'm taking the soul of the strongest monster in this land. I just need to scout this whole area. Plus, I've got the first discovery buff for 10 days. After thinking it over, he urged Lai on, "Let's roll, Lai." Come to think of it, we're leveling up like crazy. Hearing the command, Lai immediately sped off deeper into the plateau. After a while, they reached the edge of a mountain. He let out a breath, wondering if he should head down the cliff. Looking down from above, Jin figured the monsters down there were higher level. He quickly summoned Slap. Below, a swarm of monsters that looked like giant bugs were crawling all over the place. Jin turned back and said thoughtfully, "Let's see." Then, all his summons, Ray, Slap, Gloria, JJ, and Lai, appeared fully behind him. Jin asked if the crew was ready for a fight, then he added, "You know, it's about time for Lai and Pipaji to evolve, right?" They'd both been solid summons. Jin looked over at JJ, who was flying around chirping, and said, "And I think JJ is about to evolve too. Its soul points are almost maxed out." In an instant, he gave the order, "Let's roll. Everyone, we've never fought these things before, so let's get a feel for them first." Jin braced himself to jump, activating his soul link with Lai. Instantly, he and the powerful beast charged downwards. As they descended, Jin commanded, "Sync up." In a flash, his eyes began to glow, and he bared a set of sharp, ferocious teeth. On the other side, Lai was changing too. Suddenly, a light flashed in Jin's eyes, and they widened in shock. A powerful light erupted, and then a werewolf appeared, letting out an earth-shattering roar. Jin's face had now transformed into Lai's. With the body of a man and the head of a beast, he thought, "Now I look just like Lai. I guess syncing with Lai was my best bet, both for looks and everything else." Jin turned and shouted, "Slap, lead the way." In an instant, his wolf-like feet landed powerfully on the ground below. He crouched and then leaped, staff in hand, ready to strike the horde of monsters. He turned and yelled out a command, "Slap, abyssal pit," then shouted, "Lai, attack." The brawl between the summoned beasts and the monsters began. Jin gave another order, "Lai, go wild on him." Following the command, it unleashed its sharp claws on the monsters. Ray wasn't falling behind either, opening its mouth to spew ferocious, brilliant flames. In a moment, the powerful flames scorched the monsters below. But their outer carapaces were too thick and massive, so only the surface of the bugs got burned. Jin swung his staff, and a giant blue orb appeared, launching an attack downwards, but he thought he couldn't even take half its health bar because its defense was too high. The orb shot downwards, unleashing incredible power on the bugs. A notification appeared, "Your magic orb has struck the soul of a Clopses and dealt 2,770 damage. You've landed a direct hit on the opponent and recovered 5 soul magic." He frowned, thinking, "I can't deal much damage to it. How about this then?" Jin Dung immediately cast a spell, Electrokinesis. Bolts of electricity like lightning strikes lit up the entire area, then he launched another magic orb, attacking relentlessly. Suddenly, the lightning bolts, carrying a surge of power, started to turn back and overwhelm him. Seeing this, Jin Dung's face filled with panic as he exclaimed, "What?" Jin Sung watched the scene before him in utter astonishment. "Holy crap, what the hell is this?" His jaw dropped in disbelief. And just when his life was hanging by a thread, suddenly JJ rushed out of nowhere and took the lightning bolt for him, letting out a chirp. A notification popped up. "The energy of the lightning soul JJ is full." Jin Sung questioned the system window at the sight. Then JJ's body began to emit a blinding light that filled the space. Its body was still motionless, floating in midair, when suddenly, it shot up with a cry. JJ flew up, its power radiating endlessly, incredibly strong. A notification appeared. "The lightning soul JJ has evolved from a beginner soul to an intermediate soul," he said in surprise. "JJ evolved, but its cry is still the same. Was that lightning bolt just now because of the evolution?" Jin Sung continued, "I need to check JJ's stats first." Then he opened the information window. Information, JJ, Lightning Soul, Soul, Power 5000. Attribute, Lightning, Summon Duration, 525 minutes. Intermediate Grade, Summon Cooldown, 500 minutes. When soul energy reaches its maximum, the summoned beast will evolve into a high-grade soul. Each time the summoned beast uses lightning magic, soul energy will be restored, and the stronger the summoned magic, the longer the summon duration. Inherent ability. Lifesteal 10% of enemy health from damage dealt by magic attacks. After reading, Jin Sung exclaimed. After evolving to intermediate grade, it even gained an inherent ability. It can even lifesteal from enemies. Wait, isn't that kinda like a vampire? He calmed down, looked at the screen with his hand on his chin, and continued, Electrokinesis isn't a damage-dealing skill, so its attack is a bit low. What a bummer. But its recovery skill is pretty decent. Jin-sung called out, That's cool. JJ, come here. It glanced over at him, but instead of flying to him, it turned and flew in another direction, leaving Jin-sung feeling a little awkward. Then he felt something and looked to his side to see Lai nuzzling against him. Me too. Seeing this, Jin-sung turned to pat it and praised it. All right, our Lai did a great job, so I have to praise you too. He finished, smiling as he playfully bit his knuckle, because JJ evolved and gained an inherent ability. Then he looked towards the sinister horde of monsters and continued, We should wipe everything out, huh? Meanwhile, on a desk, shimmering, sparkling stones appeared. Creeper was there. She looked on in amazement and exclaimed, Oh my god, what the hell is this? How do you have so many soul stone fragments? Jin-dung said with amusement from behind, Yeah, that's how it is. Creeper turned and replied, Thank you for completing my request. Henry, he sent you to me again. A notification appeared, Quest, Restore the Ancient Monster has been completed. SSS rank quest. You've received 20,457,500 experience points. Seeing this, he thought to himself, That much EXP? It was definitely worth all the effort. She turned and continued, Please follow me. I will show you this soul stone restoration process. Please bring all the soul stone fragments with you. Then they both walked to another door and went inside. The inside was very luxurious. Jin-sung praised, Whoa, this place. Creeper said, This is where we restore the soul stones. Stepping forward, she opened the bag of stones and continued, So, shall we begin? The soul stone fragments were now floating in mid-air, then they began to glow and piece themselves together. After they combined, powerful beams of light radiated out, enveloping the entire space. The beams of light shone towards the two of them, blinding Jin-sung, who immediately squeezed one eye shut. The stone continued to emit a dazzling light like a falling star. A giant crystal stone appeared. He said, I have no idea what kind this is. Suddenly, the image of a giant turtle began to gradually appear on it. Seeing this, Creeper couldn't contain her excitement, shouting with a bright smile, It's a huge success. Jin-sung, with a deadpan expression, looked at the screen and thought, Success. A notification appeared, You have successfully restored the ancient monster Klopsis. Your reputation has increased by 500 for restoring a common-grade ancient monster. The monster Klopsis will now begin to appear on the continent of Colorona. After reading, he immediately thought, Wait, what? If I manage to restore an ancient monster, does that mean it'll just pop up on the continent? Jin-sung thought, glancing back at the giant turtle on the pedestal, because another monster will just appear on the Corona continent. Man, this is wild. I'm completely floored. Then, she immediately commanded the stone. Let's keep this momentum going and restore another monster. He watched as a Keelan appeared, raising his hand in excitement. Success. Then, another turtle with a spiky shell popped up. He turned to look at Creeper. Success. But then, a failure. Jin-sung dropped to his knees as she started crying, her eyes out. Well, failure is the mother of success. Creeper said, No. Then she held out the stone again. This is the last one. The stone suddenly started to glow brilliantly. He thought, Hold on. Could it be? Instantly, an incredibly powerful light burst from the stone. In the blink of an eye, a giant tiger appeared on the pedestal. It fully materialized, a reddish-brown tiger with a terrifyingly fierce face. A notification popped up. You have successfully restored the ancient monster, Chan. Your reputation has increased by 30,000. Seeing that a hero-grade monster had been restored, the Han monster would now start appearing on the Corona continent. Seeing this, Creeper threw her arms out in excitement. A Han. I've never dreamed I'd see a legendary monster with my own eyes. Jin-sung watched her, his face flushing as he thought to himself, I want it. Then she turned to him and said, Thank you for all your hard work. I finally got to see ancient monsters that I've only read about in books. Jin-sung held out his hand and said humbly, Don't mention it, Creeper. I had a pretty special experience myself, all thanks to you. But that wasn't all. Creeper reached a hand toward the tiger, hesitating. She said, then turned to him with a look of complete trust. I want you to have this little guy. Take good care of him for me, okay? I've never met a top-tier summoner like you before. Me? He replied happily. Yeah, I'd love to. A notification popped up. You have acquired the Sealing Stone of Harlequin. Harlequin's info, level 1. HP 376 out of 376. MP 125 out of 125. Attack 20. Defense 10. Agility 1. Intelligence 5. Type. Ancient Summon Beast. Grade. Hero. Personality. Ferocious. Cannot evolve. Inherent ability. Claw. A 10% chance to stun the opponent with a normal attack. Guardian of the Wind. Agility. Is increased for 2 minutes by converting all other stats, and the amount of the increase is added to agility. White Tiger's Fury. If an opponent is stunned by Claw, their high-level skills are disabled and agility is boosted by 50% for 10 seconds. This is a summoned beast from the legends of the Anoban Empire, born with the attribute of wind. It has a free-spirited and brave personality. Due to its bright red fur and black stripes, it's often called the Blood Tiger, because it brings to mind the bloody image of a wild beast. Seeing this, Jinung stroked his chin and said, "It's only level 1? Perfect. I can raise it exactly how I want." He imagined the tiger leveling up from 1 to 2 and continued. The ideal way to raise it is to max out its hidden potential to 100 before it levels up. That way its abilities will get a bigger boost. Jinung commanded, "Summon Han." He then added, "I gotta give it a name." Jinung looked at the tiger in front of him and asked, "What should I name you?" He reached out to stroke its neck and said, "All right, I'll call you Harley." Creeper smiled when she saw that. "Looks like this little guy really likes you, adventurer." Hearing that, he answered shyly, "I really like him too. He's the perfect summoned beast." She suddenly said, "Now, it's time for the main event." A massive divine dragon appeared, along with its stone, the soul stone of the divine dragon. Of course, Jinung just stood to the side, observing quietly. He looked on and thought, a divine dragon. Picking up the stone, Jinung asked, "You mean this thing?" But when he took a closer look, he noticed something. Jinung thought, "Hold on, this thing is totally different from the other soul stones, even its appearance." He stopped overthinking it and held out the stone. "Here you go, Creeper." She took it and exclaimed, "Perfect." As she placed the stone on the pedestal, it instantly began to glow with a beautiful, sparkling light. The divine stone then flashed with a blinding light, and a massive divine dragon materialized in front of them. Its eyes blazed, and it bared its sharp, menacing fangs. Seeing this, Jinung thought to himself, "Am I finally about to see a divine dragon? If it really is a divine dragon, it'll be a monster on a completely different level. Not just compared to other summons, but compared to every monster in the entire game. A true legend. If it's the Dragon Carseus, then it's gotta be legendary tier." A blinding light shot out from the stone, illuminating the whole space. He looked a little worried, thinking, "But what's taking so long? This is stressing me out." Then the light flashed, and Jace immediately covered his face, gritted his teeth, and slowly opened his eyes to look. Jace lowered his hands, his eyes wide with surprise. "You think it's an egg?" Creeper shouted. It worked. Right then, what appeared before them was an egg floating in that purple light. This wasn't just any egg, its shell was covered in incredibly tough scales. She said cheerfully, "Congratulations, the divine dragon's egg has been restored." Jace heard that and asked, "A divine dragon's egg?" Creeper hugged the egg, unable to hide her joy, and said, "Yeah, if this egg hatches, you'll be the first summoner to have a divine dragon as a beast. That title's been lost for over 100 years. Then suddenly her feet got tangled, and she started to wobble. Creeper went down hard, and the egg flew right out of her hands. He saw it and screamed in panic, "No!" Jace immediately bolted towards the egg, and with a last-ditch effort, he caught it, thinking happily, "Sweet, got it." But that was just in his head. In reality, the egg slammed mercilessly onto the ground. Jace clutched his head, thinking worriedly, "It's not broken." He dropped to his knees, crying, "What?" The floor cracked. "Is it really that hard?" Then he looked at the egg and said, "My bad. That was almost a disaster." Jace picked up the egg, looked it over, and added, "That was lucky." Creeper, now back on her feet, said, "Good thing it's tough, but we still need to be careful." He agreed, "You're right. I gotta be more careful." A notification window popped up. Sub-quest of the Restore Ancient Monster quest has been completed. Jace read it and thought to himself, "No extra EXP, huh? I guess the Divine Dragon Egg is the best reward." More notifications popped up one after another. The seal on the item, Legendary Head Feather of the Shield Dragon Master, has been broken. Because the seal is broken, your experience will increase. Leadership is up by 150, and Charisma is up by 200. You can now capture any monster without being limited by your leadership stat. If you use up all your leadership stat, captured monsters cannot be used in combat. The leadership stat requirement for summoning dragon-type beasts has been reduced by half. Your affinity for summoning dragon-type beasts has increased. Jace read this and got hyped. Awesome. No limit, and the leadership requirement is cut in half. This payoff is so sweet. He turned around with a sly grin, thinking, This means I can summon at least 2 hero-tier beasts and still have leadership points to spare. That was a nasty fall. Then he put his hand on the egg and thought, let's check the details. A screen appeared. Divine Dragon Egg. Info window. Divine Dragon of the Ancient Anobin Empire. One of the 5 legendary divine dragons, the Egg of Carseus. It's known as the War Dragon and possesses immense destructive power. It has the highest attack power among the 5 divine dragons. Rumor has it that it was never seen again after the war with the demon dragon Khalifa. Jace thought, if it was going to be restored, I wish it was a whole dragon and not just an egg. He sighed and continued thinking, I already looked into summoner eggs for the Imperial Griffin hatching quest but came up with nothing. Then it dawned on Jace. He raised his hand to the screen, thinking, wait, maybe this is better? I have to figure out how to hatch a summoner's egg since I have the Griffin egg, and now I've got a divine dragon egg too. He turned to Creeper and asked, do you know how to hatch a summoner's egg? She replied, of course I do. Jace was surprised and said, what? For real? What's the hatching method? Can you tell me? Creeper looked a little suspicious, resting her chin on her hand and asking, you're a summoner and you don't know? She continued, it's simple. A summoner incubates it and the egg will hatch. Jace pictured himself sitting on the egg like a chicken and thought with a blank face, not like that, to be precise, the summoned beast's mother has to do it. Hearing that, he chuckled to himself, seriously, does she think I didn't think of that? Even a kid in grade school knows that's common sense. Jace put a hand to his chin, calculating. The summoned beast's mother, for the Griffin, I could try to find one in the Sakara Desert, but at my current level, going there is basically a suicide mission. The monsters right at the entrance are level 130 or higher. Maybe I'll ask that night. Then he held up a finger and said, isn't there any other way besides incubation? Because the divine dragon egg doesn't have a mother. Hearing that, Creeper's eyes widened as she realized, and she agreed. You're right, who came up with this stupid-ass quest? But in Jace's head, he was wondering, you're an NPC and you don't know. She then raised her hand and said, I don't know another way, but I know a summoner who does. Hearing that, his eyes lit up, and he gave a wicked grin. Jin said softly, can you tell me where this summoner is? Grepper replied, they passed away in the capital of Anobin, 300 years ago. Hearing that, he said with a bit of disappointment, for real? Damn it. She immediately replied, since you helped me, as a reward, I'll open a portal so you can meet their spirit. Jin's mood brightened instantly, and he answered with a wide smile, thank you so much, Grepper. Then she put her hands on her hips and added, but I get the feeling you were about to say something real foul. The adventurer Jin, looking a little shaky, replied, no way, you've got it all wrong. Grepper just huffed, whatever. She raised her hand and continued, that summoner's name is Iriel. She was the best summoner in the ancient Anobin Empire. I'm sure she'll be able to answer your question. Jin heard that and thought to himself, Iriel sounds like a girl's name. He glanced at her and continued his thought, since Grepper respects her so much, she must be super old. She then said, you're about to go meet her, so could you do something for me? Jin asked, confused. What is it? A notification window popped up, nurturing the ancient monsters. The space mage Grepper does not want the ancient monsters you just restored to go extinct on the continent of Corona. To prevent this, you must raise them. Grepper wants you to learn how to raise the monsters from the ancient summoner Iriel. Difficulty. A requirement. From the Restore Ancient Monsters quest, the player must have restored 1 male and 1 female monster. Time limit. None. Reward. Skill book for hatching a summoner's egg. After reading it, Jin thought, she doesn't want them to go extinct, but there was already an announcement that these monsters would start appearing all over the Corona continent. What's she talking about? But that reward, then as if remembering something, he raised his hand in excitement, thinking, a skill book for hatching eggs is exactly what I need right now. This is perfect timing. The RNG gods are smiling on me. If I finish this quest, I can knock out the Empire quest at the same time. He turned to her and agreed, of course, I'll help you. Grepper replied shyly, thank you. The scene shifts to the Norman Mountains, where a warmly gloved hand gently touches a nearby flower. A girl with gray hair appears. It's Kim, Grepper's twin sister. She's happily playing with the flower in the middle of the freezing, snow-covered forest. Suddenly, the leg of a beast steps into view. It's an ice tiger, and it's charging. Kim hears a noise and her eyes dart to the side. Then, out of nowhere, a powerful arrow comes flying, and she realizes it's an ice tiger and lets out a terrified scream. Instantly, the arrow flies and slams into its leg, making the beast look over in shock. Caleb appears out of nowhere, yelling, Kim. The tiger turns to look, but it seems that arrow was nothing to it. The beast ignores the arrow sticking out of its leg and continues to charge. Seeing this, he raises his bow to fire again and yells, Kim, watch out. Kim turns back, stunned to see the tiger about to pounce on her, but a second later she thrusts out the staff in her hand and chants an incantation. Instantly, the tiger is hit with a counterattack and knocked backward. Seizing the chance, Caleb raises his bow to fire. The arrow flies true. The tiger gets hit by 2 attacks at once and lets out a furious roar. In agony, the beast collapses onto the cold, icy ground. Caleb walks over and stomps on the tiger's body, making the pain even worse. He raises his bow, aims an arrow right at its head, and snarls, "How dare you?" The tiger howls in agony, its eyes red and wet with tears. Then, Caleb says, "This is the end for you." After finishing off the ice tiger, Caleb turns to her and says, "I told you it's dangerous here. The monsters around here are, on average, at least 20 levels higher than you. What would you have done if I wasn't here?" Kim replies sheepishly, "That's why you came with me. Thank you." But he puts a hand behind his head and adds, "How much longer are you going to be gathering ingredients? I want to head back as soon as possible." She smiles and says, "Just a little longer. I'm almost done." Caleb watches her finish gathering the ingredients and thinks, "To level up my cooking skill, I need some gourmet ingredients, and the Norman Mountains definitely have what I need to improve my seasoning proficiency. I wanted to come with Ian, but he said he had an urgent quest." He then says out loud, "What are you spacing out for? And why do you need so many ingredients anyway?" Caleb says, getting a little impatient, "How much food are you planning on making? You've been gathering for a whole hour." Hearing that, Kim replies, a bit pouty, "Well, obviously I have to cook a lot of different things." He turns to her with a smirk, "You planning on cooking something special for me?" She stays quiet. He presses on, "Am I wrong?" Back in the city, at Jin Sung's house. Chu 111. That system message about the ancient summoner didn't just pop up for me, right everyone? Do 999. If you're talking about the new monster alert, then yeah. It was a global system message. IHJ77. You mean the game added new monsters without even an update? I'm a new player, so I wouldn't know. But has this happened before? Creative leader. No, that's not important right now. But, has anyone found the monsters yet? Ancient monsters and stuff sound sick as hell. IHJ77. You should check out the screenshot gallery. Han or something. Right. They posted a few screenshots of an ancient hero-grade monster. Co County. Yeah, it's a giant red tiger over level 150. I think even the Titan Guild gave up on trying to raid it. Do 999. Oh, for real? I'm gonna go check it out now. After reading, he said, level 150. Maybe Harley is a better monster than I thought. Should I go check out the screenshot gallery? Remembering the tiger, Jin Sung brought a hand to his mouth, smiled, and said, I'm getting eager to raise it faster. Then he raised both fists in determination. I should go see Ariel and get the skill book because I want to raise Harley quickly. The scene changes to a dreamy forest. After exiting the teleportation gate, Jin Sung arrived in the forest. He stepped out and wondered, is this where the NPC Ariel is? I don't know what kind of monsters will show up, so I should be on guard. Just as he said that, he suddenly noticed something. Ahead of him was an incredibly poetic and dreamy forest scene. A very romantic heart-shaped cloud appeared in the sky. Seeing this, Jin Sung said, this place seems a little too peaceful. He turned with a slightly troubled look on his face and continued, how am I supposed to find Ariel here? It's not like I came to a theme park for kids or something. A notification window popped up. You have discovered the Forest of Love. Fame has increased by 1,000. You have received a pair of the forest's wedding bands. Jin Sung wondered, the Forest of Love. Is that the name of this area? He looked at the screen, completely confused, and asked, what are these forest's wedding bands? An information window immediately appeared. Jin Sung's expression grew more and more awkward as he looked at it and said, what is this? It's not on the same level as the dragon feather headband, but its abilities are really outstanding. Jin Sung glanced at the turtle and said, it can even evolve. I've never seen an item like this before. The 1-second cooldown is also super special. It could be really useful for fast skills like overdrive. He continued, the other ring is just restricted to the opposite gender, but its abilities are identical. But who should I give the female ring to? Immediately, Jin Sung thought of Heron and his brow furrowed in discomfort. He immediately shut his eyes and shook his head vigorously, saying, no, we don't have that kind of relationship. He brought a hand to his chin and thought and continued, if I can't give it away, the only ability I'll get is +30 charm. Even the game discriminates against single people. Then, there was a noise up ahead. A horse's leg was standing not far away. Jin Sung immediately went on alert, thinking, a monster? Asterisk asterisk. It turned out to be a unicorn standing under a tree that was emitting a dreamy purple light. Seeing this, he thought, what is this? Asterisk asterisk. Jin Sung looked at the horn on the creature's head and wondered. That horn. After a moment, he realized. Is that a unicorn? Jin Sung looked and asked, a hero-grade monster and it's really level 170? What do I do? Should I run? Asterisk asterisk. The rabbit and deer from before were only level 1. Suddenly, the two unicorns stood up and did some kind of dance move. He watched, confused. They then stuck their tongues out and panted. Asterisk asterisk. Jin Sung asked, what the? Why are they acting like that? Asterisk asterisk. Thinking they were making a fool of him, he turned to the turtle on his shoulder and asked, Pipaji, why are they doing that? Is there something on my face? Jin Sung looked around the forest of love and continued. What kind of monster is level 170 anyway? If all the monsters in this forest are this high level, I won't be able to do anything here. But I can't just give up on the summoner's proof skill book. Asterisk asterisk. He lowered his head, closed his eyes, and sighed. Even though I've run into a terrifyingly high-level monster, it doesn't seem like they're going to attack me. Should I explore some more? Asterisk asterisk. So Jin Sung went to observe his surroundings and discovered that all the animals here were in pairs. He wondered, but why are all these monsters so lovey-dovey and coupled up? This is so annoying. Asterisk asterisk. He then realized angrily. Is this why this place is called the Forest of Love? Asterisk asterisk. Jin Sung slumped to the ground and cried comically. If this is what the Forest of Love means, I'd rather fight countless hordes of monsters. Then, a girl appeared out of nowhere and asked, are you Yan? Asterisk asterisk. Hearing this, he was startled and whipped his head around. In front of him was a girl with long, fox-like ears was standing with her hands on her hips, looking at Jin Sung. He asked suspiciously, who are you? Jin Sung thought awkwardly, an elf. She didn't say anything, just stood there watching and smiling. The garden scenery was incredibly beautiful and romantic. Jin Sung stood up to look at the surroundings, exclaiming, wow. Ariel asked, what do you think? The scenery of the Forest of Love is beautiful, isn't it? He turned and replied, it's unbelievable. I've never seen anything like this before. Master Ariel, is it because a master summoner like you manages this forest? Hearing that, she smiled brightly and replied, you're just exaggerating, aren't you? Jin Sung thought, come to think of it, isn't the ring's option to increase favorability with the elf species? He put a hand to his chin, thoughtfully saying, but Master Ariel, I have a question. I encountered a lot of monsters on my way to the forest. Ariel replied, yes. Jin Sung recalled the two beasts and said, but it seems like the monsters here are avoiding me. Why is that? Hearing that, she raised her hand and stammered. That's because. Seeing this, he quickly said, I'm so curious. If I don't find out the reason, I'll lose sleep all night. Please tell me why. Please. Seeing Jin Sung pleading, Ariel had no choice but to agree. All right then. She closed her eyes and said softly, it's because you reek of being terminally single. There's not a single sign that you're taken. After hearing Ariel's words, it was like a dagger to his heart. Jin Sung immediately dropped to his knees again, crying his eyes out. Seeing this, Ariel waved her hands dismissively. It's okay. It's not your fault. After talking for a while, she asked, what does Reaper want from me? He replied, she wants me to learn how to breed monsters from you. Master Ariel? Hearing that, Ariel immediately agreed, that's something I can definitely help you with. Then she started to walk away, saying, but. Ariel continued, may I ask why you want to learn? He didn't hesitate and began to tell her his story, from his battles to the divine stone. After listening, Ariel praised him, reviving an extinct ancient monster. You've done very well, Jin. You'll definitely need my power to sustain the ancient monster. She continued. To be honest, the reason I asked is to see if my power would be used for evil deeds. Hearing that, Jin Sung wondered, evil deeds? Ariel replied, if I pass my power on to you, you'll be able to artificially breed monsters, but this goes against the laws of nature. He immediately replied, against the laws of nature? I don't understand what you mean. Normally, animals breed by mating with the opposite sex, but that takes a lot of time. Ariel thought of animals in loving pairs, saying, but my power reduces both the time and the process. Hearing this, Jin Sung couldn't hide his excitement, thinking, reduces the breeding time, could it be? She continued, and perhaps this power could be abused to breed monsters just like livestock on a farm, for example. That's why I asked why you need my ability. He immediately replied, I understand. Jin Sung then pondered, that's right. If I had the ability to breed monsters as I please, it's not impossible that I'd start treating them like farm animals. Then his eyes lit up, and he said with determination, I promise I will never abuse that power. These monsters are like family to me. Hearing that, she beamed and said, What a relief, she said, as a reminder. Continuing, but to learn this ability, your current skills are still lacking. Hearing this, Jin Sung's expression soured, and he replied, My skills are still lacking? Iriel then explained the method to him. To acquire this ability, you must have knowledge of flirting. Once again, it was a dagger to Jin Sung's heart. He collapsed to his knees, crying silently. Is being single a crime? An information panel appeared. Love Quest, Guardian of the Forest of Love and Master Summoner. The elf Iriel wants you to better understand the feeling of love. And she has an eternal request, that's right, to ship 2 fairies who haven't found a partner yet, Wyson and Karen. If you succeed in getting them to become a couple and realize their love, Iriel will be more than willing to pass her ability on to you. Quest difficulty. Quest condition from the Revive Ancient Monster quest. The player must fully restore the soul stones of 2 pairs of ancient monsters, limited to the summoner class. Time limit, none. Do you accept this quest? Yes? No? After reading, Jin Sung's face lit up as he asked, shipping them. Hearing that, he immediately ran through the forests. While running, Jin Sung scratched his head and said, There's no quest difficulty. It's probably because it's so hard they couldn't even classify it. How am I supposed to do this? Then the turtle came over and nuzzled its head against Jax's leg, so he reached down to pet its face and said, You cheering me on? You're such a good little dude. Ipuji. Thanks, man. I'll figure something out. Just then, Jax arrived at a stone house, and standing at the door, he wondered, So one of the 2 elf kids I gotta set up lives here, huh? After a moment, a little boy in green stood before him. It was Wilson. He asked, Are you the one who will help me? Jax thought to himself, Damn, this little kid is trying way too hard to act all formal. Jax looked at Wilson and thought, She wants me to set these kids up? What was she even thinking? I mean, I'll still do it, since it's a quest and all. Despite his thoughts, he put on a slight smile and said, Yes, I, Yan, will help you. Master Wilson and Lady Carol, together at last. After hearing this, the little boy put a hand on his chin and said, Mr. Yan is going to help me? But you totally reek of being single. That's super suspicious. Hearing that, Jax was so pissed he could spit blood. But he just said, Yeah, well, they say the more the merrier. Wilson pointed a finger and asked, So how long have you been single? The question made Jax want to just explode. But he reluctantly answered, Since the day I was born, so probably around 7,000 days. But I'd rather not know the exact number. Hearing that, the kid smirked and replied, Really? That's not even that long. As of today, I've been single for 55.27 days, so I'm sure you're doing better than me. Jax felt like spitting blood all over again, realizing that since this kid was an elf, his age worked differently than a human's. Then Jax forced a smile and replied, Yeah, I'll help you. It's all for love. He added, I swear I'll get Master Wilson hooked up. Hearing that, the boy got all shy, covering his mouth in disbelief and said, Please, you have to help me. The scene changes to a beautiful shot of the early morning light sparkling as it shines down through the trees. On a lush green plateau, a group of girls were gathering mushrooms together. Jax thought, It's a good thing they already planned to go mushroom picking together. Carol and Wilson shyly glanced at each other. Jax watched from afar, then turned to his turtle and said, This mission might be easier than I thought. Jax crept closer, peeking through the bushes to watch them. Seeing that neither of them said a word, Jax got annoyed and muttered, What the hell are they doing? Are they just gonna pick mushrooms in awkward silence the whole time? Then he wondered, Wait, why are they leaving already? Back at the house, he asked angrily, For real? Why did you let her go without saying a single word? Wilson replied with tears in his eyes, but when I tried to say something, my mouth just wouldn't open. Jax looked at him and thought, So being this hopelessly single is a real skill. Huh, this is way more serious than I thought. I can already smell failure. Then, a glowing orb appeared and both of them stared at it, confused. What is this? The boy looked at it and stammered, Mr. Yan, that's. An image of Carol appeared on the orb. Wilson continued, It's a message from Lady Carol. Jax reached out to touch the orb, thinking, NPCs can send text messages now. Then he turned, slammed his hand on the table, and growled, What are you just sitting there for? Reply exactly like I tell you to. Now. Wilson flinched and said, I'm sorry. Hurry up, Jax pushed. Wilson blushed, flustered. What should I reply? Jax coached him. Just tell her you made it home safe. The message from her read, Mr. Wilson, did you get home safe? Wilson immediately picked up the orb and said, I sent it. Yes, I made it home safely, Milady. Inside the room, a soft tapping sound echoed. Wilson blushed and scratched his nose, adding, I added a little something, too. I said I was also relieved to know that Miss Carroll got home safely. Hearing that, Jax put a hand on his chin and thought, relieved about what? It's not like there are any monsters in this forest that attack elves. Still, I guess I should be happy he said anything at all. Carol's reply came through. If you were that worried, you should have walked me home then. Hearing that, Wilson practically choked. A dead silence fell over the room. The kid stood up, looking miserable. Mr. Yan, I think Carol's mad at me. What do I do now? Jax put a hand on his chin, thinking, man, this is just getting worse and worse. What's the play here? If he apologizes now, he'll just look even more pathetic. Wilson picked up the orb and just stared at it. Then Jax spoke up. Mr. Wilson, did you really just send her a message asking, is Miss Carroll asleep? You guys are in the middle of talking. Why would you ask if she's sleeping? Jax put both hands on the table and said seriously, why in the world would you send that? Wilson looked down, dejected. You're right. Why did I do that? Hearing this, Jax scratched his nose and thought, was this mission a lost cause from the very beginning? He then called out, Mr. Wilson. The boy looked up. Yes. Jax continued. Since it's come to this, you should just confess your feelings to her. Wilson started crying. Confess? I can't do that. The kid shook his head and continued, my buddy Fo said the worst way to shoot your shot is through a crystal ball message. Hearing that, Jin got pissed, thinking, no, if I don't confess right now, I'm gonna lose my chance. He grabbed the crystal ball, thinking resolutely, screw it, this is the only way. As Jin sent it, he said, message sent. Like this? Do you want to go out with me? That's right, just like that. The kid saw it and yelled, what are you doing? On the crystal ball, the message was sent. After he did it, he let out a sigh of relief. I should have just done this from the start. Cancel, delete. How do you even use this thing? Wilson picked up the crystal ball and turned to Jin. A video chat request just came in. What should I do? Hearing that, he thought, a video chat. That's basically a phone. Then Jin stood up and hastily waved goodbye. Wilson, give it your all. You gotta show her how you really feel. I'll be waiting outside. Bye. Wilson chased after him. Ian, wait up. Quickly, he made it outside the house. Jin put his hand up to the window, looking in and thinking, good luck, my dude. Turning away, he cried his eyes out, saying, we failed the quest. Damn it. Just as he decided to give up on the quest and walk away, Wilson suddenly ran up behind him, calling out, Ian, Ian. The kid, overjoyed, said, we did it. We agreed to go out. Then he raised his hands in joy and continued, thank you. It's all thanks to you, man. It's all because of you. He actually succeeded. A notification window popped up. You have successfully completed the Cupid quest. Your charisma has increased by 20. Hearing this, Jin thought in amazement, for real? Returning to the dreamy forest of love, he said, I'm back. Ariel smiled and praised him. I heard what happened from Wilson. You did a great job. Jin hesitated, stammering, well. Then he thought to himself, see, I knew it. No one's born good or bad at dating. There are only those who succeed and those who fail. Then she continued, as promised, I will grant you a portion of my power. Then, as Ariel cast a spell, she added, I truly hope you succeed in breeding the Great One's monsters with Grepper. A notification appeared, you have acquired the monster breeding skill. After acquiring the monster breeding skill, you can now distinguish their gender. Jin held the item in his hand and said, I can tell their gender now? Maybe the status window will have a gender section now? Then he looked at the screen and chuckled. Let's see. What gender are my monsters? The screen lit up, and Jin said in confusion, what the heck? Why are they all male? There's not a single female. He turned to Ariel and asked, Miss Ariel, are there more male monsters than female ones? Hearing this, she replied, why wouldn't there be? Ariel continued, with a few exceptions, all monsters have an equal gender ratio. Hearing her say that, Jin scoffed lightly. Then I guess it's just a coincidence, huh? Then she held out her hand again, a glowing orb in her palm, and said, also, take this. He asked, what is this? Jin reached out and took the orb. Ariel said, if you have this crystal ball, you can exchange messages with me anytime. Jin asked in disbelief, really? But why are you giving this to me? Ariel replied, I can't tell you right now, but I will have a favor to ask of you in the future. Can I ask for your help then? A notification appeared. The shadow of the demon dragon, Khalifa, ruler of the Forest of Love, and the summoner El-Heel have faced a difficult situation for a long time. As your skills advance, you will be able to hear her request. Difficulty. Condition. Summoner. Possess the soul of the divine dragon. Summoner level must be at least 3. Time limit, none. Reward. If you do not accept the crystal ball from Ariel, the quest will be automatically declined. If you decline this quest, your affinity with Ariel will decrease and your magic power will decrease by 20. Do you accept this quest? After reading it, Jin was stunned. Demon Dragon Khalifa. He recalled the beasts and thought, that's the name I heard the legendary dragon Tamer, Ox, mention. It's not every day that you find a hidden quest with no time limit, so there's no reason to refuse. Jin put a hand to his mouth and thought, but what is this? Summoner level 3. You can still level up even after reaching master level? I thought you couldn't level up after becoming a master. Then he looked over at Ariel and decided, I'll just accept the quest and think about it later. Jin looked at the crystal ball and said, if there's anything I can do to help you, I'll do my absolute best. Ariel replied, thank you. Ian returned to the castle, where Reaper saw him and said with a smile, you're back. Did you get everything done? He replied, yeah. I got the monster breeding skill. She just smiled and said, I knew Ariel wouldn't take you. Come with me. I've got something to show you. So they went into a room filled with all kinds of beasts. Jin Sung was amazed. This is sick. Hey Grepper, you're missing a few of these, like the HPer for example. Grepper heard him and gestured, saying, I only collect herbivores here. It's safer without any carnivores around. Then she looked at the two bugs and added, so, how about we try breeding these two? Jin Sung was all for it. Yeah, let's do it. He brought up the interface and said, first, I'll register them as summons. Jin Sung looked up and added, now I just need to use the skill. Wait a sec. His face flushed as he thought embarrassedly. I hope this isn't rated M or something. Ken is a mature game, right? Then Jin Sung glanced over at Pipaji, thinking, wait, Pipaji isn't like that. But whatever, screw it. It is what it is. Jin Sung activated the monster breeding command. A breeding circle immediately appeared in front of the two bugs. A brilliant light instantly flashed, lighting up the whole room. An egg appeared, enveloped in light. Seeing the egg, Jin Sung let out a sigh of relief. I guess I was worried for nothing. A notification window popped up. You have successfully bred a monster for the first time. You will receive the title Monster Breeder. Your reputation has increased by 25,000. You have gained knowledge of the monster ecosystem. By hatching Griffin egg number 69, you have acquired the monster egg hatching skill. He read it and said excitedly, sweet. I finally finished the Hatch the Griffin egg quest. Then Jin Sung tapped the screen and added in surprise, looks like I got a new title too. Monster Breeder. Huh. The info panel popped up. Title, Monster Breeder. Rank, none. As long as you have charm, you can use the skill to breed monsters that aren't your own. You will gain charm with all monsters slightly more easily. The smaller the monster, the faster your charm increases. These effects are passive and apply even when the skill is not actively used. Jin Sung saw this and blurted out, this title is actually pretty useful. It doesn't give me a direct power boost, but it increases the odds of breeding a powerful monster. He smirked and said, I love that no activation required part. Passive buffs are the best. Then he walked over to the other creatures and said, maybe I'll just go ahead and breed the rest of these guys too. Jin Sung stopped in front of the two bugs with a wicked grin, and they started sweating bullets. Wait, we're both dudes. The scene cuts to school, filled with the sound of chatter as the final bell rings. A classmate slumped over his desk, bag in hand, and groaned, man, I'm so stiff from sitting all day. Seeing Jin Sung already up and ready to go, he asked, yo, Jin Sung, what's the rush? Why are you in such a hurry? He casually replied, where else would I be going? What do you mean where? To the game, duh. I gotta finish my quest. Johan playfully jabbed, dude, you're such a gaming addict. What quest are you on anyway? You haven't even shown your face around here lately. Jin Sung gestured and said, I'm on an Imperial quest, so I'm totally swamped. The deadline's coming up fast, so I gotta grind. A gaming addict? Look who's talking. Johan was shocked. What? An Imperial quest? Do you have any idea how hard Cloven has been grinding just to get one of those? He's been spamming quests, hoping to land one. Let's step outside and talk. Hearing that, Jin Sung got a little suspicious and asked, what for? Why would Cloven do all that? Johan explained. What better way is there to farm reputation than an Imperial quest? We need a guild member to achieve noble status, so we can upgrade our territory into a self-governing domain. Jin Sung replied, and to get noble status, you need over 40,000 reputation points, right? He chuckled to himself. If I told them I've had over 50,000 reputation for a while now, they'd probably kill me. With that thought, he turned to say goodbye to Johan. Wish me luck. I'll finish this quest and be back as soon as possible. Johan clapped him on the shoulder and said, all right, man, see you in the clan. They said their goodbyes, and Jin Sung kept thinking, after I successfully hatched this Griffin egg, I should have more time to manage the guild. The scene shifts to the ancient monster breeding ground, where he stood looking on with a slight smile. Heh. Finally, Jin Sung picked up the egg, which was said to be a divine dragon egg. He looked at the divine egg and said confidently, I can finally hatch this divine dragon egg. Jin Sung was in awe. Just look at this brilliant glow. It's got to be legendary grade. It's so big and beautiful. Jin commanded the egg to hatch, and it began to glow with a gorgeous blue light. Seeing this, his eyes lit up with excitement as he said, a divine dragon egg's got to be different, right? He never took his eyes off the divine egg, watching it intently, but then his face soured with a hint of annoyance. Growing impatient, Jin blurted out, What the? Why is it taking so long? Is something wrong? A status window popped up. Level 0 egg. Egg type. Special legendary grade personality. Hatch progress. 0%. Egg of the divine dragons from the ancient Enoban Empire and one of the 5 legendary divine dragons. Cuss's egg has begun to hatch, but to hatch the war dragon's egg, you need the power of a great war. Seeing this, he said, Guess. I need more experience points. Phew, what a relief. If I just keep grinding like usual, the egg will eventually hatch, right? Jin looked at the screen and continued. Good thing I don't need to do some extra quest or get a special item, then sent it back to his inventory. But he was still confused, scratching his head as he said, But what's this special thing next to legendary grade? It's probably not a bad thing, right? Jin quickly brushed the thought aside and decided, whatever, let's head back to Murin and finish that pending quest. Back in town, squads of fully masked soldiers were lined up. Jin walked into the main hall and saw an egg on a table. He guessed to himself, could that be a griffin egg? King Jason asked, So, Yan, have you figured out how to hatch this griffin spirit beast egg? Jin replied with a slight smile, Yes, your majesty. I've acquired the skill to hatch monster eggs. Hearing this, the king praised him. Excellent. Jin thought, Hold on. Why is this monster's rank even higher? If I can't hatch this egg, I'm dead meat. He continued to think. As a precaution, I said I acquired the skill to hatch monster eggs, not specifically griffin eggs. Standing before the egg that was radiating a shimmering aura of power, he closed his eyes and prayed, Please, let this work on the first try. With that thought, he reached out and commanded the egg to hatch. King Jason was astonished. Is the griffin finally hatching? But to his surprise, the egg showed no signs of movement. Jin suddenly realized, just like the divine dragon egg, it wasn't hatching immediately. He thought, guess I should check its info then. The status window appeared, Griffin egg, level 0, egg type, legendary grade personality, hatch progress, 0%. This is the egg of the legendary spirit beast, the Griffin. The Griffin egg has begun the hatching process. To hatch the Griffin egg, the power of a great wind is required. If it absorbs the strongest wind spirit on the continent of Corona, the Griffin egg will hatch. Jin thought to himself, Of course, the Griffin is legendary grade 2. He stroked his chin, pondering. But it doesn't have the special tag like the divine dragon. What's the difference? Jin turned to the king and said, Your Majesty, where can I find the strongest winds on the continent of Corona? The king said, Why do you ask me this? How goes the hatching of the Griffin egg? He gestured towards the egg and replied, Your Majesty, I have started the hatching process, but for the Griffin egg to hatch, an additional condition must be met. King Jason asked, A condition? What kind of condition? Jin answered, Since the Griffin is a spirit beast with the wind attribute, for this egg to hatch perfectly, I need it to absorb the power of the greatest winds. From the windiest place on this continent, Hay, who was standing nearby, spoke up. If it's a windy place you're looking for, he continued, I believe he is referring to the sky-piercing plateau. Your Majesty, specifically at the peak of the sky-piercing altar, the wind's power will be at its greatest. After hearing this, King Jason said, That must be it. You've explored the entire continent, so you would know best. He replied, Thank you, Your Majesty. Jin pictured the plateau, thinking in disbelief. What? The sky-piercing plateau? He cursed inwardly. Are you kidding me? How am I supposed to get into that zone? The wastelands around the sky-piercing plateau are crawling with mobs starting at level 130. Jin imagined himself getting swarmed by monsters and thought, going alone is a suicide mission, especially since I don't even know if the highest level monsters will show up. With that in mind, he said, Your Majesty, I've done what you asked, so. He stammered, thinking, I have to bail on this, even if it means failing the quest. Then, as if remembering something, he thought, but wait a minute, now that I think about it. Yes. A sly grin spread across Jin's face as he thought confidently. Who said I have to go alone? Then he spoke up, Your Majesty, I have a request. Scene changed to the sky-piercing plateau. Total chaos was breaking out. Jin shouted, Abyssal wave armor. as wild beasts launched a relentless assault against the royal guards. Ray's mouth roared nonstop, spewing scorching hot, dazzling flames all over the place, incinerating everything around it. He commanded, "Royal guards, attack." The guards immediately followed the order and charged out. Then he turned and yelled, "Now." Hearing the command, Lai shot forward like the wind, activating the Bloodlust command, then viciously lunged at the eagle, baring its sharp fangs for a direct bite, right into the eagle's body. Blood immediately splattered, and then Lai delivered the final blow to the eagle. A notification popped up. The summoned beast Lai has dealt critical damage to the Thunder Eagle. The Thunder Eagle's health dropped by 7,250, and due to the Bloodlust effect, an additional 7,250 damage was added. Seeing this, he thought in amazement, almost 15,000 in a single hit. Lai's Brad's skill deals 20,000 damage. To get this ability, I used up all 60 of my potential points. The new Bloodlust skill seems super effective. The notification appeared again. And not going alone is a very good idea. Back at the palace, Jinung said, "Your Majesty, as a weak servant, I can't get to the sky-piercing plateau with a griffin egg by myself, so I need your help and your power." John was stunned and asked, "My power?" He replied, "Yes, the greatest power you possess." The king looked at him, completely confused. Jinung recalled the chaotic battle and thought, "This is a game, so the expedition starts in just one day. Even though there are fewer members than I thought, the lowest level of the royal guards is 150. I even saw a few monsters over level 170. This is insane." Then he thought about Hylam again. "So what level is Hylam? Could he be over 200? I can't see it because the info is hidden." Just then, he swung his sword, slashing hard across the eagle's body. Blood sprayed everywhere, and a notification bar appeared. "You have defeated the Thunder Eagle. You have received 10,500 experience points." Seeing this, Jinung grinned and thought, "The points are split among the party members. That means I'll get over 10,000 experience for a single monster. It's not just me, my summoned beast is also leveling up like crazy." With that thought, he said, "Thanks for the carry." This left Hylam confused. Suddenly, he called out to him. Jinung turned around, startled, and answered, "Yes." He thought, "What's up?" Hylam then praised him. "You're a much better summoner than I gave you credit for." At that moment, a horse was pulling the cart that held the egg. He continued his praise, "Your monster is pretty useful." Hearing this, Jinung gave a slight smile. "You think so?" He thought to himself, "Does he think I can't help out in a fight just because my level is low?" Hylam then commanded, "All units, cease combat." He turned to the guards and said, "We'll take a short break here and prepare for the next battle." Hearing that, he looked around and said, "My experience points are getting away, and we haven't taken any losses yet. But why?" At this point, everyone was slowly starting to move out. Hylam, riding his horse, said, "Once we cross this mountain, we'll reach the desert of paradise, and there," he spooked him a bit. Continuing, "We'll be facing the monk mummies." Jinung heard that and thought in terror, "Monk mummies are level 150 monsters." Hylam warned in a serious tone, "That fight won't be a walk in the park, so brace yourself." The scene shifts to the castle. Outside, flurries of snow were falling, chilling the air. Inside, Folan asked, "How much longer is the protection period on our base?" Johan replied, "About 1 month." On the map, there were locations marked with red flags, some of which showed explosions happening. She continued, "The northern continent is about to be thrown into chaos by all these base raiding wars. After all, for any guild, a base is considered the goose that lays the golden eggs. And if a major guild decides to attack, small guilds like ours will have a tough time fighting them off, so it's a major concern." Johan then said, "But if we can just upgrade the base's rank from a village to a territory, we'll be set." He continued, "Because at the territory rank, we can establish our own NPC squad and defensive structures like towers." After hearing him out, Folan looked out the window and replied, "I had no idea." Then she turned and added, "In that case, we just need to survive these raiding wars until the storm blows over." Johan replied, "Exactly." He looked out the window and thought, "I really hope Jinung finishes his quest and comes to back us up. We have to protect the base at all costs until then." Elsewhere, Jinung was riding on Lai's back and said, "What the? Why did I just get the chills?" He wondered if it was because he hadn't slept in a while. "Why do I have to feel this way in a game?" Just then, the entire party arrived at a breathtakingly beautiful place, shimmering with purple and gold light. Jax thought, "Are we at the skyscraper plateau already? I heard this place has the strongest winds, and they're no joke." Suddenly, out of nowhere, a horned lion appeared and charged at them. Hylam immediately drew his sword to strike it. The slash cut right into its body, blood sprayed out, and he quickly took it down. He turned to Jax and warned, The skyscraper plateau is extremely dangerous. Hylam continued. Level 190 monsters can appear here, so be careful. Hearing that, he thought about how he almost died fighting just 2 or 3 level 150 mummy priests. But level 190? That's no joke. But then he steeled himself. He'd come this far and couldn't fail now. Suddenly, a roar echoed from behind them. Jax whipped his head around in alarm, and then a command rang out, prepare for battle. Be careful, don't aggro any other monsters in the area. The guards responded in unison. Yes, sir. Hylam, who was already rushing forward, added, these monsters always move in packs. Ahead, a dense cluster of menacing eyes stared back at them. He continued, there will be at least 4 or 5 more in this area. Hylam shouted, watch your surroundings. All around them, monsters were swarming in, charging as a pack. They let out terrifying, guttural growls. A bloody brawl erupted, with gore splattering everywhere. Suddenly, his eyes widened in complete surprise. The monsters that were just growling menacingly had suddenly turned tail and fled, leaving Hylam stunned. Why are they running? He looked back at the retreating monsters and thought, what kind of monster just showed up? Why is the captain so worried? Suddenly, a massive creature dropped from the sky, landing in front of Hylam with a ground-shaking thud. A giant bird with murderous eyes appeared. Jax stared in awe, thinking, what is that thing? A dinosaur? A lizard with wings? It's even bigger than Duke. The monster was enormous. Its body parts looked like they were stitched together from different animals, creating a massive frame, especially that beak. It looks like it could impale you at any moment. Seeing this, Hylam commanded, all knights, with me. He turned back to Jax and said, we'll draw its aggro from the front. Hylam continued, when we do, you take the egg and run for the altar. Jax complied, got it. At that moment, Jax was already holding the egg in his hands, while on the other side, the knights were charging in to attack. He watched and thought to himself, that guy is seriously amazing, so efficient and tactical. Then Jax quickly refocused, saying, one whip from its tail, and I'm toast. I gotta move fast while the knights can still hold it off. He immediately summoned hybrid synchronization, boosting his agility stat. Instantly, his face became half wolf, half human, and he charged forward, filled with power. With sharp claws dragging on the ground, a terrifying battle broke out. Scene change. Jax had now completed his mission, holding the egg. He said happily, I did it. Now Jax was standing on the skyscraper plateau, wondering, is there no wind up here? A notification window popped up. You are the first to discover the source of wind, the altar of the heavens. Affinity with the wind attribute increased by 5%. Wind attribute resistance increased by 10. And attraction from wind attribute monsters increased by no less than 30. Fame increased by 15,000. After Jax finished reading, he paused and said, wait a minute. This is really similar to when I discovered the source of magma. No, it's actually exactly the same, just a different attribute. So then, if I have to hatch an egg of a fire attribute monster, I'll probably have to go back to the Scorched Lands. Then, looking at the egg, he continued, anyway, I have to get this egg to hatch quickly. If I delay any longer, the knights will suffer heavy losses, and the Emperor will definitely lose his mind. After that, Jax placed the egg down and gave a command. Here, now hatch. The egg immediately seemed to obey. A brilliant light burst out in all directions, with incredibly powerful rays shining out. In an instant, the light enveloped everything. Jax shouted, it's working, it's working. A notification appeared, egg hatching 11%. He said happily, it's up to 11%, which means it'll hatch when it hits 100%. Suddenly, a roar from behind made the cheerful Jax jump and glance over. It was that monster, and it was flying towards him. Jax wondered, did the knights get defeated? Seeing the monster approach, he impatiently urged, come on, hurry up before that thing gets here. Why is the hatching rate so slow? Suddenly, a flash of light appeared right in front of Jax, surprising him. What's this? This wasn't in my inventory before. Jax picked up a cracked stone, looking at it suspiciously. He looked at the rock and said, did I ever get an item like this? Then Jian suddenly remembered getting it after finishing a quest. This is the feldspar that those PKers dropped during the priest quest, but why is it glowing? Suddenly, it left Jian's hand and went into the vortex connected to the egg, shocking him. The rock had now become several more stones surrounding the egg, and a notification popped up, use wind purification item. Jian saw this and said, what the hell? I never said I was going to use it. Suddenly, cracks started appearing on the egg, and he exclaimed in shock, the egg? In a flash, the egg shattered, creating blinding rays of light like a huge explosion. Jian watched in complete surprise. The dazzling light flared out, and he raised his hand to shield his eyes. The egg had now broken apart, splitting into different pieces, and finally, it separated completely. A notification appeared, you have hatched a griffin. You have hatched a legendary grade monster egg for the first time. Leadership has increased by 100, and charisma has increased by 50. Seeing the egg hatch, two incredibly cute beasts appeared, and he couldn't hide his excitement, raising both hands with a huge grin. It worked! Jian's face was a picture of pure satisfaction and joy. He looked down at the two beasts and asked, "There are two of them? Are they twins?" An info window popped up displaying their stats on the panel. After reading it, he said, "Level 1, just like Harlan, but all their stats except defense are higher than his. Their agility is almost double, and that King's Roar skill is sick too." Jian put a hand on his chin, thinking, "They're different genders, but their abilities are exactly the same." Then he looked over at the two beasts and sighed, continuing, "How did I get stuck with this test? If there was only one, I would have handed it over to the Emperor without a second thought." But then Jian reached out and touched one of the Griffins, saying, "Maybe this is a gift from the gods. How could I get caught?" Then he gave the command, "Tame." Suddenly, he panicked and said aloud, "No turning back now, there's no one around, right?" But just then, a massive tremor shook the ground. It turned out the other monster had arrived. It was looking at Jian with an incredibly loving gaze. He yelled, "It's here." Seeing this, Jian turned and ran in a panic. Somebody save this summoner. Back in town, night had fallen, blanketing everything. He looked around, hand on his chin, wondering, why isn't the Emperor here yet? Did he find out what happened? No way. Suddenly, Jason appeared out of nowhere and called, "Jian." He immediately praised him. "You've worked hard, well done." Jian bowed his head humbly and replied, "Not at all, Your Majesty. It was all thanks to the knights, they're really strong. I gain a lot because of them." Then he thought to himself, "I guess I'm safe for now." Jason continued, "Yes, and the Griffin you brought back will be cared for by the palace summoners. Thanks to you, we'll be able to proudly present the majestic Griffin, the symbol of the Lucipan Empire, on National Day." Jian didn't refuse, saying, "Of course, if your people knew a real Griffin was guarding the royal family, they'd be overjoyed." He praised him again. "Yes, very well done." A notification bar appeared. The Lucipan Empire's quest to hatch the Griffin egg has been completed. Completion rank S. You have received 19,912,000 experience points. You have leveled up. You are now level 103. You have received 100,000 fame. Jian thought to himself, "I leveled up in just 3 days and they even gave me 100,000 fame." He continued thinking, "This is why all the top rankers have over 100,000 fame, because they snag all the first-time rewards and monopolize the Empire quests." Then he gave a slight smile and a nod. "Well then, I'll be on my way. If you need my help again, feel free to call me." As he walked away, he thought, "I've got to raise my Griffin." Suddenly, Jason called out, "Wait." He placed a hand on Jian's shoulder and said, "Hold on, I still have something else to get from you." Hearing that, Jian's face darkened with worry. "Something to get from me? Crap, I've been found out." Jason raised his hand and said, "And this is also a gift." After hearing that, Jian's anxiety eased and he replied, "A gift? I'll gratefully accept anything." He thought to himself, "What's he going to give me? I hope it's a legendary item." Then, a golden orb materialized in the Emperor's hand. Jason continued, "I am specially granting you this for enhancing the reputation of the Lucipan royal family." Then, in Jason's hand, a golden phoenix appeared, surprising him. "What is that?" Jian stared in amazement as the Emperor held it out to him. In the blink of an eye, it was in his hands. Jin was totally shocked. A notification popped up. "Since you completed the Imperial quest with an S rank, you've earned the title of Baron. You can use fame to upgrade your title to a higher status. You can now have a maximum of 20 NPCs as servants. If you banish one of your servants, your fame will decrease by a minimum of 10,000. You must decide carefully. Now that you are a noble in the Lucipan Empire, you cannot change your nationality unless you become king or your title is forcibly stripped. You will become a force opposing Empire C." After reading, Jin thought to himself, "What the hell is this? The noble title of Baron?" His jaw dropped in shock as he thought, "Hold up, and I'm an opposing force to Empire C? What's happening? Is this title even any good?" Then, as if he was afraid of being found out, he figured he should get out of the palace and log off before looking into it more. The Emperor looked at the stunned Jin and said with a slight smile, "So, how is it, Yan? I mean, Sir Yan, do you like my gift?" Before he could answer, the man continued, "In return, I will receive your loyalty." Hearing this, Jin was confused. What the? Suddenly, his body moved on its own, bowing with a hand over his heart, but in reality, Jin wasn't in control at all. He gritted his teeth, thinking, "Why is my body moving on its own?" Right then, Jin was kneeling, respectfully saying, "It is a great honor, Your Majesty. I will not let you down." He realized in shock, thinking, is the game system moving my body for me? Seeing this, the Emperor said cheerfully, excellent. I'm very pleased. That's what he thought, but Jin sighed in relief, musing, well, whatever, as long as they don't take back the Griffin. A notification appeared. Ian, a member of the Lotus Guild, has become a baron. The Lotus Guild's fame increased by 15,000. The Lotus Guild's headquarters now meets all the requirements to upgrade from a village to a manor, but the owner must be a player with a noble title to do it. Back at the mountain with the old castle, a surprised voice rang out. What's this? Ian is a baron. Phylan said. Ian is. Gabali said. Just when we finish all the preparations, he comes back with a new title. Now we're qualified to upgrade. This dude's timing is perfect. Rohan said. I can't believe this guy. What kind of quest did he complete to get a baron as his first noble title? Is he blocking his messages again? Hearing that, she replied, What? What do you mean? Isn't baron the first noble title you can get? He looked at them and said, From what I know, when you finish an imperial quest, you're supposed to get the title of knight or lord. Gabali asked, Is there a difference between a lord and a baron? Phelan chimed in. So Ian got a title that's one rank higher than a lord. Isn't that even better for us? That dude is so damn lucky. Rohan replied, Yeah, it is. Seeing this, she asked, When Ian gets back, let's upgrade to the manor right away. I wonder if I'll have to give the Vice Guild Master spot back to Ian. Hearing that, Johan and Gabili frantically waved their hands. Hell no, he's not cut out for it. He's out grinding all the time, that's way too much. I'm out. Nah, Phylan should stay the Vice Master. She looked thrilled at that, covering her mouth as she laughed shyly before saying, But Ian won't be mad, right? Gabali shot back. You think he's the type of guy to even care? You've known this was coming for a month. Why are you stressing about it now? Rohan urged. Let's go. Time to get this done. All right, they agreed. The three of them left the room. Meanwhile, on the ice mountain, Jin and Lei were taking a chill walk. Perched on his shoulder now wasn't the turtle, but the griffin. Suddenly, it turned and nudged Jin. He glanced back at it. Then Jin realized and chuckled. Is little Finn hungry? Well, I've got just the thing for you. Let's see here. Seeing this, Pipaji cried out from below. He calmed it down. All right, you get some too. Just a sec. Hearing that, its eyes started to sparkle, looking all pathetic and cute. Jin held out a piece of meat for Pipaji. It gobbled it down, its face full of pure joy. Jin watched and thought, you guys really dig this stuff, huh? Then, he stood up and looked towards the castle. He put a hand on his chin, thinking out loud, when I get back to the guild, I should probably start managing the territory first. Then, Jin broke into a wicked grin. His eyes lit up as he said, if I train up some NPC soldiers and use them for grinding, my efficiency will probably go way up. He glanced at the Griffin and added, I don't have enough leadership stats to register any more monsters, so I'll just focus on the ones I've already got. Jin chewed on his thumbnail, wondering, I wonder when this divine dragon egg is gonna hatch, but I guess I'll figure out a way to raise my leadership stat by then. With that thought, he remembered his two little pets and turned to ask, you two done eating yet? Right then, Pip and Griffin were messing around by the base of a tree. Jay thought, look at those two. He glanced over at Pip and thought, Pip's probably not that greedy. Then he saw them cuddling, Pip's eyes just full of love. Jay smiled softly. Pip must really like him. After a moment, he raised his hand and called out, all right, everyone, let's get a move on. It's not much further to our guild headquarters. Back at the breeding center, Professor Jin was standing with Goofy, saying, the monster breeding center is running great. He chuckled and added, it was a little tough, but totally worth the time I put in. Professor Jin tapped something on a screen and said, I have to leave in a bit. Why isn't he here yet? His face lit up with surprise as if he'd just noticed something. It was Haley, carrying a basket of delicious-smelling food. She said cheerfully, Professor, I brought what you asked for. Professor Jin replied softly, oh right, the monster feed. Thanks, Haley. He looked at the food container and praised it enthusiastically. This smells so good. I'd probably eat it myself if I got hungry. It's amazing. Then Professor Jin added, that reminds me, Haley. Haley was a little startled by that. What is it? He looked at the food container, his face turning red as he spoke. I think Jay was on his way to the estate just now. As soon as she heard that, she took off running, calling back happily. Well, you should have said so sooner. Haley grumbled a bit. What a great time to tell me. Great timing. Seriously, Jay didn't even bother to contact me this whole time, and we even decided to stop being so formal with each other. She walked quickly, continuing to mutter, he should have told me first thing when he got back. Haley looked down, unable to hide the happy look on her face, and added, now I can ask him to go to the northern continent with me. Suddenly, the scenery in front of Haley changed. She asked in confusion. What's this? The building is changing. Does this have something to do with Jay coming back? Just then, Haley's eyes lit up. She shouted, Jay. He and John had appeared right in front of her. Jay was blushing, shyly holding something out to her. In his hand was a small box, and inside was a pair of rings. Haley saw them, completely surprised, and wondered to herself, are those rings? At the sight, Haley's eyes started to well up as she thought, what's going on here? No way, those two. The town was now bathed in a beautiful light as John's voice rang out. What do you think? We did a pretty good job expanding the headquarters, huh? He laughed excitedly, saying with confidence, check this out. Then Jay praised him, nice work, Guild Master. Inside the palace, there was some chatter. Let's review everything before upgrading the estate. Yeah, if we upgrade right away, we might run into some internal bugs. Jay agreed. I think the first facility we should build after the upgrade, without any extra cost, is the training center. Hearing this, John replied, don't you think that's too risky? Wouldn't it be better to build up the army to boost the estate's defenses? The protection period is about to end, you know. He raised a hand and answered, no, only low-level soldiers are eligible for training. Even if there are hundreds of them, all we need is one high-level mage to wipe them out with an AoE spell. Hearing that, he agreed, you're right. Looking over at the guards standing by, the discussion heated up again. But if we build the guild directly and assign high-level NPCs to handle these duties, the army's strength can grow, and a few powerful figures might even emerge, Fulton said. So, Yan, you're saying we should build the training center first to train NPCs into trainers, and then immediately level up our army, right? Hearing this, Jay smiled and gave a slight nod. If we have a player with a relevant role who is over level 100, 800,000 reputation points, and a title higher than Baron as the estate lord, we can build a proper guild for that player at the headquarters. Seriously, are you cheating or something? Yan, are you even playing the same game as us? John picked up a bracelet and said cheerfully, all right, let's do it. What are we waiting for? Upgrade estate. All upgrade requirements have been met. The Lotus Guild's headquarters is being upgraded from a village to an estate. He ordered the estate upgrade to proceed. A notification window appeared. All upgrade requirements have been met. The Lotus Guild's headquarters is being upgraded from a village to an estate. Commencing estate upgrade. After that, the town began to glow, preparing for the upgrade. Blue lights spread throughout the area, and in the blink of an eye, a new town was revealed. An announcement appeared. The Lotus Guild's headquarters has successfully been upgraded to an estate. Exclamations of awe rang out. Everything's changed. This view is incredible. Daidong said, I didn't expect materializing the estate upgrade would be like this. The notification continued to pop up. The Lord title will automatically be transferred to player Yan, who holds the rank of Baron. Do you agree? The upgrade will be cancelled if you refuse, as only one player can hold a noble title. Hearing that, Johan tapped the screen to proceed. Agree. Another notification popped up. You have become the Lord of the Lotus Estate. Once the download is complete, you can begin the internal management of the Lotus Estate's basic settings. A shield icon appeared in front of him. Jin Sung said excitedly, sweet, I guess I should start handling the Lord's internal affairs now, huh? Set the tax rate to the lowest level, establish a summoner's guild. Then Jin Sung turned and added, oh right, Harin is here. I should call her over for a chat. I'll also put her in charge of the kitchen for a bit. What's the gift? Johan asked as soon as he heard. Do I get a piece? He held out a ring box and said, it's this. He thought to himself, this is a quest reward, but I don't have anyone to give it to other than Harin. Seeing this, Harin couldn't hide the delight on her face and called out to Jin Sung. He immediately turned around when he heard her. Jin Sung's face flushed red, unable to hide his awkwardness. Harin looked at him, a bit confused, and quickly denied it, saying, it's not like that. Jin Sung was surprised and asked, what do you mean it's not? His loud voice echoed through the quiet town. This is for you. Harin, in disbelief, asked again. For me? I mean, I got this as a quest reward. Let me try again. Jin Sung said softly. Can you use it? Without another word, he took her hand. Both of them were super awkward now. Harin turned away, her face beat red, still thinking in disbelief. What is this? What is happening right now? Is this just some random item he's giving me? Am I reading too much into this? Seeing how uncomfortable she was, Jin Sung quickly said, I mean, if you think it's too valuable, you don't have to accept it. Harin immediately shot back. No way, who said that? She looked at the item's info screen and was stunned, hoping she didn't seem too eager. What? The stats are insane and it's called a wedding ring. Could it be a couple's ring? With that, Harin shyly asked, this ring, you have one too, right? To her surprise, he showed her his own ring, replying, yeah, This one's mine. Heron put hers on and, overcome with happiness, said, "Thank you, I'll wear it." Watching her, Jin Sung happily thought to himself, "Awesome, now I can finally ditch my level 50 ring." A notification popped up. The forest wedding ring has been unsealed as all conditions have been met. Elmore's blessing is descending, all combat abilities are increased by 20%, and all class abilities are increased by 30%. All skill cooldowns are reduced by 1 second, not applicable to skills with a cooldown of less than 1 second. You can now summon your partner using Elmore's power once per day. After reading it, Jin Sung thought to himself in awe, "Look at all those stat boosts. This is insane." But he still felt a bit shy, thinking, "And I'm wearing this couple's ring with Heron, so it feels like I have a girlfriend now." Meanwhile, Heron was lost in her own happy thoughts. "I was worried for nothing. I really thought he wasn't into me." Jo-hoon and Phi-Lin looked a little uncomfortable watching the two get all lovey-dovey. Outside the town, one of them laughed and said, "They totally forgot we're here. Guess this is a good time for them." The town now looked dreamy and magnificent. In a room, Jo-hoon was looking at a screen and answered a call. Vice Guild Master speaking. Gabuli walked in, exclaiming, "This new building looks sick." Jo-hoon said, "Oh, you're here? Good, give me a hand. There's a ton of stuff to take care of." Gabuli replied, "You got it, I'll help." He then asked, "Wasn't Yan here?" "I guess he left." Jo-hoon answered, "He went to Phelan Bay with Phelan. They're probably grinding mobs in a dungeon right now. Today we need to pick 3 new personnel." "Huh? There's an architect position too?" After hearing that, he said, "Let's just finish this up quick so we can catch up with Yan." Jo-hoon replied, "Just the 2 of us? You think we can handle it?" Gabuli then said, "Hey, yesterday, it was just me and Cloven." He said, a bit down, "Aren't you and Cloven both warrior classes? Of course your damage is high. I'm just a tanker, so my DPS is trash. Don't you have any faith in our party?" Gabuli shot back, "I just need to pump out a lot of damage. As long as we don't die, there's no major loss. It's a timed dungeon anyway." Hearing that, Jo-hoon said cheerfully, "All right, let's get this done and let's go." Out in the main hall, Gabuli's voice rang out, "By the way, you think Phelan and Yan can actually clear that dungeon? I have no idea how summoners fight, so I'm totally clueless." Jo-hoon replied, "Me neither. But I'm sure Yan will protect Phelan with his army of monsters, so they should be fine." Then he just urged him, "Hurry up, your hands look way too free." Gabe agreed, "Okay." Elsewhere on the ice mountain, a loud shout rang out, "Watch out!" A giant monster was swinging a spiky club, attacking Florence. She looked on in complete terror. In the nick of time, the tiger appeared from behind the monster. It quickly struck with its powerful claws, and blood immediately spurted out. Seizing the opportunity, Gino urged from behind, "Get back, Florence." As she dodged, she said, "Ian, if we wait just 1 more minute, my cooldown will be over. I need you to draw its aggro while I cast my spell." He immediately agreed. "Got it." Then Gino turned and shouted, "Let's go." The monster was enraged by Hayes' earlier attack. It raised its massive club again, preparing to strike. Seeing this, Gino shouted a warning to Hayes, which looked up as he yelled, "Dodge now." Instantly, it leaped away, narrowly avoiding the monster's blow. The monster, seeing this, let out an enormous, furious roar. Gino then summoned his power, launching a direct attack at the monster. "Take this." But the monster dodged, avoiding some of the blow, but it was completely unharmed. Gino said, "Missed." But then he smirked, "That's what you think." Then he yelled, "Hayes, attack." Instantly, the tiger charged forward without hesitation. Hayes quickly got behind the monster and landed a blow. Gino commanded, "Keep using sweep attacks." It unleashed a continuous barrage of attacks on the monster, catching it off guard and unable to react. Blood was gushing nonstop from the monster's body. Gino urged, "More, as many as you can, stun it." At that moment, the monster went berserk. It let out a terrifying roar, its eyes filled with killing intent as it looked up. He praised and then commanded, "Good job, Hayes, fall back." Gino saw this and thought, "Sweet, it's stunned." He stood there thinking, "If I keep attacking." But that was just wishful thinking. The monster had already recovered. It let out a space-shaking roar, its glowing red eyes fixed on Gino. Seeing this, he gritted his teeth in shock. "What? It already recovered? Damn, its status resistance is insane." Then Gino decided, "No other choice. I just have to keep attacking." Until it's down, Hayes appeared behind the monster again, ready to attack. Then a voice called out, "Sir Ian, please draw its attention." It was Florence, surrounded by swirling streams of light that rose like a blazing tornado. Gino was amazed. "Looks like Florence is prepping a huge attack." He then raised his hand to cast a spell, saying with determination, "All right, I have to buy her more time to finish her chant." Just then, the monster began to channel a powerful attack, unleashing an immense pressure. Gino yelled out a warning. Suddenly, a mouth with sharp teeth opened on the monster's stomach, spitting out a blinding light. He thought in astonishment. The monster was growling in fury. Gino guessed, looks like it's an all-out attack. He decided to turn and dodge, but then he saw Florence. I have to dodge. Oh, right, Florence, Gino realized. If I dodge, Florence will get hit. On the other side, Florence was still chanting, unable to move. Right after, Gino appeared in front of Florence, holding Pip up to block. The monster's all-out attack was continuously gathering power, ready to be unleashed. Gino turned to her and said, Florence, don't stop chanting. I'll try to block the attack. In the blink of an eye, the monster's attack was unleashed with incredible force. Gino quickly moved to block the attack. He struggled against the immense power, calling out in his mind, Pip. A notification window appeared. The inherent ability of the monster Pip, Lord of Water, has been activated. Monster Pip absorbed the water cannon of Scholar Florence and you have recovered 3,749 HP. Monster Pip recovered 0 HP. Seeing this, Gino exclaimed, awesome, it worked. I never had a chance to use Pip's inherent ability before, but it's really effective. Then he yelled, Florence, now. She understood, agreeing. Right, then she thrust her hand out and unleashed an attack back at the monster. Then Duke and Leo also appeared. Gino yelled, right now, everyone attack. Leo, Bloodlust. A chaotic battle between the beasts and the monster erupted, shaking the very air. The monster roared incessantly as it was hit by the attacks. A notification window appeared. The tomb of the hero Florence has been conquered. Gino cheered. Sweet, we took it down. Notifications started popping up. You've conquered the tomb of the hero Phelan with the highest score. You will be entered into the Hall of Fame for the Hero Foal's Tomb Dungeon, rank number 1. Until your rank drops, you'll get 3,000 fame points every day. Back at school, a voice called out, Yo, come get some chicken. Jin immediately said, Hold up, this is important. The reporter is about to go over the territory war rules. Jude asked, For real? Looking up at the screen, he had to admit it was a big deal. A woman introduced herself, Hello, I'm reporter Lucia from Channel 10 News. Welcome everyone, I'm reporter H. He continued, We're here at the Field of Valor. As most of you already know, this is where guild wars go down. Today, the very first territory war will be held right here. That's why we're on the scene. Lucia brought up an image of the Celestial Highlands to explain in more detail. The Field of Valor is a virtual space that doesn't actually exist on the map. She continued, When a guild war is triggered, all guild members in the match are transported to the Field of Valor. And even if you're not involved, you can pay a fee, and unaffiliated players can become spectators inside the Field of Valor. Lucia raised her hand and continued, So, before we start broadcasting the NA servers battle between the number 1 ranked guild, Dakuna, and the 4th ranked guild, the Snails, let's dive into the rules of the territory war. After hearing that, Johan turned to Jin and said, Yo, we should pay close attention. Jin, you take notes. A little startled, he replied, Right, hold on. A notification appeared, Territory War Rules. 1. You must fight to seize the opposing guild's territory. 2. There are 2 types of territory wars. One is a battle inside the Field of Valor, similar to a regular guild war. And the second is a castle siege, where the defending guild must protect their castle and the attacking guild must capture it. Castle sieges take place on the sanctuary battlefield as it displays the respective guild's headquarters, so the map changes for each territory war. All territory wars end when all members of a guild are wiped out, or by whichever side has more surviving members after the 1-hour time limit. In a sanctuary battlefield, victory is achieved by destroying the protection crystal inside the defending guild's castle. The notification continued, 3. The attacking guild must win 3 matches on the sanctuary battlefield to switch the map to the Field of Valor. And if they win the 4th match, they can take over the territory. The defending guild must win 3 matches on either the sanctuary battlefield or the Field of Valor to defend their territory. 4. Territory wars occur every 24 hours. The winner of the battle will be honored in the sanctuary citadel for 1 week. 5. All territory wars have a maximum of 30 people per side. If the battle escalates to a national scale, the max player count increases to 100, with an unlimited number of participating NPCs. 6. A single player can only participate in 2 matches per territory war against an opposing guild. After reading, Johan admitted, This is way more complicated than a regular guild war. Jin agreed. Real talk, the stakes are much higher than just losing guild fame and dropping a few ranks like in a normal guild war. It's probably because actual territory is on the line. He held up his notebook and continued. The most important rule is that one player can only join 2 matches against the opposing guild, which makes sure a single strong player can't just carry the whole team to victory. Hearing Jin, Johan agreed. Exactly. It means even if you're strong enough to solo another guild in one match, you can't win the war by yourself. Rohan said, "Eat while you watch. It's getting cold." "Yeah," Jin replied. He kept staring at his notebook, which was filled with dense writing. Jin thought to himself, come to think of it, guild members' skills are super important in a territory war, but NPCs are just as critical. Then he remembered his retainers and continued his thought. The maximum number of NPCs I can register as retainers is 20, since I'm a baron. On top of that, if a retainer NPC dies, it takes a whole week for them to respawn. Jin thought to himself, now that I know this, there's no reason to put off registering my NPC retainers. Elsewhere, a voice rang out with praise. "You did great, Liam." Salan said, "Looks like we cleared this place so easily, all thanks to you." "Not at all," Liam replied. She then asked, "But why haven't you joined any guild yet? With your skills, Rimlon, you could get into the top-tier guilds. Aren't you at the top of the rankings for the new assassin class?" He casually replied, "Because I like to play solo." Salan continued, "If you ever think about joining up, you should check us out, the Kaiser Guild." Hearing that, Liam asked, "The Kaiser Guild? Aren't they one of the top 10? She answered, "Yeah. Even though we're at rank 13 right now, we've hit rank 8 before. What do you say? You want to join?" Rimlon, he raised a hand to refuse. "I don't think I'm ready to join any guild just yet." Hearing that, Salan replied, "That's a shame." Liam added, "But if I ever change my mind, I'll let you know first, Salan." Salan got excited and replied, "Really? Awesome. You promise, right? See you around." He thought to himself, it's probably about time I join a guild. But if I join a guild that's already established, I'll just be treated as some disposable pawn. Liam considered his options, thinking, I don't want that. I need to leverage my skills to gain some real authority within a guild. He glanced over, wondering, is this the Hall of Fame? A quick look showed the player rankings, and he reached out to touch the screen, saying, "Should I see who's got the top score? Read leaderboard." After reading it, Liam was a bit puzzled. The Fallen Dungeon can be cleared in under half an hour. He looked at the screen and continued, "Who are these guys?" "The Lotus Guild." There's a whole 3-minute gap between first and second place. Liam rested his chin on his hand and added, "The Dakuna and Titan guilds are always battling it out for first and second, but I've never even heard of this Lotus Guild before." He then thought of Jin and wondered, "But I'm sure I've seen that name Yan somewhere before. Wait a minute, that's the guy I met in the finals of the rookie tournament." Then he looked at the screen again and said, "But shouldn't he be level 100? How can he be ranked number 1? Isn't the player level for Fallen around 17 or something?" He was a bit confused. "Even so, my pride still takes a hit seeing a guy I beat ranked higher than me." After saying that, Liam let out a small smirk, then he started walking, saying, "I can't just keep sitting on my hands like this." Suddenly, Liam saw something and stopped in his tracks. Jin appeared out of nowhere, smiling to himself. You could have seen this coming, heading back to town. Jin was strolling casually through the streets of the town when a voice suddenly called out, "Hey Jin, what brings you here today? It's truly an honor to have the Lord visit in person." Seeing Professor Jin, he said, "Professor, you're here. Is the breeding facility all set up?" He replied, "Of course it is. Since the Summoners Guild hasn't been around for long, it seems there are a lot of summoners in the area, which means plenty of customers. I thought we wouldn't have any player customers at all." Jin turned to look and asked, "Professor, have any summoner NPCs stopped by? I need to register them as subordinate NPCs, but they told me they might have already been recruited by the Summoners Guild." Professor Jin pointed to the side. "If you mean that cute girl, she's over there. The wham she left with us is over there too." Where he was pointing, Syria and her beasts were laughing and talking happily. He followed his gaze and replied, "A cute girl indeed. Thanks, Professor. I'll see you later." Jin looked at Syria and thought, I wonder if that NPC lady has a quest for me. Professor Jin thought to himself, that girl stops by the breeding facility often, but she seems to be just a cute NPC. Then, as if he remembered something, he put a hand to his chin and thought, that's right. Professor Jin remembered. Heron had asked him to contact her when Jin arrived. He immediately opened a message screen to text Heron. Heron, Jin just arrived at the breeding facility. She quickly replied, "Oh, is that so? Thanks, Professor. But what's Jin doing there?" Professor Jin replied, "He's over there talking to a cute girl." Then the screen suddenly shattered and vanished, startling him. Professor Jin thought, I think I might have made a mistake. He rubbed his eyes and muttered to himself, I'm sure it'll all work out. Not my problem. The scene shifts back to the town. At that moment, Jin stood looking at Syria, thinking, First, I need to check what kind of NPC she is. A screen with her information immediately appeared. After reading it, he thought in amazement, "This is perfect. I'm not going to find a better NPC than this." Then Jin slowly walked over and started the conversation. "Hello, Syria. We've met once before, right?" She replied, "My apologies, my lord. I wasn't aware you were here." Jin raised a hand and continued, "It's all right, no big deal. Actually, I came to see you about something." Hearing that, Syria was a little startled. "What? Me?" He raised a hand to his neck and chuckled. "Yeah, just for a bit." Jin Sung smirked to himself, thinking he could register her as an NPC subordinate by giving her his seal of authorization. Then Jin Sung held out the shield necklace and said, "Will you accept this? I hope you can help me push forward." Seeing this, she answered shyly, "You want me to help you?" A notification window appeared. "You have offered apprentice summoner Syria the position of your subordinate." Syria, still in disbelief, asked again, "You really think I can be useful to you?" Hearing this, Lord Jin Sung smiled and said, "Of course. That's exactly why I'm making this offer." At that moment, her eyes filled with happiness and began to sparkle. Syria then agreed, "I'd be honored to accept." She picked up the shield and looked at it. A series of notifications popped up. "You have accepted apprentice summoner Syria as your subordinate. Player Jin Sung's current number of subordinates is 1 out of 20. Subordinate Syria's talent grade is heroic, rare class skill. If you expel your subordinate Syria, you will lose 17,000 reputation points. If your reputation drops to 0, you will be considered to have a bad reputation." Seeing this, Jin Sung thought, Syria's talent grade is heroic. This is awesome. He turned to her and added, "I'm counting on you, Syria." She replied cheerfully, "You, too, my lord." Then Jin Sung said his goodbyes to Syria. "All right, I'm taking off. Hit me up anytime." "Oh yeah, and keep leveling up in the meantime." He gave a slightly awkward wave. Just then, a girl appeared. It was none other than Heron. Jin Sung immediately sensed something and thought to himself, "What the? Why'd I just get a sudden chill?" Suddenly, Haren's voice cut through the air. "Jin Sung, who is that girl?" He jumped and spun around. Haren was shaking with jealous anger. She growled, "You two look pretty cozy. Were you holding hands?" He frantically explained, "What are you talking about? She's an NPC I recruited as a subordinate, a summoner NPC. We just shook hands, that's all. It was just a greeting." Hearing this, Haren got a hold of herself and said, "A subordinate, a side NPC." Jin Sung quickly replied, "Yeah, that's right. I was just registering an NPC subordinate." Hearing that, her face fell as she looked down, a mix of embarrassment and regret on her face. But then her jealousy flared right back up and she asked Jin Sung, "But why did your first NPC subordinate have to be such a young, pretty, and cute girl?" Hearing that, he managed a strained laugh and said, "Beats me." It took over 30 minutes to clear up that whole misunderstanding with her. Music. The scene shifts to the castle, where Jin Sung steps out of a teleportation gate, sighing in relief. Finally got her to chill out. He walked inside and saw Grepper, thinking, a space mage. Grepper. She's got to be super high level, but can I even register an NPC like her as a subordinate? How would I even persuade her? Then he called out. She turned around with a smile and said, "Jin Sung, you're here." Jin Sung thought again. It's a long shot, but what have I got to lose? Grepper continued, "It's been a while, but I've heard the news about you." He asked, "What news?" She replied, "What else? That you became a baron, of course." Confused as to how she knew, Jin Sung asked, "Where'd you hear that?" Grepper said, "I have some connections in the royal court of the Lucipan kingdom. Pretty extensive ones, in fact." Hearing this, Jin Sung replied, "I see," but he was completely shocked on the inside. "What? How does Grepper have ties to the royal court? Unless..." Then she turned away, saying, "I haven't made tea for my guest yet. Hang on a sec." Jin Sung pulled up her info window. Grepper's info window popped up. After reading it, he wondered, what level do you have to be for it to just show a question mark? Then he was reminded of Hanel and thought, could she be on the same level as that freak, Hanel? And she's a countess, which is a higher rank than a baron like me. Jin Sung clicked his tongue and continued to think, you can't have a subordinate who outranks you. He spoke up, "Grepper, are you also a noble of the Lucipan kingdom?" She replied, "That's right. The former emperor bestowed the title of countess upon me." Grepper continued, "Ever since then, I've helped out the royal court's mages from time to time." After hearing that, Jin Sung praised her. "That's amazing, Grepper." She thought to herself, "You're just now figuring that out?" He cried on the inside, thinking, "Too bad. I guess I'll just have to get a higher title and try again later." The scene cuts back to the palace. Inside a room, several people are meeting around a round table. Phelan says, as soon as the protection period was over, They declared a territory war. Johan replied, "It was inevitable. Our guild is a higher rank, so it's only natural that a lot of other guilds are gunning for us." Groven added, "Our guild's gotten way stronger. This is a fortress battle, so don't sweat it. The Polaris Guild is on the same tier as us, just like we figured." Hearing that, he added, "Yeah, 'cause in like 70% of territory wars, the defenders managed to hold their ground." "All right, anyone got any useful intel on the Polaris Guild?" Gabe raised his hand. "I do," he went on. "A buddy of mine used to be in Polaris, and they're nothing like us. Apparently, they're constantly swapping out members. Besides the Master and Vice Master, they even rotate their core officers all the time. They've got about 200 members in the guild, but only 10 of them are OGs. See, I know my stuff, right?" The second he said that, Flynn smacked Gabe on the back of the head and asked, "And how the hell is that supposed to help us beat them?" He whined in pain, stammering, "Well, you got a point, but..." Dion cut in. "Them constantly recruiting new blood means they don't have much teamwork experience, and it probably means a few of their officers are beasts while the rest are scrubs." Gabe nodded. "Yeah, that's it. I heard they give a ton of gold to anyone who joins." Hearing this, Ron grinned and said, "So this fight might be easier than we thought." Jin immediately shot that down. "No, that doesn't mean there'll be a pushover. Since they're in the Diamond League, I'm positive their key members have some insane fighting skills." Jin looked at the map and continued, "Looking at the recent territory wars, most defending guilds just throw the matches on the battlefield of courage and focus all their energy on the battlefield of protection instead." Someone asked, "Wouldn't it be better to just use the same strategy?" The info panel displayed the rulebook. The attacking guild must secure 3 wins on the battlefield of protection to advance the map to the battlefield of courage. If they win a 4th match, they can capture the territory. The defending guild must secure 3 wins on either the battlefield of protection or the battlefield of courage to defend their territory. Dion said, "Yeah, that's the classic low-risk play, since we only need to win 3 rounds. Morris, the one who asked, said, "Is that right?" Then Jin stood up and said, "I've got a better idea." He touched the screen and continued, "We can flip the classic strategy on its head." Hearing that, everyone stared at the screen, completely shocked, their jaws on the floor. A notification popped up. Participants for the first match of the territory war, total members, 1. Ian. Flynn was confused. "What is this?" John was totally shocked. "You're planning to fight the first round all by yourself? Isn't that insane?" Harren didn't say a word, just listened quietly. Jin said, "All the NPCs will be fighting with me. It's no big deal. The Polaris Guild will think we're forfeiting the battlefield of courage, so we're going to use the minimum number of fighters." He cracked his neck and continued, "That's the angle we'll use against them. Don't worry, I'll definitely win 2 rounds." The scene cuts to the battlefield of courage, where Jin was already waiting. He thought, "It's been a minute since I've been on the battlefield of courage." The info panel displayed everyone's details. Syria, level 110, Hero Summoner. Sias, level 109, Unique Class Wizard. Tennis, level 114, Common Class Priest. Lotan, level 119, Rare Class Soldier. Malaim, level 107, Rare Class Warrior. Jin planted his feet firmly on the ground. He looked at the soldiers ahead and thought, "I have to control my summons and the support NPCs, so my control stat needs to be crazy high." A notification popped up. "Guild War will commence in 30 seconds. Seeing this, Jin was shocked. "What? These morons showed up without even hiding their levels." Dion watched and thought, "From the levels I've seen, no one's over level 100. The max was around 95. There have to be some heavy hitters among the ones with hidden stats." But then a small smirk crept onto his face as he thought, "But since I'm the only player on this side, they're definitely gonna underestimate me." Over on the other side, Rocky said, "See, Mole, told you so." "See," Millen replied, "Yeah. I can't believe the Lotus Guild is so obviously throwing the match on the battlefield of courage." He smirked and said, "I'm itching to just run over there and end it." She immediately cut in. "The final kill is mine. Don't even think about stealing it." Flynn turned to Hun and said, "Looks like the average level in the Polaris Guild is around 90. John replied, "Probably. Looking at their gear, most of it is low tier, even for the ones hiding their stats. But there are more of them than we expected, so I don't know if Ian can handle them all by himself." He thought with complete confidence, "I believe in you, Jin." A notification appeared. The battle will begin in 5 seconds. Then a countdown timer appeared, and Jin Sung closed his eyes, thinking he'd just treat this like grinding mobs. A system notification popped up, "Begin." Instantly, he was standing on a magic circle, and Jin Sung began channeling his power, then shouted El Rey, before holding out his hand and yelling heal. The summons were cast, and all the beasts appeared. letting out ferocious growls. But instead of sharing the crowd's excitement, Fulin wondered why Jin Sung didn't summon Ducky. Jo-hun agreed. Ducky is the best tank after all. Jin Sung smirked, then turned and shouted, "You got that? Just do as I say." The guards obeyed. "Yes, my lord." Then he turned back to them and said, "Let's go." Someone exclaimed in shock, "What? Is that guy a summoner?" Jin Sung's eyes now gleamed with determination and resolve. In an instant, all the soldiers swarmed towards him like a colony of ants. Loud shouts rang out, "Take down that summoner player." Jin Sung raised his hand, and an orb of light appeared in his palm, unleashing a magic circle. Slap then materialized right behind Jin Sung, its eyes blazing with killing intent. He and Slap stood together, projecting an immense aura of power that could overwhelm any opponent. Seeing this, Rukin said in amazement, "What is that thing? What kind of summoned beast is that?" Mol was just as shocked, replying, "This is the first time I've ever seen it." By now, Jin Sung had summoned all of his beasts. He held out his hand and let out a heaven-shaking, authoritative command. Roar of the Armored King. Hearing the command, it raised its hand and threw an incredibly powerful punch, its mighty presence completely overwhelming the enemy. Abyss Hole. Then, a deep chasm appeared in its palm, radiating surging waves that burst outward. The hole then shot high into the air. Purple tendrils snaked around the hole's edge, creating giant vortexes, and the air was sucked in the blink of an eye. It looked like it wanted to completely annihilate everything. Below, people screamed, "What's going on? My body feels so heavy." Rukin and Mylon were stunned by the sight, both of them gaping in disbelief. He blurted out, "Damn it, what is this slowing debuff?" Seizing the opportunity while Slap was attacking, all the beasts and Jin Sung charged forward, ready to strike. His expression never changed as he shouted, "All units, attack now." Jin Sung then yelled, and Ray immediately received the order. Breath. Ray opened its ferocious maw, spewing powerful flames and creating vortexes that seemed to want to incinerate everything. The flames quickly spread across the area, creating a brilliant light, making it impossible for those below to dodge the attack. Rukin was one of the people who couldn't believe the attack, exclaiming, "Damn it, I lost half my health in one hit. Crap, this is a trap." Then, Jin Sung immediately gave another order. Hearing the command, Phi flapped its wings and took to the sky. The beats of its wings created powerful, hurricane-like gusts of wind. A notification appeared, "Crush." The summoned beast's innate ability, Crush, has been activated. In a flash, everyone below was hit by Phi's attack. Screams rang out, "Help me. This is unbelievable." Watching the battle unfold, he couldn't help but wonder in terror. What is going on? What are these monsters? They didn't tell us anything about this. Then Jin Sung shouted another command. "Fall back. Ranged attackers, focus on the ice golem first. We'll hold them off." In the midst of the chaotic battle, Slap was still attacking like a storm, terrifying Rukin. Slap was now under attack, as blazing flames and purple beams of light relentlessly bombarded its body, but it blocked them all with its hands, shattering the attacks. Jin Sung watched from the side, thinking to himself, "Damn, he's a tough one. Slap has lost half its health, but its defense is still incredible." His eyes sharpened as he continued to think, "I knew this would happen." Then Jin Sung turned and called out, "Syria, do what I told you." She immediately obeyed. "Yes, my lord." Right after, Syria stepped forward and created 2 magic circles. A notification appeared. Subordinate Syria has used Summoned Beast Heal to restore 60% of the Summoned Beast, Slap's health. Instantly, Slap's entire body was enveloped in a healing light. On the other side, Rukin, while dodging attacks, exclaimed in disbelief, "No way. We worked so hard to whittle down its health. And they just healed it all back?" Mylon, exhausted, screamed, "I can't take this anymore." Jin Sung, watching Rukin from the side, was startled and thought, "Is that?" He summoned his divine staff and said, "The hell? What's this clown doing here?" Then he swung the staff, unleashing a powerful attack and added, "Here's a little welcome present." A ball of light blasted from the staff like a tempest, lighting up the whole space. Rukin turned around in panic when he saw the power orb speeding right at him. Before he could even process it, the orb slammed right into him, causing a massive, earth-shattering explosion. Rukin's body was launched into the sky along with dirt and rocks. He screamed in pain as blood rained down from his body. A notification appeared, "Your magic orb landed a direct hit, dealing 7,720 damage to Rukin." Then Rukin's whole body just disintegrated, and notifications kept popping up. "You successfully restored 5 spirit spells by landing the hit. You have successfully eliminated player Rukin. You received 3.7% contribution to the war effort." Ian watched the carnage and said nonchalantly, "Why do I always have to deal with that loser? Such a pain." Suddenly, a purple light appeared, rushing straight for him. Ian's eyebrows knitted together as he watched. What the? Those streams of purple light started swirling around his body like a vortex. Ian realized what was happening and said, "This isn't an attack? What the hell is this?" Meanwhile, Phi was soaring through the air, unleashing a barrage of powerful attacks. The purple light continued to spread, blanketing the entire area in a blinding haze. It blended with the raging fire, erupting into a massive blaze, making Ian say in surprise, "This is... I've never seen this before." But he just shrugged it off. It wasn't affecting the fight, so it didn't matter. Then he raised his hand and yelled, "Fan out, left to right." Ian kept giving orders, "Surround the enemy." Instantly, his beasts fanned out through the rain of blood. He figured he'd already given them that order. Watching the flames incinerate everything and people dropping like flies, Ian thought to himself, this battle might end a lot quicker than I expected. He glanced over and saw Millen struggling to hold her ground and thought, oh, that loser is here, too. Immediately, he yelled, "Phi." Music. Phi heard the call and turned, screeching as if waiting for a command. Ian directed its attention toward Millen and said, "Over there, you see her?" After hearing that, its eyes glowed brightly as if saying yes, and it let out a cry. Ian gave the order, "Eliminate her." With its command received, Phi didn't hesitate, powerfully flapping its wings and charging ahead. Millen, who was busy fighting, suddenly felt a wave of power heading straight for her. She yelled in alarm, "What is it now?" She quickly threw out her hand and yelled, "Tempest arrows." A violent gust of wind shot out from her. Phi couldn't react in time and was struck by the attack. Seeing that, Ian yelled, "Phi." A notification instantly popped up. Summoned Beast, Phi has taken wind attribute damage, but it immediately recovered. The notification displayed, innate ability Guardian of the Wind has been activated. Phi's attacks are now 30% more effective for the next 3 minutes. The power surge immediately shot towards Millen, making her yell out in shock, "Damn it." The crowd roared with excitement. The #1 summoner is really something else. He's seriously skilled. This summoner is way too OP. On the battlefield, the raging flames and relentless attacks burned everything to a crisp. A notification appeared. All members of the Polaris Guild have been eliminated. You have contributed 100% to this war. Based on your participation, you have received 63,500 reputation points. In the first match on the dauntless battlefield, the Lotus Guild has defeated the Polaris Guild. A quiet night descended, with the stars twinkling beautifully in the sky. Back in town, night had completely fallen. Everyone was gathered around a round table again. Gabe was hyped up, dishing out compliments. "Yo, my man Ian, you were incredible. You won that whole thing by yourself." Cloven chimed in. "Seriously, I didn't have high hopes, but you were basically just messing with them." Ian just smirked and replied, "What I tell you guys, I said to have a little faith in me." Gabe scratched the back of his head and said, "Yeah, well, we did." Then he added, "But you know what the crazy part is?" Ian looked at him and said, "What?" Both Fiona and John turned to listen. Gabe grinned and said, "We only lost 5 squads, the whole match. That's practically 0 casualties." "Seriously," Cloven said, raising his hand. "Ian got us through the first round, so we've pretty much got this locked down. I can finally relax." Fiona chimed in, "Yeah, that's right. Like you said, Ian, you think we can take the second match too, don't you?" He replied, "Yeah, since they had to deploy all their forces for the second match, they won't be able to recover their strength that fast. The second match will be a piece of cake too." Hearing that, Jin Sung's expression darkened as he said, "Nah." Everyone fell silent and turned to look at him. Phi asked, confused, "What do you mean by that?" Jin Sung put his hand on the table and said, "Like I was saying, the second match." He stood up, his tone getting serious. "It's not going to be an easy win like the first one." Jin Sung tilted his head back and said, "They saw me go into fight by myself. Remember, when we were gearing up, it was just me, so they let their guard down and totally underestimated me, which is why we had such an easy win. But I bet from this round on, they're going to be way more careful with their strategy." Harin asked worriedly, "So you're saying you might lose this round?" Jin Sung shot back, "Hell no." Unable to hide the worry on her face, she pressed on, "Then what is it?" Jin Sung's eyes flashed with fierce determination as he answered, "This time, I'm going to completely flatten them." He added, "It's just not going to be an easy win this time, but that doesn't mean I can't win." Back at school, bright sunlight flooded the hallway. Johan was walking down the hall when he ran into a tired-looking Jin Sung. Jin Sung stretched his arms and let out a huge yawn, saying, "Man, I thought I was going to fall asleep right in class." Jo-hoon chuckled and replied, "I'm surprised you actually paid attention for once." Jin Sung waved his hand dismissively. "Yeah, well, Professor Jin Guk said if I keep dozing off in his class, He's gonna make me retake the classes I'm allowed to skip, so he definitely knows we're crazy busy with these territory wars. Johan laughed. Well, you've got a good excuse then. Jin Sung let out a long sigh. You can say that again. Then Johan turned to him, his expression serious. But hey, Jin Sung, are you sure we can just throw the territory war after the third match tomorrow? Jin Sung answered nonchalantly. Yeah, just let them have the win. It'll only work out for us in the end. He continued. If a rival guild blows all their manpower and resources in the first few matches, they'll have nothing left by the third one, and we'll take the W. Hearing this, Johan agreed. Yeah, that sounds like a solid strategy. Jin Sung thought to himself, I wish I could get in on more of these territory wars, but they only let each player fight in 2 matches. He thought about the divine egg. I had no idea the hatching rate for the cuz and egg would go up just by winning territory wars. It's already gone up 5% after just 2 matches. Then he remembered the purple light from the battle. It must be that energy source that's boosting the hatch rate. He remembered the chaotic fight as it was ending and thought, thanks to that, I'm only 11% away. When this territory war event is over, I should suggest we go take over some of the low-level bases around here. TSK. He turned to Johan, who was holding a water bottle. Thinking he wanted a drink, Johan asked, What's up, you want some? Jin Sung held up a hand and smiled. Nah, I'm good. I actually wanted to ask you something else. Johan asked while twisting off the cap. What's that? Jin Sung looked a little embarrassed, his face turning red as he asked, Hey, you mentioned you've got some dating experience, right? Hearing this, Johan did a spit take with his water. Wiping his mouth, he asked, Yeah? So? Jin Sung awkwardly averted his gaze and pressed on. You said you had a girlfriend back in high school, didn't you? Why the big reaction? Sweat started beading on Johan's forehead as he stammered, Well, yeah, I did. Jin Sung continued, So you've actually been in a relationship? Huh? Jin Sung said. Anyway, the thing I wanted to ask was, thinking of Heron, he asked nervously, Do you think Heron is into me? Johan had to laugh at the question. Man, you were born yesterday, weren't you? So clueless. Jin Sung explained. She gave me her lunch, and she even fed me some of her risotto. Hearing this, Johan was baffled, thinking, Geez, I knew he'd never had a girlfriend, but is he always this dense? Then he remembered the day with the ring and thought, I mean, considering how much Heron wants to get close to him, it's so obvious. He sighed and then said out loud, Yeah, I think there's a pretty good chance. At those words, Jin Sung's eyes lit up. Jin Sung brought his hands to his blushing face, thinking, For real? Johan had to cover his mouth to stop from laughing, thinking, Such a pure, innocent soul. A joyful thought burst through his mind. Yes, I'm finally going to experience love for the first time. Meanwhile, Johan thought, Heron, good luck. I have no idea what you see in this moron. Scene changed to the breeding center. Pipaji's eyes held a sinister glint, or more accurately, a look of sheer delight at the plate of meat before it. Heron sat down next to it and asked, Pipaji, do you want some more? Hearing that, Pipaji immediately held out its plate, which still had 1 meatball on it, and chirped as if to say yes. Pipaji. She saw this and reminded it, Eat up quick before he gets here, okay? Hearing that, it got startled and spit out the meatball. Pipaji then covered its face with both hands and it backed away, as if it didn't want Jin Sung to come, its teary eyes looking so pitiful. Heron gently stroked its head and said, If he sees me giving you so much food, he's going to get jealous. Then she turned and urged it, So hurry up and eat, okay? Hearing that, Pipaji dove in and started gobbling its food down. Heron covered her mouth and said, Now that's more like it. Then she turned to ask Phi, who was also focused on the plate of food in front of it. What about you? Phi, is it good? It chomped down on a piece of meat, looking totally into it. Heron held out her hand expectantly and asked again, How is it? Want some more? Phi. Hearing that, it cried out as if to agree, its face lighting up with excitement. Seeing that, she said cheerfully, Then Phi should try this one, right here. Phi looked incredibly excited, waiting. Heron then took out a chicken and thought, Phi is a bit of a picky eater. I hope it likes this. Jin Sung was standing outside looking into the center, where cheerful and lively laughter echoed nonstop. Suddenly, the door swung open, startling Pipaji and making it drop its meatball again. He was slowly walking in, saying as he entered, Finally done. Jin Sung came over and snatched Pipaji's plate of meatballs, making it cry its eyes out. Why so many meatballs, huh? Nah. I'm taking these and I'll give them to you later. But that was just in Pipaji's head, it wasn't real. The plate of meatballs was still right in front of it. Seeing Jin Sung walk in, Harin greeted him. Hey Jin Sung, you made it? He waved back. Yeah, I just checked the internal system and came right over. Just then, Jin Sung noticed Pipuji fiddling with something in the corner and called out, Pipuji. It still didn't turn around. He thought to himself, what's up with Pipuji? Jin Sung asked again, you're not going to answer me, Pipuji? Then he walked up behind it, a killer look in his eyes. It sensed him and started shaking, its mouth still chewing furiously. Jin Sung asked in a low, threatening voice, Pipuji, are you enjoying your tasty lunch? Terrified, Pipuji tried to pull its head in, its body trembling uncontrollably, but suddenly its head wouldn't go in, which shocked and scared it even more. Its cheeks were puffed out, stuffed with meat. Seeing this, he picked Pipuji up with a sinister grin. What do you think you're doing? It immediately put on a pitiful face as tears started to fall. Jin Sung asked, what did you stuff in your mouth, Pipuji? Eating it all without saving a single bite for your awesome owner, huh? The sun was shining beautifully over the town. Jin Sung turned and called out to Heron. He heard her answer. Yeah? What is it? Jin Sung, shyly and in a quiet voice, said, do you want to go somewhere together? Hearing Jin Sung ask her out like that, Heron froze, thinking, is this a date? The scene shifts to the Nazman Mountains. A chaotic battle is raging. A monster is relentlessly launching attacks. Jin Sung is locked in a fierce battle with it, putting up a hand to block its attack. Meanwhile, a terrified Pipuji leaps high into the air, his eyes filled with determination. He then unleashed a fatal blow towards it, sending the monster reeling back. The monster immediately disintegrated due to the overwhelming power of the attack. Haren's eyes were filled with satisfaction, and she seemed to be munching on something. Jin Sung said, let's go hunting at the Pola's Plateau today instead of the Nazman Mountains. After hearing that, Heron thought, and here I thought this was going to be a date. He gave a thumbs up and continued, the mobs there are pretty high level, but I can totally protect you. Hearing that, she couldn't hide her excitement and thought, he's going to protect me. My heart is kind of fluttering. Then Heron turned and stammered, which confused Jin Sung. She looked over at Pipuji and asked, Jin Sung, is it okay to let Pipuji roam around like that? It's not dangerous, is it? He replied, nah, it's not dangerous at all. Even if it gets beaten to a pulp by those monsters all day, its health wouldn't even drop by half. Heron, still uncertain, asked again, how is that even possible? Hearing that, Jin Sung answered, its stats are completely spec'd for defense. It'd be hard to even deal 10 points of damage to it with normal attacks. She exclaimed, wow, Pipuji is amazing. He looked at it and reminded it, Pipuji, if you spot any monsters while you're out playing, just run and hide like usual. Got it? Over on the side, Heron covered her mouth, looked at Jin Sung and said, Jin Sung, there's something I wanted to ask you. Why do you never give Pipuji enough meatballs? She recalled the image of him snatching Pipuji's plate of food. She pressed on. Is there a special reason? He stammered. Well, about that. Heron got curious and said, what is it? Spit it out. Or is it because? Her expression darkened as she continued. You just wanted to mess with Pipuji, didn't you? Hearing that, Jinung frantically waved his hands, denying it. Of course not. You know how much I love Pipuji. Why would I do that? He continued. The truth is, I couldn't get that many meatballs from you at first, so I was trying to save them. Then he looked over at Pipuji and said, but when I started giving it the meatballs, it started packing on the pounds. Jinung added, it got so heavy, it's pretty hard to carry it on my back. Heron just chuckled awkwardly. She then said sympathetically, oh, I see. If that's the reason, I guess it can't be helped. Pipuji, you gotta hang in there. Then she thought to herself, its previous owner was awful, a total hunting addict, and our poor Pipuji couldn't even eat all the meatballs it wanted. Suddenly, Jinung noticed something and said, what's up? I think Pipuji just ran into some monsters or found something. We should get over there, fast, he urged. All right, let's move. Then Jinung summoned Finn. It immediately appeared overhead. Jinung then held out his hand. Finn asked, Hareen, you're coming too? Hareen said, I'm riding Finn. She raised her hand and asked, won't it be too heavy with two of us? He replied, he says it's no problem. After that, they both climbed onto Finn's back. Hareen smiled, thinking, awesome. Jinung urged, let's go. Finn immediately spread its wings and took off, feathers fluttering down toward Pipuji from the force. Finn flew with Jinung and Heron over the ice mountains, heading back to the palace. A notification popped up, the Lotus Guild has won the battle. Johan was ecstatic. Sweet. Folan turned and said, looks like we have one more week until our next territory war. The week before a territory war is the base protection period. He raised his hand with a slight smile and said, We'll have a level 3 army and our defense system will be complete by then, so we can defend ourselves against an even stronger guild for 1 week. But I'm a little embarrassed because it feels like we won without really doing anything. Jo-hun continued, I feel the same way. You know, pretty much all the plans came from Yan, and we just executed the strategy he laid out for us. Anyway, thanks to him, our guild has already leveled up 2 times. A map appeared as he added, and Yan also suggested that we keep pushing forward and attack other guilds to take their territory. She asked, startled. What? Fiolin said in disbelief, but do we even have the resources for that? She looked at the screen, her brow furrowed in thought, and all of our core members will be away during these attacks. Other guilds will attack us then. It's not set in stone yet. And you might think it's risky, but I'm sure Yan has a plan, don't you think? Hearing that, Jo-hun chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. Anyway, we should be grinding more now. Yan will catch up to us soon. Hasn't he already caught up to you? He pointed at the screen, adding, I'm 1 level ahead of him. I guess so. After speaking, Jo-hun furrowed his brow, thinking, that damn Yan. Does he pull all-nighters gaming or what? Fiolin turned back in surprise and asked, for real? Meanwhile, Jinung's eyes showed he was scheming something. Here we see him and Heron standing before a cave in the freezing snow. Jinung said, Pipaji found a weird cave. A notification popped up. You were the first to discover the Blood Path dungeon. Inside the cave, more notifications kept appearing. All experience points gained will be doubled for the next 5 days. Item drop rates will be doubled for the next 5 days. Jinung tapped the screen, reading it and thinking happily, sweet, what a lucky break. Looks like players can even claim dungeons by letting their pets wander around. Then he turned to her and asked, Haran, what do you want to do? Should we hit the dungeon right now? She replied cheerfully. Yeah. Jinung, you'll protect me, right? Then I'm in. Jinung looked over at Haran and replied, of course. I'll protect you. They both headed into the cave and saw Pipaji not too far ahead, fiddling with something. He urged, all right, let's head in. Then he used his summon, and instantly, Lai appeared beside them. Pixie saw this and gave Riker a cute, challenging look. Suddenly, an explosion erupted, sending shards of ice flying everywhere. A monster with razor-sharp teeth and glowing red eyes full of bloodlust appeared. It opened its mouth, roaring as it prepared to attack. On the other side, Riker saw it and growled, stepping up to get ready for a fight. The monster charged forward with immense power, causing a terrifying earthquake with every step it took. Chunks of ice flew continuously toward Riker. Riker was no slouch either, dragging his sharp claws across the ice floor, kicking up powerful vortexes of energy. The monster and the beast started to brawl. Quick as a flash, Riker lunged forward, swiping at the monster with his claws. It couldn't react in time, crying out in pain as Riker relentlessly attacked it. Meanwhile, Haley was remarking, this tunnel seems pretty long. We've walked so far, but I still can't see the end. Dana agreed, replying, you're right. It doesn't look like we can go up to another level or anything, so we just have to keep moving forward. She looked over at him and said, yeah, I just want to change your scenery. I wonder if there's a brighter place somewhere. After hearing that, Jackson replied, why do only a few of them show up at a time? I just want to fight more monsters. He looked over at Haley and added, I gotta hunt as many as I can, especially while we're getting double experience points. But this is a cakewalk. You can level up super fast, so why the long face? Hearing that, Haley thought to herself, how can you say this hunt is too easy? These monsters are all over level 120. Then the two of them picked up the pace, walking across the freezing ice. Suddenly, ferocious growls echoed from up ahead. In front of the two of them were countless pairs of glowing red eyes staring right at them. Hearing that, Jackson was surprised and thought to himself, that howl. I've never heard that sound before. Then it hit him, and he thought, wait a sec, it sounds kind of familiar. Just then, a pair of legs with sharp claws stepped out, revealing ice wolves. They moved as a pack, and their eyes were incredibly fierce, full of bloodlust. Jackson was completely stunned, gritting his teeth. Huh. Wolves with glowing red eyes full of killing intent appeared. They were the Bloodmane wolves. Seeing those wolves, Jackson exclaimed in utter shock, no way. Then he thought, they look exactly like Riker because their appearance is a dead ringer for his. It also has that blood-red mane around its neck. Dana looked at it and thought worriedly, I really hope they aren't long-lost relatives or something. Haley couldn't hide her concern either, saying, Bloodmane wolves, Riker's species, can be found on the battlefield too. Seeing how things were, he turned to warn her. Haley, we gotta be more careful this time. Back up a little. They're all around level 125, and they're rare spawns. She listened and backed away. Then, Jackson cracked a sinister, calculating smile and thought, there are 7 of them right now. But there's always a chance more could pop up during the fight. Streams of power started swirling around his body. Jackson stood tall, getting into his stance, and said with complete confidence, "Here they come." On the other side, the wolves were charging relentlessly like a storm. They let out growls that showed their power and readiness for battle. On his side, he yelled, "Slam! Go!" Instantly, it appeared from a thick cloud of smoke. Slam emerged, massive as a boulder, and slammed its icy fist down, creating powerful shockwaves of ice. It let out a ferocious roar and launched an attack at the charging wolves. The Bloodmane wolves, however, were no pushovers and dodged to the side, charging from another angle. Jackson saw this and yelled, "I knew you'd try to dodge and flank me." Then, a swirling purple orb of immense power formed in Slam's hand. He shouted, "Slam, now!" Abyssal black hole. In the blink of an eye, it slammed its powerful fist and the purple orb down onto the pack of Bloodmane wolves, hitting every single one of them with a brutal attack. A massive explosion erupted, shaking the entire ice cave. The wolves were thrown back by the force, spitting up blood. Before one could even recover, it looked back with a completely shocked and stunned expression. On his side, Jackson had summoned more creatures. Zephyr immediately spread its wings, creating insane gusts of wind. Meanwhile, Vex was relentlessly spewing ferocious, blazing flames from its mouth. Finn and Jay coordinated perfectly. The flames quickly engulfed the entire space. Jackson had also summoned more reinforcements. "Hey, Lai, let's hear you roar." A notification popped up. Guardian Hay uses the skill Guardian of the Wind. Guardian Hay's agility increases by the sum of all attack stats. Guardian of the Wind, Guardian of Twin. Just then, Jin, Sung, and Hay charged forward with everything they had. The beast bared its razor-sharp claws, getting into an attack stance. Hay, its face full of fury, let out a terrifying roar. He was now on Hay's back, and without wasting a second, it unleashed a powerful swipe, attacking the Bloodfur wolves, catching them completely off guard as they took the full brunt of the attack. Lai also rushed in to fight the pack. Jin Sung yelled, "Lai, don't you lose to them." Then he let out a battle cry. Ha! A crystal orb materialized in Jin Sung's hand, lighting up the whole area as it flew forward. He held the orb high, and terrifying lightning bolts crackled above it. Instantly, Jin Sung jumped off Hay, throwing the orb right at the pack of Bloodfur wolves. "Eat this." Hay also opened its jaws wide, baring its razor-sharp teeth. In the blink of an eye, it viciously bit down on the back of one of the Bloodfur wolves. Hay unleashed a barrage of attacks, knocking the wolves down one by one. Jin Sung watched with a confident smirk. It went after them, one after the other. One by one, the wolves took direct hits from Hay. But strangely, they seemed completely unfazed, getting right back up after every blow, their bloodlust still raging, which confused Jin Sung. "We've been wailing on them this whole time, but not a single one is dead." He stared at the Bloodfur wolves and sighed in frustration. A little worried, he added, "Damn, their levels are no joke." But just as quickly, Jin Sung's confidence returned. He glanced down at his palm, a smirk playing on his lips as he said, "But even so." Jin Sung stood between Hay and Lai, continuing arrogantly, "It won't do jack against massive damage." Then, he unleashed a powerful attack right at them. The Bloodfur wolves howled, "Help us." Haran sighed from the sidelines, "Is there really nothing for me to do?" After unleashing his attack, Jin Sung shouted, "Everyone, now!" Immediately, all hell broke loose. A notification popped up, "You have defeated a Bloodfur wolf. You have received 142,300 experience points. You have received 4,122 gold from the Bloodfur wolf." Jin Sung looked at the screen and said excitedly, "Sweet, that's some serious XP." Another notification appeared. "You have obtained a Blood Orb Fragment." He looked at the reward and wondered aloud, what the heck is a Blood Orb Fragment? Is it a quest item or something? There's no information in the item window. After that, Jin Sung turned and asked Haran, "Haran, can you heal my guardians?" She agreed right away. "Okay." Then he remembered Syria, stroking his chin as he thought, "Maybe I should have brought my subordinates along. If only Syria was here, she'd be a huge help with healing the guardians." Suddenly, Haran's face darkened beside him as she said, "I guess my emergency healing isn't effective enough for you, huh?" Jin Sung jumped, a little scared, when he heard that. He quickly turned around, his face full of fear, as he called out to Haran. Breaking into a cold sweat, he asked nervously, "What's up?" She replied, "Oh, it's nothing. I just thought I caught the scent of someone else in your thoughts." Jin Sung was totally thrown off by that. He started sweating bullets, terrified, and quickly tried to explain, "No way, how could that be? I swear I wasn't thinking about anyone else." But just as quickly, Haran was cheerful again and replied, "Okay, Jin Sung, I'll trust you." Hearing that, he perked up and turned away, saying, "Should we go deeper inside? Let's go." As he said that, Jin Sung was secretly thinking, "Thank God they're just NPCs." By now, the two of them had ventured deeper into the freezing ice cave when he spotted something strange. "What is this?" The path in front of them was now blocked by a massive wall of ice. Jin Sung said, "The way forward is blocked." Harren looked a little worried and asked, "What should we do? Should we go back?" He looked at the ice wall and replied, "I don't think this is supposed to be a dead end." Hearing that, she covered her mouth, looking a little confused. Then Jin Sung turned to Fi and commanded, "Fi, try using your skill to smash that thing." Hearing the command, Fi immediately flew forward, letting out a cry as it got into position. Fi spread its wings, creating incredibly powerful currents of wind, then slammed them straight down, creating a giant, glowing orb that exploded. The thick layers of ice shattered and went flying everywhere. The wall of ice didn't shatter but instead flashed a blinding light back at Jin Sung. Suddenly, a massive door appeared, with a wolf's head right in the center serving as the lock. He saw it and yelled, "What the hell are you doing?" "Whoops, my bad." Haran and Jin both stared up at the door, completely stunned. She turned to him, wondering, "What is this? A wolf statue?" Jin replied, unsure himself, "I'm not sure. It kinda looks like some kind of shrine." He stroked his chin, thinking, "What the heck? We already solved the orb's secret, so this stone gate should be open by now, right?" A notification popped up. Item, Blood Orb can be used. "Do you wish to proceed?" Jin saw it and realized something, saying, "The Blood Orb. Looks like those fragments already formed this thing." He then summoned the Blood Orb into his hand and said, "All right, let's use it." A notification appeared, "You have used the item, Blood Orb." Right after that, the eyes of the wolf on the door began to glow, and a notification appeared, "The blood crest has been restored to 100%. The seal on the blood gate has been broken." The red blood orb and the wolf head with its blazing yellow eyes flared up, and the whole world started to shake violently. Instantly, the gate swung open, revealing a giant wolf sitting on a throne inside. The blood orb glowed brightly beneath it. Its eyes blazed a fiery red like headlights, and it let out a savage roar. The giant wolf was now in full view. It didn't move, just sat there staring at the two of them. Haran, driven by curiosity, turned to ask Jin, "Should we go in and take a look?" But a second later, he panicked and yelled, "Haran, get back. There's something in there." Suddenly, a terrifying red light flashed from inside, blindingly illuminating the entire space. The light flared out towards them. Both were instantly blinded and threw their hands up to cover their eyes. A massive figure emerged from the light. Jin was completely stunned, thinking to himself, "That's a werewolf." His face was a mask of pure terror as he thought, "Is that the boss monster?" The giant wolf appeared, with an aura of power radiating all around it. He kept staring and thought, "Hero-grade bloodthirsty Fenrir. Level 128. Is this for real? Why is it so damn big?" After it fully appeared, the wolf let out a menacing growl. It stood upright, spreading its arms wide in an attack stance. Jin could only mutter, "Here it comes." Without another word, he threw out his hand to summon, "Slap, go." In an instant, Slap appeared. It raised its hand, forming a fist of furious wind. The giant wolf's massive hand opened wide, swooping down as if to snatch everything up. Slap didn't back down and charged forward, swinging its fist right at the wolf. But this boss was on another level. It opened its massive jaws, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth, ready to swallow everything in its path. Jin saw it and screamed, "No!" In a split second, the wolf swung its sharp claws, slashing right across Slap's face. It couldn't react in time and took the hit head-on. Blood sprayed everywhere from its mouth. Jin screamed in horror, "Slap!" A notification popped up. Guardian Slap has taken a critical hit from bloodthirsty Fenrir. The Guardian's health dropped by 12,740. Jin was completely freaked out, thinking to himself that a single critical hit did over 10,000 damage with just one strike. Jin yelled, "Slap! Abyssal Maze!" Instantly, Slap recovered, clenched its fist, and prepared to unleash its attack. Violent torrents of purple energy swirled into existence, and a pitch-black abyss opened up beside the wolf. The tendrils of power now completely enveloped the beast. Then, Jin yelled, "Attack now!" Hearing the command, Lai shot forward, striking the wolf monster in the blink of an eye. A notification appeared. Guardian Lai has landed a critical hit on bloodthirsty Fenrir. Bloodthirsty Fenrir's health has dropped by 5,876. Jin's expression was determined, but he frowned, thinking, even with Lai's attack, the damage is less than 6,000. And this thing isn't even a tank, but its level is just insane. As he was thinking, he saw something that made him grit his teeth in shock. Across from them, the wolf monster was gathering energy, preparing to attack Lai. Jin screamed, "Lai!" But before Lai could react, the wolf was already on it. It raised its claws, ready to strike. Its eyes burned with rage and bloodlust as it lunged at Lai. The beast looked absolutely savage. Its eyes glowed a fiery red. Its black claws looked like something out of a nightmare. A horrifying blow landed on Lai. The powerful strike sent blood splattering all over the place. A notification popped up. Guardian Lai has been attacked by the bloodthirsty Fenrir. Guardian Lai's health has dropped by 9,760. Guardian Lai's health dropped by 85,598. Seeing this, his eyes filled with worry, and he thought, is Lai about to die? One more critical hit and he's toast. He immediately yelled, "Lai, cancel summon." Jinung spun around, absolutely furious. "How dare you lay a hand on my Lai?" Ray, Vin. The two of them appeared in a flash. They relentlessly blasted the wolf monster with attack skills. Vin spewed out flames that incinerated everything. The wolf monster shrieked endlessly from the scorching heat of the flames. Finn and Zay launched a combined assault, slowly putting the wolf on the defensive. Blood was spraying everywhere. He watched and thought happily, yes, its health bar has dropped a lot. For a boss monster, its health bar wasn't that high, but he was quickly caught off guard. What the heck? At that moment, the wolf monster suddenly raised its sharp claws, preparing to strike. Jinung watched, his senses screaming danger. The beast swung its claws, countering Zay's attack and catching Zay completely off guard, taking the full force of that horrifying attack as blood poured out of him. A notification appeared. Guardian Zay has been hit by a critical strike from the bloodthirsty Fenrir. Guardian Zay's health dropped by 12,740. Then the Fenrir let out a savage roar, revealing its sharp fangs, its eyes still glowing red with murderous intent. A notification window appeared. Bloodthirsty Fenrir drains Zay's blood and recovers 44,640 lost health. He stared in disbelief, thinking, a life drain skill. That monster is nuts. Seeing the red aura swirling around Fenrir, he yelled, "Ray, cancel summon." Jinung immediately started strategizing in his head. If we're going all in, I can't waste any more attacks. He then waved his hand back, ordering everyone to retreat. After that, he thought of Heron. Heron has been buffing us this whole time. Jinung continued to strategize. If Heron is healing us, I'm sure Slap can withstand that ferocious assault. Then he thought of Slap. From this position, we'll use a blitz strategy. We have to take it down before its health regenerates again. Instantly, he yelled out, "Slap, block it from the front. Heron, heal him." She immediately replied, "Okay." At that moment, the Fenrir was charging forward powerfully, preparing to attack Slap. He yelled, "Recover, heal." Hearing that, Heron spread her arms and cast her spell. Immediately, Slap was healed and quickly countered Fenrir's attack. Blood splattered everywhere. At the same time, Jinung summoned Haley, Gale Guard. Haley appeared, unleashing a powerful blow toward Fenrir. A notification window appeared. Guardian Haley has activated the special skill, Heavy Strike. Bloodthirsty Fenrir has been stunned for 1 second. Seeing this, Jinung couldn't help but cheer. Awesome! It's stunned. Haley immediately seized the opportunity, charging in with Slap to unleash a barrage of attacks on Fenrir. Suddenly, swirling currents of power erupted around it, surrounding it like a storm. Slap saw this too, and its eyes immediately lit up. Gritting its teeth, it didn't hesitate to fall back to gain momentum. And in an instant, it charged ferociously back toward Fenrir. Seeing this confirmed his thoughts, and he muttered, "I knew it." Jinung's hand shot out as he cast a spell, Maximum Power. Brilliant golden streams of energy appeared, coiling around Jinung's hand. He looked with determination at the Fenrir that Slap had just dragged over and said, "This is all of my spirit art combined." Right after, before it could even regain its senses, he yelled, "Take this." Instantly, the incredibly powerful attack flew straight toward Fenrir. It couldn't dodge the attack and screamed fiercely in agony. A notification window appeared. You have defeated the bloodthirsty Fenrir. You have gained 997,710 experience points. Seeing that, Jinung let out a sigh of relief in his head. I gained almost 1 million experience points. Heron came over and asked worriedly, "Jinung, are you okay?" Jinung turned back and replied, "We almost bought the farm for a minute there." He looked at the screen and continued, "Hold on, let me check the items first." A pile of gold appeared on the screen. A notification appeared. You have received 32,145 gold coins from the bloodthirsty Fenrir. Then a necklace with a wolf head pendant appeared. You have obtained a necklace of the bloodthirsty Fenrir. Then a glowing red orb appeared. You have obtained a spirit orb of Fenrir. Jinung looked at the spirit orb and thought, Fenrir's spirit orb. Suddenly, the spirit orb started crackling with tiny sparks of electricity, confusing Jin Sung. A Fenrir appeared and a notification window popped up announcing the Fenrir spirit orb had been released. He stared in shock and asked, "What is this?" The wolf, on the other hand, looked totally lost, asking, "Where am I?" Jin Sung's jaw dropped. The wolf then turned to him and asked, "Who are you? I feel so messed up right now." Haran, who was standing nearby, was also shocked, saying, "The wolf can talk." Radiating a murderous aura, the wolf introduced himself. "I am Charlotte, the leader who protects the bloodline, so don't you dare compare me to some regular wolf." She stammered a reply, "Oh, I see." Then Charlotte turned to Jin Sung and asked, "Are you a tamer?" He simply replied, "Yeah, that's right, I'm a tamer." Jin Sung shot him a look full of killing intent, then turned away and thought, "Does this guy have a grudge against me or something?" He narrowed his eyes and kept calculating. With the way things are, it might be better to just take him out right now. But then Charlotte spoke up. "First, I want to thank you." Jin Sung's face was a picture of pure shock. Charlotte continued in a low voice, "I want to express my gratitude for freeing me from the chains of this madness. On top of that, even though my power was sealed over and over, you still managed to beat me. I also want to show my respect for a tamer such as yourself." Jin Sung broke out in a cold sweat and replied, "Oh, really? Thanks." He thought to himself, Charlotte, his stats are this high even while he's sealed. Just how freaking strong is this guy for real? Charlotte looked over at the other summoned beasts and continued, "But it's a real shame. If you had one of my kind among your summons, I could have given them a piece of my power to repay my debt to you." Hearing this, Jin Sung's expression darkened with suspicion as he asked, "Your kind? You mean you'd help me out?" Charlotte looked back and replied, "Depending on that summon's attributes, I can give them a little power boost. That's the least I can do to pay you back." After hearing him out, Jin Sung hesitated, getting lost in his thoughts. "Hold on, I wonder if he can help me with Lai's next evolution." Then Jin Sung remembered Fenrir and Lai and said, "Actually, my summon Lai might be one of your kind. He's a gray wolf, right?" Charlotte replied with the same fierce look on his face. "If there's one of the bloodline among the gray wolves, then yes, he is my descendant." Then he glanced at the other summons like Slap, Lei, Vin, and Hei, and continued, "But I don't see him among your current summons." Jin Sung turned back and replied, "I've already dismissed Lai's summon for now. If you can wait about 20 minutes, I can bring him back out." Hearing this, he replied, "Oh, I see, so you've already recalled him. I knew I could feel one of my own nearby, but I couldn't see where." Then Charlotte lowered his head and said in a hushed tone, "But unfortunately, I only have 9 minutes to maintain my physical form here before I have to enter the spirit realm." Both of them looked over completely confused. Jin Sung couldn't believe it and blurted out, "What?" He was fuming inside, thinking, "Damn it, why would the devs make the game like this? I finally found a way to evolve Lai, and now this happens." Charlotte continued, "Anyway, thanks to you, my soul has been freed from its prison. I will give you a reward worthy of your deed." A notification window popped up. "You've obtained the item Brady Honorable." After reading the notification, Jin Sung thought to himself, the name is written in purple, so it must be a hero-grade item. It's a great item, but how am I supposed to evolve? Lie now. Charlotte crossed his arms in front of his chest and said cheerfully, "This is like a symbol of our pure bloodline, so please use it with care." Jin Sung accepted it, saying, "Thanks, I'll put it to good use." Then with an excited look on his face, he waved his hand and said, "All right, that's a wrap, let's get going." Seeing this, Charlotte asked, "Are you planning to head out through the door on the other side? If so, could you do me a favor? I have a brother whose soul is also bound here." A notification window appeared, a request from Brad Fenrir Charlotte. Brad Fenrir Charlotte, the protector of the bloodline has been freed with your help. Charlotte is deeply grateful to you. However, Charlotte's brother is still suffering with his soul bound. Based on the information from Charlotte, help his brother Dark Fenrir Oven break the chains on his soul. Quest difficulty: 5-star user quest, free Charlotte's soul. Time limit: none. Reward: unknown. Do you wish to accept this quest? Nah. After reading it, Jin wondered to himself, an S-rank, 5-star quest? That's a first. He pointed at the screen, still thinking. If it's an S-rank quest, I heard on the forums a while back that even a level 130 player wiped on it. Jin glanced over, thinking reluctantly. Whatever, it doesn't have a time limit, so I'll just take it. With that thought, he turned and said, "All right, I'll help you." Hearing this, Charlotte couldn't hide his delight and replied, "Thank you ever so much. I pray you will succeed in freeing my poor brother. He has endured this bondage for 100 years. He looked toward the doorway and continued, "If you follow this path for about 10 more minutes, it'll take you through Porto Cliff and lead you to the coast. Follow that coastal road north, and you'll find Overton Village. Look for Eklund there, he might know where my brother is." Hearing that, Jin raised his hand and asked, "Eklund, isn't he human? You said you two have been trapped for 100 years. If he's human, how could he still be alive?" Charlotte turned and answered, "He is most certainly still alive, because he is the only friend that Orvin and I have." Then, he added in a low voice, "And his fate is intertwined with this. Just then, the doorway began to emit streams of power and dazzling, beautiful lights. Then, Haley and Jin appeared in a new location. They were both standing on a rocky outcrop, overlooking a sea of crashing waves. It was bathed in the picturesque sunlight. Not too far off, a village with a good number of houses had sprung up. Jin spotted it and blurted out, "Whoa, there's actually a village in here." Haley chimed in, "You're right, and it's a pretty big one too." Then a thought struck him, "Hold on. If this is an undiscovered village, it probably doesn't belong to any nation or guild, right? Check village info." The village information panel popped up. After reading it, Jin thought, unaffiliated. It really doesn't belong to any nation. In that case, this place can be registered as my guild's new headquarters. He then raised the shield in his hand and initiated the command, capture base. A notification popped up, unable to capture the base at Oliver Coast Village. Condition 1. Must possess a territory rank higher than a village. Met. Condition 2. Must have greater military strength than the village. Not met. Condition 3. Friendship level with the village must be above 70%. Not met. After a moment, his expression soured and he said, "Of course it wouldn't work. Makes sense, they wouldn't let me just take it that easily." He then thought, "I can meet the military strength requirement in just a few days if I really try. But getting the friendship level over 70% is going to be tough." Meanwhile, Haley called out cheerfully, "Jin, come on, let's head in." He answered, "Coming," while his mind was already racing. "First, I'll focus on the quest I just got. I'll figure out this whole village situation later." Back in Dreamscape Village, the place was bustling with people, everyone going about their business. The two of them had already made their way deep inside. Haley turned to say goodbye to Jin. "I'm gonna head out," he waved back. "Later." Then he turned his attention back to his interface, thinking, "Let's check out that item I got earlier." The info panel for the bratty popped up. After reading it, Jin was completely baffled. "What the heck is this? I've never seen an item like this before. Is it exclusively for summoned beasts?" He then raised his hand, and a magic circle appeared to summon Lycan. Lycan appeared and immediately nuzzled against Jin affectionately. He chuckled and said, "Yeah, I missed you too, buddy." Then Jin looked at the spirit orb with a blank expression and said, "So, like this?" He then tossed it into the air and yelled, "Use." Instantly, the orb unleashed streams of red light that enveloped Lycan. The spirit orb appeared on Lycan's forehead, unleashing power that swirled like a vortex. Seeing this, Jin grinned. "Oh, so that's how you use it." He thought with admiration, "Lycan's power is insane. This thing is awesome." But then a worry crossed his mind. "But is there no way to find more items specifically for summoned beasts? I wonder if I could find some at the auction house. It'd be sick if I could hook Lycan up with a few more of these." Night had fallen, blanketing the entire village. Jack stood in front of a house, thinking. According to the info I got, this has to be the place, right? A light was on inside, but the house was eerily quiet. Jack stepped into the silent home and called out, "Anybody home? Hello, is this EK's place?" A woman standing not far off, holding a book, said, "Ah, so our visitor has arrived." He was stunned when he saw her. "What the?" Jax immediately thought of someone else. "What's going on?" "She looks exactly like Creeper." He stared in shock as the room fell silent again. The woman in front of him had the exact same face as Creeper. From her eyes to her smile, only her hair color was different. Jax asked hesitantly, "So, are you Creeper's twin sister?" She gave him a slight look and replied, "That's right. What would I gain from lying to you?" 2 steaming cups of tea were now on the table. He thought to himself, "But Creeper looks like she's in her early 30s at most." YQ offered a cup of tea to Jax. As he took it, his mind kept racing. "But this old lady looks way older. Are they really twin sisters?" she thought. "Oh dear, hasn't he taken a single sip?" Seeing him just staring blankly, YQ spoke up. "It seems you still don't believe me, do you?" Jax's face darkened as he replied softly, "It's just that you look a lot older than Creeper." Hearing this, she answered without hesitation, "Well, my sister is a time witch. She has the ability to bend time with just her thoughts, so time doesn't really affect her." In the quiet night, the sound of their conversation filled the house. He blurted out, "So that's how it is," and continued to think. This explained a lot of things from before. YQ, still holding her warm tea, thought of Charles and asked, "So, has Charles been freed?" She continued, "He told you that I might know Oven's current location, didn't he?" Jax answered politely, "Yes, ma'am." YQ spoke softly, her eyes full of gratitude. "First of all, I want to thank you so much." Hearing that, he was a little confused. She added, "For freeing Charles. He was the savior of this town, and also an old friend of mine," she recalled, continuing. "To be honest, Charles and Oven were the heroes who sacrificed themselves to save this place from a dark sorcerer a long, long time ago." Thinking back on Charles, she added, the two of them were victorious, but in return, they were hit with a curse that bound their souls. YQ's face grew sad, and she shook her head slightly, lamenting. Unfortunately, before they completely lost control, they chose to seal themselves away. Then she closed her eyes and said hesitantly, but as for freeing Oven. After listening for a while, Jax felt sympathetic, his eyes filled with anticipation for her next words. YQ's face scrunched up as she said, that's going to be a bit tough, because Oven is much stronger than Charles. You may have succeeded in defeating Charles, but if you're not confident you can do the same to Oven, I can't tell you where he's hiding. Hearing that, Jax thought, I figured this wouldn't be easy. It's an S-rank quest, after all. Then he turned to YQ and asked, so how can I make you trust me? Ah, no. How can I defeat Oven? Hearing that, she raised a hand and said, come to think of it, you said you're a summoner, right? Jax replied, yeah, that's right. Once again, laughter echoed in the silent night. Good, very good. Seeing this, he thought in confusion. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? The scene shifts to another ice mountain where a chaotic battle is raging, with flashes of power constantly lighting up the area. Now, Jax was fighting a giant monster. He leaped high into the air, still summoning his power, and said, gotcha. Instantly, he slammed a devastating blow onto its back, then thought to himself, what the hell is a super labor force? Meanwhile, back with YQ, Jax was resting his chin on his hand, listening to her continue. Not long ago, an old man, a master summoner from across the ocean, set foot on the eastern continent. If you can learn his secret arts, I will trust you and reveal Oven's current location. Hearing this, his eyes widened as he thought, secret arts? Is it a special summoning skill or something else? I've got a good feeling about this. A notification window popped up. Learn magic from the troll imprisoning summoner. GM Tron, music, a summoner from the eastern continent, possesses a special ability. However, for the player to learn it, you must capture 100 common type monsters and bring them to him. Difficulty, unknown. Reward is learning a special skill. Do you accept this quest? Yes or no? After reading it, Jin Sung was totally bewildered as he mulled it over. What the hell? 100 of them. Looking back toward the mountain, giant monsters with their signature upward-pointing tusks were lined up, looking totally fierce. Seeing this, Jin Sung sighed, damn, I have to catch this whole mob of monsters and bring them to that old dude? Luckily, thanks to the artifact I got earlier, there's no limit on how many I can capture. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't even bother with this grind. Then, without hesitating, he summoned power to his hands and leaped forward, saying, well, I'm in it now. Might as well go all the way. Let's see what I get in the end. 100 it is. I'm catching every single one of them. The scene shifts to the village, where people were bustling about on the streets. Jin Sung stood in front of some houses and asked, is this the place? He went inside, saw an old man sitting in a chair, and greeted him. Excuse me, sir, is a Mr. Jam Chan here? Wondering if this was the guy, Jin Sung stepped closer and asked again, are you Jam Chan? The man turned to him and asked, I am. And who might you be? Jin Sung introduced himself. My name is Yan, and I'm a summoner. Jam Chan chuckled and replied, I know. Still seated, he added, you must have done quite well to make it all the way here. Then he stood up, turned, and said, follow me. I'm sure you'll need a bigger space to present what you've brought for me. Hearing that, Jin Sung was stunned, thinking about the 100 monsters he had just caught. He quickly looked around in a panic and said, I'm right behind you. The scene shifts to the beach they arrived at. Jin Sung stood before the horde of giant monsters and yelled, summon. A notification window popped up. You have summoned an ice weasel. You have summoned a yeti. You cannot summon any more species due to insufficient leadership points. He looked at the monsters and said, I can't summon more than 20 at once. Jam Chan, standing next to him, spoke up. You're saying there are more? Exactly how many did you manage to catch? Jin Sung replied with a slight smile. 100 of them, of course. The old man asked again in astonishment. What? Jam Chan's eyes filled with admiration as he continued. Normally, people can only catch about 6 at a time and have to make several trips. After speaking, he raised his hand and began to form soul orbs. Magic circles instantly appeared before them. Jam Chan's eyes followed the round, white orbs as they floated in midair. A notification window appeared. You have completed the Collect White Soul Orbs quest. You have completed the Learn Summoner Jam skill quest. You have acquired a new skill, Soul Bind. An information panel appeared. Soul Bind. Classification, active skill. Skill rank, none. Proficiency, 0%. Allows the player to convert the souls of captured monsters into soul orbs. The monster's rank creates an orb of an equivalent rank. The color determines its rarity, and the mana amount is based on its stats. A monster cannot revert to its original form once it has been turned into an orb. Soul orbs are the raw materials for all activities performed by fortune tellers. By using the soul enhancement skill, you can increase an orb's rank. Seeing this, Jin Sung thought in amazement. So the soulbind skill depends on the different color ranks of the orbs. And what's this about fortune telling and a soul enhancement skill? Jam Chan turned and said to him, now that you know how to bind souls, I will introduce you to soul enhancement. Then he warned Jin Sung, watch my hands very carefully. I'm not showing you this a second time. He quickly focused and replied, yes, sir. Jam Chan's hand shot up, creating a streak of light that flashed horizontally, after which 5 magic circles appeared, nested within each other. Jin Sung watched, completely confused, thinking, what in the world is he doing? Then the old man moved his hand, and the white orbs began to fly into the circles. The orbs quickly linked together, forming a shape that looked like a head and a body with 2 big ears. Green orbs then began to circle around the magic circles. Seeing this, Jam Chan broke into a wide smile and said, it's a success. He held out his hand to catch the green orbs, adding, this is soul enhancement. Seeing this, the boy quietly noted that the green orbs were a higher rank than the white ones. Jam Chan held out an orb, telling him to take it. Jin Sung reached out to accept it, saying, okay. But in his head, he was completely baffled, wondering why the old man was giving this to him. Mr. Cho looked over at Jin and said, now it's your turn, give it a shot. Hearing that, he jumped, his eyes and mouth wide open in disbelief and fear. Then he started to walk away, but turned back to say it again. Right now. Show me you can do it. Jin worried to himself, I suck at drawing. What am I going to do? His body trembled as he thought, what am I supposed to do now? Then Jin looked at the glowing orb, and an idea sparked. Jin's hand lifted a finger and started tracing something in the air, which even confused him. Jin looked up in shock, thinking, my body is moving on its own. A system notification popped up. You have acquired the soul enhancement skill. You have completed the quest. Draw the enhancement symbol. A glowing blue orb was now in his hand. Jin stared at it and said, is this an enhanced orb? Mr. Cho clapped from behind him in praise. Congratulations, kid, you're a fast learner. You've now officially become a medium for connecting souls. Seeing this, Jin thought, I didn't even do anything, did I? No one knows a thing. Everything's cool. A system notification appeared. You are the first to successfully obtain the soul conduit profession of the shaman class. He balled his fist and exclaimed with excitement, sweet. Being the first is always a good thing. Another notification popped up. Beginner Talisman Crafting Skill Panel, Level 1, 0% Proficiency, has been created. Spell Symbol Creation Skill Panel, Level 1, 0% Proficiency, has been created. After that, Jin hopped onto Finn's back and soared high into the sky, saying confidently, next target, Avon. He was totally pumped as he continued, I need to prep for this properly. First, I gotta test out the new skills I just got. The two of them landed in a forest to rest. Jin sat in front of the screen, crossing his arms and said, let's see what I've got. Talisman Crafting. Holding a brush and a piece of paper, he continued. Each drawing costs 3 orbs, so I figure I can make about 30 of these. Something kinda cute appeared on the paper as he spoke. Anyway, I have to draw it no matter what, so I might as well give it my all, right? After finishing, Jin looked at his work and admired it. A true masterpiece. A system notification immediately popped up. Talisman crafting failed and will be discarded. You must draw with more focus. Seeing that, he froze, his face went blank, and he cursed, what the hell? But he refused to give up and picked up other sheets of paper to try again. Red system notifications kept appearing one after another. Talisman crafting failed and will be discarded. Talisman crafting failed and will be discarded. After countless attempts, Jin was completely dejected and slumped down. Another notification appeared, remaining orbs, 1, completed talismans, 0. He then raised a hand to his chin and assessed, this profession is kinda tough, huh? But he immediately clenched his hand into a fist, a smile playing on his lips as he declared confidently, good thing I'm a genius when it comes to grinding. Because Jin remembered the image of himself fighting that huge, ferocious monster before. Scene change, he's sitting in the real world, calling someone, hey Megan, you said you graduated with a design degree, right? I need your help with something. Back in the game, Jin was drawing non-stop, relentlessly putting brush to paper, saying with determination, I'm going to practice the symbol Megan taught me 100 times. Finally, he frowned and stopped his brush, then gathered 6 drawings and shouted, Talisman crafting. A system notification popped up. You have successfully crafted a talisman. Seeing it, Jin cheered. I did it. An information window for the composite talisman appeared. Then he held out a talisman in his hand towards Leo, calling its name, Leo. At that moment, Leo sensed something and furrowed its brow. Then a glowing symbol appeared in the middle of its forehead. Jin saw it and couldn't help but exclaim with delight, "Awesome!" Night had now fallen over the entire village, a full moon shining brightly in the sky. YQ rested her hands on the table and praised him. "Good job, Yan. Now I'll tell you where to find Oven." Jin, standing next to Leo, replied, "Okay." She raised her hand and continued, "You must get there during the day, no matter what, because Oven grows stronger at night." YQ pointed to a mountain range. "Head south. To the end of the Poa's highlands. The highest peak that catches the moonlight is where Oven is imprisoned." Now, Jin was flying there on Finn. They stopped on a high peak with a round altar on it. He held out his hand and summoned Leo, Ray, Hazab, and Vipuji. Instantly, all the beasts appeared, surrounding him. Jin continued, "YQ said I have to place the orbs she gave me on this altar." Round orbs were appearing on the spiraling circles of the skeletal frame. Suddenly, the ground beneath Jace's feet cracked open, showing signs of a landslide causing him to scream in shock. Jace spun around and yelled, "What the hell is that?" Vin unsummoned Slap and Ray, then looked at Leo and Kai, shouting, "The rest of you watch out." Right after that, the two of them quickly leaped from boulder to boulder to keep from falling. A massive landslide erupted, sending dirt rocks and dust flying everywhere. Jace also managed to jump onto Phoenix's back and fly up. The tall mountain was now a total ruin with rubble scattered and piled up all around. He sighed and wondered, "Woo, is that it?" Just then, on a rocky ledge, a brilliant red orb appeared, glowing brightly as it floated into the air. It radiated streams of red energy downward, making Jace's whole crew look up. Then a giant wolf appeared. He saw it and blurted out, "Is that Odin?" "Yeah." Suddenly, that red light shot upward, sending boulders flying, then it beamed down blinding rays of light, forcing Jace to cover his eyes. But suddenly, Leo collapsed motionless. Seeing this, Jace shouted, "Leo." The notification window showed that Leo was in critical condition. Over there, the wolf had fully appeared, opening its mouth to let out a ferocious roar. A notification displayed, "Dark Fenrir Odin has activated the skill Shadow Shroud." Suddenly, the sky went dark and a notification appeared. "The world is now shrouded in darkness." Jace looked up and said, "So much for coming during the daytime." Then he pulled out his magic staff, telling himself, "All right, calm down, I'll just get my staff out first. Leo, you need to stay back until you've recovered." Then he looked up at Odin, sizing him up. "He's level 120. Even though that's a legendary boss, I think I can still take him down." Just then, he held out his hands and got on his toes, readying his battle stance. Jace was immediately attacked, forcing him to raise his staff to block the force of Odin's blow as he yelled, "Spike." Hearing the command, Spike charged in and attacked from behind, making Odin howl in pain. Seeing that, Jace praised him. "Nice one, Vin." A notification popped up. The Phoenix race has landed a critical hit on Odin. Odin's health dropped by 13,250. Seeing this, Jace held his staff horizontally and smirked, saying, "All right, we can do this." After being attacked from behind, he growled furiously, grinding his teeth. Then Odin stood tall and let out a massive roar as power radiated from him everywhere. Swirls of red and black energy surrounded his body. Red alert notifications popped up continuously. Dark Fenrir Odin activates the skill Shadow Invasion. Odin's movement speed is increased by 50%. All of Odin's attacks are now critical hits. Odin is immune to 70% of incoming damage, and Shadow Invasion will be active for 3 minutes. Jace saw this and cursed, "What kind of insane buff is that?" The entire village was now shrouded in darkness, pierced by flashes of brilliant red. Miss Q watched from inside her house, her fists clenched, and said, "That must be Shadow Invasion. Is Odin going all out again?" Then she turned back worriedly. "This is really bad. If I'm not mistaken, he won't be strong enough to defeat Odin by himself." Meanwhile, Jace was panting heavily, using Shelly's shell to shield himself, looking at Odin and thinking, "I had summoned Ray and Slap earlier, but had to cancel it. How am I supposed to beat this guy now?" Jace looked at him and thought to himself, "If I want to end this, I have to do it before he uses Shadow Invasion again." But a glowing red orb appeared in Odin's hand. Surrounded by currents of power, then without hesitation, he launched an incredibly powerful attack at him. Jace watched in astonishment, backing away. Shelly's shell was knocked aside, but he quickly managed to block the attack with his staff. However, the impact still sent him flying backward. They both stumbled back, but Jace was no match for Odin's strength and was slammed hard against a boulder behind him, collapsing to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, he raised another red orb, preparing to strike Jace. Sitting on the ground, Jace shut his eyes tight, bracing himself. "I'm dead for sure. It'll probably take 24 hours to respawn, but I still need to evolve Leo." But in the nick of time, Leo appeared from nowhere and bit down hard on Odin's arm, making him howl in agony. Jace watched in astonishment, calling out Leo. Then he struggled to his feet, summoning a magic circle, and said, "You're going to get yourself killed. Leo, unsummon." A notification popped up. "The summon for Leo cannot be cancelled." Jace was completely stunned and thought, the summon can't be cancelled, this has never happened before. Suddenly, Oven swung his arm, punching Lai hard in the face while he was biting his arm. He yelled, Lai. A red warning notification popped up. Lai's remaining health was 0. Jin Sung was panicking and yelled, damn it, Lai, why can't I cancel the command? But then he snapped back, confused and wondering, but why isn't there a notification saying Lai is dead? A notification bar appeared. Brady Han's hidden skill has been unlocked. He saw the surge of power up ahead and guessed it was an evolution stance. If that's the case, there's still hope. At that moment, Jin Sung froze, looking confused. Wait a minute, but isn't that Oven guy going to attack during the evolution? Suddenly, a blazing red orb appeared right in the center. He spoke up, softly, calling a name, Charlotte. Hearing that voice, he was also surprised. It can talk. At that moment, the light from the power orb grew larger and larger. Lai, who had now transformed into a different form, declared, I am not Charlotte, my brother. The blood-brown wolf, Lai, has evolved. Jin Sung's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight. Lai is talking too? On top of that, he's walking on 2 legs. Hearing that declaration, Oven started sweating and stammered, is that so? If so, then he revealed his aggressive nature. Lunging with his claws, die. The two clashed head-on in an incredibly tense confrontation. Oven was at a slight disadvantage after being fiercely clawed by Lai, but right after that, he regained his footing and rallied. Seeing the tense situation, Jin Sung quickly jumped in to help. Lai can't fight yet. Hey Finn, go help him out. It immediately ran over and gave him a painful scratch. Then he seized the opportunity to order Finn to use a move. Finn, crush. Jin Sung turned to observe the battle. It's still not enough. Even though Lai evolved, he can't win. At that moment, its eyes began to glow as it made a decision. I will release your soul. The system simultaneously sent a ton of notifications. Summon Beast Lai is using Blood Swap. The lower Lai's health, the higher his stats increase. When his health drops below 50%, he will recover 50% of the damage dealt by the enemy. Blood Swap will be maintained for 5 minutes. Seeing this, Jin Sung screamed in fear. Lai. It was already recklessly charging straight at its opponent. Lai quickly slashed upwards with his claws. Right after that, it gathered its strength and leaped high into the air. Next, Lai was able to easily wrestle Oven to the ground. Jin Sung was still watching the situation from a distance. He was also surprised by its upgraded power. This is awesome. Immediately after, notifications about its achievements appeared. You have defeated Oven, received 127,423 experience points, obtained Oven's Great Sword, and obtained Oven's Primal Soul. Fenia then appeared, showing her sincere gratitude. Thank you for freeing my soul from its bondage. Lai stood opposite, also deep in thought. That was a close call. Jin Sung saw a bright future, full of anticipation. Lai has evolved. What kind of reward am I going to get? Fenia continued their unfinished conversation, making a decision. You must have received an item from Charlotte's blood. I will give you an item of the Shadow Clan. Upon hearing that, he asked in confusion, the Shadow Clan? What is that? Then, at that moment, Fenia pointed to the sky and told them, look over there. 2 orbs of 2 different colors were floating in the sky. Fenia also gazed upwards, her mind filled with memories. Lunatic Onum, it's been a whole 100 years since I've seen it again. It's so nostalgic. I've been lost in darkness for too long. Jin Sung, a bit surprised, blankly repeated the name. Lunatic Hanwing. Fenia understood and immediately gave a detailed explanation. That is the power of the moonlight buried deep within the earth. In a flash, a power erupted from beneath the ground, and immediately after, others followed. From the barren earth, a strange light continuously appeared. Another orb immediately appeared between the first 2. Then all 3 of them shot down to the ground at once. At that moment, a series of notifications was sent. Summon Beast, Lai has absorbed the item Brady. Honorable Summon Beast, Lai has absorbed Dark. Honorable Summon Beast, Lai has absorbed Lunatic. Honorable. A sudden, intense burst of light radiated out, forcing Jin Sung to cover his face. He tried to crack his eyes open to look inside. At this point, Lai had continued to evolve into another form. Brad Fenry has evolved into Sovereign Fenry. You have obtained a primal summoned beast for the first time. Jin Sung was now watching intently, completely stunned. If it's a primal, does that mean it has evolved to the highest level? Lai is such a beast. In just a flash, Fenia vanished before their eyes. My role here is done now. A system notification for quest completion popped up. Quest complete. Received 28,978,900 experience points. Received 279,000 gold. This just made him want to grind even more. Totally worth the quest. Lai, standing behind him, saw his reaction and said sincerely, Congratulations, Master. Yan turned around, completely surprised, and asked, Lai, you can talk now? The massive wolf nodded firmly, yes, master. Yan was incredibly proud and patted his head. You even beat Oven, and now you can talk too. You're awesome. Lai lowered his head slightly to make it easier for him. Thank you, master. Yan then turned, his eyes shining with determination. All right, let's head to Ekael's place, right? There might be another quest waiting for us there. The scene changes to a peaceful, picturesque location. Ekael, sitting across from him, clapped her hands excitedly. Your summon is the King of Wolves. Congratulations, Yan. Then she turned, her tone shifting to a more earnest one. But there's something I need to ask of you. Yan had already guessed this was coming. Sure enough, the system quickly sent a request. Ekael's favor. The one who was victorious in the battle against Oven has earned Ekael's highest praise. She has given you a very important imperial document. Deliver this document to the Emperor of the Rospel Empire. Quest difficulty, none. Quest conditions. Player acknowledged by Ekael. Time limit, none. Reward, unknown. Yan smiled happily and agreed. I'm on it. He was now walking down the street with Lai. We could head to the royal palace right now, but it's pretty far. Yan turned to Lai with a cheerful look. Besides, I want to go hunting with the new, evolve Lai. Let's hit a dungeon. The wolf, still walking beside him, agreed. Sounds good, master. Just then, from somewhere, Run's voice suddenly called out. Yan, Yan! He stopped and slowly pulled up his screen. It was a large-scale update anniversary event. Check this link. New event. An event notification was sent to Yan. Post a video of a dungeon battle on the event notice board. You can register as a guild. Event rewards. Guilds ranked 1 to 3 will receive 5 new tech items from LBSO fee and a mystery gift box for all guild members. Guilds ranked 2 to 10 will receive 2 new tech items from LBSO fee and 3 mystery gift boxes for all guild members. 1. Recognition from the entire user base, 300 points. 2. Points from the user evaluation team, 100 points. 3. Points from the LBSOFD judges, 100 points. His jaw dropped when he realized, if it's the new simulation tech, could it increase the synchronization rate by another 2%? Yan immediately got urgent. Get all the guild members together, now. Run was surprised by his attitude and reminded him, there's still plenty of time. But Yan insisted firmly, we have to practice. Pulling an all-nighter might not even be enough. After that, he started walking faster. Let's go, Lai. We're about to get real busy. The scene shifts to a new, unfamiliar location, with some text clearly written on a board. Mina was inside, diligently typing on her computer. Suddenly, a headline popped up on her screen. She skimmed it and was taken aback. Polendol dungeon cleared in 15 minutes. Even though I'm over level 100, I couldn't even clear 3 floors of that dungeon before the 50-minute time limit ran out. Then, Mina moved her mouse to click on the video. Just then, the computer suddenly blared out, entering the Volan dungeon. And immediately, everyone around her gathered to gossip. What's that? Music, Mina. You play Kale too? So do I. Me too. What's your level, Mina? Ah, crap. She grimaced, not expecting this situation. So embarrassing. Everyone saw the title and got interested. What? Clearing the Polendol dungeon in 15 minutes? Is that even possible? Hey, play it already. Mina, a bit flustered, clicked the mouse. All right, I'm on it. A familiar voice came from the video. Let's go. Lai. The others were completely amazed. 15 minutes for real? That's insane. But that summoner looks so familiar. Who is it? It's that guy who's always sleeping in the back of the class. What was his name again? After watching for a bit, they finally recognized him as Ian Park. His in-game character was clearly visible on the screen. In another office in the real world, Yees, the development team, someone slowly walked over, looking confused. You're gonna rewatch some videos? Kevin was still engrossed, excitedly trying to get others to watch too. Yo, check this out. This player is insane. Unjin, peeking from behind, immediately recognized it as the #1 video. From the screen, they could clearly hear Jinung's command, Vin, crush them. Right after, it immediately carried out its given task. She leaned in closer to watch, gotta admit it was impressive. An AoE attack, wiped out the entire first wave with just one move, not bad. He was also looking forward to the next move. AoE attacks have a long cooldown, though. What's he gonna do next? Jinung flashed a big smile and called out Lai's name. Just then, it instantly appeared at his summons. Unjin realized it then, exclaiming in total shock, that's a Supreme Fenrir, the final form of the wolf. This player is a summoner. So cool. Lai went wild, tearing through the enemies with its claws. Seeing that power, she couldn't stop praising it. Awesome. It wiped out the entire second wave. That's a supreme Fenrir for you. At this moment, Jinung wanted to seize the opportunity, knowing that as long as the gate was open, it would be unbeatable. Then, he commanded, "Freeze it." Phylan, standing right there, quickly received the order. Roger that. The gate then slowly creaked open, and a massive creature stepped out from within. The next moment, the gate slammed shut. Phylan quickly carried out its task, casting Freeze. The system then announced the skill's effect would last for 2 seconds. The Guardian was now affected, its lower legs completely immobilized. He was super satisfied with how the fight was going, thinking, yeah, that should be enough. Lai then charged forward with all its might. It leaped high, moving nimbly past the Guardian. An incredible surge of power radiated from Lai. The Guardian couldn't take it for much longer and collapsed. After seeing that attack, Unjin went wild with excitement. That's insane. Even Kavin's eyes went wide in utter amazement. Our reservation isn't for another 15 minutes. This is crazy. Should I try to find their contact info? We might as well just give them the first place prize right now. Back at Jinung's place in the real world, he typed on his keyboard and concluded, yeah, that should be enough. Now, Jinung stared intently at the screen, wondering if he should play a little longer. Then he decided to jump back in and keep playing. Time to do some quests. The screen then clearly displayed a request that had been sent, a request from EKL. EKL holds you, the one who defeated the awakened Aven, in high regard. She is entrusting you with a very important imperial document. Deliver this document to the king of the Lucipan Kingdom. Difficulty: unknown. Requirement: a player acknowledged by EKL. Time limit: none. Reward: unknown. Do you accept the quest? Yes. No. Back in the game world, Jinung thought to himself, I have to go to the royal palace, but I don't know what kind of side quests might pop up, so I should probably bring Syria along. If Syria had been there to heal last time, Slap wouldn't have had to die. He arrived in front of the magnificent and splendid royal palace. Just then, Jinung arrived and friendly offered, Syria, would you like to go to the palace with me? She flashed a bright smile and immediately agreed. If it's with you, I'll go anywhere. Hearing her answer, he still felt a little hesitant. Really? That's cool, but Jinung kept looking around nervously. Harin isn't around here, right? From inside another room, Jason's voice called out, You've brought the letter from EKL? He held the letter and looked up, asking, Do you know of a place called the Pascal Archipelago? But Jinung was hesitant to answer. I'm not sure. Jason's face then turned serious as he stressed, Even if you're an excellent adventurer, you've probably never been to our rival kingdom. Hearing this, Jinung started to put the pieces together. The rival kingdom, he realized, and asked again, You mean the Sea Empire? Hearing that, he immediately confirmed, That's right. Jason began to explain the situation in more detail. The Pascal Archipelago is made up of 18 small islands, and on one of them is Pascal Prison, a prison belonging to the Sea Empire. He then made his request to Jinung. That's where our empire's prisoners of war are being held. I want you to bring them back. And there's one person in particular, Jason noted. Among them, you absolutely must bring back the swordsman named Se. He is the strongest swordsman in the Lucipan Kingdom. Right at that moment, the system sent the quest details. Rescue the prisoners of war. Not long ago, the king of the Lucipan Kingdom, Sus, received a prophecy that the black fog of the Clabius Valley would soon dissipate. The black fog is a border created 10 years ago after the Great Canlas War ended. When the fog disappears, the war between the two empires will kick off again. So, Silius wants to break out the prisoners of war first. Among them, a key player named Sa is the deciding factor for victory, and they need to get back to the palace after rescuing the prisoners within the next 10 days. Difficulty: the player must be a noble of the Lucipan Kingdom and have an affinity of 500 or higher with the king. Time limit 15 days. Reward 2,000 royal contribution points. Reputation gain is based on the level of completion. Jin Sung skimmed it and felt something was off. Royal contribution points. This is the first time I've ever seen a reward like this. Finally, he stood up and cracked a smile, agreeing to it. All right then, Jia Sun was satisfied with the outcome he'd already predicted. I knew you'd say that. He didn't forget to warn him about the challenge. But Pascal Prison is tough to find since we don't know which island it's on. Even if you find it, it'll be crawling with guards and the layout is super complex. It's not going to be a walk in the park. Jia Sun's eyes lit up as he emphasized. It's going to be real tough. But you're the only one I trust to handle this. In Jin Sung's head, one word echoed again. Tough. He got hyped, seeing it as a challenge that would also be fun. Jia Sun continued with another reminder. In 10 days, the fog in the Kin Labius Valley will disappear. He had already set the timeline and warned him that the war with the Sea Empire would kick off again then. You have to get them back before that. Right then, Jin Sung immediately remembered the update coming in 10 days. Isn't that when the new update drops? Jia-sung was totally confident and wanted to provide support. I'll set you up with 3 sailboats and the knight, Pollen. Come back in one piece. The 3 ships were ready, cutting through the waves. Jin-sung was on deck, hurling his guts out over the side. His face turned pale as he complained, feeling miserable. I even get seasick. Why is this game so damn realistic? Jin-sung warily turned to Pipuji and asked, You think I look pathetic? He looked like a mess and shot back a warning. You're only fine because I just summoned you. Just you wait. Seeing its wild reaction, Jin-sung kept messing with it. What? You think you're immune to seasickness or something? Then he looked at it with a challenging smirk, waiting for the inevitable. We'll see about that. Seagulls continued to circle over the ship. Jin-sung and Pipuji were both hit with seasickness at the same time. The sky was now a brilliant, warm sunset. He wiped his mouth, unable to believe it. I have to go alone from here? Someone had to step in and set the record straight. Not alone, but the infiltration boat can only hold 5 people. It finally clicked for Jin-sung. Oh, for real? He turned and pointed to the people he wanted to take with him. All right, Syria, Pollen, me, and one more. Jin-sung was about to pick the captain, but the guy quickly shut him down. Captain Roland, level 190. I can't go. Seeing that attitude, he was pretty surprised too. So blunt. All right then, who's the strongest one here? The 5 of them took off in a small boat. Stepping onto dry land, he threw up a hand in praise. Nice work, guys. Thanks to you, I found this place easy peasy. Jin-sung looked up at the high cliff, pretty shocked. I can't believe it was hidden in a spot like this. He ducked to the side and peeked inside. Jin-sung felt like something was off. Why so many guards? He turned to talk it over with his crew. Should we just charge straight in? If things get chaotic, it'll be easier to bail. Jin-sung looked up at one of them for their opinion. Should we leave one alive to be our guide? Bin didn't hesitate and immediately stepped up. Let me handle it. He slammed his armored body into the iron gate, and it immediately burst open. The other guards instantly pointed their weapons and surrounded them. Everyone, get ready to fight. He easily took care of them with his spear. Mission complete. Pollen turned around with a smile and reported, All done, Baron. Jin-sung was impressed and had to praise him before making an offer. Whoa, that was awesome. Pollen, you want to be my right-hand man. The guy got a little flustered and had to politely deflect. Thank you, sir. But then it hit him, and he asked glumly, I told you to leave one alive. Bin looked a little sheepish. I guess I should explain. My apologies, sir. They were just too weak. Jin-sung didn't blame him, just urged them on. Whatever, it's 'cause you're strong. Let's go. Suddenly, he froze, his face stiffening. Jin-sung stared at the 3 doors ahead, worried. This is probably not going to be good. The scene shifts to some dark place, where Lacromu enters the prison, looking to stir up some trouble. You've been locked up in here for over 10 years, right? The people in Lucipan have probably forgotten all about you, he said with a sly look, providing more information from the outside. Not long ago, a prophecy foretold that the mist covering the Kanlabias Valley would finally lift. Then, Lacromu made his offer. If we joined forces, we could even conquer the entire continent of Corona together. Seza stayed quiet, just cracking a smirk. He looked up, his expression defiant. Even if I'm not in Luciapan, Poland and Gripper are still here. You won't even get close, you cowardly fool. Lacromu. He immediately slapped him. Lacromu, enraged, spoke with utter contempt. Still think you're the Empire's mightiest swordsman? He pointed at him, his voice full of hate as he declared, You're going to rot in this hellhole until you're nothing but rat food. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, Syria followed behind, looking around curiously. What should we do now? Master Jace put his hands on his hips and confidently reassured her. Don't worry, I've got a plan. Then he set Pipuji down on the ground. He stood behind it, holding out his hand, and commanded, Go on, Pipuji, find them. It crawled forward slowly. Seeing that things were looking up, Jace praised it. Pipuji, you found so many of them, you're a genius. But then he realized the serious problem, these probably weren't the prisoners we were looking for. Seeing this, Bin rushed forward in a panic. Baron, Master, these guys are way stronger than those last scumbags. It's gonna be tough for me to take them on alone. Realizing the situation, he jumped in to help. All right, summon Lai. The bodies of soldiers were scattered everywhere on the ground. After clearing them out, Jace chose a direction. Now it splits into 3 paths. He hugged Pipuji tightly, pleading desperately. Pipuji, please find the right prisoners this time. Okay. But unfortunately, it failed again the next time. A short while later, it was the same old story, with soldiers' bodies lying all over the place. Pipuji looked away, embarrassed and guilty. Jace's tone grew stern as he stressed, That's the 5th time. Bin just laughed awkwardly. This is never ending. Plus, the deeper we go, the stronger these soldiers get. Suddenly, Jace looked up and wondered, "What is that?" He was shocked to see a huge hole high above. What the heck? Why are there plants growing only around that spot? Jace's face scrunched up in confusion. Could it be? To investigate, he yelled to the others, "I'm going up to check it out. I'm leaving lie with you all. Hold your ground." Bin quickly acknowledged the order. Got it. Jace then rushed to climb up and see. He rode on Phi to fly higher. Looking down, Jace knew he was right. Just as I thought. He touched a patch of grass, ecstatic. This is it. Jace looked up and laid out his plan. Bin, use your sweep attack the moment I get down there. I'll attack from the bottom, you attack from the top. Noticing its worried look, he quickly turned to reassure it. Wondering how I'll get down? Don't worry about it. Then Jace jumped straight down, summoning Hay. The other guards instantly raised their weapons, on alert. Intruder. Phi quickly swooped in, unleashing a powerful attack. He raised his weapon, forming a shield to block the blow, the Manaspia sphere. A massive surge of power flew toward them. After the dust settled, the ground began to crack, and Jace and Hay slowly walked inside. Someone had been imprisoned there for a long, long time. Jace hesitated slightly as he stepped inside. It's that NPC. It seems you're a player from the Lucipan Kingdom who went to great lengths to get here, eh? But then he suddenly heard a strange voice, a player's voice. Someone approached from the distance, questioning him. Are you hunting for something? Jace tried to stay cool and looked up. Yeah, you hunting for something too? I bet they're from the Empire, he thought. A fight right now would be a real pain. Her attitude wasn't exactly friendly. So what if I am? He calmly suggested a mutually beneficial idea. How about we just do our own thing without fighting? It's not smart to just jump into a pointless brawl. She gave a wicked smile and declared, You're right, unknown level unknown, but I'm really itching for a warm-up right now. Just then, she drew her sword and charged at him. Luckily, Jinung managed to block it with his weapon. He then quickly leaped back to get some distance. Facing this opponent made Jinung extremely anxious. Damn it, so it's come to this. I gotta take them down fast. Hey, Guardian of the Wind. He tried to predict his opponent's next move. The opponent is probably warrior class. The system then displayed more information about it. The familiar Hay's agility will be increased by 5,725 times for the next 2 minutes. Jinung realized the urgency of the situation. I have to win this with speed. Anon, still full of confidence, taunted him. So you're a summoner who can use Hay as a familiar. She tried to attack again, but he had already made a quick getaway. He rode Hay to escape, glancing back at the wall. The wall crumbled like it was made of tofu. One hit from that would be a guaranteed kill. Jinung stopped and turned around, wanting to end this fast. I have to finish this fight before the Guardian of the Wind's buff wears off in 2 minutes. Hey. A tremendous power flared to life. From within it, Harley charged out and attacked her. The familiar Harley dealt significant damage to the Hollow Phantom. The Hollow Phantom's power has decreased by 9,685 times. As Jinung zipped by, he figured it out. The system says the player's name is Anon, but it just mentioned a Hollow Phantom. This punk isn't in their real body. She's using a clone technique again. Your misdirection tactic is pretty impressive. Now, let me show you something. Then Anon yelled as she prepared to summon her skill. Lattice Killing Array. Jinung broke into a cold sweat, feeling incredibly tense. If this hits me, I'm toast. Fortunately, he quickly turned and yelled, Pin. Then Jinung jumped on its back and flew away. He looked down at the area below, completely amazed. The blast radius is insane. If it wasn't for Pin, I would have been a goner for sure. But a skill that powerful, Jinung reasoned, must have a really long cooldown. A nasty gash appeared on her, looking incredibly painful. He seized the opportunity to launch a counterattack. Now, Mana Ball. From high above, an immense power hurtled towards her. From that vantage point, you could see the sheer destructive force. Anon took a significant hit. Anon's power dropped by 21,764 times. Anon then revealed her face and praised him. Pretty impressive for a summoner to be this powerful. She then spoke cryptically, hinting at her departure. But you're still too green. I've finished my hunt here. Then, Anon's entire body slowly faded away without a trace, promising they'd meet again. Jinung finally let out a sigh of relief. Then why the hell did she pick a fight with me? What a psycho. I gotta get back to my own mission. Where's Exa? Suddenly, his bruised and gloomy face appeared. Jinung flinched, his expression twisting in confusion. When did he start watching? Suddenly, Exa called out to the kid. His face grew serious as he gave an order. We don't have much time. Get me the key to the shackles over there. One by one, the handcuffs and shackles came off. Jinung was completely shocked by this feat. With his bare hands, the man was rubbing his wrists for emphasis. From now on, leave everything to me. Just lend me a sword. Jin Sung still didn't get his surprising intention. Don't tell me you're gonna. But suddenly, from outside the prison cell, La Cromu slowly walked in and declared, "You're not going anywhere." Hearing that, Za spun around in a panic. La Cromu appeared. The battle has only just begun. Rescue prisoners of war. Progress 1 out of 77. 1.29%. On a screen, a live news broadcast was playing. The latest update on the Navy versus the Lucipan Navy. A countdown timer started ticking. Harley flicked off the main lock, sending it flying. Jin Sung quickly gave everyone directions to escape. If you head straight south, you'll find a gal ship docked there. They all hurried off, their hearts filled with gratitude. Thank His Majesty for not forgetting about us. The mission was almost complete. Free the prisoners of war. Mission progress 72 out of 77. 67.53%. He was silently celebrating to himself. It's almost over. Good thing I sent a message to get the ship ready in advance. But suddenly, Jin Sung froze as he looked at his screen. The system suddenly gave him a surprise quest. Surprise event: intercept the Empire's reinforcement fleet. Time remaining before the reinforcement fleet arrives is 12 seconds. You must get all prisoners safely aboard the galleon ship before the Empire's naval admirals reach Pascal prison. Diane's eyes shot wide open at the message, completely shocked. Reinforcements from the Khan Empire? He had no idea what was going on and was totally confused. But we came here on the down low, so how could they have found us? Inside the dungeon, Caesar and La Cromu were locked in combat. Their two swords clashed head-on, and the tension was insane. Then they backed off, putting some distance between them. The other soldiers started to get nervous. General La Cromu shot them a nasty look and barked, "Stay put." He wanted to show off his skills, declaring, "Today, I'm going to take you down with my own two hands." La Cromu wanted the upper hand, so he attacked first. Caesar quickly raised his sword to block the attack. He was totally unfazed by the surprise move. Seeing this, La Cromu got cocky. You really gonna keep fighting with that busted sword? The blade was cracked and looked like total junk. Caesar held it up defensively in front of him. This sword, he raised it high, his face darkening as he declared, is more than enough. Then Caesar swung it down, slashing with all his might. La Cromu's helmet went rolling on the ground, and he collapsed, speechless. He cut right through my armor with a broken sword. In the end, La Cromu had to admit defeat, though he wasn't happy about it. "You really are the Empire's greatest swordsman." Caesar's brows furrowed in annoyance as he remarked, "You're not that washed up yourself." Just then, Jin Sung ran in from outside, begging for help. "Sir Caesar, are you done? Please, you gotta help us. The Khan Empire's reinforcement fleet is about to land." He turned back, his expression determined as he ordered, "Bring me a new sword." Seeing the blade was no longer intact, Jin Sung got pissed. "Hey, that was a really good sword, you know." "What? You think a summoner carries a whole blacksmith shop with him?" Hearing that, Caesar coldly turned to leave. "Then I guess I can't help you." But Jin Sung patiently tried to search his inventory. "Wait a sec, I still have a sword I got from Avon." From his inventory, a unique legendary grade sword appeared. Caesar's eyes lit up with interest, totally hyped. "I like this one, give it to me." Noticing his reaction, Jin Sung generously turned back. "I can give it to you, even though it's legendary grade, because it's a unique weapon." He calmly added, with a hint of surprise, "But it's bound to return to me." He scratched his head, looking a bit awkward as he explained, "So you'd have to become one of my subordinates to be able to use it." But Jin Sung got the hint and immediately pulled up a screen. "Looks like there's no way Sir Caesar would ever agree to be my subordinate. I'd better find another sword." Here we go. According to the info, it's a level 1 iron sword. But suddenly, a system notification popped up. "The invincible swordsman Caesar wishes to become your subordinate." A sly look crossed Jin Sung's face when he saw his plan was working, just as he hoped. Caesar, standing behind him, urged him on impatiently. "Hurry up, weren't you the one who said we don't have enough time?" Jin Sung quickly complied, turning to answer. "Right, Sir Caesar. You have accepted the invincible swordsman Caesar as your subordinate. The talent of the invincible swordsman Caesar is legend and his current stats are at the legendary level. Yan's current number of disciples is 6 out of 20. Jin Sung stared at the screen, completely stunned and impressed. "A legend talent? That's insane." Caesar stood behind him, getting impatient and annoyed. He complained, "Hurry up, you said this was urgent. So why are you moving at a turtle's pace now?" He stepped forward, thinking that comparing him to a snail would probably be more accurate. Hearing that, Jin Sung turned around and shot back. "What kind of subordinate acts so damn weird?" Another army was slowly making its way ashore. Ryan, who was walking, suddenly stopped, looking surprised. "Who's this?" He quickly recognized the person in front of him. "Isn't that Caesar?" Ryan frowned, looking extremely pissed off. You being here means we're really too late. Caesar smirked and emphasized, dead late. Caesar fiercely swung his sword in an arc, then decisively stabbed it into the ground. He glared at them and declared, cross this line, and you're all dead. Ryan tried to stay calm, reminding him, don't get cocky just because you took down one skilled swordsman. You think you can call the shots here? He boasted about his own power. Look at the size of this army. Then Ryan pointed forward and yelled the command. Attack. Crush every last one of those Lucipan scumbags. Jinung stepped up to help, summoning his monster. The abyssal slime lord appeared and attacked. He charged the enemy's soldiers, seizing the moment to leap high into the air and get ready. He unleashed a continuous flurry of slashes, and the enemy forces couldn't hold their ground. They all collapsed at once. Jinung looked up to watch the battle and was shocked. Isn't that a skill that comes with the sword? He just got it, just a few minutes ago, and he's already completely mastered it. The system then sent a notification. Congratulations, you have completed the quest. Rescue POWs 1. Completion, rank, A. You have obtained 2,000 contribution points. You have received 248,599 experience points. You have gained 15,000 reputation. You have leveled up. You are now level 124. He accepted with a huge grin. It was totally worth it in the end, huh? Jinung then stretched his aching muscles. I'm starting to feel wiped. Should I log off? Suddenly, a surprise quest popped up. Rescue POWs 2, a linked quest. The prisoners have successfully boarded the ship, but unfortunately, the Khan Empire's reinforcement fleet has reached Pascal Prison. You must escape them and get the prisoners safely to the Royal Palace of Lucipan. Quest difficulty, SS. Quest condition. User must have successfully completed the Rescue POWs 1 quest. Time limit, 1 day. Reward, 2,000 contribution points. The royal contribution rate will vary depending on the completion rank. Reputation will vary depending on the completion rank. Do you accept the quest? Yes. No. He immediately changed his mind after reading it. The time limit is 1 day. Better get started right away. The ships were tearing across the sea, and Jinung yelled as he blocked a blow with his shield. His wolf immediately rushed in from afar to help. The screen showed its live stream, with comments constantly scrolling by. This is the first time I've ever seen a war on this scale. For real, just at a glance, there are at least over 200 soldiers. Yeah, you're right. As far as I know, the soldiers have to be at least level 120 and up. That being the case, I bet the commanders and knights are probably over level 150. Everyone was in awe of the battle scale. If I even jumped in, my screen would just go black. Hey guys, does anyone know anything about Yan's monster? Is that the Bloodflame wolf that evolved from the rookie tournament? There's no way a regular wolf could evolve to be that powerful. I agree with the guy above. I have a Bloodflame wolf too. Not to brag, but mine is level 90 right now. Jinung was panting, completely exhausted and unaware of the chat. How many hours has it been? They just keep coming, so I can't even catch a break. He had to constantly fend off attacks. It was seriously draining. Suddenly, someone ran up to give a report. Baron, the Lucipan naval reinforcements are here. Jinung got back on the ship, sighing in relief. We're not going to have to die after all. He looked out into the distance, totally stoked. Those scumbags are retreating. The system sent a flood of new notifications. You have completed the Rescue POWs quest and the entire linked quest chain. Completion rank, S. You have obtained 5,000 contribution points. You have received 42,349,000 experience points. You have gained 25,000 reputation. You've leveled up. You are now level 126. You have successfully completed an Imperial-linked quest for the first time. The royal contribution rate for the Kingdom of Lucipan has increased by 1,000. Suddenly, a broadcast sounded, calling for everyone's attention. All users, listen up. The system sent out an announcement. There will be a short maintenance break soon. The system requires all players to log out for the update. Please log out as soon as possible. Jinung yawned so hard his eyes teared up. Perfect. I'm beat anyway. My quest is done, so I'm logging off and hitting the hay. He lay down on the couch, slapped a cooling patch on his forehead, and passed out. I should probably get to my actual bed, but I don't even have the energy for that right now. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. On the couch, Jinung struggled to get up. Haren stood outside, thinking it was weird. Is nobody home? I really thought someone would be home today. She called out while punching in the code. Is it okay if I come in? Haren opened the door and peeked inside, looking around curiously. Jinung, are you asleep? Just then, the system finished its update and sent out a new notification. PK penalty removed and the central continent reclaimed. That ghost chair had been delivered to him not long ago. Jinung's eyes sparkled with delight as he gushed. This is so sick. Rohan, standing next to him, asked smugly. So, you happy? You grinned from ear to ear, slinging an arm over his shoulder gratefully. Hell yeah. Thanks for setting it up for me. Ron saw that reaction and didn't know what else to say. This kid, Haley, who was also there, was beaming and had to agree. You're so lucky. I couldn't even get my hands on the old model. Jay looked at the screen and it finally clicked. Haley, you still don't have a login pod. He quickly raised his hand to double-check. You still don't. Jay made up his mind and turned to ask, do you want my old pod? Ron's eyes went wide with surprise when he heard that. If he sold that thing, he could easily make at least $1,000. This kid must be into Haley, right? Her face flushed bright red as she shyly tucked her hair behind her ear and explained, it's okay. I have the money. It's just that my dad doesn't want me to buy one. He got it now and offered his own solution. Oh, really? Then I guess I'll just sell the old pod then. Haley seemed to have something else on her mind, stammering. But if it's okay. Her face was beet red as she nervously suggested, could you maybe keep it so I can come over and play? Jay got the hint and immediately scratched his head, agreeing on the spot. Sure thing. He was even nice enough to add, then let me give you the door code. Ron, watching from behind, couldn't help but notice. Haley, make sure you tell your dad what you're planning. But right after that, Ron got slammed hard into the wall. Before leaving, Haley turned back to say, I'll hit you up before I come over, okay? He replied with an affectionate gaze, blushing as he agreed. Okay. Just then, she was at the door, calling out for him. Present day. Jay, are you sleeping? Haley peeked into the bedroom, totally confused. He's not here. She started to panic, running around the apartment and yelling, Jay, where are you? Haley searched every nook and cranny for Jay. After a moment, her eyes landed on a suspicious-looking spot. No way. Haley opened the lid of the pod, her heart pounding. When it opened, she gasped in surprise. He's really in here? Haley leaned down, gently shaking him as she called out worriedly, Jay, why are you sleeping in here instead of your bed? Isn't it super uncomfortable? Suddenly, an arm wrapped around her waist. With his eyes still closed, Jay pulled Haley into the pod with him. She blushed, completely flustered and panicked, asking, Are you really asleep? But there was no response. Haley sighed helplessly and gently chided, What do you think I am, a teddy bear or something? He's sleeping so soundly, I don't have the heart to wake him. So she resigned herself to lying in Jay's arms. I guess there's no other choice. Haley decided she wouldn't try to get out of his embrace anymore. I'll just stay here for a little while. When he opened his eyes, he found himself hugging a stuffed rabbit. Jay shot up, looking around confused. Why is this stuffed rabbit here? Suddenly, his eyes landed on a box. She had left a small note. Jay, gaming is fine and all, but you should probably go to class sometimes too, you know. Haley had even thoughtfully prepared some food. Jay read the note, and it all made sense. Haley must have stopped by. He ate the food, lost in thought. So, should I go to class today? In the end, Jay decided to head to campus. He walked down the halls, looking all around, but he couldn't find Haley anywhere. Jay was super confused, so he pulled out his phone. I'll try giving her a call. Suddenly, Ron came running up in a panic, yelling, Hey, Jay. He quickly grabbed Jay's arm and started pulling him along. You're here. Thank God. Let's go. Jay still had no clue what was happening and asked, Go where? Ron dragged him towards the auditorium. He stressed, The esports tournament, you're competing in it. Jay turned with a dumbfounded look on his face. I didn't sign up for anything. That's when Ron quickly explained, I signed you up. Ron looked a little sheepish, scratching his head awkwardly. My bad, I forgot to tell you. Just then, an announcement echoed from the stage. The university's annual esports tournament is about to begin. Jay was already inside, geared up and ready. That jerk Ethan Hahn. The announcer continued, introducing the virtual reality tech department. He declared the matchup. They were facing the creative writing department. A lone figure was slowly making their way through the jungle. Jay instantly appeared, attacking from behind. Another player from the opposing team was casually walking through the jungle, only to be ambushed and quickly eliminated by him as well. Double kill. The crowd went wild. He's insane. Hey, isn't that the guy from the event video? Quadra kill. The audience was on the edge of their seats, watching excitedly. For real? I'm a huge fan of his. That's the guy who took first place in the last event. Finally, the match ended, and the announcer declared the virtual reality tech department the winner. The MVP was Jinung. Seeing him step down, everyone quickly figured it out. He's Yan, right? Suddenly, Jinung was startled, looking up to see a crowd of fans gathered below, going wild. Please accept my friend request on your channel. Can we get a picture together? Let's swap numbers too. Can I get your autograph? I'm a huge fan. Before he could even process what was happening, he bolted. Stop following me. But they weren't about to give up, staying hot on his heels. Accept my friend request. Take a picture with me and give me an autograph. Jinsung hid behind a big wall, wondering, why is this happening all of a sudden? The people outside were still searching relentlessly. Has anyone seen Park Jinsung? Just then, his phone rang in his pocket. Jinsung answered, still confused. Hello. The person on the other end quickly introduced themselves. Hi. Is this Park Jinsung? I'm Sojin, a user. After hearing that, he was just confused and bewildered. So what? The person had to explain clearly. Someone posted a video of you fighting 30 opponents at once during the guild battle. I'm calling for a reason. I edited it a bit, then re-uploaded the video to my channel and made a good amount of cash from it. I'm calling because I want to share the profits with you. Jinsung finally understood and asked in a softer tone. So how much do I get? The person offered a pretty decent number for both of them. 3 grand, about 10%. He was pretty surprised by this and had to admit, that's not bad at all. The person continued with another offer. Also, if you can send me more gameplay clips, I can edit them and post them up. We'll keep splitting the profits like this. Sound good? The more Jinsung heard, the more excited he got. So you mean I can make money just by playing the game? Thanks for the offer. I'll think about it and get back to you soon. Then he hung up the phone. Sweet. But suddenly, someone spotted him. Park Jinsung. He froze in panic, completely shocked. Crap, they found me. And so, Jinsung had to make a run for it again. Leave me alone. Meanwhile, back in the game world, there was a new rule. The first continent had no PK penalties. On the central continent, facing their rivals, a powerful war cry rang out. Attack! Rayhan had appeared here, aiming to conquer the number 1 guild. So this is the wasteland we have to cross to get to the central continent. Piece of cake. On the other side was a vast desert. The number 2 guild, Titan. Saran led the way, not forgetting to remind everyone. Make sure you all stay hydrated, because we could get hit with a dehydration debuff. Elsewhere, the guy with glasses from the number 3 guild, Splendor, complained. Getting to the central continent isn't as easy as I thought. The blonde girl also sighed helplessly, suggesting, how about we just hang back and see how things play out for now? Another group wanted to piggyback off the others. The number 4 guild, Ogre. The other guilds have already cleared the way, so we just have to follow them. And finally, there was Jinsung's group, the Lotus Guild. He was flying high above, feeling super skeptical. Are you sure this is the right way? The X, sitting behind him, confirmed it. Yeah, it is. Jinsung breathed a sigh of relief, feeling at ease. Thank God, XO knows the way. A system quest popped up just then. Find the Holy Grail, God's Dream, at the sick historical ruins. Holy Grail, God's Dream, doubles the base development speed on the central continent. Time to capture a base is multiplied by 0.5. Quest difficulty, SS. Quest status, unknown. Time limit, none. However, if a user from the Empire obtains the Holy Grail first, the quest will automatically be considered a failure. Do you accept this quest? Yes, no. He got the message and started thinking clearly. So I have to find it before the Empire does. Jinsung began to form a plan in his head. In that case, I have to be the first one to find it. Right then, the system sent a flood of notifications. You are the first person to discover these sick historical ruins. Your fame has increased by 100,000. Rewards from hunting monsters inside the sick historical ruins will be doubled. The fame of the Lotus Guild has increased by 100,000. He clenched his fist excitedly. Thrilled. All right. Jinsung cracked a hopeful, confident smile. This is a great start. The sky was now turning a sunset orange, and from inside the castle, Huni's angry voice echoed. What the hell? The boy's face darkened in disbelief. Someone got here before me? Huey gritted his teeth, dead set on it. I gotta waste that dude. Jackson stopped in his tracks, thinking to himself, why is the back of my neck so cold all of a sudden? Liam watched for a moment, then turned to ask, do you have any idea where we're going? Huey let out a little laugh and replied casually, nope. The kid's eyes lit up, and he laughed excitedly. But I'm positive I just need to follow the shadows. Liam just had to roll with it, hyping it up too. A swirling orb of purple energy came flying over. Huey was a little surprised. What is that? The kid watched it for a second, then decided, let me see what this feels like. Darkness. Huey reached out his hand, his gaze sharp and thrilled, a wild smirk on his face. Do you crave me? The kid looked stunned, his eyes wide open. His expression changed from cocky confidence to baffled confusion. In Huey's hand rested a dark purple, circular object with a symbol in its center. A notification appeared, the Crown of Ghoul Dream, for obtaining immortal power. You must absorb the dark aura from the Crown of Ghoul Dream and this wooden emblem. Defeat Ghoul Dream and possess the Crown of Ghoul Dream. Hidden quest. Quest difficulty. A. Completion condition. Obtain the Crown of Gold Dream. Only one. Do you accept this quest? Yes, no. The scene changes to another area with a massive, classic-style gate. Sierra was with Jackson, looking somewhat worried as she spoke up. Master, we have to enter the tomb soon and face the final boss. But he was a bit confused. Is someone already inside? Before them, dust billowed around the massive stone gate. He was also taken aback, freezing in place with a look of confusion and wariness. We're the first to enter this ruin, but someone is already inside the tomb. Yeah. The two stood still and watched. How was that possible? The air was quiet, mystical, and heavy. The gate opened, and as they looked inside, a surprised "huh" escaped. Huey saw two people standing face to face, and Jackson exclaimed in shock, "You're..." The kid opened his mouth to curse, "You bastard." Jackson's eyes widened as he angrily shouted the kid's full name, Huey Gannon. Huey, with the same enraged look, yelled his name back, Jackson. The kid recalled the last time they met, when Jackson had leaned over him with a mocking sneer. Huey lowered his head, the brim of his cap obscuring most of his face, revealing only a twisted grin. The kid just stood there, laughing creepily. Sierra's eyes widened in disbelief. Is that dude insane? Huey flashed a smile that was both maniacal and triumphant, clenching his hand into a fist. I finally get my chance for payback for that day's humiliation. My dear Jackson. A moment later, the kid was on his knees, hands in the air like he was surrendering. Huey reached out, tears pouring down his face, begging to be spared. Damn it, how is this jerk so strong? Jackson looked down at the kid with a wicked grin. He rubbed his chin, thinking to himself, but this guy seems tougher than I expected. Plus, it seems he knows his way around this dungeon. Jackson decided to speak up. Hey, Huey Gannon. The kid's face was full of tension. Yes, sir. Jackson crossed his arms seriously. I think you're a pretty awesome dude. Hearing that, Huey was clearly surprised. Why the sudden compliment? Jackson explained. It's true. You know about all those ancient markings, you're pretty sharp, and you know the layout of this dungeon inside and out, right? The kid bashfully said nothing, his expression softening into a calculated, sincere look as he gave a small, friendly smile. I'd be glad to have you on my team. Is there anything you want out of it? Huey puffed his cheeks in a stubborn pout and made a declaration. The Crown of Gold Dream. I'm not going to lose to you. Jackson's eyes crinkled into a smile, looking carefree, but he wasn't. Of course, the crown is the most valuable prize here. Inside, he thought, even though I have no idea what that thing even is. He continued, then I get the rest of the loot, deal. The kid smirked confidently. As long as I get the crown, I couldn't care less about the other junk. Liam looked awkward and stammered beside them. Huey asked, what's wrong, Liam? He then grinned excitedly. All right then, let's go smoke the dungeon boss. The group approached a dilapidated wall that had a weird-looking seal on it. Liam announced to everyone, this is it. Jackson stared at it, asking warily, this is the gate. The kid's face was serious, his gaze focused. I can feel the darkness on the other side. Huey placed the emblem into a round indentation, and it released a pulse of energy, causing the whole wall to start moving. With a grinding crack, the gate slowly creaked open, kicking up a cloud of stone dust. Everyone lined up, ready for a fight, and peered inside. Diane stared ahead, his face a mix of shock and tension. It's open. The kid next to him let out a small laugh. The dark powers are resonating with each other. A torrent of dark energy immediately flooded out, swirling into twisting ribbons of deep purple smoke. On a stone throne sat a skeleton, posed majestically with a goblet in hand. He was Wool Dream. His eyes shot open and he yelled in shock, leaning forward and shouting, there's the Holy Grail. Huni was right there with him, sweat beading on his face. And the crown. Jin's eyes bulged, his jaw dropping in disbelief. Hold up, is that dude's level seriously 270? The kid just flashed a confident smirk, not scared at all. Don't sweat it. Ian. Huni pushed up his glasses, his face lighting up with total confidence. Wool Dream was the ancient king of the giants from the central continent. Wool Dream was a great king who ruled the continent in peace, but near the end of his reign, he became a puppet for the immortal god, and sowed the seeds of darkness across the entire central continent. The immortal god needs to get that crown back to restore his power, because Wool Dream's crown holds all the dark power he's built up over the years. Huni's eyes sharpened as he held an orb forward. I'm here to take back that power, Wool Dream. The orb in the kid's hand flared with light. I am Huni, the successor to the immortal god of darkness, and I've come to fulfill the pact made 1,000 years ago. Wool Dream shrieked as his inner power was drained away, his face a mask of pure panic. The system announced, the pact of the Dark Lord, the immortal god, has been invoked. Wool Dream's stats are reduced by 40% for 10 minutes. Wool Dream is temporarily blinded. Jin cracked a satisfied smile, his voice full of pride. Nice one, Huni. The kid struck a pose with a sly grin. That was just a little warm-up. He waved his hand, signaling them to move in. Let's take down this boss as fast as we can. The sooner we do, the sooner we get our loot. Huni was hyped. You know I'm down for that. The skeletons swarmed up Woldream's foot, looking like a colony of ants crawling over the prey. Slap also latched onto his foot, its eyes glowing with intense power. Lai threw its head back and charged, its red and white mane flowing like a blazing fire. It sank its teeth into his hand, every attack creating a brilliant slash of light. Woldream's face twisted in absolute rage and agony, letting out a horrifying shriek. Purple light flared from his empty mouth socket like a living flame. The system announced, Slap's health has decreased by 41,209. Lai's health has decreased by 97,432. Finn's health has decreased by 71,201. Jin stood frozen, a cold sweat trickling down his temple. This thing is insane. If it weren't for Huni, we'd be totally screwed. Not even Caesar could go toe-to-toe with this thing. He paused for a beat, shocked, as a thought suddenly hit him. Wait a sec, where's Caesar? Jin whipped his head around, startled. Caesar, you've been here this whole time. He was just chilling, lying back with his hands behind his head. Caesar looked unbelievably relaxed for someone in the middle of this chaotic mess. Yeah, don't bother me with that weak sauce monster. Jin was so stressed he had to beg. Damn it, that thing's too strong. You gotta help us. But he just smirked. What a drag. I'm not lifting a finger unless I get that legendary armor. I'm so over my current gear. Jin bit his lip, annoyed, holding up an item window. Such a waste, I mean, here it is. The legendary armor set. You want it or not? Caesar barely raised an eyebrow, flashing a lazy grin without even bothering to sit up. Appreciate it. He equipped the armor, stood up straight, and powerfully gripped his sword. I'll be right back. Caesar's lips curled into a confident, eager smirk, like he was actually enjoying this. He unleashed a blinding slash of light straight at Woldream, not hesitating for a second despite the massive size difference, cutting the beast clean in two. Its final scream echoed in despair, a final, mournful cry. Woldream faded away, leaving behind two items, the Holy Grail and the crown. Both artifacts glittered brightly. You could tell just by looking how valuable they were. Jin grabbed the glowing Holy Grail. His face lit up with excitement. The system announced, you have completed the SS rank quest. Find Woldream's Holy Grail in the sick ruins. He was stoked. He'd actually done it. Over on the side, Huni was holding the crown, just as thrilled, his eyes sparkling with delight. The kid opened his mouth to brag about his work, but before he could finish, a notification appeared. The crown of Woldream was selecting the strongest person in the room as its new master. Huni was pissed as the crown flew right out of his hands. What the hell? The two guys behind him stared after it. The crown landed right on Zera's head, and he just cackled with excitement. The system announced that the crown of Woldream had chosen Ixera as its new master. The kid stood there, completely stunned, his eyes wide and trembling with fury. A curse escaped through his gritted teeth in pure frustration. Damn it. The four of them stood silently in the middle of the battle zone, just staring at one another. Zera broke the silence with a loud laugh, turning with a smug look on his face. This crown looks good on a handsome dude, right? You see, that's just how awesome I am. Huni's jaw dropped in shock, his eyes rolling back as sweat poured down his face. Holy crap, without the crown of Woldream, I can't finish the quest. The kid clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with anger as he yelled, Yo, this wasn't part of the deal. Jindong shot him a wary look, thinking he didn't expect things to turn out like this. Huni was fuming but helpless, just biting his lip in frustration. Damn it, what am I supposed to do now? I can tell I'm no match for that white-haired punk. Balam, standing beside him, offered a way out. There's another way for us to finish the quest, the kid quickly asked. What way? He then laid out the details of what they needed to do. This crown is basically just a conduit for the immortal god to completely take over Woldream. So if you stick close to the crown's master for the next 100 days, you'll be able to absorb the dark aura leaking out of it using the wooden coin. Huni's expression finally softened, his eyes lighting up as he grinned with excitement. Seriously? Thank God. But Sira shot him an annoyed look, his words dripping with sarcasm. Oh, really? And who gave you permission? Don't even think about coming near me. The kid yelled. What? Why not? Sira scowled, grinding his teeth as he glared back, and said simply, because you're annoying. Huni froze, his jaw dropping when he heard that. He couldn't believe he was just called that. The kid exploded in anger. Annoying? How dare you say that to the future, Dark Lord? You're supposed to inherit the power of the immortal god. Zera shot back again. And that attitude is exactly why you're so damn annoying. At that moment, Jin Sung stepped in to break the tension. Sir Sarah, why don't we just help the kid out? He answered coldly. Why the hell would I do that? He leaned in and whispered in his ear. You can see it, right? The kid's pretty pathetic. Just from the way he talks, you can tell he's got a few screws loose. And Sierra actually agreed. That's a good point. He got serious and made an offer. Fine, listen up, kid. I'll think about it, but only if you agree to my terms. Huni, with tears in his eyes, quickly asked, what terms? Sierra crossed his arms and smirked arrogantly. You have to become my lackey, but if you ever get stronger than me, I'll grant you your freedom. If you're really the descendant of the immortal god, you should at least have the balls for that, right? Hearing this, the kid got pissed, grinding his teeth so hard you could hear it. His lackey. This dude is trying to clown me, but to power up, I've got no other choice. I'll get strong enough to wipe the floor with that white-haired punk. So Huni weighed his options and accepted. Fine, I'm in. The kid pulled up his status window. As they were discussing, Pipaji appeared behind them out of nowhere. It walked over, making some familiar noises while staring at them. Pipaji's big, round eyes glistened as it stared forward, and then let out a shocked cry. It advanced step by step, completely captivated by some kind of scent. After a moment, Pipaji reached the open door, still moving forward one small step at a time. Then it slipped out through the door. Just before the door shut, back at the Titan Continent Central Guild, a series of explosions sent dirt and rocks flying everywhere. Spran spun around, drew his arm back, and unleashed a slash that tore through the air, his eyes cold with absolute focus. In the blink of an eye, the enemy was sent flying, its body shredded by the sharp blade. He stomped the ground and shot upwards, the force kicking up a spray of sand as he swung his sword, creating a flash of light that split the air. The enemy was cleaved in half, and golden sand billowed up as its pieces flew in every direction. Spran tightened his grip on his sword, settling into a solid stance. He's the Guild Master of Titan. Sakran looked back with a chillingly calm gaze, his deep red pupils making his expression even sharper. Salan looked down at the debris scattered on the ground. He smirked but still seemed composed. It's hard to believe he was the first one to arrive. I'm Salan, the Vice Master of Titan. His attitude was incredibly calm, his tone decisive yet nonchalant. Yeah, I'm positive the Dark Rune Guild did this. A subordinate looking through binoculars reported, Sakran, there's something over there. He snapped his head around to look, while Salan just grinned excitedly. Is that the historical ruin? You found it? Sakran froze, his eyes widening in shock and revealing his deep concern. Was it a dungeon? No, it was a massive tower looming against the pale blue sky. Each level was exquisitely constructed, a true war tower. At the Dark Rune Guild base in the Midlands, the yellow sand and the constant wind whistling through the walls created a desolate atmosphere. A figure in the shadows asked their subordinate, Salan, have you found any leads on the Holy Grail? She bowed respectfully, looking straight ahead as she reported, Yes, Guild Master. I found it. This was Salan, a member of the Dark Rune Guild. The Guild Master turned back, her gaze imposing. Where is it? She was Rayhan, the Guild Master of Dark Rune. Salan bowed slightly in deference. According to our intel, it's in the central area of the historical ruins at the Tomb of Reem. Rayhan gave the order. All right, take 30 people and head out immediately. I'll follow right behind you. Salan looked up, but her voice dropped, now laced with caution. But Guild Master, there's a slight problem. Rayhan asked, What is it? Salan reported. Someone entered the ruins before we did, and based on their banner, it looks like they're from the Lucipan Kingdom. Rayhan's expression shifted, a smirk appearing beneath her cold mask. Someone from the Lucipan Kingdom managed to reach the central area that fast? Salan's gaze was cold, but she remained composed and decisive. How should we proceed, ma'am? Should we blitz them and secure the Holy Grail as quickly as possible? She shot that down. No need to be so hasty. Rayhan began to walk, adding, We can use this to our advantage. Salan watched her, a bit hesitant. She strode forward with purpose. We just need to make sure we don't lose them. Rayhan's eyes flashed with a cold light, her expression set with determination. We'll ambush those scrubs from Lucipan the moment they walk out with the Holy Grail. Meanwhile, Jason was sulking, his face dark and his lips pursed in frustration. He checked the info on the items he got. Everything except the Holy Grail was total junk. Whatever, at least I completed the quest. System notification. You have acquired the Holy Grail of Google Dream. You have completed the Sickened Ruins exploration quest with an S rank. You have been awarded an additional 25 million FB for the successful quest completion. A new quest link has been established. The info popped up. Use the Holy Grail of Google Dream to capture a barracks. The holy water within the Grail increases the expansion rate for bases on the central continent and reduces the time it takes to capture a barracks. Use the power of the Holy Grail to capture a base. Quest difficulty: None. Quest conditions: Unknown. Time limit: 7 days. If you are defeated or the Holy Grail is stolen, the quest will automatically fail. To reacquire the Holy Grail, you must restart the quest. Do you accept this quest? Yes. No. Jason stared at the notification panel, thinking hard. Wait a minute. If the instructions are this specific, it means. His eyes narrowed in concentration, hand on his chin as he thought. It means other crews are probably going to try and jack the Holy Grail. Jason glanced towards the other group, his expression still tense. Looking at the current situation, he turned his focused gaze back to the notification panel. Even if we manage to capture a base, someone will just steal the Grail. This sucks. Even if I fail this quest, I need to focus on leveling up first. After a long moment of thought, Jason made his decision. Let's bounce. But then he realized something was missing. He looked around. Yo, where did it go? Dismiss summon, Pipaji. System notification. Your familiar, Pipaji, refuses dismissal. Jason was stunned by the message. What the hell? The system announced again that the recall on his familiar, Pipaji, had failed. He spun around, searching everywhere for a glimpse of it, calling out Pipaji's name. Meanwhile, Pipaji's face was all flushed, its eyes sparkling with pure excitement. My name's Pipaji, and I'm just taking a little stroll right now. It was following this amazing smell, totally captivated and even drooling a little. I smell something super tasty. Pipaji got to a spot and tilted its head up, sniffing the air. The cliffs were crazy steep. It bit its lip, staring up with a determined look. But all I gotta do is climb it. I can totally do this. Pipaji scrambled up the rock face, breaking a sweat from the effort. It was so hyped, that sweet smell was just too good to resist. A bright red flower was what was giving off that scent. Pipaji took a bite, its eyes sparkling and cheeks blushing with pure bliss. So good. All of a sudden, something started yanking it away, and it desperately held onto the flower. System notification. Jinung is attempting to cancel the summon. As it was being dragged away, Pipaji thrashed around furiously, its eyes bulging. But I'm not done eating yet. Suddenly, the force pulling it stopped, making it yelp in surprise. A system notification popped up. Summon cancellation has been nullified by the power of the 100-year rainbow herb. Pipaji went into a freefall, face planting hard on the ground. It clenched its little fists, face all scrunched up, and cursed through gritted teeth. My master's a total jerk. I barely got one bite before he tried to recall me. Pipaji silently thanked the plant, but thanks to the power of this herb, I'm totally fine. A voice echoed from nearby. Who the hell are you? It whipped its head around, looking for the source. Who's there? The voice spoke again. You got any idea how many winters I've seen? Pipaji's eyes bugged out and its jaw dropped when it saw who was talking, completely forgetting what Jinung had told it before. Puji, you know something? He had stroked its back and told it. Up on the northern continent, there's this turtle named Pipaji. Supposedly, he's the best-looking turtle in the whole world. Jinung's face had darkened with rage. But you know what? I can't stand hearing that crap. He had clenched his fist, gritting his teeth. I know for a fact that no turtle is as handsome or as awesome as my Pipaji. Jinung had wailed, with tears streaming down his face. So, you know what I was thinking? Maybe it's because my Pipaji has been eating too much and packed on a few pounds. Maybe that's why you're not the world's #1 handsome turtle. He had patted its head. So that's why I can't let you eat too many meatballs. Pipaji, you get where I'm coming from, right? Pipaji had been touched by his concern. Back then, Jinung was dead serious. So just you wait and see. Pipaji, I'm gonna make you the most handsome turtle in the entire universe. Pipaji froze, its eyes filled with confusion and panic as a cold sweat broke out on its face. I never thought I'd actually run into him in a place like this. The other creature was Pipaji. Its small face glowed with a soft, pearly light. In the middle of some gray, desolate cliffs, the two small, round creatures with their soft blue skin really stood out. Just then, Jinung's crew finally showed up. Pipaji, he said, panting hard from the run. Man, it was tough tracking your scent. We could barely keep up with you. Then Jinung noticed the glowing turtle right next to him. His jaw dropped in shock, his eyes practically popping out of his head. What the heck is this turtle? Jinung leaned in for a better look, a little surprised. Is this Pipaji? It looked up at him with shimmering eyes and a gentle, relieved smile. I'm so touched. You've discovered my lost identity. To show my gratitude, I will offer you something I hold dear. Jinung was a bit stunned but knelt down anyway, holding out his hand to accept the gift. Well, if he's offering, I guess I should take it. The golden turtle then presented a shimmering orb on its tongue. The sight made him freeze up. Jinung took the orb, which was a turtle spirit orb. It glowed brilliantly, radiating a golden light. A system notification chimed. You have obtained the item, Turtle Spirit Orb. He paused for a second, staring at the glowing orb in his hand as the system displayed its info. Item info, Turtle Spirit Orb. Type, Magic. Grade, Legendary. Restriction, equipable based on familiarity. Effect, all combat abilities plus 55%, all innate ability cooldowns reduced by 15%. When equipped by an ancient turtle species, restores 0.5% health per second. When equipped by an ancient turtle species, it allows the wearer to use its inherent ability. Water Curtain. The Water Curtain prevents any weapon from passing through. The effect lasts for 15 seconds with a 1-minute cooldown and can be transferred to a new user one time initially. It's an ancient item containing a fragment of the soul of the legendary ancient royal turtle Pipaji. It holds the secret for an ancient turtle to evolve and become a dragon turtle. Jinung stood there stunned, a bit bewildered by the information he just received. A dragon turtle? If Pipaji evolves, he wondered, could it become a real dragon? He wasn't sure if a small turtle could actually evolve into the image of a mighty dragon. The royal turtle frowned slightly, lacking confidence. I've been asleep for a very long time, so I don't remember much. Please. It spoke gently, making a sincere request. Help me recover my memories. A system notification popped up, a quest from the Royal Turtle Pipaji in the ancient historical site. The giant's tomb, the dragon turtle has awakened from its long slumber. However, because of that sleep, Pipaji cannot remember its past. To restore its memories, you must find the magic orb of the Royal Dragon Turtle hidden somewhere in the tomb. Find the magic orb of the Royal Dragon Turtle and return to Pipaji. Hidden quest. Quest difficulty SS. Quest condition, the player must gain the trust of the Royal Turtle Pipaji. The player must successfully defeat Wool Dream, no time limit. Rewards, Egg of the Royal Turtle, only one party member can receive it. Dragon Turtle Scale Armor. All party members will receive fame depending on the clearance rank. Do you accept this quest? Yes? No? His eyes showed a bit of confusion from all the information he got from the system. I need to gather info to upgrade Pipaji. But it's even giving me a quest. Jinung figured something out. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he smirked confidently. A total win-win. Back inside the room, where they had gathered earlier, Sarah was still lying on the ground chilling, not caring where everyone went. Then he suddenly opened his eyes and looked up, his face showing clear boredom. Everyone went off to find that ugly turtle, so boring. Zara sat up, looking outside. Maybe I should go get some fresh air. Outside, the sky was clear blue, and a flag fluttered in the air. He stretched his arms to loosen up, letting out a huge yawn that brought tears to his eyes, and yelled out in relief. A guy in a black hood holding a dagger was spying on him, getting ready to attack. His eyes were focused, carefully watching Zara's every move. Taking advantage of the moment Zara wasn't paying attention, he lunged from behind. But Zara noticed in time and dodged a slash from the hooded figure. After his failed attack, the guy quickly moved to his next position. Zara immediately gave chase, determined not to let him get away. Zara caught up to him, grabbing his wrist with a powerful grip. His face showed clear annoyance as he slammed his elbow down hard on the guy's arm. The guy cried out in pain, tears welling up in his eyes. Zara clenched his fist, his gaze fierce as he aimed straight at him to strike. He landed a heavy punch right in the hooded guy's face. His face got all twisted up. The weapon the guy had used to attack flew high into the air, spinning. Zara snatched it, gripping the weapon tightly in his hand. The guy fell and hit the ground, his face contorted in pain as he groaned. Zara stood tall, looking confident and powerful with the weapon in his hand. He pointed a finger forward arrogantly and said, "Hey." Up on the cliff was a group of people in black hoods, and Sarah demanded, "Who are you guys?" Salan looked down with astonished eyes, not expecting that guy to be taken down so quickly. She lowered her head slightly, her brow furrowed, sweat dripping down her face. "I knew they were strong enough to clear the dungeon, but to be this strong." His face showed clear outrage as he repeated sternly, "I asked you, who are you?" Salan stepped forward, arrogantly making her demand, "Hand over the Holy Grail." Zara glanced at her and sneered, showing he was completely confident. "Then come and get it." Solan's eyes turned ice cold as she stared him down and quickly ordered, "Kill him." He got into a defensive stance, his expression serious with his eyebrows knitted as he faced the group. Zara quickly leaped up, leaving only a cloud of dust where he stood. Just as the group rushed forward, he was already high in the air, his reaction incredibly fast. The group looked up, following the figure that had just soared into the sky. Screams echoed loudly, drawing the attention of the other guys. Zara's eyes sparked like electricity, his face completely locked in on the fight. He then landed softly on the ground, a clear display of his skills. Zara stood coolly in front of Salan, catching her a bit off guard. The group quickly moved in to attack him. They were following her orders to take that bastard down. Meanwhile, Zara didn't move. He watched them with a scornful smirk, totally confident in himself. Zera's gaze was sharp as a blade. A wave of energy flowed out from him. He let out a yell and slashed at them diagonally with his blade. The sight even made Solan's blood run cold. The guild members were wiped out in an instant. She gritted her teeth in fury. She couldn't believe her crew was taken down so fast. Solan tightened her grip on the hilt of her sword. She raised her weapon high, her eyes filled with determination and killing intent. Die. Zera's expression didn't flinch. In fact, it looked even more mysterious. Solan attacked while thinking. While the master is on his way, she thrust downward. A powerful beam of light shot out. I have to stall for as long as I can. Zera smirked, showing his contempt and confidence. His reflexes were insane. He just had to lean slightly to dodge the slash. The two of them attacked at a speed so fast they were just blurs, looking like two streaks of light crossing paths. They both stopped in a solid stance, Zera's eyes brimming with confidence as he gave a slight smile. He then asked, "Did I tell you already?" At that moment, she coughed up blood. Zera turned his head back, his eyes glinting with a mocking look. An aura that was enough to piss anyone off. "I'm not carrying the Holy Grail." Solan collapsed to the ground, kicking up dust, as her previous underlings began to fade away. She too started to disappear, her mouth still muttering regrets and apologies. "What damn rotten luck. I'm sorry, Master." He held up his weapon and stared at it for a long moment, complaining softly as if it were a common thing. "My weapon's busted again." Zera quickly tossed it aside without a second thought, picking his nose with a lazy attitude. "There's got to be some good loot around here, right?" Later, this incident would become known as the Nightmare of the Central Continent among the members of the Dark Rune crew. The sun was high in the sky, its brilliant rays beating down on the towering spire. Saran's group was heading inside, the long hallway completely empty. He glanced around and celebrated inwardly. "It's a good thing we got that mission." Sakran let out a smug grin, his eyes filled with excitement. "I heard about the Tower of War from Laromu during the last mission." Back then, he was standing over Laromu, who was collapsed on the floor, mocking him. "You look pathetic." Sakran looked down on him with utter contempt, sneering his name, Kramu. He frowned, using the last of his strength. "I'm sorry I failed. You probably won't be able to reach your goal now either." Lakromu's eyes were lost in a deep, heavy darkness. "Instead, I'll give you information about the Tower of War." At the Tower of War, a place for hunting monsters, sunlight shone down on its surface, its ancient walls, a place to buy artifacts or rare items, but you need at least 5,000 contribution points to get in. Sakran looked over towards the tower, his gaze a bit distant and thoughtful. "What I'm looking for there is the Pharaoh's flag." The flag fluttered amidst a pile of ashes and a sea of fire. He calculated in his head, an artifact that can double the experience gained from hunting monsters. If I can just get my hands on this artifact, I'll become so much stronger. The Khan territory will win the war. Wait a minute. Sakran's eyes widened, his brows furrowed, and sweat beaded on his face. The object was a book, placed neatly inside a glass case. It was emitting a brilliant light. "This is the skill book. Loyalty of the Desert Warrior." The system announced the skill book's classification, a legendary ranked passive skill, no consumption cost, no cooldown time. You can create a sword curtain by focusing your mind, with a 15% chance of forming the sword curtain against a surprise attack. The curtain will block 300% of the damage to the user and reflect 150% of that damage back. The usage requirement is a swordsmanship skill level higher than Sword Master. Each time the sword curtain is formed, the player's damage increases by 10% for the next 15 moves, and it can stack continuously for 10 attack waves. He pressed his hands against the glass case, staring at the book with pure desire. A legendary item. If I get this skill book, I can boost my stats like crazy. But Sakra realized the catch. He'd have to blow all his contribution points to get it. That means I can't buy the Pharaoh's flag anymore. He bit his lip, his eyes lowered as he weighed his options. Is it really a good idea to spend all my contribution points right before a massive battle breaks out? But I might never get another shot at this skill book. Saran let out a dry laugh at the tough choice, standing there, thinking for a long while. A moment later, the system announced that he had purchased the skill book, Desert Warrior's Devotion. Your contribution points have decreased by 12,000, leaving you with 375. He held the intensely glowing book in his hand, having finally made his decision. Sran clenched his fist, his expression determined as he thought of Rayhan. "That's right. When I get stronger, the whole crew gets stronger. This time, I'm definitely gonna crush that bastard." After making their purchases, the three of them headed out of the tower. They walked slowly, his face still lost in thought. Back inside the tower, the display cases filled with items stood silently, and something lay alone inside one of them. It wasn't very big, looking like some kind of badge, but it was glowing with the same light as the skill book from earlier. Could this thing be a legendary ranked item? Beneath a clear blue sky stood treacherous cliffs made of massive, solid rock. Jin Sung's crew was standing off to the side, looking like they were waiting for someone. Someone walked up, raising a hand high and waving. "Yo, run," said cheerfully. "Happy to see everyone. You guys been waiting long?" Violin gave a gentle nod. Jo-hoon just crossed his arms and grinned, his words sounding like a complaint but were really just a tease. "About time you showed up, huh? You slowpoke." He shot back, then asked how things were going. "Yeah. So, any progress?" Jin Sung's eyes lit up as he excitedly showed off what he'd gotten. "Hell yeah. I even got the Holy Grail, but I'm still a little confused about something." Jo-hoon rested his chin on his hand, gazing into the distance thoughtfully. "So you're saying you need to find the magic jewel from a turtle named Pipaji?" He confirmed it. "Yeah, but how can there be a turtle named Pipaji?" Violin spoke up, offering what she knew. "I heard about this a long time ago, but there's a hidden NPC connected to your quest." He crossed his arms, frowning as he tried to process that information. "Well, that makes sense, since hidden NPCs are usually named based on the lore." Huni suddenly turned to him and shouted, "Hey!" The kid's eyes glowed a powerful, sinister red, and a wicked grin spread across his face. "The darkness inside me is churning. I need to clash with our enemies as soon as possible." Jin Sung quickly changed the subject, looking a little freaked out. "Oh yeah, since everyone's here, you guys want to go hunt something?" Rohan glanced over, frowning a little as he asked, "Who's this brat?" Huni snarled, baring his teeth in anger. "I'm not a brat." He looked down and explained who the kid was. "That's one of Zira's underlings." Huni yelled furiously, "I'm nobody's underling." That's when Jin Sung realized Sarah was gone and started looking around. "Hey, now that I think about it, where the hell is that punk Sarah?" The kid was so pissed he looked like he could spit fire. "I will become the Lord of Shadows, you insolent jerk." Meanwhile, he was still just thinking about the other guy. "I bet he'll find his way here, right?" A thunderous sound echoed out. The ground rumbled as something crashed nearby. Jin Sung pointed forward, his face a mask of pure focus as he gave the order. "Ray, Dragon's Breath." It spread its wings and soared into the air, powerful energy radiating from its body. Ray opened its maw and unleashed its breath attack. A torrent of flames shot out. A sharp claw slammed down on the stone ground, shattering the spot. A massive explosion lit up the whole area, kicking up a huge cloud of dust and rock. Dust and embers from the blast billowed out across the cliff. With a grim expression, Rohan shot into the air to attack, rocketing toward the scorpion, and brought his blade down in a powerful, lightning-fast slash. Phylan channeled energy into her staff, purple power swirling around it. Her eyes narrowed in concentration. Mage's Blessing. The swirling energy enveloped him. A system notification popped up. Harris's power has increased by 30%. Now empowered, he brought his blade down hard on the monster's claw. Huni also cast a buff on Balam. Death Knights, make our enemies suffer in the darkness of despair. Jin Sung's face was tense as he yelled out the next command. Lai Lai immediately followed his order, charging forward to join the attack with everyone else. Everyone landed a hit on the scorpion, each slash a flash of light. The system announced you've defeated the scorpion monster. Jace let out a sigh of relief, staring at the screen. "I think we're pretty much done grinding here." He looked down, asking with a huge grin, "Right, Pippo?" But its face was twisted in fear, its expression darkening like something bad was on its way. Something was coming. Both he and Hunter, standing beside him, were freaked out by the booming sound. Leo and Liam exchanged surprised looks, clueless about what was going on. Ray heard the noise and seemed confused, while Fiona flinched in fear. A massive explosion went off, a thick cloud of dust from above swallowing the whole area. A hand with razor-sharp claws broke through the solid rock. Salan emerged with a glowing gem on its head, its red eyes menacing. It reared up, opened its mouth, revealing rows of sharp fangs, and let out a sky-shattering roar. The system announced, Sunbur Ache level 200, a hidden boss equipped with a magic gem. The gem on its head blazed with light, its blood-red eyes were ice-cold. Jace's jaw dropped, his eyes wide in shock. There it is. The magic gem. The ground trembled violently, sending clouds of rock and dust flying. Like a tidal wave, the colossal Salan erupted from the ground. Its eyes blazed a brilliant red as it let out a deafening, world-splitting roar, swinging its massive arm menacingly. Seeing it, he flinched and yelled, "Leo, get back." Leo quickly jumped back, dodging Salan's attack. The shockwave from the blow was so strong, Jace had to brace himself with his arm. He gritted his teeth, straining. "Damn it. Just the wind pressure is almost enough to send me flying. We gotta move now." Jace tilted his head, his eyes filled with determination as he yelled. Ronan stepped up to tank. He was already below, using his shield to block the falling debris. Ronan gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his face from the strain. Sorry, just blocking this falling rubble is taking everything I've got. I think you're gonna have to do something about that Godzilla over there. Jace clenched his fists, his face grim, his eyes darting around in panic. What am I supposed to do? Its level is way too high to take down without a ranger. Just then, Salan was no longer in the pit. Hunter yelled a warning to everyone. That damn thing is crawling out of its hole. It emerged, massive and powerful, and charged right at them. Salan opened its mouth, and a blinding light started to glow from within. Jace's jaw dropped, his eyes wide with terror. Is that a breath attack? If that thing hits us, we're toast. Jace whipped around, a look of pure urgency on his face. Everybody run. The system announced, Fiona is afflicted by the fear effect from Salan's breath skill. Ganon is afflicted by the fear effect from Salan's breath skill. Blazing fire and powerful energy radiated outwards, the gem on its head pulsed with light, and its eyes were filled with pure killing intent. Salan unleashed its breath attack, a torrent of fire erupting from its mouth and scorching everything in its path. Salan's eyes blazed red, its gaping maw spewing flames, a testament to its immense power. The system announced, Ian is afflicted by the fear effect from Salan's breath skill. Jace gritted his teeth, his face twisting in frustration. Damn it, is this really how I'm gonna die? Jace's eyes filled with despair. He didn't want to give up, but the situation was looking grim. Is this really the end? The system announced the Spirit Ward effect of companion pet Pippo has been activated. It puffed its cheeks out, its mouth filled with something as it strained to hold it in. Then, with all its might, Pippo unleashed a massive stream of water. Jace's jaw dropped at the sight. Pippo had activated the Spirit Ward skill it got from Pipaji. It totally blocked Salan's breath attack. A drop of water landed on Hunter's helmet, making him yelp in surprise. The kid looked up, holding out his hand to catch the droplets with a look of amazement. The steam from the breath attack turned into rain. Jace looked at Pippo, tears welling up in his eyes, feeling incredibly proud. Pippo, you're so awesome, you're number one. Just as he was getting emotional, a voice from the side snapped Jace out of it. That big-headed turtle thing. Zara strode over with a cool expression, giving Pippo a single word of praise. Not half bad. Jace was a little startled to see him. Zara, where's the armor and weapon I gave you? Zara answered seriously. I put them in my inventory to keep the sand off, but I didn't count on it raining. Jace practically wailed in frustration. Great timing, but what took you so long? Zara, with a completely straight face, replied simply, I was warming up. He continued, well, it's a good thing you're here. Go do something about that Godzilla. He looked toward the giant Salan standing imposingly over there. His face tense for a moment, his sharp eyes cold as he broke out in a sweat. That wasn't a Godzilla. It was a Salan that had absorbed the power of the magic gem, and it had only absorbed a fraction of it. Zay sprawled out on the ground, covering his face with his arm and letting out a lazy sigh. And I'm gonna have to pass on that. I already warmed up, but it started raining and that's a drag. Now, if there was a reward, that'd be a different story. Dante was trembling with rage, his eyes a mix of suppressed anger and helplessness, biting his lip to stop himself from cussing him out. This dude would only lift a finger for a reward. In the pouring rain, he turned away and replied calmly, all right then, we'll handle it ourselves. Jin and his crew struck a badass pose before charging into the fight. After all, he had already figured out how to take this Salan down. He raised his hand high and yelled the command, summoning Finn and Slap, as a magic circle revealed the images of the two powerful beasts. Then Jin yelled out, Ray, get back here. It quickly returned to them. He stepped forward decisively, holding a glowing scepter as blue light gathered at its tip like a magical sprite. Jin's face grew taut, his eyes filled with resolve as his command roared out, deep abyssal armor. A guttural roar echoed in response. It unleashed a violently swirling purple orb, the power from both sides compressing to its absolute limit before erupting fiercely, making the very ground beneath him shake. Johan couldn't hide his surprise, his face instantly beaming as rubble was sucked into the vortex. He continued to command, Johan, keep tanking with Slap. He quickly followed the order. You got it. The Salan let out a thunderous roar, shaking the entire cliff face. Jin's eyes were sharp and focused, quickly sizing up the situation before he turned and said, Kenji, Hoon, you guys draw its aggro with Balam and your skeleton crew. Lyle and I will back you up. Hoon pouted, clicking his tongue with a hint of irritation, but he still agreed. I don't usually take orders from someone weaker than me, but I guess you need my shadow powers. The kid quickly yelled his command, Go, my minions. Balam landed a glowing slash on the Salan. Jin turned to give specific instructions. Fien, when I take off on Finn, I need you to buff me. You got it. Then he mounted Finn and soared into the sky, heading toward the battle. It shot forward like a rocket, streaking across the sky at incredible speed. In just a moment, they were hovering high above, looking down on the Salan. Jin carefully sized up the beast. Even if it was a level 200 Salan and powered by the magic gem, he was certain of one thing: if they all rushed in and attacked it at the same time, it would definitely take damage. A notification popped up. Salan's health had dropped by 88,832 points. Balam was also fighting with all his might. The system notifications kept rolling in. Salan's health dropped by 12,842 points. Salan's health dropped by 14,775 points. A notification appeared. Yan's attack power has increased by 30%. Jin was completely focused. Perfect, the buff is active. Summon. He called out Jaji's name, and a bird with brilliant golden feathers appeared, enveloped in an energy aura. A golden light burst from the tip of his scepter. It was so bright it seemed to make space itself tremble. Thunderbreak. Energy exploded into the rain. Jin's face was a mask of pure focus, as crisscrossing bolts of lightning flashed like brilliant chains across the heavens. Blue-white energy orbs crackling with golden lightning shot out one after another. A colossal beam of pure lightning tore through the air. He soared higher, his entire body cloaked in a golden light. The Salan shrieked in pain, sensing the immense threat hurtling towards it. His eyes narrowed, his voice low but urgent. The rain has absorbed the lightning along with the charged energy crystals. The lightning completely swallowed the Salan's colossal form. It's going to pierce right through its open wounds. Its silhouette flickered within the lightning storm as it roared in despair. The system notifications kept coming. Salan's health dropped by 13,121 points. Due to the effects of Thunderbreak, the Salan has been paralyzed. Salan's health dropped by 33,739 points. It let out one last, desperate, earth-shattering roar of agony. Gray smoke billowed up, filling the air. The Salan, scorched completely black, collapsed to the ground. The thud of its massive body echoed as a gleaming golden gem rolled out. A brilliant golden light flared. A system notification appeared. You have successfully defeated the Hidden Boss Salan. You have received 587,789 experience points. You are the first player to defeat Salan. Your reputation has increased by 30,000 points. Jin Sung was still sitting on Fim's back. You have obtained the title Scale Slayer. His eyes were focused as he listened to each notification. You have successfully stopped the evolution of the sand scale. The golden turtle dragon's magic gem has restored its power. Fim had now landed down below. The sound of feet touching the ground rang out. Jin Sung got off and picked up the gem. This was the item Pip-Paj requested, and it was an item capable of changing an individual's evolutionary potential. Holding the gem in his hand, it emitted a brilliant golden light. The magic gem. The system announced, you have obtained the magic gem. Jin Sung thought to himself, now that I've got it, I want to evolve Pipaji. Meanwhile, it was standing there with its arms crossed, looking all cool. He looked at the shining gem with an excited gaze, unable to hide his smile. The magic pearl. I bet after I appraise it, I won't be able to stop thinking about it. Jin Sung's gaze deepened, his pupils trembling slightly. There must be a reason I grinded for days to get this. The system announced, Magic Pearl of the Golden Dragon Turtle. Unknown set type. Legendary rank. Usage restriction. Can only be used by a specific race. Effect when possessed by a summoner. All combat stats of dragon-type summons will increase by 3%. Usable item. Capable of evolving one summon. Of any race once it has reached max level, but it will cause side effects. Quest item. This is an item containing the memories of the Golden Turtle Pipaji. If used or lost, the quest will automatically be considered a failure and you will have to face Pipaji's wrath. Item belongs to the player Ian. It will not be dropped upon death and cannot be transferred or sold to other players. It can only be transferred once for the first time. This is an incredibly precious magic pearl containing sparkling golden essences. If sold, the price would be extremely high. While he was hesitating, his stomach started to growl. How should I manage this weird item? Oh, speaking of which, I think I'm way past my mealtime. Jin Sung turned to give instructions. Yo, I'm gonna go grab a bite, so you clean this mess up yourself. Huni's eyes widened in surprise. Huh, why me? The kid raised his hand, his mouth open, but before he could finish, Jin Sung had already vanished. That left Huni completely speechless, unable to say another word. His face just went blank. A moment later, the gaming rig in the house lit up. He let out a long yawn from exhaustion, muttering with a sigh. So hungry, let's go. As soon as he stepped out of the machine, Jin Sung started thinking about what to eat. What should I order today? Across the room, Hareen had a mischievous grin. Hearing the laugh, he turned to look, his eyes widening in surprise. She ran over and hugged his arm, nuzzling her face against it. Jin Sung was taken aback, a shy blush creeping onto his cheeks. Hareen, She pouted, feigning annoyance. What's there to be so surprised about? I thought you said I could come over whenever I wanted. Jin-sung scratched his face, flustered and unsure how to explain. Yeah, but anyway, you want to grab some lunch with me? Suddenly, Harin's expression turned a bit awkward, like she wanted to say something but held back. Jin-sung wondered, is there something else? She pointed forward, flashing a confident smile. Today, no matter what, I'm dragging you out of that world of Kalen. Jin-sung was clueless, not understanding what was going on. What? Harin pointed right at him, her face full of determination. Hurry up and get dressed, we're going on a date. He froze for a second, his mouth half open in surprise, a few beads of sweat on his forehead. Huh? Jin-sung's face flushed red with embarrassment, his eyes wide and mouth agape in shock. A date. The two of them went to an amusement park together. Harin was so excited her eyes crinkled into a smile. He gave a surprisingly gentle and sincere smile, looking at her and asking, You wanted to go to an amusement park, right? Harin blushed shyly, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. Yeah, I love roller coasters. She quickly grabbed his hand, startling Jin-sung a little. Harin pointed towards the big Ferris wheel over there, pulling him along as she said, Let's go on that one. Jin-sung's face was filled with happiness, his eyes sparkling with joy. Okay. A little later, they bought some cotton candy, both of them focused on eating with their cheeks puffed out. Harin was looking something up, probably checking the ingredients of the food. Afterwards, she and Jin-sung went to ride the roller coaster. Harin was super excited to be on the ride, while he just sat there with his mouth hanging open in shock. All Jin-sung could think about was the image of himself riding Fim, soaring through the sky. Before they knew it, the sun had set. They held hands tightly under the night sky. Fireworks exploded brilliantly above and down below. The two of them watched the beautiful scene, completely mesmerized. Jay looked up at the fireworks and, while watching, said to her, Haley, there's actually something I want to tell you. Haley turned to look at him, her heart filled with excitement. Is he finally going to confess? She asked eagerly. What is it? But Jay just wanted to ask a question. If you suddenly found something that belonged to someone else, but it was something you really needed, what would you do? Her face fell in disappointment because it wasn't what she expected. So it's not a confession. Haley thought for a moment before giving her answer. No matter how much you need it, it should go back to its rightful owner. She posed the question back to him. Because it belongs to them in the first place, right? Hearing that, Jay looked at her with a surprised expression. Then he broke into a gentle smile, satisfied with the answer he received. Jay's face flushed red, and he smiled so wide, his eyes crinkled. He said she was absolutely right. Thanks. Haley also looked at him. After that, the two of them headed back. They stood together for a moment before going their separate ways. Jay expressed how he felt about their date. Haley, I had a really great time with you today. She replied, Really? I had a lot of fun today too, thanks to you. Haley then asked, cheerfully, You're planning on gaming all day tomorrow too, right? He scratched his head, a little flustered, but confirmed his plans. Yeah, 'cause I still have something I need to finish. As soon as she heard his answer, she asked again, Oh, really? So what about today? Jay replied excitedly, Like I said, I had a really. She cut him off. No, you dummy. That's not what I meant, I mean. Haley tucked her hair behind her ear, looking both gentle and shy. How do I look today? He didn't dare to look straight at her, averting his gaze to ease the awkwardness. You look really beautiful. Hearing that answer, Haley turned to leave, not forgetting to say goodbye. Thanks, I'm heading home now, get home safe. She walked away humming a little tune, showing how happy she was. Jay watched her go, a smile automatically forming on his face. He waited until she was out of sight before turning to head back. Jay walked home, smiling happily, his heart pounding in his chest. His eyes sparkled like the stars in the sky, clearly showing the look of someone in love. The next day, the sun rose high again, and the clear blue sky lit up the house. He entered the machine again, going inside the game to continue his quest. The golden tortoise saw Jay and let out a surprised gasp. He said excitedly, Yan, you've returned safely. Jay stared at it intently. The golden tortoise quickly asked, What about the magic pearl? He held out the shining pearl. Here, I brought it back for you. Its eyes filled with joy, expressing its gratitude. Thank you, you really are. But then Jay pulled the pearl back instead of giving it to the golden tortoise, which surprised him. Its attitude suddenly changed, its face scrunching up in anger. Are you trying to play me? Jay then said. To be honest, Jay sincerely expressed his thoughts. I really wanted to use this for Pipaji instead of following our deal. However, I will definitely give it back to you. He smirked, his face full of confidence. Because it's your property after all, right? The golden tortoise's face darkened, remaining silent for a long moment. Then he suddenly looked up with a sincere smile, his face flushing as he praised him endlessly. You are truly a great person. Jay was a bit surprised. Huh, this isn't how I thought it would go. I thought he was going to flip out, but he didn't. He threw himself on the ground, writhing. Thank you for telling me the truth. Yan, I almost lost my cool and hurt you. The golden tortoise took the pearl in its mouth, its eyes shimmering with emotion. It's easy to control your thoughts, but not your heart. You have miraculously overcome temptation and greed. Even though you hesitated, I highly value your honesty. A golden light enveloped its body, and that energy spread out powerfully. Now I can finally reclaim the full glory of my past. Jay squeezed his eyes shut, blocking the light with his hand. So bright, a gleaming golden foot with sharp claws appeared. The golden tortoise began to grow 3 radiant golden dragon heads. He peeked through his fingers, but it was hard to see in such an intense light. Is it over yet? When Jay could finally open his eyes and look directly, his face showed clear surprise. All he could say was holy crap. In front of him was a 3-headed dragon with a massive body and a powerful face. Jinung thought to himself, so this is Bark Paji's true form. His jaw dropped in amazement, wondering if using the magic orb on Bark Paji would have made him look this cool. The system announced a hidden quest. The Royal Turtle Bark Paji's quest has been completed. You have received the Dragon Turtle Scale Armor as a reward. You have received an additional 200,000 reputation points. Jinung was surprised, looking at the notification window. That's weird. Why didn't it give me the proof of the Royal Dragon Turtle? The Royal Turtle suddenly spoke. Ian, I have a proposal. He looked toward the source of the sound, his surprise obvious. The creature's eyes narrowed, studying him. I am deeply moved by your kind nature. His eyes widened as he looked at the Royal Turtle, waiting tensely for its next words. The Royal Turtle was calm, gentle, yet solemn. Woldream's soul is no longer here, so I no longer need to protect this place. Therefore, it bowed deeply right in front of Jinung. Would you mind if I joined you? The system announced that the Royal Dragon Turtle Bark Paji wishes to become your vassal. Do you accept? If you accept, you will not receive the proof of the Royal Dragon Turtle. His eyes shot open in clear astonishment, his brows furrowing in hesitation. My own vassal? Just a single glance was enough to tell this vassal was no joke. Jinung's gaze was firm and sharp, his expression unwavering. That's right, I knew working my butt off to deliver that magic orb had to be for a reason. Of course, if Heron hadn't given me that advice, none of this would have been possible. An image of her gentle smile appeared in his mind, and he broke into a bright grin. Man, I really was still overthinking things. Jinung's eyes lit up, eagerly awaiting the Royal Turtle, ready to welcome it with open arms. He celebrated inwardly. What a massive score. Information arrived. The current situation on the central continent is as follows. The guilds belonging to the Sea Empire are the Dark Rune and Titan guilds, living up to their reputations. They hold the first and second positions among the top guilds, having already occupied a core and are now developing their territories. On the other hand, the guilds of the Lucipan Kingdom, the Strander and Valiant guilds have just formed an alliance and have begun occupying key positions. But this is a new continent and a desolate desert. Developing territory is incredibly difficult when there are almost no resources or food because these guilds are burning through cash. From their respective headquarters in the empire that houses the overwhelmingly powerful first and second ranked guilds, the group gathered outside, their faces focused as they discussed the issue. Zhou Hun voiced his concerns about the current situation. This is a serious problem. The other guilds have already established their cores, but we've only just formed our alliance. Jinung held up a hand, explaining. Even if we rush, it's not like we can avoid it, because the monsters on the central continent are all around level 130. Even if you guys eventually set up a core, it's meaningless if you can't defend yourselves from those monsters. Since our teammates, including Cloven, have arrived, we need to start looking. He then asked, curiously, do you have any place in mind? He turned to the Royal Turtle Bark Paji. Do you know of any cores? It hesitated for a moment before replying, I've never heard of such a name. Jinung got a little worried. Maybe it doesn't understand the slang that only players use. He continued asking, then do you know a place with a large village? The Royal Turtle immediately confirmed its understanding. Ah, that I do know. It's been a long time, so I'm not sure if it still exists. They arrive at a desolate area with a few lone buildings. Jinung stared at it, sizing the place up. There's no core here. What they discovered was a system notification. You have discovered the war exchange. Your contribution points have increased by 3,000. With the contribution points you just received, you can exchange them for items inside the exchange station. He let out a small smile, his gaze confident and calculating. Even though this situation was unlucky, it was actually a total win because I finally figured out what the contribution points I've been collecting are for. Jinung felt satisfied. Bark Paji, this guy is seriously useful. It's familiar with the central continent, and even though it sometimes acts like Pipaji, its stats are unbelievable. And it's even mythic grade. Imperial Dragon Turtle level 150. Attack 2730. Defense 3825. Agility 1575. Intelligence 2355. Health 183,300 out of 183,300. Classification Demigod. Rank Mythic. Personality Cautious. Evolution Impossible. Inherent ability Guardian of the Desert. Passive absorbs damage by creating a sand barrier. The barrier can absorb up to 30% of its max health and damage and lasts for 20 seconds. Absolute defense while stealthed. You are immune to all damage and possess complete immunity to status effects. He let out a sigh, closing his eyes in disappointment. I was hoping for some kind of artifact, but all that's available for trade is just food or resources. Stuff that's only useful if we have a base. Sarah asked, "You talking about the War Tower?" Jackson turned to her, looking surprised. "What's this War Tower? Come to think of it, you're the one who pointed me to Ghoul's Dream's tomb." His gaze turned sharp, questioning her seriously. "How do you know so much about the Central Continent? My dear partner, I hope there aren't any secrets between us," he replied while wiping his sword. "That's because before I was captured by the Kim Empire, I was active on the Central Continent." Everyone's jaw dropped in shock. "What?" Jackson's eyes went wide, his mouth still hanging open in complete surprise. "Why are you just telling me this now?" Sarah said calmly. "You never asked, and I forgot." He raised his sword to get a better look at it, smiling with satisfaction. "Anyway, there's a place called the War Tower, where you can trade contribution points for artifacts." Jackson got excited. "All right, let's head there right now." Sarah's expression darkened, the smile from before gone from his face. "We can't. The War Tower is in the west, which means it's been taken over by the Khmer Empire." The sun was high in the sky, its light shining down on the War Tower. As Saren sat inside his tent, a voice spoke up. Rayhan narrowed her eyes and said to him, "Look here, Saren. This isn't what we agreed on." He gave a faint smile. "What do you mean, Lady Rayhan? Is there a problem?" She scowled, showing her displeasure. "This is a war between two empires, and didn't we agree to share information? I never would have dreamed you'd monopolize the War Tower like this." Saren put on a fake smile. "Ah, is that what you mean?" The Dark Luna Guild seemed so focused on expanding its territory that I must have forgotten to mention it. He clenched his fist, his face hardening as he tried to keep his cool. "A war between two empires? Don't make me laugh. You guys are just keeping your distance so we can't catch up to you." Rahan shot him a cold, angry glare. If that's the case, she crossed her arms, challenging him. "You wouldn't have a problem with me using the War Tower right now, would you?" Saran's face darkened, his eyes wary and a little panicked. "Of course, go right ahead, Rahan. If I say no to this witch and let Dark Luna turn their backs on us, the damage would be way worse." He struggled to keep his emotions in check. "And I also need to keep an eye on the Luciapan Kingdom. There's too much to think about. I need to calm down and look at the big picture." Rahan said coldly, "Thank you, Saran." At that moment, he cursed inwardly. If it weren't for Solan's screw-up, we would have just taken it back by force. Damn it. Anyway, Saran glared at her, eyes practically shooting sparks. "You damn insect." He sat in his chair, his leg bouncing restlessly, clearly showing his frustration about not knowing how to solve the problem. Saran bit his nails, his eyes vacant as he was lost in thought. "Damn it, this is a huge problem. Even though we haven't been able to check out the War Tower much ourselves." He frowned with worry. "But if they get their hands on a mythic artifact or something that we missed." Just then, Rayhan came back out. He turned to look, and her expression wasn't happy either. "Thank you for letting me use the War Tower, Saran. But it seems we were too late. There's nothing useful left to trade for." Rayhan turned away, raising a hand in farewell. "Well, I'll see you later then." Saran was secretly relieved. Thank God they didn't get anything. His gaze softened, as if a huge weight had been lifted from his shoulders. "All right, see you next time." But he didn't see Rahan's face darken as she smirked to herself. "Saran, you idiot." She had scored a major prize, an unbelievable item just left behind. System notification. Rahan has obtained the Relic of Magellan. John pointed at the map, outlining the current situation as he gave his serious take. "I don't think it's time to capture the core yet." However, Jin didn't see it that way. "Nah, we've waited long enough. The longer we wait, the wider the gap between us and the Empire gets." Fiolin also chimed in with her point of view. "The fringe territories are already established. Shouldn't we wait and secure the core once it's about to be destroyed?" He picked up a game piece and moved it. "No, we're making our move on the map. We're gonna take the frontline territory." The others all shouted, strongly protesting. "What? No way." She clenched her fists, frowning as she challenged him. "You know how dangerous that is, right? If we get dragged into a fight, we're totally screwed." He calmly explained to everyone, his face filled with confidence. It's true the risk is high, but the competition is low, and we won't have to waste a ton of effort to capture the core there. Since the Lucipin Kingdom is on our side, we don't have to worry about them, which means we only need to stop the Lesser Empire. John started sweating nervously. He brought up a potential issue. But if the Empire keeps attacking us, we'll eventually run out of resources and food. Plus, can we really hold our own against an attack from the top two guilds? A sharp glint appeared in Jin's eyes as he flashed a smug smile, like he already had a plan. I've got a pretty good idea for that. At the vast base, the remaining time to capture it was 4 hours, 32 minutes, and 17 seconds. John was hyped about how fast they were getting it done. Thanks to Woldream's holy grail, construction is moving pretty quick. Phylan was also happy with their achievement. Yeah, Yan's hard work is really paying off, but I'm still not sure if building a base on the front lines was the right call. His face was beaming as he responded with total confidence. It's all good, Phylan. Just trust me. Jin told the other two, our allies are here, so I'm gonna go meet them. Poin's group had finally arrived. Gay waved his hand, calling out to him, Yo, over here. Poling greeted him with a bright smile. Long time no see. Lord Jin quickly walked over to them. Cloven Wan, Poland, Syria. Thanks for coming. He turned to her and asked something. Syria, do you have any leadership points to spare? She replied, I do. Why do you ask? Jin then explained, I got a new retainer, but I'm short on leadership points. Can you look after Slap for a little while? Syria happily agreed. Of course, it would be my honor. He thought to himself. Thanks to the Dragon Master's art, I don't really need to grind for more leadership points, but I don't have enough to summon all my spirit beasts. Since Pipaji is a heavy hitter, I'm sure that even if I summon Slap, there wouldn't be much for it to do. Jin cracked a calculating smile. If I leave him with Syria, I can use Slap as a secondary fighter whenever I team up with her. She looked at him with an innocent gaze, completely unaware of his scheming. Jin quickly summoned Slap. He touched the creature, speaking gently to comfort it. Slap, I'm sorry, buddy, but can you stay with Syria for a little while? Jin looked at it with a reassuring smile. I'll get stronger and come back for you. Syria immediately turned to it to make friends. Let's do our best together. Okay. He didn't forget to add a little warning. Slap, don't cause any trouble. You better listen to her. You hear me? A bright light suddenly flared up from inside Jin's group's base. Rahan and Salan, looking down from a high vantage point, spotted the base. She asked her subordinate, Salan, who are those idiots building a base on the front line? Salan replied, yes, they're ranked 107, the Blood Guild from the Lucipin Kingdom. Her eyes grew cold as she let out a faint, dismissive smirk. Lucipan, huh? I was just getting bored, they're the perfect prey. Salan offered his own opinion. My lady, forgive me for interrupting, but if you attack their base now, there's a risk the Lucipin guilds will send reinforcements from the fringe. He suggested, why don't we use the relic of Magellan that you got from the war tower? Rayhan listened intently to the plan. She let out a short breath, agreeing with the idea. Fine, since you got beaten by some weirdos, our current guild members are all low level anyway. Rahan took out the item, and a light began to glow from it. Might as well, we can use this chance to test out Magellan's relic and see the power of these desert warriors. Magellan's relic, an item it can be obtained once you're recognized by the desert warriors on the central continent. Whoever receives this relic will be protected by the desert warriors, and all NPCs on the central continent will become allies with the relic's wielder, as will their nation, and it grants you the ability to command the desert warriors. She leaned forward slightly, her eyes filled with fierceness and confidence. Wipe them out. Rayhan called out a name that even surprised Salan, Katho Jian. He gripped his weapon tightly, raised it high, and then Katho Jian swung down with a swift and powerful strike, creating an image of 2 streaks of energy flashing by. Solan's eyes widened in surprise. When did he get here? She remarked. That dude is crazy strong. Katho Jian's eyes were bloodshot, like a wild beast eyeing its prey. A bell rang out loudly, the sound echoing all around, as a group of people on horseback charged in, kicking up a cloud of dust. It's the desert warriors. All troops, prepare for battle. A terrifying, blood-red energy flowed from his eyes. Jin Zeng's crew stood on the fortress wall, watching everything go down. He turned back to ask Zera, a little surprised. Zera, aren't the desert warriors supposed to be neutral? He calmly replied, it's Magellan's relic. Katho Jian's gaze turned ice-cold again. He realized the problem. It's the item that lets you command the desert warriors. I guess it fell into C's hands. Jin Sung felt like he was being cheated. That's straight-up cheating. How can you just command a whole squad of level 120 NPCs whenever you want? Zera, you're gonna help us, right? He clasped his hands behind his head and started to walk away. I'm not getting involved. Zera walked straight inside without looking back. I owe the desert warriors a huge debt. Jin Sung's expression faltered a bit. If that's the reason, Zera's loyalty score is only 3. It's a miracle he hasn't decked me yet. Sweat dripped down his face, showing his anxiety. I guess we have no other choice. Somehow, we have to handle this ourselves and stop the desert warriors. Jin Sung gave the command to summon Lai and Pipaji. A brilliant light exploded. The beasts he summoned quickly appeared in full force. Syria excitedly awaited the new members. Is that the new servant you just got, Pipaji? The group outside looked towards the gate where Jin Sung and his servants were emerging. Kaitho Jian was surprised when he saw the three-headed dragon. Is that the Imperial Dragon Turtle? His eyes lit up, as if he'd just figured something out. The fact that the Imperial Dragon Turtle, the one who once guarded Gold Dream's treasure, is fighting like this, does that mean they're the ones who defeated Gold Dream's vengeful spirit? Kaitho Jian turned back to instruct his men. Don't let your guard down, they're not your average scrubs. They obeyed. Yes, sir. Jin Sung smirked, a confident look on his face as he faced the other group. I've got a combo I've been wanting to try. Should I use it now? He pointed his scepter forward and gave a decisive command. Lai charged forward, his eyes flashing with red energy, his weapon gripped tightly. Lai moved in to attack Kaitho Jian. The two powers collided, creating a blinding flash of light. A system notification popped up. Pipaji's skill, Dragon Turtle's protection, is now in effect. He slashed at Lai, but it had no effect. Kaitho Jian trembled all over, completely bewildered. My sword? A system notification appeared. Pipaji absorbed 1,274 damage on behalf of Lai. Now when Lai was attacked, the damage was reduced. Then Jin Sung waved his hand and commanded, "Oh, Guardian of the Wind." A system notification announced, agility of all allies has increased by 30%. Lai used Fenrir's Rage. Lai has entered a berserk state. All stats increased by 50% and critical hit rate increased by 20%. It aggressively closed in on Kaitho Jian, swinging its massive arm to attack. Lai's claws raked upwards in an incredibly powerful attack. He coughed up blood, letting out a cry of pain. Is that his spirit beast? Kaitho Jian still couldn't believe what just happened. How could a mere beast stomp its foot and make the ground crack and shatter? It leaped up so quickly that the spot it left from flared with light. Lai kept jumping and attacking the entire group behind him with unbelievable speed. Kaitho Jian gritted his teeth, unable to believe he was losing so fast. You think you can defeat all of our desert warriors? He spurred his horse and charged towards Jin Sung. No, if we can't take down that spirit beast, then we have to kill the summoner. Bin suddenly appeared, slashing once and sending him flying. Kaitho Jian coughed up blood again. His eyes went dark as he cried out in pain. He leaned on his spear, a smile spreading across his face. Heh, just like you said, sir, they immediately came after you. Jin smiled back, his face hyped, like of course. The guys from earlier were scattered on the ground, surrounded by his backup. Salan judged without emotion, to think they got wrecked by a guild ranked 107. Is the Gatho gang just that weak? When she didn't get an answer, she turned to look, confused. Rahan was pissed, his brows knitted tightly, veins popping on his face, and his eyes were full of killing intent. Salan had to call out again, Master. Her face darkened, not knowing what to say right now. Rahan angrily turned and stormed off. First Solan's failure, and now the desert warriors. A whole string of losses. Her eyes blazed red with fury, veins popping on her face. This is a disgrace to the name of Dark Rune. She turned and ordered, Salan, send a message to Titan. When the time is right, we're making our move. Rahan's determination was fierce, her eyes looking like she could eat someone alive. Hunt the Lucipan. The attackers from before were all beat up, lying on the dry ground. They slowly faded away, as pulses of purple energy echoed out. In just a moment, that purple energy swirled around, catching Jin by surprise. He closed his eyes, soaking in the aura as it flowed into him. The system announced that Cassius's hatching rate had reached 91%. Jin was ecstatic, a totally satisfied grin spreading across his face. Awesome, Cassius is about to hatch. He stepped down, pointing to the gate. All right, let's head inside. Jin started walking into the base, his eyes still cautiously scanning the surroundings. It's a good thing I got here when I did, but defending this base without me would have been a tough gig. Jin's face got serious, his eyebrows sharp and his eyes cold. We need a plan. Rohan was stoked to see him win so fast. Thanks, man. Guess we didn't even need to step in, huh? We just kept hoping for the best, and it all worked out. Jin gave a slight, excited smile. Isn't it a good thing that nothing went down? Then he went quiet for a second, his whole vibe changing as he got serious. The smile he had just a moment ago was gone, replaced by pure focus. Jin laid it out straight. I'm gonna be real with you. Those desert warriors I just took down were a lot tougher than I expected. If Pipaji and Poland hadn't jumped in to help, we would have been toast. He raised his hand, emphasizing his point. So there's got to be something we can do, right? You Hyun, can you hold down the fort for a while? He smiled and happily agreed. You got it. As soon as he heard that, Jin turned to leave, his face ice cold. Thanks. I'll be back. Watch your back. In the kingdom of Lusipan, capital city of Muran, a soldier yelled out, If you're here for the Central Continent mission, get in line right here. He ran up, out of breath, just in time to hear the announcement, totally shocked. Damn, are all these people trying to get to the Central Continent? The soldiers were yelling, Get in line. All you adventurers heading for the Central Continent. Jin rested his chin on his hand, thinking to himself, This line is insane. How long am I going to have to wait? A soldier walked over to him with a friendly smile. Excuse me, are you Baron Yan? Jin, a little surprised, replied, Yeah, that's me. Who's asking? The guy proudly placed a hand on his chest. I don't know if you remember, but I was in the same barracks with you during the Griffin and the prisoner of war missions. The soldier asked Jin sincerely, So what brings you here, Baron? He glanced back over at the line. I'm just trying to get to the Central Continent. But you see this line. The soldier eagerly pointed to himself. Leave it to me. I'll take you straight to Captain Heil. Jin looked grateful. For real? Thanks a lot. In the distance, two people were watching the whole interaction between him and the soldier. He crossed his arms, watching with a cold look. Who's that dude? A royal guard recognized him and is giving him the VIP treatment. Noah was annoyed too. Guess even in a game, it's all about who you know. Huh. Suddenly, Tyler remembered something, his eyes widening in shock. He broke into a cold sweat remembering Jin's face. Could it be him? From those #1 ranking announcement videos, Noah crossed his arms, asking, You mean that summoner? That's the guy? I think his handle was Yan or something, right? So Tyler couldn't believe the guy standing right there was him, a well-known summoner. The guy squints, a skeptical smirk on his face. Nah, I doubt that, but I bet his level is around 17 or something. Suddenly, a voice pipes up from behind. Nah, Ian's got to be over level 130. The two guys turned to look. It was a girl in a pink cloak. Who are you, and how do you know? She slowly pulled back her hood. Because I'm... The girl struck a cute pose, greeting them before introducing herself. The real deal, the #1 summoner, Lauren. Their eyes turned into hearts as they totally freaked out. The celebrity summoner, Lauren. She flashed a mischievous smile and explained with confidence, You can judge a summoner by the familiars they call. Y'all probably don't know this since Ian keeps his stats hidden. An image of Jinung flashes, smiling confidently. Ian is the strongest summoner here, he just doesn't like to flex. The door to the room creaks open softly. Hallie looked up, a bit surprised to see who it was. Then, a welcoming smile spread across his face. Ian, what brings you here? He smirked cockily. Mr. Hallie, I want to fight on the front lines on the Central Continent. Meanwhile, back at the base, Fiona saw Rohan looking pensive and asked, What's on your mind? Sigh asterisk. He let out a breath, his expression a bit downcast. No matter how hard I try, I just can't figure Dylan out. She smiled gently, reassuring Rohan. Don't worry, Fiona has complete confidence in you. Everything's going to be okay. Besides, we're talking about Ian here. Time went on, and the war between the Lusipan Kingdom and the Sea Empire raged on with no end in sight. In these battles, the Empire's victory was pretty much a sure thing as the Lusipan Kingdom kept taking L's. So Ian headed back to base to beef up his forces and prep for the next fight. All the objectives Ian had set were already accomplished. Thanks to his incredible contributions on the battlefield, Ian was put in charge of building a fortress with 3 watchtowers and an outpost on the front lines. Jinung and Rohan stood on the fortress wall, bathed in light as they looked down below. Rohan turned to him, full of appreciation. This fortress was completed all thanks to you. Rohan was super curious about his methods, but how did you even pull this off? Seriously, Rohan, you really have to ask. Rohan frowned, completely baffled. Even with all of Jinung's amazing accomplishments, there was no way he could have had enough cash or manpower to build a massive fortress like this. Jinung just laughed and said, If I want something done, I get it done. He puffed out his chest, looking totally confident. Now, let me break down the most important part, money. Jinung explained that stockpiling resources and materials in the middle of a barren desert is incredibly tough, so the other guilds used funds from their HQ to ship in materials from other areas to expand their bases. Naturally, we did pretty much the same thing, but with one key difference. That difference was in the boundaries and the prep work. He brought up the familiar breeding earlier, when I set up the familiar breeding facility with Professor L. Jenkins on our side. I prepared a ton of stuff just in case. Rohan's eyes went wide, his jaw hitting the floor in shock. So how many summoners are there now? I had no idea you made the summoner class this popular. Jinung cut him off. Yo, let me finish first. He proudly recounted his master plan. I posted all the guides on how to become a summoner on the forums, including secrets about monster evolution. That's crucial info for summoners and their familiars, like how to care for them. As a result, the number of summoners in our territory shot up fast, leading to a boom in trade that made this whole area rich. On top of that, I'm opening a second massive familiar breeding farm in a city I've been scoping out. These places will be our cash cows. Hearing this, Rohan was amazed but also had another question. That's insane. But what about the manpower? Lauren let out a little smirk and said, that part. She crossed her arms, looking totally confident. I can explain that. Rohan's jaw dropped and his eyes went heart-shaped again, totally starstruck by his favorite summoner. Lauren clasped her hands together, putting on a shy act. What's a VIP like you doing in a dump like this? Jinung felt personally attacked. What? The place I built with my own blood, sweat, and tears is a dump? Lauren puffed her chest out proudly. Basically, the manpower will be supplied by us, the Golden Summoners. Johan was a little confused. Golden Summoners? She explained that the Golden Summoners are a group of about 20 extremely talented and high-ranking summoners. They're a dream team for any summoner, but they're actually a secret fan club for the unofficial player Yan from the Lian class. She got super animated as she explained that the Lian class started actively helping ever since Mr. Yan, who's usually super private, shared a post on the community board. It's a really touching story about why we help. He was a little freaked out but still amazed. Lauren is everyone's idol, and she's the founding member of this awesome organization. Jinung was used to it by now. I was pretty shocked at first too. Johan then asked a question. But is it cool for you to help him for free? Lauren excitedly explained, dude, what are you talking about? For free? Of course we're getting paid back big time. He smirked a little. I gave her some charms, all with a drawing of Pipaji. She was running around all giddy, holding charms with Mr. Yan's famous mascot on them, Pipaji. So let me get this straight, Johan asked, just to be sure. You handled the need for manpower and labor after meeting Lauren and Morin and taking over the soldierless village of Onma as your own property. And for extra capital, you're also building a spirit beast farm. Jinung confirmed, yep, that's right. Lauren ran up to him, acting all dramatic. Take good care of me, Mr. Yan. Then the sound of something crashing echoed from a distance. Hearing the noise, he turned to see what it was. Harin was standing there, and when she saw Lauren hugging him, she dropped her lunchbox. Her face went dark as she seethed with anger. Jinung, what the hell are you doing? Jinung's jaw dropped in fear, breaking out in a cold sweat. Harin, he frantically tried to explain what happened, his eyes wide with panic. Harin, it's not what it looks like. Harin quickly opened the door to leave, her eyes looking heartbroken. Before she left, she made sure to say, whatever, have fun. Jinung just froze, totally lost and unsure of what to do. Why is Harin even here right now? I didn't think she was a high enough level to get here. Johan scratched his head, explaining awkwardly, she said she was bored at the northern estate and wanted to come over. Did I forget to tell you? Jinung absolutely exploded with rage, with fire practically shooting out of his eyes. You guys! His scream echoed throughout the entire massive fortress. Meanwhile, over at the Dark Rune Guild's base, Saren flashed a friendly smile. Looks like it's going to snow on the central continent tomorrow. You guys planning on hitting Lucipen first? There was a hint of mockery in his eyes and smile. I thought you had no interest in the Lucipan kingdom. Rahan's face darkened, but her determined gaze remained silent. She thought to herself, I can't let them know we were defeated. If they find out, they'll definitely try to jump our rank and take the #1 spot. He cheerfully agreed to the proposal. All right, if we hit them from the front together, we won't even need a strategy. But Rahan shot that down. No, let's do this instead. She laid out her plan. Our guild will attack from the front. Titan should take the roundabout path and handle the Glan and Strander orcs. Saran frowned, looking confused and a little resentful. Is there a particular reason for this? Dark Luna will take massive losses if you attack from the front without us. Aren't you afraid of the Glan, orcs, or Strander? Rahan flinched and tensed up. No, of course not. It'll just be a one-sided massacre. We'll make our strategic move tomorrow. Up in the clear blue sky, an eye-like drone lit up and spoke. Hello, viewers. Hens looked totally pumped. Introducing. This is Ken Hens's announcement drone, she continued. And I'm Lucia. He brought up the current situation. To this day, there have been numerous clashes between the Kayan dynasty and Lucipan over the central continent. Hens leaned forward with a confident look on her face. But this is the first time the guilds of the Kayan dynasty have ever contacted our correspondents to issue an official invasion warning. Lucia's eyes crinkled as he smiled and clapped. That's right. With the Kayan dynasty pushing forward with morale at an all-time high, we can assume they're making a push to completely conquer the central continent. He pointed out the upside. Now we can even see the sheer scale of the Kayan dynasty's forces. The top guild Dark Rune and the Desert Warriors. Hens commented, "It's truly an unbelievable sight." She continued, "The Desert Warriors forced me to fight with Dark Luna. I guess the rumors about Machelin's relic falling into Liahan's hands are true." Looking off in the distance, he spotted another squad. On the other hand, the Lucipan Kingdom's army looked kinda shady. Right? What guild is holed up in that base anyway? Lucia looked up the info. It's the Lotus Guild, rank 95. I think they just recently broke into the top 100. He laughed out loud, totally stoked. Are the guilds, ranked 34B, like Ogun and Spender, really gonna back them up? His face was live on the system screen. Samuel watched and cursed. Support my A ****. He was furious. Is anything really going to change? Even if we send reinforcements, right? He was Samuel, the leader of the Ogun Guild. Ma pushed up his glasses, frowning seriously. You're right. This was Ma, the leader of the Spender Guild. He assessed the situation. It's not going to make a difference for A. Guild ranked 95, even if they get back up. Roy Chen shot him a cold look. He was the leader of the Valiant Guild. His face was stone cold, and he just kept quiet. Jinung and Run stood on high ground looking down below. He looked a bit worried, his brow furrowed in obvious confusion. Are you sure we can stop them? You don't think any other guilds will send backup? He crossed his arms, his gaze turning serious as he analyzed everything. Nah, no other guilds are sending backup, but don't sweat it. Jin Sung's eyes lit up as he broke into a confident grin. Besides, we've got them. Rahan's crew was riding across a wide-open plain under the scorching sun. Rahan handed a sword to her and said, Salan, hold this. Salan asked, a little confused. This sword? Rahan explained. It's enchanted with a summoning spell. Her eyes filled with resolve. Use it to attack the back gate. Salan quickly replied, yes, understood. Rahan's voice boomed with authority. All right, all troops, go wreck those scumbags. The whole crew charged forward to attack. Johan clenched his fists so tight he was shaking with anxiety. It's starting. He hung his head, lacking any confidence. We're gonna lose for sure. We're up against Dark Luna. This is going to be a tough battle. Seeing him like this, Jin Sung clapped him on the back to calm him down. He said with total confidence, just have fun with it. It's only a game, anyway. Run finally managed a small smile, feeling the tension ease up. He held his head high, his face full of life again. All right. Run extended his hand forward, his voice firm with command. All soldiers, get ready to fight. Activate the defense tower. His eyes were steady, showing the powerful presence of a commander. The sounds of artillery being prepped echoed one by one, the opening act for a huge battle. Raihan's face tightened, her eyes sharp as ice as she yanked hard on the reins. A deafening blast rang out, twisting the attackers' faces in agony. Jin Sung's side quickly jumped into the fray too. The clang of weapons echoed as a massive cannon was rolled out. A bright light emanated from its barrel, hinting at the immense power it packed. A violent blast of fire and smoke shot out from the cannon's muzzle. The glowing projectile ripped through the air, leaving a trail of white smoke and fire in its wake. Warriors nearby were sent flying, knocked off their feet or staggered back, their faces showing pure panic and horror. Their jaws hung open as sweat poured down their faces, a sign of absolute terror. His expression was a clear mix of panic, stress, and fear. He glanced off into the distance, his eyes wide with bewilderment as explosions rocked the battlefield, kicking up a thick cloud of smoke and dust. Rayan's expression was grim, her eyes cold as she said, These scumbags' defense tower isn't your average defense tower. Did they max out its upgrades or something? Her brow furrowed, her expression a mix of worry and strategic thinking. At this rate, we'll lose half our forces before we even breach that gate. A cannonball came flying right at her. Rahan looked up, sensing the imminent danger. Rahan threw her hand out, casting a magic circle in front of her. The projectile shot forward at high speed, and when the two collided, the impact resulted in a massive explosion. She frowned, drawing the energy back into her hand, staying tense and silent. Rahan grabbed the reins and quickly galloped off. The entire area was engulfed in a blinding light and thick smoke, a testament to the devastating power of the attack. Rahan launched herself from her saddle, rocketing upwards at incredible speed. Rahan gathered energy in her hand as she soared above the fortress wall. She grimaced, her eyes like daggers. With this spell, Rahan unleashed the built-up energy in a powerful forward attack. System notification. Raven has just wrecked the defense tower at the Lotus Clan's Fiora base. Her eyes were filled with cold calculation. This move carves a path for our forces to push in. Raven stood alone before the fortress gate, her stance showing pure grit, vigilance, and the will to advance. Raven's eyes shot wide open, her gaze ice cold, a mix of rage and shock on her face. These crazy punks? Did they really drop a fortune reinforcing this base? But where'd they get that kind of cash? She looked up at the giant statue, thinking she'd never seen a defense tower like this before. Raven gripped the pommel of her sword, realizing that overthinking this would just cause a domino effect. She scowled, her eyes turning colder. The only thing that matters now is wiping every last one of them out. Raven lunged forward, weapon at the ready. Meanwhile, Jack stroked Phoenix and remarked, "That's the #1 guild leader for you." He grinned excitedly, even though he'd been counting on it. Jack sized up the situation and made his call. "Either way, we can't let her breach this wall. Guess it's time we made our entrance, huh?" He grabbed his staff, getting ready to head out. Jax mounted Phoenix with ease, settling into a battle-ready stance as it shot into the sky at high speed. Dust kicked up as Phoenix beat its wings, soaring through the clear blue sky. Plumes of black smoke billowed towards the heavens, rising from the fortified castle with its towering watchtowers. Lucky's face lit up with a hyped-up grin. The battle had been raging for a while now, and bodies from both sides littered the ground, a truly brutal scene. He commented with excitement, seeing the heavy losses they'd taken. Gabe was slumped on the ground amidst the smoke and ash, his mouth hanging open. Cloven was also down for the count, his eyes rolled back, completely drained. Others were scattered around the combat zone. At the rear gate of the Lotus base, Celine and her crew rode up to the gate on horseback. She peered inside, a little worried. He said he'd send a signal once he was in, but I haven't seen anything yet. What's more, Celine raised a pair of binoculars, her eyes filling with dread. That guy. She spotted Caesar standing over there, hanging with that freak she fought before. If that monster is part of the Lotus clan. His face was grim, lips turned down in a cold expression as he guarded the back gate. Thick black smoke poured out from inside as a voice yelled, "The gate is open." Celine's eyes hardened, her gaze fixed forward with resolve. "No, wait. There's still a slim chance to win as long as I have the Master's sword in my hand." The fortress gate swung open, and smoke and dust poured out. Inside, bodies from the earlier fight were strewn everywhere. A masked figure yelled out, "The gate is open." He pointed forward, his voice strong and resolute. "All troops, charge." The crowd outside stormed in, their faces fierce. But then, the masked man suddenly went quiet. He slowly removed the mask that hid his true face. It was none other than Rune. He frowned, his expression dead serious. "Now it's my turn to handle you, Duke." The other group rushed inside the base. Raven watched, a little stunned. "What's going on? There are still way too many defense towers to take down before my army can push in." She glanced up, her eyes filled with a mix of fear and surprise. High in the wide-open sky, Phoenix soared in, carrying Jax on its back. "That punk." He flashed a confident, challenging smirk as the light from his staff began to glow. "It's the core member of Lotus, Jax." The group outside the gate was caught off guard when the gate suddenly slammed shut. The crowd started murmuring. "Huh? The gate's closed. There's another wall behind this one. Should we still push forward? Aren't we here to fight?" Raven's face went tense, her eyes filled with panic as she realized what was happening. "No." Jax thrust his staff forward, and it began to glow. "It's too late." He grinned with satisfaction, stretching both hands forward. A massive wave of energy erupted. "This is payback for my guild members." The statue's eyes flared to life, radiating a deep crimson energy, as a torrent of blue light rained down from the sky onto the base. System notification. Warrior has taken 35,161 damage. Pedro has taken 32,878 damage. The Desert Warrior has taken 33,634 damage. Hoss has taken 41,277 damage. Weird noises started coming from the statues. Energy from the bodies in the ground started rising up toward them. All that energy created this hazy fog that spread everywhere. Cathone coughed up blood. His eyes were all red, like he was totally drained of energy. In just a split second, he jammed his sword into the ground to lessen the damage by letting the electricity run through him. Jindung's eyes went wide with shock. What an insane will to fight. He was worried, but thinking about fighting that dude with his crew in their current state, Jindung just smirked. He already had a plan figured out, so he yelled out an order. Bolin leaped high into the air, spinning his spear looking hyped. Red energy started leaking from Cathone's eyes like blood. Bolin slammed his spear down hard, and the guy grunted from the impact. But Bolin got knocked back instead, struggling to keep his balance. But Cathon was totally unfazed, which shocked Bolin. He let out a sharp breath, his eyes getting intense. "You came all this way just to get beat down again?" The guy's eyes flared up as he shot back confidently. "You talk a big game. Let's see if you're still running your mouth in a minute." A powerful aura exploded from Cathone. I'm not going down like last time. He gripped his sword with both hands and charged right at Bolin, full force, like he hadn't taken a single hit. Bolin's eyes shot open in shock. The dude was too fast. He couldn't react in time. Back at the rear gate of the Lotus Guild's HQ, right when the lightning struck, a bright light flashed, making Solon throw her cloak over her face. Her eyes were cold and sharp as she analyzed the scene. I knew it. That's definitely the signal. Then she barked out an order. All units, get ready to move out. When Solon saw that light, she knew it was the signal from her master. She immediately got her troops in formation. We're busting through the back gate. Solon charged forward on her horse, heading straight for the fortress with the sword her master had given her. She was totally confident in her plan. No matter how hard they fought back, they were doomed to fail this time. As she rode, Solon raised her sword high and used her skill, summoning a bronze giant. The bronze giant had glowing red eyes and a terrifying open mouth. Its body was massive, looming over them with a fist raised to strike. Just watch, she said with total confidence. This is the power of Dark Rune. Huni quickly pulled out his mystic staff and used his skill, spreading darkness. A system notification popped up. The bronze giant has been affected by the spreading darkness skill. Under this effect, the bronze giant's movement speed is decreased by 30%. Solon's face got serious, her eyes coldly sizing up the situation. That's useless. Zah, now decked out in his armor, held a weapon pulsing with immense power. His eyes were filled with bloodlust and determination, his whole face tensed. Solon's eyes bulged in shock when she saw it. With just a single strike, Exe sliced that massive bronze giant clean in two. He took the thing down so easily with his weapon. She looked up, so terrified she could barely speak. This is insane. How did you just slice a level 200 bronze giant in half like it was nothing? The bronze giant crashed to the ground in two pieces. Exe landed softly, like it was no big deal. Solon was freaking out. Then what the hell is his level? A system notification appeared. The bronze giant has taken 999,999 damage and has been defeated. Solon was crushed by the falling debris and died. Menda was crushed by the falling debris and died. The kid started sweating, his eyes filled with panic. I'm such an idiot, even if I got power from the immortal god. There's no way in hell I could ever beat that monster. Huni also realized something important about that dude. The kid was convinced he was a straight-up monster. Exe cracked a satisfied grin. Meanwhile, Bolin was fighting for his life, his face already a mess of cuts and bruises. Johan shoved him out of the way of a slash from Cathone. Then he gripped his sword tight, and it started glowing with a powerful energy. Johan landed a heavy slash on him, touching down like a total badass. A system notification popped up. Cathone's skill, Will of the Desert Warrior, has reduced incoming damage. Cathone has taken 5,201 damage. Johan gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it, that wasn't enough damage? I waited forever for that opening. A glowing, razor-sharp spear came flying through the air. Bolin had hurled it straight at Cathone, and the energy exploded on impact. He was completely blindsided by the attack. And because of that hit, a system notification appeared. Cathone has taken 65,212 damage and has been defeated. Bin landed solidly, his eyes and faint smile filled with contempt. Rahan's face contorted in rage, veins popping on her forehead. She gripped her great sword and took a fighting stance. You! Rahan's eyes blazed with fury and killing intent. You damn bastards, she muttered, activating her ultimate mage skill. Jinung whipped around just in time to see Rahan unleash her phantom step technique. Phi was hit with no chance to dodge. The system announced that Phi had taken 31,989 damage and was defeated. He was totally stunned. Phi got one-shotted by that skill. Since he was in freefall, he had to summon something fast. Jinung summoned Pipaji. It appeared and latched onto his shirt hem. Jinung was caught by Huang Kuai, saving him from the fall and leaving him dangling in midair. He was set down gently on the ground, not forgetting to turn back with a smile and say, "Appreciate it." Jinung quickly summoned Lai and Pipaji. Rahan stood above, glaring down at him and his summons. Her eyes burned with anger as she stared. Rahan looked down from her high perch with a defiant and arrogant air. It's no use. Jinung frowned, a hint of exhaustion in his eyes. What am I supposed to do now? This situation is looking pretty grim. His mind was racing. She was strong enough to one-shot Phi. Jinung analyzed the situation and decided he had to ditch the strategy of attacking from the air with magic orbs and arrows. He was pretty worried. Even though he still had Lai, its defense was weaker than Phi's, so the same thing would probably just happen again. Jinung raised his staff high, casting skill after skill. Blessing of the Wind, Blessing of the War God. The system announced that Lai's attack power increased by 30. Lai's agility increased by 42%, its face filled with power, and its eyes began to glow a fierce red. Protection of the Turtle Dragon, Fenrir's Rage. Due to the effect of the protection of the Turtle Dragon's skill, all damage Lai receives for the next 2 minutes will be transferred to Pipaji. The system announced that due to the effect of the Fenrir's Rage skill, all stats were increased by 50%. Jinung smirked, his confidence returning. Alright, if Lai is fully buffed like this, then this might actually be worth a shot. Rahan lowered her head, her eyes narrowing with a heavy, apprehensive look. She clenched her fists, her expression grim as she activated a skill, Mage's Blessing. A surge of power, surrounded by a purple aura, spread out from her. The energy enveloped the tip of her sword before erupting outwards. Rahan's eyes were filled with intense fury. She radiated a powerful and ferocious aura, her eyes wide and her brows knitted together, revealing her boiling rage. The system announced all of Rahan's stats are increased by 80% for the next 3 minutes. Skill damage is increased by 100%. Johan's jaw dropped, sweat pouring down his face in utter shock. H and Lucia, watching on the monitor, could also feel the terror she radiated. Jinung looked up and just let out a dry laugh. Are you for real? His eyes widened with a bit of apprehension. Yeah, I should probably take back that worth-a-shot comment. H was so worried his eyes bulged and his jaw dropped at the sight. She looked over, her eyes wide with fear. Mr. H, Rahan's transformation is seriously scary. He frowned as well, the tension clear on his face. It is. I'm guessing this is your first time seeing it. Lucia, I'm sure some of the audience is in the dark too, so let me break it down. H explained, the player Rahan's class is a hybrid called a spell sword, which lets her use both magic and swordsmanship. It's never been revealed whether she's more skilled with magic or the blade. Everyone just assumes that the top swordsman in Sakharin and the top mage in Remia are probably on the same level as her. H pointed a finger, lecturing. The reason her appearance changed is because spell swords actually use dark magic. When they tap into that power, their physical form changes too. Lucia suddenly flinched. Damn, that's creepy. He turned to her, confused. What? Because it's dark magic? She replied. No. She clenched her fists, struggling to find the words. Lucia stared at the screen. It's just that overwhelming power. On screen, Rahan was standing over a fallen Jinung. Pipaji was on the ground, trembling in fear with its head covered. Lai had been slammed into a wall and was slumped over, unable to stand. Even Hoang Kwai was down, letting out weak growls. He looked up, his face battered and bruised, his eyes filled with rage. The scene was one of total devastation, with only Rahan standing defiantly, cloaked in her powerful aura. She frowned in anger. You're really something else. But as Rahan spoke, she raised her great sword high, ready to bring it down for the final blow. You're gonna die. A brilliant ring of energy burst from the shield's scepter. On the other side, Heron raised her staff high, unleashing her skill. Rahan slashed down at him but was blocked, which caught her off guard. Her eyes flickered. A support player? Where did they come from? A system notification popped up. Forest Wedding Ring activated, using the power of Elm. You have summoned your partner. Jinsung let out a defiant smirk. Why so surprised? His face was a mask of pure excitement and confidence. We're just getting started. She gripped her glowing staff, her expression focused and serious. Jinsung smiled, sweat dotting his forehead, his expression a mix of relief and sheepishness. Man, it was a good call apologizing to Heron when she was pissed at me. Rahan was tense and on high alert. I thought it was sketchy that none of his guildmates showed up to back him up. She seethed with suspicion, veins popping on her forehead. What else is he hiding? To her, that priest was a real headache. Lucia's eyes, however, lit up with curiosity. Mr. Hens, why couldn't Rahan's attack get through that priest's defensive skill? The difference in their levels seems massive. Hens, with a sharp and focused gaze, analyzed the situation. A warlock uses dark magic, and a priest's magic is basically a hard counter to it. Haran looked calm yet confident, her lips curling into a faint smile. Rahan let out a wicked, mocking laugh, full of contempt. You idiot. She radiated an overwhelming arrogance, her eyes burning with killing intent and rage. Where do you get the nerve to stand against me with that pathetic priest? Rahan's sword closed in on Jinsung's body. Rahan declared, even though our powers are a mismatch, just look at the huge gap in levels and skills between me and her. See, your magic shield is already cracking. Her crimson eyes glowed in the dark, brimming with bloodlust. After I shatter this barrier, I'll bury you and that little priestess. Harim powered up her magic, but he kept his ice-cold, defiant stare. The system displayed a notification. Magic Armor's blessing effect has been enhanced. Rahan was shocked and pissed. An even stronger defense than before? Then I just have to attack even faster. Jinsung looked up. a sly smirk and a sharp glint in his eyes showing he wasn't the least bit scared. Now what to do? On the other side, Phylan flashed a knowing smile, placing a hand on Hurin's shoulder. Since I knew it would come to this, I've already prepared some high-level backup. She looked calm and sharp, a faint smile on her lips and a steady posture that radiated the aura of a commander. I think we. Down below, he was surrounded by a solid barrier, his sharp gaze and cocky smile radiating pure confidence. Jin Sung's crew now had the upper hand. Rahan gripped her sword, on edge and extremely tense. The two girls kept putting up barriers to protect him. She erupted in a fit of rage and desperation, her eyes wide and bloodshot, radiating pure madness. Shut up. Heron and Phylan shouted in unison with determined gazes. Isolation shield. Jin Sung smiled calmly and said, spatial swap, as if he had already planned his next move. Pipaji looked totally confused and let out a yelp, as Rahan swung her sword down on it with brutal speed and force. Pipaji's face scrunched up, its eyes wide and its mouth open in a terrified scream. It instinctively pulled its head into its shell, its self-defense instincts kicking in. She unleashed an incredibly powerful slash, a blinding white light streaking across the panel. Rahan remarked with a cold, contemptuous look, fast, little thing, aren't you? A system notification announced that Pipaji took a critical hit from Rahan and suffered 3 points of damage. Hearing this, she was taken aback. What? Only 3 damage? Jin Sung yelled as he dodged and gave a signal, his eyes shining with confidence and resolve. Pipaji sprayed a jet of water, its cheeks puffed up, and its eyes filled with determination. A powerful torrent of water erupted, blasting straight towards her. Rahan took the full blast of water, squeezing one eye shut and cursing, damn it, I can't see. Behind her, the two mages chanted in unison as a spear of primal magic flared violently. A brilliant white light exploded, seeming to tear space itself apart. They chanted in unison, summon G. A creature covered from head to toe in radiant golden fur appeared. He gripped his bow tightly, his gaze resolute as energy surged around him. Jin Sung fired a massive golden beam of energy that tore through space, striking like a bolt of lightning. JG shot forward like a bolt of lightning at insane speed, its body practically dissolving into the electric glow. It spread its wings across the sky, crackling with golden electricity, roaring as it gathered a massive amount of energy inside its body. Sweat poured down her face like rain, her eyes wide with pure terror. A sickening crunch echoed as Rahan took the hit. Rahan staggered, her eyes filled with confusion and defiance. Lai Rahan took a critical hit from Ian for 66,126 damage. A system notification announced Li Rahan was paralyzed by the effects of electricity manipulation. Rahan was hit with a slow debuff, her movements reduced by 30%. Heron screamed with excitement. She got hit. Do you think Ian can actually pull this off and turn the tables? It looked like she was about to go down, but she made it clear this fight was far from over. Rahan roared, gripping her massive sword, sweat pouring down her face. That was just one hit. You really think you can take me down with that? Jin Sung raised an eyebrow, his expression calm but tinged with skepticism. Yeah, I'll give you that one, she said, taking a step forward to launch her counterattack. Rahan raised her sword into a ready stance. This is just the warm-up. Zera was shocked. What the hell? His face was grim and his eyes were sharp, his tone a mix of surprise and caution. She's still not defeated. Rahan tensed up. Is this the guy Salan warned us about? Is this why Salan's legion got wiped? Because he ambushed them from behind? Meanwhile, Heron quickly began healing her teammates. System notifications announced that Heron and the high-ranking knight Polan had been healed. She slowly realized she was surrounded and backed into a corner. They've all regrouped, even their support. It's impossible for a tank to face all of them at once, especially while I'm hit with paralysis and slow debuffs. Rahan thought blankly, am I actually going to lose? She started laughing like a maniac, as if she couldn't believe she was on the verge of defeat. It was a total loss of control, a complete emotional breakdown. Rahan screamed, this is interesting. I'll admit defeat for today. Jin Sung looked slightly surprised. Her eyes were blazing red, filled with pure rage and hatred. But I swear I'll make you pay for this humiliation. Rahan activated a magic spell, beginning her retreat as her enemies cautiously lowered their weapons, and she yelled, fall back. Dark Rune ripped a scroll in his hands, and Rahan, her gaze still fierce and resolute, began to fade away. The bodies of her soldiers started to vanish along with her. Salan was also engulfed in a blue light and vanished. All of the attackers disappeared at the same time. Jin Sung looked up at the sky, sweat and blood still on his face, his expression a mixture of exhaustion and disbelief. She actually retreated. He collapsed to the ground, completely drained from the battle. Despite his battered face, Jin Sung managed a faint smile. It's over. Heron was so shocked and overjoyed that she could barely speak, stuttering her words. The onlookers were completely stunned and full of admiration. I can't believe that's the Lotus Guild, one guy yelled, totally hyped up. They actually defended themselves against the #1 guild, Davina. Lucia smiled, wiping a bit of drool from the corner of Heron's mouth. This is seriously a complete miracle. The guy was absolutely losing his mind with excitement. Oh no, you can't just call this some run-of-the-mill miracle anymore. He struck a confident pose, one hand on his hip and the other pointing forward dramatically. It was all a massive success. All thanks to the #1 summoner from the Lotus Guild, the player, Ian, and his unheard-of strategy. He remained calm, a slight smile on his face. Me? Jinung scratched his cheek with an awkward smile. Well, I guess it was my strategy. He looked completely exhausted, but he knew how important this victory was. It was a close call, just barely enough to survive. But a win is a win, Jinung reminded himself. No, I can't let my guard down. The only reason Runa's crew could hold their ground is because they're the top guild. An image of her flashed in his mind, mysterious and dangerous, her face twisted with rage and aggression. It was all because of Lai Raihan's insane obsession with winning. Just then, Pipaji swaggered over, and Jinung looked at it, a little puzzled. He gave it a big smile and thanked it. Pipaji, you were pretty scared back there, weren't you? You did a great job. I'm alive because of you. But all the creature could remember was the moment before, when Jinung had yelled, spatial swap. Pipaji, furious, swung its little fist right into his face. Ian took 3 points of damage from Pipaji. The creature then stomped off, practically fuming with rage. Jinung was speechless, wondering when that thing would ever grow up, evolve, and get stronger. Huan Gui walked up to him. Master? He cracked an eye open to see what he wanted. Huan Gui asked, how much do you really know about Pipaji? Jinung looked concerned. Is Pipaji okay now? Huan Gui replied calmly, I'm all right. He stroked his chin and thought, mine is a big-headed turtle that loves meatballs. The old turtle kept a calm and humble attitude towards him. I get it. So please, let me explain everything from the beginning. Pipaji is from an abyssal species that lived in the ancient era. There are 2 ways for our ancient species to get stronger. The first way is using a magic orb, just like the one you took from me, Master. But if you try to evolve using the magic orb, you might not be able to ascend. You might also suffer from side effects. He cut in. Wait a minute. What's so good about ascending? The royal turtle continued. A dragon turtle wants to ascend into a divine dragon turtle and have a true divine presence, so that's extremely important. Since Pipaji is an abyssal species, it will be able to wield the power of water freely. Jinung, still looking exhausted, held out his hand, showing he was ready to listen. So what's the way to get stronger without the magic orb? The royal turtle, looking majestic and powerful, tilted its head, its sharp eyes fixed on the glowing gem. It's the turtle spirit residing inside my body. You need to collect 3 turtle spirits and bring them to the shrine of the water god. The scene in the picture feels peaceful and mystical. A turtle spirit can be created from Pipaji or be entrusted to you by any of our kind. That's all I know. He sat quietly, his gaze focused and determined. It's kind of complicated for Pipaji to get stronger. But Pipaji isn't the only one who needs to power up. I've felt this through the many battles I've already fought. But the summoner class is way too weak for PvP. The scene was filled with fighting spirit and bloodlust. Jinung's eyes widened, glued to the screen. Inventory. The system announced, Cuss's egg has a 93.7% hatch rate, though things might change if Cuss actually hatches. He no longer looked panicked or surprised, but instead was filled with self-reproach. But this time, I didn't kill anything at all. And Rahan came back, so I didn't accomplish a single thing. Jinung stood in front of the base with its crumbled walls. Well, I guess I'll just fix the base next time. Rahan looked absolutely furious. That damn summoner. In the dark room, Sran sneered, You came back after losing just about everything? With a smug and contemptuous look, he said, What's with the attitude, Sran? I told you to hit Lucipan from the rear. He smirked smugly. Your attitude at the last meeting was a little suspicious, so I did some digging. Rahan scowled, annoyed. You lost the crown of Gold Dream. And right after the desert warriors died and got penalized, you revived those guys just to get rid of them. I guess the famous Lai Raihan is just a punching bag now. Huh. Raihan's eyes blazed with fury. Shut your mouth and tell me what your goal is. Sran crossed his arms, letting out a faint laugh. Are you here to take the #1 spot after destroying Dark Rune? He approached with an arrogant air. Of course not. Even if we became the top guild right now, rumors would still spread. And those Lucipan scumbags could band together and snatch the title in all the chaos. Sran posed a question. You were pretty stunned that the Lotus base looked like a fortress, right? Aren't you curious how they could fortify their base when they aren't even elite warriors? Rahan grimaced, both curious and annoyed. How? He leaned in close, his eyes cold as ice. They've already gotten access to the war trade routes, and I'll give you the power to crush them. In return, Sran smirked. You need to hand that thing over to us, deal. She suddenly burst into maniacal laughter. Raihan's eyes, blazing red, showed all her pent-up rage. Fine, I accept. She tightened her grip on the arrow in her hand, thinking to herself, I knew from the start that Sran was a cunning bastard, but for him to know so many details, it means there's a traitor in Lucipin. Samuel looked up in surprise. 3 figures were sitting around a square table. Samuel looked both surprised and unconvinced. They actually managed to defend themselves against Runa. Wow, are things finally looking up for Lucipin? Roy Chen tried to keep his cool, but his face betrayed his worry and caution. I think it's too soon to celebrate. Why don't we start reinforcing the Lotus Guild now? Ian appeared with a tense and serious expression. No, it's already too late for that. This is the worst-case scenario. Samuel's face showed clear surprise and worry. What's that supposed to mean? Wouldn't it be better for us if they're the ones holding the front line? He had this calm, confident vibe. We're ranked pretty high, you know, sitting at 3rd and 4th out of all the guilds. Our crew is just kicking back while some guild ranked in the 90s is out there grinding on the front lines. So the community is probably busy trashing us online right now. Mason's sharp eyes glinted behind his glasses. And what's even scarier is how fast they're growing. They jumped from a rank in the 100s to the 90s in just 1 week. And who knows where they're at now? They already proved they can hold their own against the Dark Rune Guild. The scene shows a metaphor of 3 people trapped inside the mouth of a giant beast. They're gonna eat us alive. Samuel was totally bugging out. So what are we supposed to do? Roy Chen looked pissed and over it, losing his patience with the whole situation. Mason gave off a mysterious, almost scary vibe. It's simple, we just gotta make our move before they make theirs. Back with our guy, Jinung was stoked. It's finally done. It took a whole week to fix up the base. At least we scored some special service points, and some serious street cred for shutting down Dark Luna. He was all smiles and confidence, looking like a total optimist full of energy. Even though the numbers are still insane, we can totally aim for that #1 spot, right? Down below, Pipaji chirped. Jinung looked hyped, a mix of confidence and a little bit of swagger. I think all we gotta do now is level up. If that's the case, he was totally pumped and ready to go. Let's roll. Pipaji, find us a hidden dungeon. Huang Gui made a funny, kinda confused face. Master, Pipaji can't do that. Jinung scratched his head with an awkward laugh, feeling both dumb and amused. Yeah, that makes sense, I guess. Xia stood there with his hands in his pockets, looking cool and confident. Yo, my lord, you looking for a place to level up? Jinung looked surprised but hopeful. Yeah, Xia. You know a spot. Xia had a relaxed stance, but his tone was thoughtful, like he was remembering something. When I got my memories back, I remembered a few things. Jinung's jaw dropped. Forget that for a sec. Why is he so jacked all of a sudden? Where's this place? Xia looked dead serious and quiet. The altar of Senimus. Huang Gui looked completely shocked and freaked out. If it's Senimus, you mean? He cracked a sly, confident smile. That's right, it's exactly what you're thinking, Huang Gui. The ancient tribe that only produced summoners. A group of warriors geared up for battle, each with their own unique style and vibe, at the temple of the Senimus tribe. Jinung's mouth hung open as he yelled, totally freaked out. This is insane. His eyes were wide, pupils shaking, sweat dripping down his face. If it's the temple of the ancient summoner tribe, doesn't that mean it's packed with legendary artifacts and monsters? Xia gave a mysterious smirk. Then our next destination is set. He crossed his arms, standing there like a boss. We're heading to the Senimus temple. Jinung hesitated, pointing a finger as he started to speak. But wait, Xia, he started to complain, his face a mix of annoyance and sass. Are you really gonna go dressed like that? You reek, man. Xia crossed his arms, looking clueless, letting out a confused sound. Xia's hair was a mess, and his skin was covered in grime. He looked down at himself, his eyes widening as he yelled, You little punk. Xia was chilling on a rock arch under a bright, clear blue sky. Huni grabbed a ledge to pull himself up. The kid scowled and yelled, Why the hell are you taking a nap up here? Balam, hold me steady. Balam grabbed Huni's leg to keep him from falling. Gotcha. Hearing the voice, Xia opened his eyes. Shai looked tired and bored as he asked, Oh, it's you. What do you want? He called him kid, which clearly annoyed Huni, who just stared at him with wide eyes. The kid clenched his fist, trying to keep his cool. I've been following this dude day and night just to learn how to absorb ancient power. Huni gritted his teeth. But on the next mission, I've got to ditch this guy for good. The kid clenched his fists, squeezed his eyes shut, and screamed, Xia, fight me. He just looked at Huni with a calm expression, not saying a word. Xia then grinned, getting the picture. Trying to break free from your little apprenticeship, huh? Then he sat right up, ready for the challenge. Fine by me. Xia propped a hand on his knee, looking at Huni with an excited glint in his eye. Bring it on, kid. Jinung's jaw hit the floor. So, looking like this means you lost, right? Caesar calmly replied. Are you stupid? How could I possibly lose? Hearing that just made Jason even more confused. I mean, look at you. Why are you so messed up? Flashing back to that moment, Caesar stood facing Huhi and Balam. Balam quickly leaped up, lunging towards Caesar to attack. Balam raised his weapon high, dark energy enveloping the sword, a shadow slash. Caesar lifted his dagger to block the blow. The two weapons clashed, creating a flash of light. Caesar cracked a smirk of approval. You're pretty good, huh? Huey gritted his teeth, his eyes wide with disbelief. He could block Balam's ultimate attack with just that dagger. Caesar swung his dagger up, his eyes sharp and confident. My turn now. Caesar stabbed his dagger downwards, catching Balam by surprise. The speed was insane. Huey held out his scepter and yelled out a skill. Knight's pull. And suddenly Caesar's feet began to sink as if the ground had turned to mud. He kept sinking, his face twisting in a bit of panic. Caesar's eyes widened in shock, sweat poured down, and he grit his teeth. The ground sinking made me accidentally unleash an area of effect attack instead of just a normal stab. Huey and Balam were also terrified, their eyes bulging as they froze in place. A massive sphere of light and a cloud of dust billowed across the battlefield. The kid lay unconscious for a while before slowly opening his eyes. Caesar was sitting there casually, his body covered in scratches, but his expression was calm. You awake? Thanks to you, I'm all filthy now. The kid glanced over, his expression a mix of resentment and resignation. Then Huey quickly pulled up his screen. Inventory. The kid started to pull something out. Seeing Huey pulling stuff out, Caesar asked, What are you doing? The kid pulled out Balam, who was tied up tight with ropes. The kid's eyes welled up with tears, full of resentment. Don't come looking for me. Caesar was taken aback by his action, not knowing what to say. He just sat there and yelled, Hey, I don't know where you're going, but you better be back next week. Huey gritted his teeth, feeling both sad and pissed off. That heartless bastard. He thought Caesar would at least feel sorry for him since they'd been together for so long, but he just blasted me away without a second thought. From behind, Caesar kept shouting warnings. That idiot lord might launch a surprise attack, so don't go too far, you hear. But the kid was only thinking about power. Once I get the power of the immortal god, I'll be back to settle this score. And just like that, Huey walked away without a single glance back. Caesar just sat there with a complicated look on his face, watching him go. After Caesar finished the story, he said, And that's what happened. Hearing that, Jason was speechless. His face showed surprise, but he also seemed to be figuring something out. Looks like it was all a big misunderstanding. Huh. Just then, they arrived at their destination, and Caesar looked ahead. We're here. Jason's eyes widened in surprise. What? In front of you is just an empty, dusty wasteland. There's nothing here. Jason exploded in anger, cursing. Are you for real? This is just a desert. Suddenly, his foot slipped, and he unexpectedly lost his balance. A wide, deep pit opened up right where Jason had been standing. Caesar stood at the edge looking down, a thrilled smirk spreading across his face. Then Caesar also leaped up, getting ready to jump down. He jumped right alongside Jason. Now screaming as he fell, he slammed hard onto the ground, sending dust everywhere, clutching his head in pain. A system notification popped up. Jason has fallen from a high place and received 10,526 damage. The Sand Temple has reduced some of the damage you received. Caesar has fallen from a high place and received 1 damage. Right after, Caesar landed perfectly on his feet. We've arrived. He flashed an excited smile as he introduced the place. This is the Temple of St. Lamus. As the dust slowly settled, Jason could see the entrance to the temple. His eyes widened in amazement. This place is awesome. I'm getting so hyped. My heart is pounding. Caesar held out a hand towards him, which took him by surprise. Jason's eyes started to sparkle. Is he holding out his hand to pull me up? He's actually gotten sweeter. You, lovable jerk. Apologize. What was that? But reality wasn't so sweet. He was demanding that I apologize to him for doubting his word before we got here. Jason's face went blank. His heart skipped a beat. Such a troll. I'm so disappointed. Jason scratched his head and replied, Yeah, my bad. I'm sorry. He looked around curiously. Should we go check out the temple? As he walked, Jason looked all around, his eyes wide and his mouth agape in awe. When he got to the door, he wondered, what are we supposed to do now? It doesn't look like this gate is going to open on its own. Zara put his hand on the door. What else could he do but use brute force? He turned back to the kid and stated his plan. I'm opening this thing. Zara pushed the door with all his might, and with a loud creak, light began to stream through the small opening. He let out a confident smirk, his eyes filled with conviction. As the door swung wide open, a brilliant light erupted. Jin Sung shielded his eyes from the blinding glare that made it impossible to see. He slowly opened his eyes. The light had faded. The door was now wide open thanks to Exera. He stared inside in astonishment. So this is what every corner of the inside the temple of Sen Lamus looks like, glittering with a dazzling golden light. In front of Jin Sung was a vast and lavishly decorated chamber. The system announced, "You are the first to reach the temple of Sen Lamus, a place that preserves the history of the ancient summoners. Fame has increased by 10,000. Leadership and stamina have increased by 10. Combat stats increased by 10. He was a little surprised and confused by the announcement, but in the distance, a man with a resolute gaze turned to look at him. "Who's that intimidating old dude over there?" Zara suddenly greeted the man in a surprisingly friendly tone. "Long time no see, huh? You've gotten so old, I almost didn't recognize you." Eclipse shot back with an equally friendly tone. "You haven't changed a bit." Jin Sung sidled up to Sarah, curious. Sarah, you know that guy?" Sarah then remembered he should probably introduce them. "Oh, he's the only person to ever survive a one-on-one duel with me. The guardian of the Sen Lamus tribe, Eclipse." Eclipse let out a loud laugh, revealing his spectral form as he added, "To be fair, I did become a ghost right after I took down those titans." Jin Sung's eyes widened in shock. But if he actually fought Sierra and lived to tell the tale, doesn't that mean he's crazy strong too? The old man then pointed towards Jin Sung with a question that left Sierra at a loss for words. "But who's the kid? Don't tell me you took on another tamer as your student." Zira looked at Jin Sung and introduced him with a straight face. "I am under the command of this tamer lord." Eclipse couldn't believe his ears. What? What could he have possibly said to make you willingly bend the knee and serve him? How is that even possible? Jin Sung looked a little sheepish and scratched his head, explaining, I gave him a legendary item." The old man was even more disbelieving that it was that easy. "Huh? That's all it took?" Eclipse got right in Sarah's face, staring him down as he asked, "Is that right?" He then dropped the intense act, turned his back, and put some distance between them. "All right, whatever. I believe you, kid." That sudden 180 in his attitude left Jin Sung completely baffled. What was that all about? A staring contest to see who's got more guts. Eclipse then returned to the matter at hand. "So, what brings a kid like you to a place like this anyway?" Jin Sung composed himself and answered, Right." He started to explain, "I heard that the Sen Lamus was a tribe of summoners." Jin Sung then asked, "So, does that mean you're a summoner too? You look more like some ancient warrior." The old man looked at Jin Sung pensively. "Am I a summoner?" Something suddenly whipped through the air, catching Pipaji's attention. Eclipse summoned a sand dragon, smiling as he declared, "That's right. I am Eclipse, a summoner and a brave warrior of the Senimus tribe." The raw power from the summoning technique kicked up a massive gust of wind that almost knocked them off their feet. Jin Sung gritted his teeth. This wind is insane. The old man's statement also made Jin Sung wonder, but what's up with being a summoner and a mighty warrior? Is he a dual class? Zara stepped in front of Jin Sung and said, "All right, that's enough messing around, Eclipse. We came here to take the trial of Sen Lamus." Hearing this, Eclipse's brow furrowed. He leaped off the dragon's back, landing softly, then got right up in Jin Sung's face, sizing him up from head to toe. Eclipse stroked his chin, hesitating. Of course, this made Jin Sung nervous. Is something wrong? The old man just laughed reassuringly. "Nah, you look like you meet the qualifications. You can probably pass all the trials." Those last two words made him jump. All the trials? I wonder if there's a reward for it. With that in mind, Jin Sung asked him, "Mr. Eclipse, what do I get for passing a trial?" Eclipse replied, "To take on a trial, you'll have to prove your worth." He and Pipaji both stared at the system window with confused looks. The trials of the Sen Lamus tribe, the hidden seal. The quest description continued. Many tribes lived in peace on the ancient continent. Among them, the Senimus tribe was the most powerful, yet they were annihilated while fighting the Titans, who were cursed by the immortal gods. And their final wish is the only thing that remains in this underground sanctuary. Eclipse, the guardian of the Sen Lamus tribe, has seen in you the potential to restore glory to the tribe and to all summoners. He's going to test you. If you pass all his trials, you might just get your hands on the lost power of the Slamus tribe, a power buried deep beneath the deserts of the great continent. This is an S-rank quest. The requirements are a summoner with enough contribution points on the great continent, and there's no time limit. The rewards are a random Slamus tribe skill book, the Righteous King's soul item, and a random weapon. He looked at him dead serious and asked, "So what do you say, summoner? You think you got what it takes to beat these trials?" Jin Sung hit accept on the notification pop-up, looking all fired up. You bet I do. The circular pattern on the floor rumbled and slid away, revealing a secret underground passage. Sarah rushed inside but tripped, making Eclipse have to call out, "Watch your step, will ya?" He stared into the basement, totally shocked and complaining to himself. Who would have guessed there'd be a secret passage in a place like this? Jin-sung stepped inside, and the second his foot crossed the threshold, a system notification chimed. "You have reached the first stage of the Slamus trials. You will not be able to use your familiars in this space. Your familiars will be summoned to a separate subspace. All of your equipment's stats have been nullified, and all of your personal skills have been sealed. You can only use the equipment and skills provided for each stage of the trial." Instantly, Jin-sung's summons vanished before he could even react. From inside the underground shrine, Eclipse's booming laugh echoed out. "So, what do you think, kid?" That look left Jin-sung a little confused. He glanced over at Sira. Eclipse repeated the condition. "The trials of Slamus will only recognize you as a true warrior if you can pass them without your familiars and your gear." Jin-sung was stunned when he heard that. What the hell? He cursed under his breath. "A true warrior, my ass. How is a summoner supposed to fight without his summons?" Seeing the look on his face, the old man immediately tried to reassure him. "Everything depends on your own skills. I'm a summoner too, you know, but I had to go through the same thing to overcome my own hurdles." Jin-sung was pissed. "That's because you're an NPC with a pre-written script. You." The old man's voice suddenly turned serious. "Okay, now choose." A system notification popped up. "You will select one weapon to use for this stage. Each chest contains a different weapon type and build, and can only be opened after you choose one." Eclipse looked at the chests. "So these weapons are supposed to help you clear this stage." Jin-sung thought to himself, "If it's all random, it doesn't really matter which one I pick." Then he made his choice. "I'll take the one in the middle." The system announced, "You have selected the final chest." Right after, he clasped his hands together to pray. Jin-sung thought to himself, "Only praying is going to help me now. Please, let it be a spellbook, a bow, or a magic wand." After that, the mystery chest burst open with a brilliant flash of light. A green blade emerged, radiating an aura of power that couldn't be ignored. He had to use both hands just to get a firm grip on it. Jin-sung could only stare at the sword in awe. The system announced, "You have obtained the great sword of the Judging King's soul." Jin-sung looked down at the sword in his hands. The great sword of the Judging King's soul. Huh. I can tell this thing is powerful just by looking at it. The great sword of the Judging King's soul. All stats plus 100. Leadership plus 200. Communication plus 150. Damage 1,350 to 1,500. Type: Legendary grade greatsword. Required class: Summoner. Durability: 2,000. Granted: Skill: The Summoner's Familiars. All gain a 15% boost to health and a 35% increase in attack power. Divine Word: When a critical hit is landed, there is a 10 to 20% chance to activate before other skills. The Power of Judgment has a 10% chance to summon a judgment. This judgment affects a small area, and its power scales with the summon's strength stat. If a summon is affected by judgment, its power will be reduced for the duration of the effect. Then the system coldly announced, "All effects of the great sword of the Judging King's soul have been sealed," which made his face drop. Jin-sung looked at the stats that were still active and remarked, "At least I can still use the 1,500 damage, right?" 1,500? Jin-sung exclaimed in shock. 1,500? This great sword is insane. Is it even stronger than a legendary item? Eclipse looked him over, musing. "I don't know if that scrawny body of his can even lift that sword. But whatever, just give it your best shot." That comment made Jin-sung realize, "Oh yeah, I'm a summoner. And I've never used a great sword in my life." The old man then spoke up. "Now, I will explain the trial that awaits you. The ancient Senlam tribe divides its warriors into 5 ranks based on their combat skills, starting from the lowest, elite, then commander, imperator, grand marshal, and the highest rank, the Great King. We're gonna summon a warrior spirit with the same power level as you. When you take him down, a higher-ranked warrior will appear. Get ready." Hearing this, Jin-sung was surprised all over again. "Same power level? Does that mean you're only judging my physical strength?" He got into a shaky stance, ready for it. "All right, a king-level warrior will have to step up to the plate soon enough." XZA looked on doubtfully. "With that body?" Eclipse let out a big laugh. "I'm digging that confidence, kid. Let's begin." As he spoke, a giant magic circle lit up beneath their feet. Out of thin air, a figure suddenly materialized, his hand clenched around the hilt of a massive greatsword. He was also wielding a greatsword, an elite-rank warrior of the Sen Lamas tribe. Eclipse went over to XZA and told him, "Now, we just watch. Let's see what he's got." The two of them watched as Jin Sung and the warrior prepared to face off. Getting serious, Jin Sung decided to strike first. The warrior was still caught off guard and couldn't react in time as Jin Sung closed the distance and swung his greatsword, landing the first blow. Jin Sung landed a clean slash on him. The warrior took the hit, crying out in pain and spitting up blood. Eclipse couldn't believe the showdown was over so fast, and with Jin Sung's confident smirk, the trial of the Sen Lama's tribe had begun. A blinding light filled the entire chamber. The warrior Jin Sung had defeated was slowly disappearing. Eclipse chuckled in approval. Not bad, kid. He's pretty good. Jin Sung let out a sigh of relief after his victory. Glad that strategy worked. He slammed his greatsword into the ground. Wiping away some sweat, Jin Sung replied, I knew striking first would be a winning move. Jin Sung also knew. But that strategy only worked because of my high agility stat and the weapon's insane attack power. If that bastard had been able to block my attack, I definitely would have taken a hit from his greatsword. A system notification chimed. You have completely overwhelmed the Sen Lama's tribe warrior. Your class will be adjusted to match your abilities. We will now proceed to the match against the Sen Lama's tribe warrior, priest class. To Jin Sung's amazement, the great sword in his hand slowly dematerialized. Eclipse let out a hearty laugh. Awesome. The light of summoning magic flared up in his hand again. All right, pick another item, summoner. Rows of gauntlets and armor were laid out neatly, and weapons from bows to spears were arranged on racks in perfect order. Jin Sung stared at the collection in shock. For real? I actually get to choose this time. Instead of it being random, he confirmed cheerfully. That's right. Take your pick, kid. He glanced over the items, weighing his options: daggers, spears, staves, bows, and arrows. What a selection. Jin Sung started thinking it over. A bow and arrow would be useful, but I wonder if I could take down a priest with a bare gauntlet. But it'd be pretty risky if I pick that gauntlet and can't use it against other classes later on. He asked a question just to make sure. When I move on to the next round, does the weapon disappear and do I get to pick a new one from this stash? Eclipse let out a smug laugh. Nope, kid. He put his hands on his hips and added, That's completely up to me. The answer left him stunned. He couldn't believe the messed up thing he just heard. Looking at the smirking Eclipse, Jin Sung wondered, is this old man losing his mind? He thought with annoyance. So according to this old geezer, even if I win with one weapon, there's no guarantee I'll get to pick another one for the next round. Well, that settles it then. Jin Sung announced his decision. All right, then I'll take. A system notification popped up. You have selected the Spirit King's Judgment Longbow. He grabbed the bow. He smiled and declared, I'll choose this. I'll pick the weapon I'm most confident with. Spirit King's Judgment Longbow. Attack 1,500 to 1,720. Durability 2,000 out of 2,000. Attack speed plus 300. Leadership 200. Endurance 150. Classification Longbow. Legendary grade. Equipment restriction Sen Lama's tribe warrior, Great King class, inner strength. Magic arrow. You can shoot magic arrows even without any arrows. Judgment Storm has been sealed. There is a 10% chance to summon Judgment Storm when attacking. Storm of Judgment is governed by the soul mana stat, and all enemies damaged by it will take 1% of their remaining health as damage. This item is exclusively owned by the user Ian. It's a temporary quest item with all its options sealed. Looking at the stats, Jay was practically drooling with envy. Man, I wish I could get this as a quest reward. Seeing that he had chosen, Eclipse began the summoning ritual. Now that you've picked your weapon, kid, let's get this show on the road. A Sen Lama's warrior of the priest class was summoned. Power and dust slowly swirled together, forming a human silhouette. A bow flickering like fire also materialized. Jay drew his bow, ready to fire, silently apologizing to the figure. Sorry for pulling this while you're still materializing. He smirked, thinking, but I'm getting the first shot. Then, the arrow flew from his bow, zipping forward. It flew straight for the warrior who was just taking shape, but right as the arrow was about to land, the female priest was fully summoned. Her eyes shot open as she instantly sensed the danger, and she quickly tilted her head to the side, dodging it by a hair. She stared, stunned, as the powerful arrow punched a hole in the wall behind her. They both froze for a second, a cut from the arrow appearing on the priestess's cheek, and blood started to trickle down her beautiful face. This challenge was a Sen Lama's warrior of the priest class. The failed sneak attack made Jay click his tongue in frustration. Guess that cheap shot won't work from this round on, huh? He drew his bow again. The priestess hadn't fully grasped the situation but still raised her own bow, preparing to fight back. Jay let his arrow fly forward, and at the same exact moment, she fired hers. They both kept moving, dodging, and firing arrows at each other. Her feet were light on the ground, and Jay didn't let up for a second. He drew his bow and fired a rapid volley. The priestess struggled to dodge the 4 arrows he shot at once, then quickly recovered her stance to counterattack. Jay stood his ground, weapon ready. The 2 arrows collided mid-air, and the 2 streams of power, one blue and one red, created a massive shockwave. In the end, his arrow was stronger and overpowered hers, shattering it. Eclipse couldn't help but comment to see, your master's pretty skilled, isn't he? He frowned at the man and asked, forget about that. What's the point of this? There weren't any witnesses in the previous round. Eclipse watched Jay fighting intensely. Eclipse explained, I'm just curious why you chose to stick with him. You must be getting something pretty major out of it, right? Za fell silent, thinking. CA began to explain, I don't really have many memories of my past. I was captured by the Empire, lost everything, and was tortured as a prisoner for a long time. He recalled being hung up, shackled hand and foot, his voice catching a little. That's when my master came and saved me. The first time I saw him, I sensed something from him. It was a feeling that was somehow connected to my past. Chia remembered when Jay had awkwardly asked for his help. But it's bound to me, so you'll have to become one of my subordinates to use it. It was a chance to learn more about this punk of a master, so Sad agreed. Hurry up. I thought you said we were running out of time. And so, he became Jay's subordinate to figure out what that feeling was. Eclipse let out a big laugh. Well, that worked out nicely for you, Sia. But a detail made him pause. Hold on, you said you lost your memory. So how did you find this place? He explained hesitantly. Even if it's just bit by bit, my memories have been coming back since I stepped onto the central continent. Maybe coming here will restore another piece of them. The thunderous sounds of the fight ended, and the sight of Jay standing victorious left him stunned. Is it over already? A system notification popped up. You have completely dominated the Sen Lamas warrior of the priest class. The class selection will now be adjusted to exclude the Chancellor class. We will now proceed to the match against the Sen Lamas warrior of the Overlord class. Eclipse said with a laugh, pointing at the boy. He turned back to Sa. That was pretty damn cool. Even I couldn't fight like that at his age. Jay chugged a healing potion and told him, go ahead and summon the weapon and the Overlord class warrior, please. A system notification appeared. Ian's health has been fully restored. Eclipse suddenly refused. Ah, that won't be necessary. Jay's eyes widened in shock as he stared at him. Eclipse powerfully reached for the sword hilt on his back. His other hand balled into a tight fist. The sight left the kid completely frozen. The recovery potion he was holding just dropped to the floor. Eclipse whipped out his sword and got into a fighting stance, his eyes glowing as he announced, I am the final boss of the Sen Lamas tribe's trial and the Pharaoh class warrior. Eclipse himself. Summoner, show me what you've got. The final battle was on. The terrifying aura pouring off the old man made Jin Sung's face drain of color as he thought to himself, what is this insane pressure? He immediately tried to stop him. Whoa, hold up, old man. I thought you said you fought Sa and lived to tell the tale for the next generation. He got what the kid was saying and calmed him down. You don't have to beat me, kid. You just have to show me what you're made of. The moment he finished speaking, Eclipse bolted toward Jin Sung with deadly red eyes. A sudden attack caught the kid off guard. Then, the sword in Eclipse's hand came thrusting forward with brutal force. Jin Sung instantly jumped high into the air, dodging the powerful blade. Eclipse looked up at him from the ground, totally unfazed. He let out a loud laugh, complimenting him. You're pretty quick on your feet. Jin Sung quickly yelled out a reminder. The weapon. Aren't you supposed to be giving me a new weapon? Eclipse stopped in his tracks when he heard that. Oh right, the weapon. He let out a hearty laugh. All right, fine. It's all free anyway. Eclipse then declared with confidence, I'll let you use any of the weapons here. His words left the kid speechless, his eyes wide with shock. The system notification chimed in. You are now permitted to use all of the Spirit King's judgment weapons. To switch weapons, just shout switch and the name of the weapon. All the weapons materialized again. Every single one of the Spirit King's judgment weapons was up for grabs. He gritted his teeth, thinking, if he's willing to put himself at a disadvantage like this. Then Jin Sung yelled, switch, greatsword. Instantly, a greatsword glowing with a powerful golden light appeared. Jin Sung slashed downward, creating a massive shockwave. He thought to himself, I can win this. A system notification popped up. The effect of the judgment flame has been activated. Eclipse blocked the sword, looked at him and asked, so you're ready to go now, kid? Jin Sung grinned and replied, you bet. You better brace yourself, old man. As soon as the words left his mouth, Eclipse spun around and swung his sword, making him jump back a good distance. Jin Sung barely landed before he realized another blade was already rushing toward him. He instantly threw his sword up to block. Jin Sung was constantly strategizing, blocking with the greatsword for its wide surface area. He yelled, switch, spear, attacking with the spear, a weapon with long reach. The spear materialized and thrust forward, making the old man look a little concerned as he dodged. A system notification appeared. Spirit King's Judgment Spear has a 10% chance of activating the Judgment Frost effect on attack, freezing the enemy. The spear kept jabbing forward. Eclipse dodged every strike smoothly. He started channeling power into the tip of his sword again. An intense wave of pressure from Eclipse shot toward him. Jin Sung started sweating bullets. He's about to unleash a massive attack. A thick cloud of dust kicked up from the high-speed slashes. Sunstorm, a sandstorm, created a huge vortex. Luckily, he saw it coming and managed to duck out of the way. Jin Sung yelled out his command. Switch, staff. A new weapon materialized in his hand. Eclipse couldn't believe it, shouting, "You dodged that? Looks like you're more than just fast on your feet." Suddenly, he felt something. A pair of ghostly hands grabbed a hold of his body. The kid was still plotting on how to win this. Good thing I checked out the specs on all the weapons earlier. The Spirit King's Judgment Staff had a 60% chance of activating the Spirit King's after-image effect on attack, holding the enemy in place. Jin Sung thought to himself, having successfully pinned the old man down. He yelled out again, "Switch, bow." Jin Sung firmly gripped the weapon he was already so used to. He quickly flipped the bow over to his good hand. Jin Sung drew the bowstring, planning to attack from a distance. Each arrow, packed with incredible power, was fired in an instant. Immediately after, Jin Sung called for another switch, and a new pair of weapons appeared in his hands as he yelled, "Daggers." The Spirit King's Judgment Daggers had a 60% chance of inflicting a bleed effect and deep wounds on the enemy. Jin Sung charged right up to the old man, just as the two arrows were about to land, trying to finish the old man off with his daggers. Eclipse didn't even flinch, and even cracked a mysterious smile. Right as the daggers got to his face, he shot his hand up and grabbed the kid's wrist, stopping the attack. Jin Sung knew it was never going to be that easy. He just smirked and switched weapons one more time, thinking to himself, if you run into an unexpected variable, you hit him back with another one. Jin Sung switched to the bear gauntlets and instantly grabbed Eclipse's wrist. The Spirit King's Gauntlets of Judgment, which had a certain chance to activate the Spirit King's aura effect on attack, creating a brilliant flash of light. Jin Sung raised his other hand into a fist and slammed it right into Eclipse's face. Since he was being held tight, he couldn't dodge the blow. Right after, an arrow pierced one of his shoulders and another one hit the other shoulder. Jin Sung swung his arm again. The light from the gauntlets flared up, and he landed another punch on Eclipse, making him cry out in agony. Then he requested another switch. This time, Jin Sung went back to his daggers. He gripped the dagger and Flash stepped behind him, while Eclipse was still reeling from the previous hits. Jin Sung unleashed two crossing slashes, a powerful strike that dug deep into Eclipse's back, making him scream in pain. It worked, he thought happily. It's over. Before he could even finish the thought, a fist flew up from below, and Eclipse landed a heavy hitter right on Jin Sung's face. That punch sent him flying, slamming him straight into the wall behind him. Jin Sung struggled out from the wall and the cloud of dust. The blow left his body bruised and battered, trembling in pain. He gasped for air, looking ahead, only 3 left. Remembering that powerful punch, just one hit, and his health had dropped to only 3. Eclipse's power exploded once again. Jin Sung looked at his aura and wondered, what the hell kind of skill is this? Eclipse was radiating a thick, crimson mana, growling a reminder. The trial isn't over yet, Summoner. A system notification popped up. Will of the Senlammers Tribe Warrior. All combat stats increased by 40% for 20 minutes, and the duration of all adverse effects will be reduced by 50%. As the dust settled on the ruined landscape, Jin Sung struggled to his feet, staring at Eclipse. He was completely stunned by the system notification. Wondering to himself what that insane skill was, he just couldn't wrap his head around it. Were all his stats being converted to boost another single stat? Recalling that punch, Jin Sung guessed, is that how he was able to move so damn fast? Right now, I don't think. I'm sure Eclipse is faster than me. He let out a loud laugh and praised him. Your attacks are pretty fast and effective, so I decided to match your speed. Then, Eclipse offered a friendly reminder. You don't have much time left. The system continuously set notifications along with the wound on his back. Eclipse had taken 825 damage from the bleeding status. The arrow wounds also caused him to lose blood. Eclipse had taken 717 damage from the Storm of Judgment skill. Jin Sung, of course, realized he was continuously taking damage from the previous attacks. This battle in the end was just a race against time. The gears of time turned with every thought that crossed his mind. Seeing that Eclipse's greatsword had been on the ground for a while, Jin Sung wondered why Eclipse had dropped his weapon. Just then, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Eclipse was constantly taking more damage. He was calculating every possible way to win. Even though I'll be taken out in just one more hit, Jin Sung tightened his grip on the dagger. I still have a weapon that can change into a long-range form. If I keep fighting and stall for time, I'll definitely. Before he could finish his thought, Eclipse's fist was right in his face. Jin Sung snapped back to reality, dodging to the side just in time to avoid the kill shot. He quickly turned and focused on running away. But he was like a cat toying with a mouse, chasing after him without any hesitation. Jin Sung immediately requested a staff switch. I don't even have time to think. The music staff immediately appeared in his hand. Jin Sung told himself he needed to create some distance between them. Jin Sung suddenly stopped, his feet skidding across the ground from the momentum. He faced a crazed Eclipse who was charging straight at him. Jin Sung slammed the staff into the ground. He began to use its skill. Instantly, shadowy hands appeared behind Eclipse, reaching for him. Meanwhile, he was leaping through the air towards Jin Sung. The shadowy hands frantically reached out, aiming for Eclipse's legs. The scene then cuts to some royal palace during a quiet night. A person completely covered by a mask was up to something shady. He hid in a corner, watching the patrolling guards pass by. Seeing he was in the clear, he took off his face covering and let out a sigh of relief. Liam Long rubbed his chin, wondering to himself that he still didn't get the point of all this. He recalled a certain morning, a yellow flag with 3 arrows on it fluttered in the wind. It signaled that this was the far eastern region of the central continent, the base of the Iron Guts Guild. A person walked in slowly, catching the attention of those inside. Liam Long turned to look at the person and asked, "What's up?" The moment Samuel walked in, he immediately locked the door. He looked at the hand on the knob and asked, "Why'd you lock the door?" Samuel's tone got serious. "Lim Long, as your employer, I've got a request." Lim Long didn't agree right away, wanting to hear what the job was first. He gave him the short version of what went down at the meeting with the Lucipan Guild, showing him the image from the conference table. Roy Chen slammed his fist on the table, pissed off. "I'm not listening to any more of this crap. Attack them? Why the hell would we do that when we're supposed to be on the same side?" Ma An just smirked. Then he dropped a bombshell in the middle of the meeting. "To be real with you, we've been secretly selling info on the Lucipan Guild to the Titans." His words left everyone stunned. Ma An continued, "It wasn't that long ago. When we found out the Lotus Guild got exclusive rights to the transit hub, we sold that intel to the Titan Guild for a pretty sweet price." His eyes got serious. "They told us they're going to form an alliance with the Dark Luca Guild, the same crew that failed to take the fortress." Mayan's voice got hype. "They just hit us up with a proposal for a major deal, with a reward of 50 million world in cash." Samuel gulped when he heard that huge number. Then he asked curiously, "What kind of deal are we talking about?" Mayan's face went grim as he looked at the system screen and answered, "The item for trade is the complete blueprint of the Lotus Guild's base. They want every detail, down to the exact number of turrets inside." His voice echoed as the 2 guys across from him looked on with greedy eyes. "But our guild is full of mages, so snagging that kind of intel is too tough for us to pull off alone." Ma-An smiled, asking for their take. "So, what do you guys think?" He called out Johan's name, who was frowning deep in thought. Then Ma-An turned and asked, "What about you, Samuel?" Samuel was sweating, unable to answer, as Ma-An laughed and tempted him. "Lucipan's fall is inevitable. If it's all going down anyway, why don't we just cash in before we lose?" Roy Chen shot up from his seat, refusing. "Listening to that garbage makes my ears bleed." He glared at Ma-An. "Consider us out of this alliance, starting right now. We want no part of this." Ma-An didn't bother trying to convince him and just turned back. "So, what about you, Samuel?" Samuel started sweating, nervous about being put on the spot. He looked straight at Ma-An and asked, "What exactly do you want me to do?" Back in the present, Lim Long remembered what Samuel had told him. "That's what went down. Since you're an assassin class, no, I need you to help out. Besides, you're a merc, so you can just think of it as another job." Lim Long pulled his mask up, thinking to himself, "I came here as a merc because soloing in the central continent is a real grind, but it looks like I've just strapped a damn time bomb to myself. I need to get the hell out of here as soon as this job is done." He cast his spell, and his body slowly melted into a shadow. The shadow then seeped into the ground, leaving just a tiny ripple behind. Shadow Step activated, and Lim Long's shadow instantly teleported to a new spot. He kept moving and observing, thinking. They said this was the Lotus Guild's base, and man, this place is huge. They've got heavily reinforced walls, watchtowers, everything is top-notch design, they're not missing a thing. On top of that, they've got access to the trading post, where they can easily restock resources by buying and selling. No wonder the infamous Dark Luna Guild couldn't get in here, it all makes sense now. Finding a good spot, he stopped. His head emerged from the ground, followed by the rest of his body, and he knelt there, muttering, "It should be back any second now." He couldn't even finish his sentence before something shot out at him. Lim Long's eyes went wide as he realized what was happening, quickly throwing up a hand to block the claw lunging at him. But the force was too strong, and Lim Long was sent flying backward. A sharp point appeared at his neck, and a loud voice yelled, "Who the hell are you?" Before he could finish, Lim Long tensed up, seeing a sharp weapon right at his throat. Jin Sung smirked, finishing Lim Long's thought for him. "I guess I am a little crazy." Across from them, a massive tiger was growling. He then questioned the intruder. "So what kind of bastard does that make you?" Caught off guard by the question, Liam couldn't answer right away. He frowned and thought to himself. It had to be now. Just then, Jin started taunting him with a laugh. "What? You pleading the fifth? You know something, don't you?" "Hey, step aside. Why are we facing this sketchy dude right after that trial?" He smirked, looking at the weapon in his hand and continued. "Is this a sign from the gods to test out my new weapon, or what?" Flashing back a bit, the staff in Jin's hand was planted on the ground, his feet seemingly frozen in that very moment. At that time, Eclipse was charging in to attack with a powerful fist. The hands Jin summoned were just starting to rise up, but it was too late to catch Eclipse. A warning immediately popped up. "You have failed to prevent the opponent from using the Spirit King's shadow." Jin shuddered upon hearing the system notification. "I failed to stop him." In fact, at this point, Eclipse was charging forward with bloodthirsty eyes and his fist raised. This made Jin completely lose all hope. "I'm totally screwed." And just as he squeezed his eyes shut, the fist suddenly stopped in mid-air, replaced by a light flick on Jin's forehead. He just fell flat on the ground, his face scrunching up from the bit of pain. Eclipse chuckled and said to Jin, "And with that, the trial is over. My summoner friend, you did great." He held his forehead, completely confused, letting out a huh. The system announced again, "You have been acknowledged by a Selamus Warrior Spirit King. Congratulations. You have successfully completed the trial and achieved victory." Jin's eyes widened at what he had received. What the heck is going on? Seeing this, Eclipse laughed cheerfully. "Congrats, kid, you passed the challenge with flying colors." Jin, still in disbelief, asked back, "Huh? But didn't I lose?" Eclipse searched his memory. "Didn't I tell you, kid? You just needed to prove your strength to me." It's true, he had said something similar before. "You don't need to defeat me, as long as you can prove your strength." Eclipse maintained his booming laugh to tease Jin. "From the start, it was never a fight you could win. Actually, it was pretty dangerous for me, because you fight really well." As for Jin, he just sat there quietly to think it over. "I think he was right, but for some reason, it still bugs me." Jin sighed. "Even though I lost, I guess I fought well, right? The important thing is that I completed the mission." Eclipse snapped his fingers and continued. "Since you've earned the Spirit King rank, I should probably give you a reward, right?" He materialized something in his hand, presenting it to Jin. "This is a gift for the warrior who survived the trial." It was a mystery gift box and some kind of spellbook. Jin took them, his jaw dropping at these unfamiliar items. The system immediately analyzed it for him. "You have obtained the Spirit King's Judgment Weapon chest and the Selamus Warrior's Will Skill Book." Jin suddenly remembered something. He seemed unimpressed. "Huh. Isn't that the same stupid skill from before?" The system continued to display. Item information, Selamus Warrior's Will. Type, Legendary Active Skill, Usage Requirement Level 38+, Cooldown 30 minutes. Available abilities, all combat stats are increased by 40% for 20 minutes, and all non-combat stats are combined to enhance a desired combat stat. In addition, while Selamus Warrior's Will is in effect, the proficiency of all handheld weapons will increase by 15 levels, and as a result, the user will be able to utilize their full combat potential. No skills can be used while Selamus Warrior's Will is in effect. Jin's eyes gradually widened until he realized its true value. Huh? What the heck? When you look at the details, it's full of huge risk factors. I mean, it would probably be illegal if a skill this insane didn't have any restrictions. The chest in his hand flashed with a brilliant golden light. Jin muttered softly, his voice tinged with hard-to-hide anticipation for the much-awaited item. He prayed while opening the mystery box, "Please let it be the bow and arrow set I used before." A blinding golden light flared up. Jin squinted and smiled, saying excitedly, "Open up." The light in front of him was so bright it left Jin bewildered. Huh? A green color appeared, and on top was a sharp spearhead. Jin stared blankly at the staff in his hand. Item information. The Spirit King's Judgment, Leadership plus 200, Stamina plus 150. The stamina of all summoned spirit beasts is increased by 15% and their attack rate is increased by 35%. A legendary grade long spear. Option. All combat stats plus 150. Inherent ability, Divine Response. When a decisive attack is used against an opponent, there's a 20% chance that one of the summoner's patron god's abilities will activate. Eclipse's eyes flashed with surprise when he laid eyes on the item, followed by his signature laugh. How fascinating. Summoner, no, my Senlamus warrior. Jin wondered what he was getting at. What's so funny? He thought the old man was being ridiculous and chimed in. Yo Eclipse, you good? He replied, Of course. Of course I'm good. Jin returned to his original question. So, what's the deal? What is it? Caesar explained for Eclipse that the weapon was the Spirit King's judgment. He added, It's the spear once wielded by the greatest of all the Senlamus warriors, Eclipse. Jin was floored. Huh? I thought you were a swordsman? Eclipse rubbed his nose. Flattered, you're embarrassing me. Caesar chimed in about his skills. If Eclipse had that spear in his hands, you'd be dead in 5 seconds flat. Jin smiled to himself, thinking, so that's why he fought barehanded at the end, because he's not used to holding a sword, he said gently. Anyway, thanks a lot, I'll put it to good use. Eclipse then got serious, warning Jin. It's too soon to thank me. There's a condition you have to meet to truly wield that weapon. He asked again. A condition? What kind of condition? It turned out the judgment was an evolving weapon. Jin quickly double-checked it to verify. An evolving weapon? The system issued a new quest, Trial of the Senlamus Tribe. A continuous hidden quest. You have been recognized as a Pharaoh-class warrior by Eclipse, guardian of the Senlamus Tribe. You must now complete this quest to become the strongest Senlamus warrior. If you awaken the Wyvern of the Senlamus Tribe, it will guide you. Quest difficulty, SSS. Quest condition, be recognized as an S-rank Senlamus warrior by Eclipse, summoner above level 200, no time limit. Reward, evolution of the magic seal, the Spirit King's judgment, Spirit King's summoning. Do you accept this quest? Yes or no? Jin felt like this was all connected. I guess it's a system where it evolves by completing quests, but with a level 200 requirement and SSS difficulty, I should probably save it for later. Eclipse delivered his final words before he left. I suppose the will of the Senlamus warrior will live on. Jin was stunned as he saw the old man's figure fading. Eclipse, your body. But he just answered casually, don't worry about me. I'm just going back to where my family is waiting. Before Jin could process what was happening, he blurted out, Eclipse. Eclipse continued speaking. It's almost time. Caesar, take good care of the last remaining Senlamus warrior. He had no choice but to accept, understood. As he faded away, Eclipse gave a faint smile while tears streamed down his face. Well then, goodbye, Yan. The two stood there listening to his last words, our final wish. Jin had no more questions and turned to the man beside him. He's gone. We should head back, right, Caesar? He answered decisively, yes, my lord. Cutting back to the present, Jin grinned menacingly as he threatened Lim Long. If you don't answer me right now, you're getting a death sentence. Watching this, Caesar could only think to himself helplessly. My apologies, Eclipse. I guess this kid is just a complete psycho after all. Some old man was thinking the same thing, crying on the inside. If you're gonna use it like that, just give it back, kid. Suddenly, Lim Long mumbled something, Ronnie Ogan. He instantly vanished from between Jin and Caesar. Jin freaked out, totally confused. He's gone, just like Eclipse. Jin wondered, but did you hear what he said, Caesar? That punk just said Ogan. Jin searched his memory for the guild ranked 4th in the entire Archers Association of the Lucifan Kingdom. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. The Ogan Guild specializes in reconnaissance and intelligence. Jin got a bad feeling and quickly planned his next move. For a guild like that to brazenly trespass right on our turf, this is seriously concerning. I'd better tell Johan to beef up our guild's defenses. The scene shifts to Samuel's place, where he's pacing back and forth, unable to sit still over something. The worried look on his face made it obvious this was a serious problem. Just then, Lim Long materialized in the middle of the room, and Samuel, looking relieved, eagerly asked for an update. You're back, so what's the word on lot? He replied, crossing his arms. I got the intel. Lim Long pulled down his mask and continued, but I got spotted by the summoner, Yan, in the process. Samuel knew that name, and his face instantly twisted in shock. Yan, a core member of the Lotus Guild. He pressed on. So, did you take him down? Lim Long, holding a scroll, answered, Nah, there was some freak with the summoner, so I figured it was best to bounce and came straight here. Samuel wasn't surprised. He just grabbed his gear and flashed a wicked grin. Heh, that's fine. He let out a laugh, his voice dropping low, because in 4 days, the Lotus headquarters is going to be a sea of flames. Meanwhile, out in the desert, Huni and Balam were walking together, looking tight. The Death Knight beside the kid asked, Hun, I know you were dead set on leaving, but what's your plan now? Huni answered blankly, I don't even know. The kid tried to sort out his thoughts. I can't go to another continent because my contract with CA is still active, Huni figured. So that means I've still got business on the central continent. but there's not much I can handle on my own. Suddenly, an explosion in the distance caught their attention. Startled, Huni called out to his companion. There's a fight over there. Ba Lam, let's go check it out. He agreed. All right. The two of them ducked behind a boulder, watching in secret. It was Kanoan, pointing and ordering his companion into battle. Go. Yang Yang, attack the tail. Obeying its master, the creature charged at its opponent, its mouth glowing with fiery breath. Yang Yang roared, unleashing a torrent of flames from its mouth, then tried to chomp down on the scorpion's tail, but the monster dodged just in time. At the same time, its sharp tail whipped around in a counterattack. A direct hit to Yang Yang's face knocked it off balance, causing it to roar out in pain. Seeing this, a panicked Kanoan yelled out, Yang Yang. As the two beasts clashed, he freaked out. What am I supposed to do? Huni watched quietly, sizing up the situation. He's got no control. Man, Yan really is on another level. The kid continued his assessment. Looks like this guy just hit level 100. So what's he doing on the central continent? The monsters here are all level 120 and up. Knight Ba Lam spotted something and pointed it out. Hun, look, there's something weird about that belt. Huni looked and couldn't hide the shock in his eyes. It turned out Kanoan was frozen with fear, having an internal battle. What do I do? What do I do? That made it easy for Honey to guess that it was the Shadow Lord's contract. The kids stepped out from their hiding spot, startling Ba Lam. Hun, what's up? The kid yelled urgently. That's the item we need to get the power of the immortal god, the Shadow Lord's contract. I have to save him and find out how he got it. Ba Lam tried to calm the kid down. I'll help you. On the other side, Kanoan, seeing he was outmatched, immediately gave an order to his beast. Yang Yang, run. The ferocious scorpion swung its sharp tail, lunging forward with a vicious attack, making Yang Yang roar in pain with tears in its eyes, clutching the swollen lump on its head. Just then, a deep voice suddenly cut through the air, shattering the tense atmosphere. Ba Lam shot forward, his sword trailing a blue light as it sliced clean through the scorpion's tail. In the blink of an eye, a severed tail hit the ground with a thud. Yang Yang slowly opened its eyes to look. After being defeated, the scorpion began to fade away. Seeing this, Kanoan's eyes went wide and his jaw dropped in utter amazement. Whoa. Huni mumbled, well, I guess I didn't need to step in. Kanoan, with tears in his eyes, said, thanks for saving us. You guys are incredible. I've never seen a dark magician that powerful before. The kid grinned smugly. Before my darkness, these scorpions are nothing but chumps. Huni threw his head back and laughed. Now, sing my praises. Then the kid's expression turned serious as he asked, anyway, who are you? What's a noob like you doing hunting monsters out here? Kanoan puffed out his chest. My name is Kanoan. I'm a summoner. And this is my familiar, Yang Yang. The kid introduced himself too. The name's Huni, the future Shadow Lord. And this is my dark guardian, Ba Lam. The knight introduced himself as well. I am the Death Knight, Ba Lam. Huni's gaze dropped to Kanoan's waist. So, where'd you get that belt? Kanoan grabbed the belt and answered, I got this after taking down a skeleton soldier in the Annihilation dungeon somewhere in the Midlands. He smirked at the kid's stunned face. If you want it, I'll just buy you an identical one at the auction house. Huni thought, annoyed. The Dark Annihilation dungeon, I've cleared that place 20 times, and the belt drops from some random mob? Is this dude mocking me? Huni spoke up. It's a soulbound item, so you can't find it at the auction house. The kid gritted his teeth. Since it's soulbound, it won't drop even if I get PK'd. Kanoan suddenly clapped his hands. There's an item in the cash shop that lets you trade soulbound items. If you're cool with it, I'll just give you this old belt. Huni was shocked. What? That item costs like $3,000. The guy pulled up his screen, smiling brightly. It's not that much. Here, I'll send it to you right now. The kid was stunned into silence. Come to think of it, this fool was decked out in all the best gear. Kanoan happily hit trade on the screen, thinking to himself, I guess I should buy another belt. He completed the transaction and cheerfully announced, just send it to you. For context, the summoner Kanoan is the second son of America's top conglomerate, SH Electronics. After receiving the item, the kid's face darkened. Then, Huni burst into tears and jumped on Kanoan, yelling, bro. The kid just clung to him, crying, if you ever want to run a dungeon, just hit me up. I'll carry you. The scene shifts back to the real world. Down on the street, Jin ran after someone, shouting, wait up, Mina. She turned around, surprised. Jin, what's the rush? Jin, out of breath, remembered the professor's instructions. It's important. He asked me to tell everyone that today's class is cancelled. So he relayed the message to Mina. Professor Lee's class for today was cancelled. This made Mina wonder, for real? Why? Jin asked in surprise, you seriously don't know what today is? That's when Mina gasped, looking worried. It's really today? Jin cracked a smile. Yep, it's today. The scene changes, showing the image of castle walls. The war is about to begin. Mimon Empire versus Lotus. The sun beat down on the roof of the watchtower. Jace gave a serious order. Everyone is fully prepared. An image of Rayhan's guild appears. K, leader of the top guild, Dark Rune, and Saran's guild, the number 2 guild Titan. Katan angrily gritted his teeth. You cross-eyed bastard. I'll get my revenge. He crossed his arms, standing with the Twin Blade warriors and the desert fighters. Jace frowned, thinking. Compared to them, we. His subordinate Zira watched him, thinking, that kid still hasn't shown up in the end. His subordinate Polan went pale, squeezing his eyes shut as a sudden chill ran down his spine. And Syria was there too. She pressed her lips together, her anxious gaze wavering, unable to hide her restlessness. The members of the Lotus Guild also stood there, waiting anxiously. A flag bearing Jace's face appeared, fluttering in the wind. Down below, the top S-class summoner was dancing with their summoned beast to cheer everyone on. Just then, a pair of feet stepped forward, and Jace stood there, exclaiming, You're here. The newcomer was from the Vion Guild. The Vion leader looked just as serious. Jace broke into a satisfied smile. Even though they weren't the 3rd or 4th ranked guilds, Strander and Organ, they were the only guild to help us. He said cheerfully, Thanks for the help, even though you had to break your alliance. The other guy replied casually, No problem. My bad for showing up late. Just let me know if you need anything. Jace turned away, his voice hesitating. That's great. He stood on the wall, looked down, and gave the order, then let the war begin. Amidst the tense atmosphere of the army, Saran rode his horse in front of the soldiers. He looked at the person before him and called out with a smile. Hey, Rayhan. Saran asked, Do you think the Lotus stronghold has gotten any stronger since you tried to lay siege to it? She frowned, thinking he was trying to read her expression even though he already had an inside man. Rayhan answered with a single word. No. Saran continued. Then our victory is a sure thing. You haven't forgotten our promise, have you? Rayhan's face darkened as she replied, You'll get that trading post. I just want that bastard summoner's head. Her will blaze with determination in her eyes. Get ready. And so the 5-second countdown began. Jace cast the summoning spell, Lycanthropos Baji Vin. On the other side, Rayhan angrily formed a purple orb. The blessing from the mage Roy was received, and Lion readied its defense. On the Titan side, Saran casually rode up on his horse to give orders. All legions, prepare for battle. Rayhan's eyes blazed a ferocious red. She roared, her teeth clenched and bared in a face twisted with rage, radiating a frenzied killing intent. Attack! The second he gave the order, the army below charged the fortress walls with overwhelming force. On their side, Johan yelled, Hold them back. Warriors leaped from their positions. Jinung and his summon charged forward from the air and the ground. Sakran swung his dual blades, slashing forward, creating 2 intersecting waves of blade energy that shot forward. The clash of their attacks caused a huge explosion, and he dashed in at high speed with a sinister grin on his face. Enraged, Rayhan unleashed her magic and yelled, Mystical Phantom Blades. Instantly, tons of large purple swords materialized from the mystical phantom technic magic circles. A loud voice boomed, Protective Shield. Her swords were stopped dead by the barrier. Johan and Roy Chen struggled fiercely to hold their ground, when suddenly, Lai swooped down from the air, attacking Rayhan. Sensing the danger, she tightened her grip on her greatsword. Then, Rayhan quickly raised her sword to block Lai's sharp claws. The two of them crashed down right in front of the coalition's soldiers. The massive impact sent a loud boom echoing out as dust and debris flew everywhere. Jinung watched from above, riding on Finn's back. He thought to himself, Lai is doing a good job, but the opponent is Lai Rayhan. It won't be able to hold out for long. Jinung spotted Saran and gave the order, Finn, let's go say hi to that bastard. Just as he said that, a blast of energy shot down and blocked Saran's path. Jinung and Finn now stood in Saran's way. Seeing the boy, Saran smiled and spoke, We've met before, haven't we, Summoner Yan? He replied coolly, Long time no see. Jinung recalled their last encounter and added, Back on Pascal Island, I had no idea who you were. He summoned his weapon and continued with a smirk, Thanks to you, I almost blew the mission. As they faced off, Jinung went on, That said, you've really done a number on the fortress. Do you have any idea how much money that cost? Jinung then turned to his divine beast, Finn, Go attack the soldiers swarming the main gate. After that, cast a swamp summoning spell. Jinung and his divine beast got into a battle stance. You're not getting past me, Saran of Titan. Hearing these words, the man suddenly laughed with amusement. The scene cuts to another location, where war horses stood ready. Mounted on one was none other than Say. Phylan stood nearby and announced, "Sir J, all preparations are complete." He replied, "Excellent." He smiled and commanded, "Now, open the gate." Outside, enemy soldiers were swarming and relentlessly pounding on the gate. At that very moment, the gate slowly began to open, revealing shadowy figures. One of the soldiers yelled in a panic, "The gate's opening." Summoned beasts and the fortress's warriors began to march out. It was the members of Jinung's crew, along with his summons. Seeing them, the one named Katho Jian got excited and let out a cold smirk. Katho Jian roared, "You finally showed up, you son of a bee." Seeing this, Bolin was at a loss for words and just kept quiet. Katho Jian charged forward with his dual blades, screaming, "Die." Salan panicked. It's obviously a trap. The guy next to him sighed. These morons never listen, 'cause they're just NPCs. The words had barely left his mouth when Katho Jian launched himself off the ground. He soared into the air, tightly gripping his two gleaming blades. A white snake lunged forward, moving so fast it seemed to rip through the air. At that sight, Katho Jian gritted his teeth and froze mid-leap, horrified. A second later, its enormous body coiled tightly around him, crushing both of his arms. The giant white snake squeezed hard, its body around him, making him writhe in agony in midair. Bolin moved forward, unleashing his peerless spear technique, Lushipin. Katho Jian shrieked in terror, "Let me go." Bolin charged forward using his lightning spear. Seeing the sharp spear glowing with a blue light rushing straight for him, the man screamed in pure terror. Elsewhere, a thoughtful Jinung confronted Saren, silently stroking Hai's head. In another corner, Lai let out a ferocious growl, its gaze locked warily on Raihan. After the attack, Katho Jian collapsed, face down, unmoving, with dark blood spilling from his mouth. Saran coldly drew his sword, its polished blade giving off a cold, steely glint. He lowered his gaze, his icy voice sounding like a declaration of war that couldn't be taken back. "Bring it on." Saran growled, each word heavy and cold as steel. "You hounds of Khan." The sky cam captured the entire moment. In the control room, an editor blurted out, What is this supposed to mean?" Lotus, the guy next to him, jumped and shot back. "Hens, what's wrong?" Hens yelled, "Something is definitely wrong here." Lotus, do not open the gate and release the soldiers. Lotus, reinforce the defenses now. Inside the game, the allied forces were still relentlessly attacking the citadel. The other side was defending with bows and spears. Cutting to the real world, a projection screen was live streaming the battle. Unjin turned and asked, "So, did an NPC just pull a fast one?" Mina hesitantly replied, "I think so too." She continued, "I saw them earlier." This left Unjin a bit confused. Mina recalled being in the lecture hall not long ago, when Jinsung's snoring caught her attention. He was sleeping so soundly he was talking in his sleep. Harin wasn't there. Suddenly, something caught Mina's eye, a drawing in Jinsung's notebook that seemed to foreshadow today's battle. She focused on the image in the drawing. One person holding off an entire army. Back in the present, Mina blushed and yelled, "Unjin, you don't get it at all," even though his drawing sucked. Unjin tried to calm her down. "What? Just chill out for a second." But she just growled, "How am I supposed to chill?" Mina remarked, "This is all part of Jinsung's strategy." Cutting back to the battle in the game, Zira charged forward on his horse, which reared up and neighed loudly. Before them stood the massive army of the allied forces. He rode alone, straight into the heart of their legion. Then, Zira let out a mysterious smirk. Both his and his horse's eyes began to glow a menacing red, brimming with bloodlust. With the great sword in his hand, he roared, "Die, you scumbags." The moment he spoke, Zira gritted his teeth, let out a war cry, and swung his sword with all his might. From a distance, all that could be seen was a massive shockwave and soldiers being flung into the air. Then, he and his warhorse appeared, charging straight into the heart of the army. The warhorse continuously trampled anyone in its path, while Zera relentlessly swung his sword from side to side. He screamed maniacally, his eyes glowing with a deadly light. The soldiers below scattered in chaos, yelling, "Run! Somebody help me!" Just then, Finn appeared in the sky. It unleashed its ultimate skill, Pulverize, creating a tornado that blew away the soldiers below to support Sira. Hannes spoke into his mic, commentating, "That incredible NPC is putting on an amazing show, fighting as if it's his last battle." "Lucia, who is that NPC?" Lucia chimed in, "If the information I've researched is correct, that's the undefeated swordsman Zira, a once-in-a-century talent. His rank is legendary." Hannes was shocked. Legendary? A legendary ranked NPC belongs to Lotus, so it wasn't a fluke that he killed the bronze giant with a single slash. His expression darkened as he turned and stammered, "Lucia, could it be?" Hannes suddenly smiled and added, "Lotus might actually win this siege war." Lucia looked at the screen and suddenly shouted, Hens, look! His eyes widened in shock as he frowned and let out a huh. On the game screen, everyone had been wiped out by Syrah and Finn. Hannes asked frantically, did they just wipe them all out? Lucia, what just happened? She looked at the information panel. The star of this battle might be Zera, but the players and NPCs near the gate are no slouches either. First up, the #1 overall ranked player, Summoner Lauren. Commander Thunder Polan, rank 83rd overall. Then there's the Ice Mage Fiorin with her brilliant smile. The rookie priest Heron is just scratching his head with an awkward laugh. And finally, the support summoner Syria. She flashed a confident smile, standing in front of her summoned monsters. You can see from the replay, when Fiorin used her ice magic to freeze the enemies, the attacking allied forces were completely immobilized as the ground beneath them froze solid. Thunder, Polan, and the familiars of Lauren launched a powerful attack to finish them off. They blitzed through the frozen enemies, unleashing killing blows, while reliable tank summons shielded them under Syria's command. Lucia looked on with sparkling eyes, her voice faltering. But most importantly, she continued. As the screen showed an image of Heron, those buffs were distributed through the new cook's dishes. Heron, hearing this, looked a little surprised. That's the first I've ever heard of food giving buffs. Hearing this, Lucia's expression darkened a bit as she stammered. Every single one of them, she said, looking over with conviction, showcased their incredible skills in the perfect positions. This information made Hens freeze in his tracks. Over on the other side, Unjin was analyzing the situation. I knew it. That Jinsung guy sent Sarah out as the main attraction to wipe them out. All his troops to fall back and recover HP and mana, also known as a hit-and-run strategy. I guess he's super confident since they're all masters. Mina was glued to the screen. There he was. In the game, Jaden was thinking to himself that if he were a summoner, it'd be tough to fight one-on-one. He'd probably die after fighting all by himself. He held his spear and gave the order. Time to come back, Haley Pipaji. Just then, a warning shout called out to Jaden. Silas had ignored H and charged straight at him. A slash came flying. Luckily, he managed to lean aside and dodge it by a hair's breadth. Jaden smiled with satisfaction, thinking to himself, all right, I dodged it. But his joy was short-lived as his second attack was launched right after. The system announced, Yan has taken a critical hit and received 74,275 damage from Void Phantom. He wondered in confusion, but I already dodged it, and the name of that skill is Void Phantom? Before he could figure it out, Silas charged in again with another slash. This time, Jaden used his spear to block it. He collected his thoughts. I only attacked him once, but I heard two different sounds of the spear and the sword. I think I understand the theory behind it now. Immediately, Jaden jumped back a few steps to create some distance. He smirked sarcastically. I thought something was off about you since the last time we met, but it was still a mystery. He took a stance with his dual swords and smiled, then Silas replied, You figured it out? That's amazing. That's right. My class is Phantom Warrior. Immediately, Silas created a clone and continued. I can create another copy to attack. Jaden started to feel worried. A decisive attack with two swords. And what's more, he was reminded of another anime character, a continuous attack using clones. It reminds me of that anime. This is a bit unexpected, but I'm not just a regular summoner either. His two bodies took an attack stance. Silas confidently declared, Now, let's end this duel. He shouted, Here I come, Summoner Yan. As soon as the words were out, the two figures of Silas closed in and attacked Jaden directly. He unleashed a barrage of attacks on him. Jaden and his summon retreated while dodging. Hay raised its arm to block Silas's attack. He was knocked back, sliding a good distance away. Jaden gritted his teeth, his face covered in sweat, and thought, Damn it, I can block all the attacks, but I don't have a single chance to fight back. He knelt on one knee, looking over and calculating. I have to use his skill, take out his clone immediately. Jaden shouted, Summon Spirit Hay, Guardian of Twin. It let out a mighty roar in response to his